weather was so terrible that evening that the heavy rain had even flooded the drainage ditch, so the rat living there came out to see what was going on. The rodent immediately got scared and ran away, startled by the sound of heavy footsteps. The traveler's feet kept splashing through puddles, sending mud flying in all directions. The red-haired girl was hurrying to take shelter from the storm, but it was quite difficult for her to move, since on her back was a young lady who was unconscious. Glancing at her friend, whose name was Yao Guang, the redhead urged her to hold on. She promised that she would definitely save the girl and do everything in her power to do so. They were being chased by two armed men who were clearly ready to do absolutely anything to prevent the girls from escaping. But the fugitives didn't give up. They tried to get lost in the maze of buildings. Though it wasn't easy, since the girls didn't know the area at all, at some point, the red-haired beauty realized they had reached a dead end. Climbing the wall wasn't an option either, because first of all, she couldn't see any ledges, and second, her friend was on her back. Realizing that their pursuers were about to appear behind them, the girl frantically tried to come up with some kind of plan. However, the only thing that came to her mind was the thought that she needed to climb up, even though she didn't know how she would manage it. At some point, she heard footsteps behind her. She knew the enemies had closed in to a dangerously close distance, so she immediately turned around and decided to kick the villains. But someone grabbed her leg with their hand and stopped the kick. The man's strong grip really surprised her. Standing before her was a young dark-haired guy who, with no emotion on his face, said that if he were in her place, he wouldn't kick his legs so high in a skirt like that. Taking a step back, the girl asked with a vicious growl in her voice who was standing in front of her and why he had decided to join the chase. The guy didn't answer her. Instead, he began to slowly approach her, getting closer and closer. It seemed as though a predator had begun to play with its prey. She hadn't even had time to blink when the dark-haired man was suddenly right in front of her. The girl couldn't understand how he'd managed to get so close so quickly. Ignoring the red-haired woman, the dark-haired man touched the face of the unconscious Yao Guang and began to say that he had finally found her after 3,000 years. Pulling away from the man, Yao Guang's friend declared that she would not let anyone mistreat the girl, even if it meant she had to die for it. Then the stranger said that in the year when the 10 shamans of Great Linshan Mountain scattered across the world, chaos began. He wondered who could have imagined that their descendants would end up like this. The girl's beautiful green eyes suddenly widened in shock. With a trembling voice, she asked how the stranger knew about her past. But the young man didn't have time to answer, for behind him came the voices of those very pursuers from whom the red-haired girl had been trying so hard to escape. There were 5 of them, and no one knew if reinforcements would arrive. Every man was armed to the teeth, so no one would want to find themselves in a fight with them. However, the brunette was not at all intimidated by this group. Activating his magical power with a single wave of his hand, he menacingly asked the men at who they thought they were, since they had decided to threaten his Yao Guang. Seeing how this guy was acting, the men in black decided he'd lost his mind, so they wanted to feed him their bullets to cure him of his foolishness. Such weapons did not instill any fear in the brunette's heart. All he did was close his eyes and concentrate on his inner energy. After that, he directed his power straight at his enemies and pierced them with energy that felt like an electric current. So a powerful shock struck the men. All that remained after his attack was ash and scorched pistols lying on the asphalt. All that was left of those who had held them was a pile of smoldering debris. Watching all this, the red-haired girl asked herself one question. Who was this guy, since he could use the power of Sukai Wei from the ancient legend of the Duju Palace? She voiced this question aloud, so the dark-haired man said that if she wanted to know this information, he would gladly share it with her. After saying this, he reached out toward the girl's face, and she noticed that the tip of his index finger had ignited with an otherworldly flame, which he directed straight at her forehead. When the girl sensed that some foreign aura was trying to penetrate her consciousness, she tensed up, but after feeling its warm, unobtrusive touch, she immediately relaxed. An image from prehistoric times immediately appeared in her mind, as described by the brunette's voice. He said he had many names in the multiverse, and some called him the Great Immortal Sage. The image changed, and before the girl stood a warrior blessing an army setting out on a campaign. The voice said that others called him the Lord of Chaos. The image changed again, and now standing before the red-haired beauty was an imposing ruler who gazed intently at his subjects. The people bowed at his feet and whispered words of admiration, calling him the god of the forest. The girl's consciousness returned to reality. The brunette waited until her attention was focused on him, then said she could call him Lin Fei. Upon hearing this, the proud girl immediately fell to her knees, not caring at all that she risked scraping her skin raw on the asphalt. After asking for permission to introduce herself, she explained that she was a descendant of the shamans of Mount Lingshan and that her name was Wu Malin. Without saying a word, Lin Fei merely waved his hand and used his magical power again. The girl felt it, for it seemed as though the air trembled slightly. His energy lifted Yao Guang into the air. The girl remained unconscious and showed no reaction to this action. When she found herself in the brunette's arms, his face seemed so sad to the red-haired beauty that it was hard to put into words. Using his magical energy once more, the young man decided to bring Yao Guang back to her senses, and to do so, he needed to extract all the toxins from her body. It was just a hunch, but soon the guy discovered spider venom in the girl's body and realized that his guess was correct, and she had been poisoned. Angry that the girl had to go through such suffering, the boy fired the extracted venom straight into the nearest wall. The venom was a disgusting green color, and the young man's strength propelled it with such force that the droplets managed to punch a small hole in the brick wall. It was clear that Lin Fei was feeling incredible anger, especially after he said he could never have imagined that those he had once saved would dare to lay a hand on his wife. The next day, the story takes us to the Jia family estate, which was incredibly cozy both inside and out. Waking up because the sunlight was shining directly into her eyes, Yao Guang lifted her eyelids and found that she was in her bedroom. She was surprised that her pursuers hadn't killed her. And then she remembered Mulan and began to worry whether her friend was all right. These thoughts made her jump out of bed and start shouting loudly, calling for Mulan. She wanted to know if the friend who had saved her from her pursuers was still alive. At that moment, a dark-haired guy in her room spoke up. Without turning his head, he reminded the girl that she was still in her underwear. Of course, Yao Guang immediately felt embarrassed and started covering herself, asking at the same time why there was a stranger in her room and how he had gotten into her house. At that moment, Malene burst into the room after hearing the screams. She explained that this gentleman had saved them and that he had also neutralized the poison in the girl's body. Blushing even more, Yao Guang asked if she could ask this benefactor to leave, because despite his help, he shouldn't have seen her in her underwear. Realizing that his wife hadn't recognized him, Lin Fei decided that her memory hadn't fully returned yet. He was saddened by this, but he understood that it would take time. While the girl was getting herself together, he decided he needed to find the one who had poisoned her. The only clue was the knowledge that her body contained Wangzhou spider venom. In the past, when a man named Qing Yuntian from the D tribe had prayed at his door for 3 days, begging to save the clan from destruction, our hero had given him a Wangzhou spider. However, he never imagined that this venom would be used to poison his wife. The D people founded their Qing clan, and they also shared property with the Bai clan. Together, they opened their companies in Chengdu. When Lin Fei arrived at one of the company's offices, he was immediately stopped by a security guard, who informed him that this was the Qing clan's corporation and entry was prohibited to outsiders. Passing the guard at incredible speed, the man said he had no personal business with him, so he wouldn't bother the guard. Unable to understand how this stranger had managed to pass him so quickly, the security guard went to his post and immediately informed everyone that an intruder had entered the elevator. When the guy was about to get off on the 46th floor, several security guards were already waiting for him there, just biding their time until the elevator doors opened. Needless to say, these men were clearly hostile and were already waiting for our hero with stun guns in their hands. Giving these daredevils a stern look, the hero coldly told them to leave him alone if they didn't want to get hurt. However, the guards didn't listen to him and started to provoke him, so they got what they deserved. Writhing in pain against the wall, they wondered if a human was really standing before them, for his strength was immense. Lin Fei then continued on his way, unhindered, and calmly made his way to the office of the corporation's head. When the stern boss saw that someone had intruded upon her uninvited, she screamed, asking who dared to enter, and ordered them to leave the room immediately. But instead of complying with her request, our hero sat down in the chair opposite her and without any preamble, asked if she was familiar with Wangzhou poison. Of course, the woman said she had no idea what the stranger was talking about, but the fact that she was lying was evidenced by the pistol she was clutching in her hand, which was under the table. Settling in more comfortably, the young man remarked that the Dai people still existed today only thanks to the Spider Queen Wangzhou, so he very much doubted that the descendants of the Dai could be unaware of this. The young man even named one of the girl's ancestors, after which she couldn't take it anymore and openly threatened him with the gun, asking who he was to dare defame her family's name. Ignoring the fact that the muzzle of the gun was pointed right at his forehead, Lin Fen said that perhaps the lady was glad to belong to her clan. However, in his opinion, if everyone in the clan behaved like her, there would be nothing left of it. These words made the girl threaten to shoot. Suddenly, a man snatched the gun from her hand. He clearly felt like the master of this building, if not the entire city. The girl dismounted and now looked completely helpless, saying that her father had arrived just in time, since their uninvited guest had defamed the name of their ancestor, Yuntian. Unexpectedly, the man fell to his knees and asked permission to introduce himself, after which he said he was the head of the Qing family, and his name was Qing Fen. This gentleman's daughter was simply shocked that her father was kneeling before a stranger. She asked him to rise, but he told her to bow before the great Lin as well. The disgruntled young lady stated that they did not bow to just anyone, only as a sign of respect for their ancestors. So she asked who this man was that he expected her to kneel. Refusing to comply with her father's request, she turned and strode out of the study. The man was extremely displeased with his daughter's behavior and called her an insufferable girl. Our hero had no desire to listen to this family squabble, so he asked the man to stand up and tell him what had just happened with the spider woman Wang Zhu. Bowing once more to Lin Fei, Mr. Qing explained that his daughter had been spoiled since childhood and had no idea of the great Lin's existence. As for the spider woman, the gentleman explained that she had been in the underground cave of Yundian all this time, but last year during the ritual, they could no longer find her. After a moment's thought, our hero surmised that she had fallen into the treacherous hands of the Bai family. These words greatly unsettled the gentleman. He asked if, since the Dai people had failed to subdue the Spider Queen, could other families really do so? Without answering that question, the young man immediately asked the next one. This time, he was interested in how the sacrifice ring was faring. Qing Fen asked with horror in his voice, "Could the sacrificial ring really control the Spider Queen?" He explained that it had been given to Ming Yu's youngest son, who had been found unconscious some time ago. According to him, the Bai and Fen families had asked him to lend them the ring, saying they wanted to make an offering to their ancestors. He never imagined they would use it this way. When the man asked why these families would want to control the Spider Queen, our hero suggested that they wanted to overthrow the clan that had oppressed them for nearly 4,000 years. Gritting his teeth in anger, Mr. Qing whispered quietly that it was because of them that his son, Ming Yu, had become a vegetable. Kneeling before the young man once more, the man began to beg him for help, for his son needed to be saved, having been in a poisoned state for over 7 months. Looking at the head of the Qing family, our hero said that the poison had been affecting his son for too long and had already reached his soul. Ordinary people couldn't survive that, but there was a small chance of salvation. When the man looked at the note Lin Fei handed him, he realized it contained the names of ordinary medications available at any pharmacy. He had expected to see something miraculous written there. As he left the office, the dark-haired young man added that the man could call him as soon as he had gathered all the necessary ingredients. Meanwhile, the doctor was examining another poison victim, checking her pulse and examining her body. The elderly healer Hua Ming reported that the poison had been completely neutralized. He assumed his medicine had helped with that. Laughing, Yao Guang thanked him for his help and said that she had come back to life thanks to him. Her friend was indignant because the girl was still alive only thanks to Lin Fei. Handing the old man a card, the young lady informed him that it contained 80 million, which was her token of gratitude for his help. The elderly healer knew full well that his medicine was completely useless against the Wangzhou poison, but he didn't refuse the money, since this mistake would provide his son with some funds. Mullen tried to tell her friend that the old man's medicine hadn't helped at all with the healing, but she wasn't allowed to finish her sentence. Hua Ming activated his magical energy and asked angrily if the girl really doubted his abilities, since she dared to think such a thing. Frightened, Wu Malin was forced to say that, of course she didn't doubt the elderly master's skill and was certain that it was his medicine that had helped neutralize the poison. Meanwhile, our hero had already finished his business at the Qing family's office and was strolling calmly through the bustling streets of the city when a phone call disrupted his idyll. It was Mullen who told the young man about the situation with the elderly doctor. He was furious, for no one dared to deceive his wife and take her money. Clutching the phone in his hands in anger, Lin Fei said that Dr. Hua Ming could have taken the money if he had respected his wife, but he dared to deceive her. Meanwhile, the elderly healer had already left for another call, where he learned that Mr. Ji had terminal cancer. The metastases had spread to his bones, and everyone thought he was at the end of his life. A young man named Ji Zhongwei brought his father to meet the doctor and said he had heard that Hua Ming had saved a girl from severe poisoning. Lost in thought, the old man tried to come up with some solution. He hadn't expected the rumor about the healed girl to spread so quickly. However, he didn't have time to reply because a stranger said that nothing would help the patient. Standing in the courtyard of the estate was Lin Fei, who insisted that the elderly healer could not cure cancer, since he didn't even know how to treat poisoning. After all, he knew nothing about Wang Zhu's poison. The man who had brought his father to the appointment ordered that this psychopath, who was interfering with the doctor's work, be driven out of the courtyard immediately. The guards immediately sprang into action and took up combat positions, intending to do their job and throw the uninvited guest out of the estate. As they attacked the young man, they tried to show off all their skills with their fists, but it was no trouble at all for our hero to dodge all their attacks. Without any fuss, he waved his hands and pressed on his opponent's pressure points, which were located near their forearms. This simple yet highly effective trick paid off, and now the men were writhing in pain, sitting right on the ground. It was clear they didn't understand how the young man had achieved such skill and precision. Never mind the guards, everyone was surprised, especially the elderly healer, who realized he might have to answer for his lies. Sensing grave danger, Hua Ming asked who this young man was who dared to smash his healing house to pieces. He began to threaten that he would make the intruder pay for everything. These words did not faze our hero in the least, as he believed that compensation could not be demanded for ill-gotten gains. This statement greatly alarmed the owner. Sitting down in a chair, Lin Fei reminded the old man of the days when his ancestor could have become a brilliant doctor, a new luminary of the art of healing, and founded a dynasty of great physicians. He could not even imagine that the descendants of the Hua family would be so immoral and begin to profit from the art of medicine. Upon hearing these words, a young man named Hao Chung stepped forward. He was the old man's grandson, who was outraged that someone dared to open his mouth and slander his grandfather. Only the old man, who was suffering from cancer, thought to ask the young man why he had come and whether he knew who was standing before him, for he could ruin his life with a single word. Looking closely at the elderly man, our hero said that of course he knew who he was, since standing before him was the grandfather of his future daughter-in-law. This statement left the man so utterly bewildered that he didn't even know how to respond, so he simply remained silent. Meanwhile, the young man continued his speech, saying that the doctor couldn't cure liver cancer, but for him it was no problem at all. Of course, Hua Min's grandson began to mock the young man, calling him a complete charlatan, and then demanded that he demonstrate his abilities. Lin Fei wasn't the type to make empty promises, so he immediately activated his magical energy and decided to prove to everyone that he could do more than just talk a good game. With the power of his mind, he lifted a special apron containing the tools necessary for his work into the air and pulled it toward him. Everyone watched Lin Fei's every hand movement closely, as those present were convinced he was simply trying to pull the wool over their eyes. Using his mind again, the young man took out of the apron special needles that healers use for the gloccalization procedure. The old man was simply horrified when 3 needles pierced straight into his head and shoulder. He was truly frightened and froze in place, not knowing what else to expect. Healer Hua Ming's eyes widened in surprise, for this method of acupuncture was described only in legends. His grandfather, Hua Tuo, had said he had seen a sage use it. After the needles pierced the necessary points, the elderly gentleman coughed violently, and a foul-smelling black liquid began to flow from his mouth. His son was so frightened that he immediately ran to his father, wanting to help in any way he could, but there was nothing he could do, and he just stood there, not knowing what to do. Continuing the healing process, our hero explained that the man shouldn't be afraid or worried, because this was how the cancer cells were being expelled. When the doctor was asked to check his pulse, he was surprised to find that the old man was feeling better and that his terminal stage liver cancer had been completely cured. Hua Ming couldn't believe it himself, and his grandson asked in horror, could this charlatan really have healed a man with his own power? Bowing to the young man, the healed gentleman began to thank him for saving his life, for he had thought that nothing could help him anymore. Materializing the green Wanzhu poison in his hand, Lin Fei said that it was time for Dr. Hua to show how he could neutralize it. After these words, he immediately directed his magical power forward, where the very poison that glowed green was located. The stream of the deadly substance was directed straight at Hua Min's grandson, who was standing right next to his elderly grandfather. The poor boy was instantly paralyzed. His veins swelled, his hands were twisted by a violent spasm, and thick saliva began to ooze from his mouth. Without hesitation, the old man confessed that he couldn't handle this poison. Unable to hold back his tears, he admitted that greed had simply overcome him and that he had lied to his former patient. Now he begged Lin Fei to let his grandson go, for it was his mistake, and he had wanted to profit from the young girl's healing. Holding out the card Yao Guang had given him, he stated once more that he was unable to neutralize the spider's venom. In an instant, the black card was in Lin Fei's hands. He didn't want anyone to think he could profit from his wife's troubles. Turning around, the young man reminded them that doctors must work for the good of the people, because if they stray from this path, nothing good will come of it for this world. Handing the card with the money to the man, Lin Feng asked him to pass it on to Yao Guang, adding that it would be great if they stopped calling people crazy. The man's eyes sparkled with gratitude. He handed our hero his business card and asked him to keep it. His healed father also smiled and said that if a simple thank you wasn't enough, they could give the young man something more valuable. After a moment's thought, our hero took the card and said that in that case, he'd like to give it to his Yao Guang himself, who up until that point hadn't been very fond of him. Hua Ming interrupted the conversation, saying he didn't know how the young man had learned this healing technique. He suggested that he had met the sage his ancestor had spoken of. Turning his head toward the man, Lin Fei declared irritably that he was that very sage. After hearing this, Hua Ming fell to the ground and began bowing, begging forgiveness for the disrespect he had so openly shown earlier. To be honest, the young man wasn't listening to this man at all, as he was lost in thought about how Yao Guang's father had behaved quite nobly. Finally, he decided that these people should know his name, since he was determined to tie his fate to this gentleman's daughter. The Yao Guang family was very pleased that this young man had taken their business card, and the girl's father was very pleased that his daughter had managed to attract the attention of such a respectful man. The old man smiled contentedly, for his dreams had already drifted far away, to a time when this man would become the son-in-law of the Ji family. Not wanting to waste any time, Lin Fei headed to the Ji family corporation to finally meet the girl. Based on the information he had, Yao Guang should have been at the company right now, so he decided to go there and give her his business card. As soon as he entered the building, Wu Molin spotted him immediately. She looked a little worried and said that Mr. Fei had arrived just in time. The girl's green eyes glowed with anxiety, which was especially noticeable when she began to explain that someone had been bothering her. At that moment, a blonde-haired young man entered Director Ji's office and persistently asked if the girl was busy, even though he could clearly see she was working. Without waiting for an answer, the blonde man said he'd like to invite the young lady to dinner and would be very pleased if she would do him the honor. Pulling her hand away from the guys, the young woman said she already had plans for the evening. She understood that this man was trying to get her attention, but she didn't want to give in to his flirting. At that moment, Lin Fei entered the room, waved cheerfully at the girl, and asked if she could spare a minute of her time. Noticing how flustered Yao Guang was, the blonde man began bombarding her with questions about who the guy was who had entered the office and why the girl had reacted that way to him. In a haughty tone, the guy asked which department the employee was from and what position he held. He also expressed outrage that he wasn't wearing a badge during work hours. Completely ignoring the fair-haired man, Lin Fei approached the girl and asked with a smile if she'd like to have dinner with him after work. This behavior annoyed the blonde man so much that he shouted and ordered the stranger to be thrown out of the office immediately. Hearing their boss's call, 2 security guards immediately burst into the office. They looked very imposing. These guys were clearly good at their jobs. However, very soon these men were flung out of the office with a whoosh, their bodies slamming painfully against the walls and floor of the office. Of course, the reason for this was Lin Fei, who had decided to very clearly demonstrate his strength so that the blonde man would never open his mouth again. The man was shocked, for he had never once in his life seen anyone do such a thing to his bodyguards. These guys were very well trained. The fair-haired fool hadn't even had time to blink before Lin Fei had already closed in on him to a dangerously close distance and swung his arm to strike. The slap was so hard that the cocky rich kid couldn't stay on his feet and flew sideways, losing his sunglasses and his dignity. Holding his reddened cheek, he demanded how the boy dared to touch him, threatening to call Uncle Ji so he could punish the offender. Looking intently at this pathetic little boy, our hero said that he was actually just about to call Ji Chunwei since they had business together. Throwing down the card Yao Guang's father had given him, the boy said he'd ask them why they'd taken in such a creature into their circle. Upon seeing Uncle Ji's purple and gold business card, the blonde boy immediately recalled that the man only gave it to those more influential than himself. The beaten boy felt like a complete nobody whom no one would defend. Crying, he wondered what kind of person was standing before him. Admitting his mistake, the blonde man got to his feet and said he had erred and failed to recognize the distinguished guest. mistaking him for an ordinary company employee. Not wanting to have anything more to do with this good-for-nothing, Lin Fei ordered him to get out of there immediately. The guy seized the opportunity and ran off. Of course, the fair-haired rich kid was offended by our hero, but he understood that he couldn't ignore the fact that Lin Fei could just like that call the company's CEO. Meanwhile, the story takes us to a 5-star hotel called Yuzhilian. Yao Guang was very surprised that the guy had brought her here for dinner. She asked if they couldn't just eat at a simple cafe, but for her companion, these expenses were mere pocket change. Looking at the young man, the young lady wondered why he was so freely spending money. Since his appearance didn't suggest he was particularly wealthy, she assumed he was part of the wealthy elite. When they were already seated at a table, our hero placed a black card on the table and explained that it contained money that the Dr. Hua Ming had obtained by fraud. This surprised the girl. She wondered if the young man really knew her father, since it was unclear how he had taken the card. It was obvious that it should be returned. Realizing that Yao Guang had 1,000 questions swirling in her head, Lin Fei explained to her that he did indeed know her father and had met him a couple of times. However, this story raised even more questions in the young lady's mind, because if they had only met the head of her family once, how had he obtained her business card and become one of the company's honored guests? Not wanting to waste time, Lin Fen began to look over the menu. Because he hadn't just brought the girl here, he really intended to have dinner. Flipping through page after page, he mentioned in passing that he had cured Grandpa Yao Guang of the liver cancer he had been suffering from for a long time. After dinner, the couple headed to the Ji family estate, as the young man had no intention of letting his girlfriend go unaccompanied. The entire family came out to greet them. The head of the household and his wife, as well as the healed grandfather, who was delighted by the arrival of the great healer Lin. Smiling warmly at the old man, our hero said he shouldn't have gone to the trouble of coming out to meet him, while the young lady wondered what on earth was going on. The old man kept thanking the young man for curing his cancer, after which he offered him a cup of tea, as he was passionate about the art of tea. While the young man and the old man were talking, Yao Guang took the opportunity to approach her father, insisting that Lin Fei must have deceived everyone, since he couldn't possibly have truly cured the disease. But her father insisted that it was all true, after which he asked what kind of relationship she had with Dr. Lin. Blushing, the girl didn't even know what to say, since she didn't think they had any kind of relationship at all, so she simply said that he was a friend of Molin's. The man didn't like this answer at all. He immediately began to wonder if his daughter was in any way inferior to her friend. Soon it was the dead of night, but the full moon was so bright that even the clouds couldn't hide its light. This only played into the hands of those who were planning to attack the mansion, for thanks to this light, they could see every hidden corner of the house. Of course, our hero immediately sensed the presence of strangers and clearly determined that there were 6 of them. Not wanting to disturb Yao Guang, the young man said he was going outside to get some fresh air, but in reality, he wanted to survey the area. When he stepped out into the courtyard at first glance, everything seemed normal, quiet and peaceful, but he knew that danger lurked behind it all. And soon that danger reared its head. 2 men in cloaks lunged at the young man, the blades of their deadly knives glinting. However, they failed to catch the estate's residents off guard as they had planned, and the thought that their plan had been foiled warmed Lin Fei's heart. Activating his magical power, the young man sent all his opponents flying backward. They were taken aback when they encountered such a powerful energy field. After such an attack, not many people remained alive, and those who survived were forced to watch as their comrades were blown to pieces. A man who was lucky enough to survive realized that they had encountered a power that would make the dead envious, for they could no longer suffer. Grabbing his weapon, the dark-haired man told the boy not to come near him. However, there was no courage in his voice at all, and his hands were trembling. Maintaining a calm expression and an authoritative tone, our hero asked who had sent the mercenaries and ordered them to attack the estate. Of course, the man began answering all these questions, for he was terrified. He said they were part of the night killers and worked for money, so they never revealed the client's name. Allowing his power to build in his hands, Lin Fei concentrated it in one spot and said that since this man possessed no information, he could be killed. At that moment, residents began to emerge from the house. Hearing what the killer had said, Wu Mulin was shocked, for the night killers were the largest organization of hired assassins in the country. Everyone was distracted from the conversation by a phone call. It rang on a cell phone that was splattered with its owner's blood. It was the killer's phone, and Mulin decided that if they answered, they might get some information about the clients. Lin Fei agreed with her, so he immediately picked up the phone and answered the call, hoping to get some useful information. An unfamiliar voice on the phone asked if the job had been taken care of. Our hero smirked and reported that he had personally dealt with all the scum. The stranger was furious. He asked if the guy knew what he'd pay for going against the night killers, but these threats didn't scare Lin Fei in the least. He simply said that the stranger had better stay away from him. After saying this, he blocked the unknown number and tossed the phone right where the pile of dead bodies lay. He wanted them to disappear from there as soon as possible. So the guy snapped his fingers and activated his magical energy to help him fulfill this wish. At that very moment, a fierce flame flared up, which in a single second engulfed the bodies of those men who had intended to attack the estate and carry out the contract. While Wu Malin watched in shock as the fire consumed all traces of the murder, our hero asked her if she knew anything about the night assassins. The girl explained that it was the largest group of hired assassins in China. Rumor had it that many masters of ancient martial arts were among them, and their leaders were known as Black Rose, Datura, and Spider Lily. As he pondered what he had heard, an intriguing thought occurred to the young man. What if this largest group of hired assassins were followers of Jingzong? He recalled the story of the youngest son of one of the 5 greatest emperors, who had been possessed by an evil spirit and turned into a werewolf. Later, he founded the first group of Jingzong mercenaries in history. Meanwhile, in a remote district of Chengdu, things were getting restless, as a resident of one of the mansions was shouting that no one had ever spoken to him so disrespectfully. A striking brunette with a beautiful rose tattoo on her leg was furious, for some unknown boy had dared to behave inappropriately. Black Rose was furious that her mercenaries had failed the mission twice. She wanted this problem resolved as soon as possible. When she dialed the number of one of her top subordinates, he was extremely annoyed by the late-night call and asked if the boss never let her people rest. But when the woman offered $2 million for the job, the man asked without further ado who needed to be taken out this time. That night, discontent wasn't limited to the Black Rose mansion. Someone had even decided to smash dishes out of sheer anger. That very same blonde man whom our hero had beaten up the day before was furious because his secretary hadn't found any information about Lin Fei. According to her, he was just an ordinary orphan. Accustomed to Manager Han's outbursts, the girl adjusted her glasses and repeated once more that she had checked absolutely everything and there could be no mistake. The blonde man decided that if there was no information on him, it meant that Ji Chunwei had hired him as a bodyguard to strengthen the protection of Yao Guang, who had recently been the target of an assassination attempt. Banging his fist angrily on the table, the young man said he wouldn't allow some mere bodyguard to compete with him. Needless to say, that had already happened. The next morning, the mansion was quiet. Sunlight illuminated the spacious courtyard, and nothing reminded one of the night's attack. Lin Fei's new day began with important matters. He decided he needed to first pass on Zhang Daolin's spell, though writing it down was quite difficult. Pondering the fate of Dao, our hero thought that he, like the others, had become a celestial being quite early on. After giving Old Man Ji a protective amulet he had drawn himself, the young man explained that this item would ward off threats, as he feared someone might wish to harm the family. Holding a piece of golden paper in her hands, Yao Guang asked in bewilderment what kind of amulet it was, since she had never seen anything like it before. Instead of offering any explanation, Lin Fei simply asked the family members to carry this item with them at all times. Only then could it protect them. After that, he left the mansion to begin investigating this strange nighttime attack. To start with, the young man decided it would be a good idea to get himself a car. These thoughts had barely flashed through his mind when suddenly, right in front of him, a minivan skidded to a halt after veering off the road. However, it hadn't veered off by accident, because in the very next second, 3 burly men got out and asked if the guy standing before them was indeed named Lin Fei. Exhaling irritably, our hero asked these unfriendly guys if they had really been sent by that scumbag Han. He had thought the blonde guy was a little smarter than that. Ignoring these words, the gang leader said that their target was standing right in front of them and that the client was paying 500 for every stab, so they were to turn him into mincemeat. Activating his magical energy, Lin Fei said discontentedly that his murder had been undervalued and he was worth much more. His body began to radiate such a powerful aura that the enemies who had been ready to carry out any order froze in place, afraid to even move. Before 3 of them could even look back, they were already thrown into the air, losing their weapons and their dignity along with them. No one had expected such a powerful attack. So when Lin Fei began moving toward them, those who hadn't been injured tensed up terribly, realizing that now it was their turn. And so it happened. A single powerful kick literally slammed the gang leader right into the van they had arrived in. The display of power was so brutal and obvious that the mercenary leader was simply in shock and trembling all over, wanting to get as far away as possible as soon as he could. Seeing the state his accomplices were in, the leader asked in horror if the person standing before him was actually human, for his strength was simply incomprehensible. By this time, the police were already driving down the neighboring street. It seemed that one of the passers-by had managed to see the fight and call the authorities. So very soon, 3 police cars surrounded our hero and the van full of people who had dared to attack him right in the middle of the street. And at that moment, Lin Fei realized that these people weren't there to protect him because the attackers were plants and had staged everything to make it look as if he were the instigator of the fight. The police pointed their guns at him and ordered him to stay put with his hands up. And then the hero realized he had simply been set up. To clear up this misunderstanding, our hero dialed the right number and asked to pass on to Mr. Zhang the information that there was a corrupt rat among his men who was causing trouble. When he put his phone away, the police officers began wondering who this Mr. Zhang was. Some speculated that he was the head of the department. Despite these speculations, the young man was still handcuffed and led toward one of the police cars. The Qingyang District Police Commander, whose name was Liu Shenghao, stated that the young man was being taken to the station because he had intentionally harmed people. When they arrived at the police station, the man who had escorted our hero said he knew full well that the young man was merely a victim. He himself didn't understand why the sergeant had decided to arrest him. Glancing at the officer out of the corner of his eye, Lin Fei said that he was a very good person, then asked his name. Patting the young man on the shoulder, the man said that right now he'd better think about himself. Meanwhile, his boss had called Director Han and reported that Lin Fei had been apprehended. This news greatly pleased the fair-haired scoundrel, who was assured that the police would make sure Lin Fei wouldn't be released anytime soon. After the call ended, the scoundrel laughed and said that their confrontation was over and he had emerged victorious. Today was a very turbulent day at the Chengdu police station, as Chief Zhang had just been informed that they had received a strange call. An employee reported that a man had called identifying himself as Lin Fei and claimed that there was a corrupt official among his subordinates who had arrested him. The boss was annoyed at being interrupted during the meeting. But when our hero's name was mentioned, he slammed his hand on the table because he was extremely annoyed by the situation he found himself in. Rising from his seat, the man shouted loudly, asking what kind of idiot wanted to die, since he had decided to commit such a heinous crime. Meanwhile, our hero had been transferred to the Qingyang district prison. The corrupt official was doing what he had promised his master. The man who had escorted Lin Fei to the cell had promised to try to secure a fair investigation. But for now, the young man was forced to sit there. As soon as the boy arrived at this place, people immediately took an interest in him, since there weren't that many newcomers here. The prison boss, whose name was Brother Hai, spoke to him right away. It was clear what kind of status this man had, since his so-called servants were all around him. Everyone immediately noticed that they hadn't even bothered to remove the boy's handcuffs, and he was forced to sit in them. The leader took this as a sign that the young man needed to be treated with respect. This notion was also confirmed by the fact that the guards hadn't intimidated him or told him to behave himself. These words did not scare the young man at all. He demonstratively and very nonchalantly scratched his ear and asked what the leader meant. Cracking his knuckles, the man ominously declared that he had only one thing to say. Everyone here was there for a reason, so if push came to shove, they shouldn't be surprised by their cunning. To immediately set boundaries and show his strength, Lin Fei decided to demonstrate that he was not to be trifled with, for his response could come too quickly and unexpectedly. The punch to the face was so fast and powerful that the leader didn't even have time to defend himself or dodge to the side to avoid becoming a victim of the attack. The guy knocked out his opponent's tooth and left him bleeding. But in doing so, he expressed his hope that everyone sitting there would pay for their cruelty. This altercation was overheard by that very police officer, Liu Shenghao, who immediately reported to Director Han that the guys in the cell had already taught Lin Fei a lesson. He also promised to make sure that his fellow inmates dealt with him properly and showed him that he was worthless here. Meanwhile, another police car was speeding through the city streets, and the man inside was fuming, for in all his years in a leadership position, he had never seen such idiots. The officer driving Chief Zhang urged him to calm down, since they would soon arrive and sort out all the problems. When he asked who this Lin Fei was, since everyone was so worried about him, the chief said that it wasn't this guy who was bothering him, but the corrupt official whose life was now in danger. At that moment, Liu Xinghao summoned his subordinate. He decided not to waste any time and ordered him to immediately file a report on Lin Fei's crime, since he needed to report it to higher authorities. However, the police officer refused to do so, arguing that it was obvious those scoundrels were scum and their words could not be trusted. This disobedience greatly angered the chief. He said that since he had ordered the paperwork to be filled out, it must be done. Unless, of course, his subordinate wanted to become an accomplice. Just then, the police chief burst into the office and shouted, "Has Liu Xinghao really had enough of living?" The man's courage vanished in an instant. With a trembling voice, he asked how the chief had ended up there. The police officer began to explain that he hadn't done anything wrong and certainly wasn't looking for trouble. But Mr. Zhang wouldn't listen to him, accusing the scoundrel of conspiring with a shadowy gang to frame a man who was completely innocent. He ordered his subordinates to immediately arrest the unworthy police officer, who had forgotten that they were supposed to protect the people, not prey upon them. The man was stripped of his police uniform, but he kept begging to be released, admitting that he had made a mistake, but insisting that he was not a criminal. "Pay no attention to Liu Xinghao's cries," said Mr. Zhang. He approached the conscientious police officer and ordered him to take him to the detainee, Lin Fei. As soon as Xinghao realized that the chief even knew the prisoner's name, cold sweat ran down his back and across his face, for Han Yanxi had said they were dealing with an ordinary security guard. Now he understood that ordinary guards wouldn't be treated this way, because as soon as he had put this man in jail, Chief Zhang had personally rushed over to get him out. Approaching the cell, the man explained that the prisoner had been placed with particularly violent inmates who could do something terrible in as little as half an hour. But he hadn't expected to see what he saw. It sent him into a state of shock. After all, not only had Lin Fei not been harmed, but he had also managed to become the leader of that cell in just the measly half hour he had spent there. As soon as our hero saw Mr. Zhang enter the cell, he immediately stood up from his seat and told the man that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Looking closely at this young man, Zhang remembered that in his youth, the great Lin had also looked young. Now he was a mature man, yet the sage remained just as youthful. This could only be a sign of true divinity. Bowing, Zhang greeted the gentleman, then admitted that his subordinate had made a mistake and would be held accountable to the full extent of the law. The prisoners who saw the police chief talking to the young man were simply shocked, for they could not even imagine that they were sharing a cell with such a respected person. Meanwhile, things were a bit tense at Han Yanxi's mansion, as the blonde man couldn't get through to Liu Xinghao, whose phone was turned off. The young man was getting nervous and didn't understand why the police officer was taking so long to process that unfortunate security guard he'd ordered to be dealt with. Suddenly, his phone rang with a call from Uncle Luo. It was the first time he'd ever called him, and this caused him some anxiety. Hoping to hear some good news, the young man answered. He thought his uncle was calling to assign him an important task or promote him at work. However, that didn't happen. Uncle was yelling at Han so loudly that he had to pull the phone away from his ear. The man said his nephew had done a lot of foolish things and ordered him not to bring up any more issues related to Lin Fei. Adopting a bored tone, the young man said there was no need to make such a fuss over an ordinary security guard, but his uncle explained that he was no ordinary employee. Otherwise, Zhang wouldn't have come to pick him up personally. When the blonde man found out that the police chief had personally stripped Liu Xinghao of his uniform and released Lin Fei, he was simply stunned, as he couldn't fathom where that guy had gotten such connections. Sinking onto the couch, Han realized he was feeling sick, because every fiber of his being told him he was in deep trouble. Meanwhile, rumors of what had happened at the police station were already gradually spreading throughout the city. When there was a knock on Ji Chunwei's office door, he immediately told the visitors to come in, even though he hadn't planned any business meetings for today. Our hero entered with a slow but very confident stride, as if he felt like the master of the entire city. He remained silent and did not yet explain the reason for his visit. Surprised by Lin Fei's unexpected visit, the man immediately jumped to his feet and asked how he could help the young man, since he had clearly come for a reason. Looking closely at the young man said that he could offer him a position, and this phrase didn't sound like a question at all, but rather a statement. However, this did not bother Mr. Ji in the least, nor did it humiliate him in any way, for this man of God had come to his company, and he considered it an incredible stroke of luck. Without hesitation, Father Yao Guang immediately asked the young man what he thought about the position of vice president of this company, which happened to be vacant. Shaking his head, Lin Fei said that he wasn't interested, since he wanted to become his daughter's personal bodyguard. The man's voice faltered, He said he was, of course, all for it, but he had to explain that Yao Guang was not in the best of health at the moment. She suffered from a mild case of androphobia, meaning she was afraid of men. After listening carefully to this story, our hero asked where the girl had gotten this condition, for which the family had been unable to find a cure. Then her father explained that when his daughter was 9 years old, she had been kidnapped. He had wanted to pay a ransom for her, but the villains weren't interested in money. The kidnapper rejoiced that he had finally found the reincarnated ruler Yao Guang, and that no one would interfere with his plan. At that moment, the room filled with an ominous aura. It emanated from Lin Fei, and it wasn't hard to guess that the young man was thirsting for blood. Most likely, he wanted to deal with those who had threatened the girl. Mr. G tried to calm his guest, saying that no one had harmed his daughter, but the aura was so overwhelming that he had absolutely no strength left to endure it. At that moment, a real storm was raging inside our hero, for he had been immortal for 200 million years, and his disciples all over the world had been searching for Yao Guang for 3,000 years. However, it was now becoming clear that one of them had found the girl long ago and had not only kept it a secret, but also harbored evil intentions. He wanted to punish the traitor right then and there. The young man immediately asked if this person had any distinguishing features. The man explained that the kidnapper was dressed in a floor-length black robe and wore a mask. The gentleman also explained that his daughter had been saved only thanks to the superb protection of grandfather Wu Malin, who risked his life to cast a shamanic spell and severely wounded the criminal. After the villain was wounded, he had no choice but to flee, but this incident cast a dark shadow over Yao Guang's heart. Sadly, lowering his eyes to the floor and exhaling nervously, Ji said that if this man returned again, no one would be able to save his beloved daughter. However, our hero disagreed with this statement. He declared that if that scoundrel dared to show up, he would reduce him to a pile of ashes. These words calmed the man somewhat, so he bowed gratefully and said he would inform the company of Lin Fei's new position. While all this was happening, our hero went to the company president's lounge and, sitting on the sofa, calmly sipped his tea. He thought only of the fact that sooner or later he would find this mysterious masked man who had decided to cross his path. Right now, the security department was in an uproar because the employees had seen that there was some unfamiliar guy in President Ji's lounge. The head of security, whose name was Liu Long, was furious. He decided to go and kick out this kid who thought the rules didn't apply to him. Another employee reported that it seemed to be the very same guy who had beaten up director Han Yanxi. This news actually pleased the head of the department, as he realized that thanks to this reckless and insolent young man, he would be able to get a promotion. Meeting Mr. Han right at the door to the break room, the security guard reported that Lin Fei had gotten so cocky that he'd snuck into the executive break room. He suspected the guy wanted to poison the blonde man. Without a second thought, Han struck the man hard across the face, asking how he dared to mistake a noble gentleman for some kind of criminal. All the security guards who had rushed into the room froze. No one knew how to react or why they weren't allowed to throw out some unknown Mr. Lin. Grabbing the head of security by the hair, the blonde man apologized to our hero and said it was his mistake since he had trained the staff incorrectly, after which he offered his apologies. With a casual wave of his hand, Lin Fei said that nothing serious had happened, so the security guards were free to leave the premises. Giving Lulun a kick, Han ordered him to get out of there, because if something like this happened again, the entire security team would be fired. After that, he turned to our hero and asked him not to hold a grudge against the men, since he too had behaved disrespectfully at first, all because he didn't know who was standing before him. The young man's gaze grew stern. He asked if Han and Si really thought he could apologize to him while standing. These words made Han immediately bow and apologize once more to Lord Lin, since he had caused him so much trouble. While he stood bowing, our hero didn't even glance at him, which caused the young man to feel bewildered and inwardly angry at this public humiliation. Getting the hint, he dropped to his knees and apologized again, hoping that this time Lin would forgive him and the humiliation would end. Finally, Lin turned his stern gaze upon him and said that now the foolish lad could get lost and stop bothering him. The humiliation had come to an end, and this made the fair-haired young man incredibly happy. He began to thank the merciful gentleman. As soon as he stepped out of the office, he breathed a sigh of relief. It was hard to fathom what kind of power this man held, capable of reaching Director Zhang himself with a single phone call. As he walked out into the park to clear his head, Han could think of nothing but how, when he had spoken with Lin, the man had looked at him as if he were nothing more than an insect. It was in this very park that Sun Hao stood with a gorgeous bouquet of scarlet roses. The girls who saw him sighed wistfully and envied the one he was waiting for. His colleague Hao Mingjae haughtily remarked that if Sun wanted to meet up with a girl, he could just call her. Walking over to his car, Sun Hao just smiled and said that his friend didn't understand women at all, because Yao Guang was special. Meanwhile, the girls had just finished work and were heading out for a break. They were laughing and chatting cheerfully, paying no attention to anything around them. As soon as Sun Hao saw her, something inside him flipped. His eyes literally lit up with hearts and complete adoration for this girl. Rushing over to Yao Guang, the guy presented her with a bouquet and said he'd come to check on her, since he'd heard she'd been seriously ill, and then he invited her to a restaurant. The girl looked at him with a hint of bitterness and said that nothing would come of it, since her parents were waiting for her at home. The bouquet seemed heavy to her, so she asked Milan to help her. Disappointed, Mr. Sun handed the bouquet to her assistant, who thanked him for his concern and for the beautiful flowers. Not giving up, the guy suggested going to the Gongju Club tomorrow, since their companies had a joint project, so it was a great chance to discuss everything. After a moment's thought, Yao Guang agreed, saying that if Mr. Sun didn't mind, they could go. She didn't really want to, but she understood they had business together and it wouldn't be right to just brush him off. When Wu Malin asked what she should do with that huge bouquet, the girl curtly replied that she could just throw it away. Of course, Sun Hao was angry when these words reached his ears. He couldn't understand how this girl could allow herself to be so arrogant with him. After a hard day's work, it was very pleasant to be away from work and do the things she loved but never had time for. Yao Guang decided to try archery and, taking up the proper stance, asked him to check if she was standing correctly so she could make an accurate shot. Shaking his head, Lin Feng said that her stance left much to be desired and that she was unlikely to hit her target. Sun Hao and his friend watched the scene unfold. They were curious about who this guy was, since he had also been hanging around the girl yesterday. Their bodyguard reported that he had no knowledge of such information, since he had arrived with Yao Guang that morning. This news did not please Mr. Sun at all, and he asked if his bodyguard was implying that this guy and Yao Guang had spent the night together. Flicking his cigarette butt right at the bodyguard's feet, the guy ordered him to find out absolutely everything about this stranger immediately. Putting on a friendly face, Sun approached our hero and extended his hand in a friendly manner, introducing himself and asking the young man's name. Without returning the handshake, Lin Fei gave his name and said he worked as Yao Guang's bodyguard, so she was now completely safe. Laughing loudly, Hao Meng began to speak disrespectfully, saying that they were dealing with a mere bodyguard, whereas he had thought they were speaking with someone important. The guy started making lewd remarks to our hero and saying that if he worked for him, he'd get paid many times more than what the Ji family was paying him. Right at that moment, Lin Fei and Yao Guang had similar thoughts. They thought the guy standing before them was quite the scoundrel. Ignoring his friend's words, Song Hao asked if the guy knew how to shoot a bow. If so, he suggested they have a little competition. The girl wanted to say that her bodyguard couldn't do anything, so they shouldn't mess with him. But Lin immediately agreed, since he didn't see anything wrong with a contest. Concerned, Yao Guang quietly whispered to her bodyguard that they just wanted to make fun of him, since Sun Hao had been practicing archery for many years and wanted to humiliate him. Our hero told her that he understood this perfectly well himself. He hadn't practiced much lately, and when he fired his only arrow, it hit a three-toed crow. Embarrassed by this story, the heroine kept trying to figure out where he had found that very three-toed crow, since she had never seen such birds before. Anticipating his own triumph, Sun picked up his bow and said they would shoot from a distance of 300 meters just to warm up a bit. The guard was shocked, since that was quite a distance, but his friend just grinned and said not to underestimate the opponent. Agreeing to this proposal, our hero said that his opponent shouldn't complain later, after which he clarified that he planned to shoot from a distance of 500 meters. These words surprised everyone who heard them so much that the guys thought they were dealing with a real madman who had seriously overestimated himself. Smiling wryly, Sun asked if the guy really wanted to make a fool of himself, since he clearly knew nothing about the art of archery. This contest caught the attention of the girls nearby. Now they looked at Sun with genuine adoration and wished him victory. A whole crowd of female fans gave the guy confidence, and without a moment's hesitation, he released his first arrow, certain of his victory. 3 arrows hit the target, landing in the 7th, 5th, and 6th rings. In total, he scored 19 points, a nearly perfect result. Hao Meng praised his friend, saying he had performed at a world-class level and earned excellent scores with just 3 arrows. When it was Lin Fei's turn, he was reminded that he had wanted to shoot from a distance of 500 meters. Taking his bow in hand, our hero said he didn't want to humiliate his opponent, who had scored his points with 3 arrows, so he used only 2 arrows, and he wasn't going to look at the target either. Sun's fans thought the young man was bluffing, since it was impossible to hit the target without looking at it, let alone with just 2 arrows. Closing his eyes, Lin released the bowstring and trusted his own inner sense, which was supposed to lead him to victory. And he was right, because the arrow hit the bullseye, not the rings around it, but the very center of the target. The second arrow followed immediately and struck the first one, splitting it in 2. The sight was simply amazing. The speed at which the arrows flew was so powerful that they pierced right through the material the targets were made of. Seeing this, Sun Hao's fans were simply shocked and couldn't believe their eyes. They thought it was cheating and wanted the results reviewed. The young man's skill was so evident that many people even wanted to ask him for an autograph, as he had managed to make a huge impression on those around him. Approaching his opponent, Lin Fei announced his results, saying that he had scored 20 points with 2 arrows from 500 meters, while his opponent had scored only 19 with 3 arrows, and from 300 meters at that. Realizing that the competition was effectively over, our hero stopped paying any attention to Sun and asked what his companion wanted to eat for lunch. This behavior greatly angered Sun Hao, who couldn't believe that this scoundrel didn't care about him at all and was already thinking about what he would eat for lunch. His friend also decided that this guy had crossed the line and told Sun that he would order his men right now to teach him a lesson he would remember for a long time. But Sun said there was no need to do anything. The Ji family only seemed untouchable, but their products might not keep up with the market, and he would make sure of that. While the guy was making plans in which Yao Guang was crawling to him, begging for forgiveness, the girl was having lunch with our hero. Scrolling through social media, Lin Fei came across a video of him shooting. It seemed someone had filmed it and posted it online, and now he was famous. Users were thrilled, and some even asked if the guy was actually human, but absolutely everyone admired him. But the guy wasn't the least bit interested in what these people thought. He was much more curious about what Yao Guang was thinking right now, as she looked very serious. The urge to touch her was so overwhelming that the guy reached out to her, but the girl immediately flinched and blushed. Not expecting such a sharp reaction, the young man asked what was wrong with her since she was reacting in a very unusual way and seemed overly timid. Not wanting to explain her reaction, Yao Guang said that Sun Hao was clearly very angry since he hadn't replied to her messages or calls. She explained that they had been discussing a partnership between their families, but the young man's father wanted her to marry his son. These words stirred up inner anger in our hero, since he saw the girl only as his wife, but he hid these feelings and asked if he could help in any way. Turning away in embarrassment, the young lady said he shouldn't even try, since he clearly couldn't do anything to help with her problem. The young people returned home after it had grown completely dark. The girl immediately went to tell her parents she was home, and her bodyguard apologized for the disturbance. None of the residents of the house paid any attention to the unfamiliar light-colored car parked nearby. A man got out of it and kept a close watch on the area. This man decided he needed to carefully study the target for which the Black Rose was willing to pay a full 2 million. When morning came, the house was still quiet and peaceful, with bright sunlight streaming through the huge panoramic windows. Over a cup of morning coffee, the head of the family told his daughter that today they would pay a visit to the Ji family together, and she agreed without hesitation. Realizing that he didn't want to let the girl go unsupervised, Lin Fei asked if he could go to the meeting with them. However, Ji Chunwei said he didn't want to burden the young man, since he and Yao Guang had business matters to discuss with their partners, and they wanted the meeting to take place without prying ears. As soon as they left the house, her father asked his daughter if she understood the purpose of this meeting, and she replied that she knew everything, but hadn't expected these people to be so unscrupulous. She knew full well the story of how, at the very beginning, they had put the corporation at risk to help these people through a crisis, and now they were making their lives difficult. After that, the girl decided to ask her father if he was thinking of marrying her off to Sun Hao. The man's face grew stern, and his lips pressed into a tight line. Mr. Ji said that they didn't need to go that far, since he simply wanted a fruitful partnership with them and hoped for their agreement. The young lady heard the news that her father was going to offer them 1 billion, and that was in addition to the main collaboration. By doing so, he was dooming their family to bankruptcy. With an exasperated sigh, the man said that his daughter didn't understand anything. Their relationship with Sun Hao was merely a pretext. They needed to get rid of the securities, and the already signed contracts and new orders wouldn't be long in coming. The girl tried to think ahead and asked anxiously what would happen if those people weren't satisfied with what her father was offering. Meanwhile, Wu Malin decided to do a little training in the courtyard. She wanted to keep her physical condition in perfect shape at all times. Her movements were sharp and powerful, but she lacked confidence and practice. Lin Fei noticed this immediately, and everything became clear to him. He realized that the girl was only at the very beginning of her development, so it was no surprise that she had to run away from that crowd of thugs. Our hero decided to tell the girl what he remembered about how her grandfather had succeeded in protecting Yao Guang, so he decided he would help her with a few things. After saying this, he waved his hand and said that right now he would show her the so-called secret technique of Linshan, which could help her in the future. This was an example of the highest art of the 10 Linshan shamans. They used it back when they had to defend themselves together. When the girl realized that a single touch had imparted to her the knowledge of the secret of the 1,000-year-old technique, she fell to her knees and began to thank him. But our hero told her there was no need for that. He ordered her to continue training, and she obeyed. But now she realized that her power had grown even greater, and it was as if ancient shadows were swirling around her. And then the girl realized that she had truly managed to break through to the intermediate level, even though she had been striving for this for quite some time, yet had seen no success until that moment. The one who had been closely watching the estate recognized this young lady and realized that she was one of the two who had managed to defeat an entire gang back then. A man in rather extravagant attire said with a smirk that the girl turned out to be quite a character, and this added interest to the story. Very soon, the Ji family arrived at the villa of the esteemed Sun family, who had not expected such an early visit and were a little surprised. Sun Qinyan greeted Mr. Ji and immediately informed him that if they wanted to discuss business, they should speak with his son, as he had handed over the affairs to him. After that, they went to the living room, where Sun Hao was already waiting. He said that current prices for microchips were very high, and Mr. Ji needed to add a few more billion. The quoted price of 2 billion came as a huge shock to the man. He felt it was simply too much. His daughter realized her father wasn't ready to hear such figures, and she knew she had to help him. Sipping her tea calmly, Yao Guang said that they could only offer 1 billion, and she also asked the young man not to take what had happened the day before to heart. Then the young man stated that the partnership between their families wasn't based solely on money. He admitted that he liked the girl, and if she agreed to marry him, he could throw in 1 billion as a gift. However, Yao Guang's father strongly disapproved of this proposal. He believed that business was business, and whether or not to marry was a personal choice that shouldn't be mixed with business matters. Upon hearing that this man had no intention of trading his daughter for a discount, Sun Hao shrugged and said that the family could leave, since he had nothing more to offer them. Just as the girl was reaching the door, Sun Hao suddenly asked her to stop, and she froze in place, looking at him intently. Casually tossing the key into her hands, he told her she could come to him as soon as she changed her mind and did what was best for her family. Licking his lips lewdly, the guy made an obvious hint, saying that the girl should come exclusively in the evening. Of course, no one agreed to this proposal, and the Ji family immediately got into their black car, which was parked near the entrance. They reached their mansion very quickly, and the girl immediately headed to her room, completely ignoring Lin Fei, who noticed that her eyes were red, as if she had been crying. Realizing that the Sun family and that insufferable rich kid were to blame for everything, our hero crushed a cup in his hands in anger and asked what had happened at the meeting. Turning to the young man, Yao Guang replied that everything was fine. She was just a little tired and now wanted to rest in peace. At that point, Mr. Ji joined the conversation, saying that, to tell the truth, the unscrupulous son of the Sun family had made demands of his daughter. He wanted to marry her. Sitting at a small coffee table, the man recounted the story of their visit to the Sun family. When Lin Fei learned the whole truth about this visit, anger flooded his body so intensely that he crushed a second cup in his hands. Emitting his ominous, overwhelming aura, he declared that he would destroy that worthless worm right then and there for daring to propose to Yao Guang. But then, after calming down a bit, he realized that if he did that now, the Sun family would turn even more against the girl, so he needed to act cautiously and not reveal himself. Dispersing his aura slightly, the young man restrained himself, then decided to ask whether the Sun family was truly the only one in the country that produced such microchips. Mr. Ji replied that there were others. For example, the wealthiest family in the Southwest, the Yaos, produced much higher-grade microchips, though their technology was unique and very expensive. Smiling, our hero remarked that the Yao family had managed to do quite well for themselves in this unstable world and find their place. Not understanding exactly what the young man meant, The man snapped to attention and asked what he was talking about. Using a burst of his power to repair the fragile cup, the young man explained that the Yao family had been worshipping him for over 4,000 years. So now, sipping tea from the fully restored cup, our hero promised Mr. G that he would settle the matter and that the man need not worry. The events take us to a factory in Germany where someone was very surprised that the god Lin himself had sought him out, saying he needed help. A man in special protective gear reported that the Yao family was ready to go on a deadly mission for Lin Fei's sake. But our hero told Yao Zichen that all he needed was a microchip. Upon hearing this news, Mr. Yao's tone changed immediately, and Lin Fei asked in surprise, "Doesn't he want to help him here?" However, that wasn't the case at all. The man simply didn't think that the great Lin would come looking for him over such a trifle. He said he would return to China in half a month and then give the microchip to the G family. Upon hearing these words, Mr. G immediately jumped to his feet and began thanking the young man for helping his family get out of a difficult situation. Meanwhile, the man reflected on the fact that Yao Zicheng hadn't even mentioned a price. He realized that if Lin was interested in his daughter, his family was incredibly lucky, and he wanted to arrange a dinner for the young couple. Their conversation was interrupted by a loud knock on the door. Someone was shouting and calling out to Yao Guang, urging him to open the door immediately. It was Sun's friend, who said he'd been sent there to give her something, and if she didn't open the door, she'd miss an important event. The guy was holding an invitation to President Qing's birthday party. Sun was going there and was offering the girl the chance to go with him. Stepping out of her room, Yao Guang declared that she'd rather die than go with this insolent guy. She didn't want them to be seen in the same room, let alone together. Of course, Hao Meng hadn't expected to hear a refusal, since he'd assumed the girl would come running to them like an obedient little dog being offered a treat. But Yao Guang also understood that she shouldn't anger the Sun family any further, since their conflict had already dragged on for too long. She said she would accept the invitation and go to the party, but she refused to be Sun Hao's date. Laughing, the young man said that the girl had made the right choice. But just as she reached for the envelope, he deliberately dropped it on the floor, saying his hand had slipped. Noticing her bodyguard, Hao Meng ordered him to come over immediately and help the young lady pick up her invitation from the floor. Realizing that something bad was brewing, Wu Malin looked closely at Lin Fei and asked him to let her pick up the envelope. Our hero ignored this request and said that Hao Meng could show a little respect and pick up what he had dropped himself. Deliberately stepping on the invitation with his dirty foot, the guy said that unfortunately he couldn't bend down, since he had accidentally strained his back today. After that, the young man said that the G family was finished and that a mere security guard dared to speak so disrespectfully to important people. Our hero was so fed up with listening to this smug talk that instead of answering, he simply punched Hao Meng with such force that the latter coughed up blood. After the blow, Lin Fei asked haughtily if the boy hadn't claimed he couldn't bend over, since he had now handled the task quite well. Shaking all over, the rich kid couldn't believe it had actually happened. He said his attacker would pay for daring to lay a hand on him. To subdue this insolent fool, Lin Fei delivered another kick, this time flipping the guy onto his stomach and stomping hard on his back, of course to cure him of his made-up illness. Pinning his body to the ground, Lin Fei asked if Hao Meng was finally going to hand over the letter he had brought for Mrs. Yao Guang. Handing the letter directly to Wu Malin, his friend Song Hao couldn't understand what this guard was getting up to and why the G family was merely encouraging it. Of course, the fair-haired man in the extravagant suit continued to watch all this. He had even begun tailing them after dark. He didn't consider Lin Fei all that dangerous. But as for Wu Malin, he thought she was exceptionally talented. She was someone to be wary of. He wanted to know just how strong the girl was, so he decided he needed to send someone to find out more about her. To do this, he called Black Rose in the middle of the night. She wasn't asleep and was very busy with her personal life, so she was unhappy that someone wanted to send Bai Zhan on a reconnaissance mission. The fair-haired man said that Bai Dong needed to find out how strong Wu Malin was. He threatened that if Black Rose didn't agree, her husband would find out what the two of them had been up to with this man. Taking the phone from the dark-haired beauty's hands, Bai Dong replied that he understood everything and would definitely do as the blonde man wished. After that, the couple was finally able to put their phones away and get on to more interesting things. The next morning, the mansion staff reported that the esteemed Qing Fen had arrived for a visit. Upon hearing this news, our hero decided that he would have to take a break from the board game he had been so engrossed in. As soon as the man approached the table where the young man was sitting, the latter immediately asked if the medicine he had given had worked so quickly. He explained that finding the necessary medicinal ingredients hadn't been easy, But this time he had come to invite Lin Fei to the celebration, after which he handed over an envelope. Without hesitation, the young man said he would definitely come, not because he wanted to attend the event, but because Yao Guang would be there, which meant he had to be there too. Placing the invitation on the table, the gentleman began to thank Great Lin from the bottom of his heart for bestowing such an honor upon him. Not wanting to let his guest leave, our hero invited him to sit down and play a game of the board game he was so passionate about. Embarrassed, the man said that he couldn't even master ordinary checkers, and this game was all the more too complicated for him. As he moved the pieces, Lin Fei remarked that the issue was not Mr. Qing's stupidity, but rather that life is too short and people cannot learn absolutely everything. Bowing, the man thanked the great Lin for showing him such wisdom and mercy in deciding to let him go. Meanwhile, an unfamiliar car pulled up to the mansion, which meant a new guest had arrived, one whom no one had invited. It was none other than the red-haired lover of the Black Rose, whose name was Baijian. As soon as he stepped out of the car, he immediately began calling out for Wu Malin and challenging her to a fight. But instead of the girl, the guest was met by Lin Fei, who immediately recognized the man from the Bai family. So he asked if the uninvited guest knew that Yao Guang had recently lost consciousness. Lighting a thick cigar, the man frowned and asked what nonsense the young man was spouting. He explained that he had heard the young lady had been poisoned, but didn't understand what this had to do with him. After saying this, the man activated his magical energy and waved his hand. Paying no attention to this, our hero asked if Baizhen had really come here to challenge Wu Moling to a fight. Materializing a card with an inscription in his hands, the man met Lin Fei's gaze and said that he was here for exactly that reason. He then threw the card toward the young man and told him to give it to the girl whose strength he was eager to test. The card was thrown with such incredible force that it slammed into the column behind him, clearly leaving a massive dent in it. Smiling, Baizhen remarked that he really liked the fact that the young man hadn't even batted an eye when the structure behind him was damaged. When he asked who was standing before him, Lin Fei simply replied that he was just a security guard for the young lady. Not wanting to waste time on some bodyguard, the red-haired man made an obscene gesture and started to leave the estate. Sighing heavily, our hero thought that it seemed he was getting old after all, since even dragons hadn't dared to act so brazenly in front of him before. When evening fell and the sky turned orange from the setting sun, Wu Molin and Yang Guang finally returned home. Pointing his finger at the card stuck right in the crack of the column, the young man told Wu Molin that it was a gift for her. The girl thought that the master himself had decided to give her another gift, and assumed it might be some kind of ancient trick. But when she saw that it was a challenge to a fight, and not from just anyone, but from Baizhen himself, she was simply shocked and could barely utter a word. Her friend was also baffled as to how Wu Molin could have offended that very psychopath from the Bai family, since he had decided to challenge her to a fight. The poor girl started freaking out. She began crying and asking her friend where she could have offended such an influential person, since now he wanted to beat her up. Intrigued by this conversation, our hero asked if this red-haired man was really so strong that he was worth fearing. Then they told him that Baizhen had been practicing martial arts since he was 7, had already reached the initial cultivation level by 12, and had won the Chengdu competition at 18. Yao Guang also added that at 26, he had single-handedly crushed all the renowned martial arts masters. This man had been a thorn in many people's sides. They had even tried to kill him, yet he still didn't have a single scratch on him. Smiling, the young man said that it seemed they were dealing with a very violent man who recognized only strength and knew no boundaries. The tone in which this description was delivered outraged the girls, for to mere mortals, Baizhen was the very embodiment of superhuman power. Holding this challenge in her hands, Yao Guang suggested her friend refuse, but the girl didn't know what to do and looked at the master, who hadn't bothered to turn his head her way. When the young man sensed Wu Molin's insistent gaze, he turned to her and said that Baizhen was no match for her. These words struck the girl so hard that she recoiled and began to insist that the master was mistaken, for she could not defeat such a powerful man. Then our hero reminded her that he was helping her cultivate so she could become a reliable protector for Yao Guang, not so she could hide from danger in corners. He also told her that she was a descendant of great shamans, and then the girl said she understood everything, because if she were intimidated by Baizhen, she wouldn't be able to look her great-great-grandfathers in the eye. After dialing the number listed on the card, the girl contacted the red-haired warrior and informed him that she accepted his challenge. After that, the group chat on the ancient martial arts of the 4 provinces began to be flooded with messages that Wu Molin would fight Baizhen. Delighted that everyone in the chat was outraged that the girl had accepted this fight, the red-haired man smirked and said he couldn't wait for the day of the battle. This also worked out perfectly for the fair-haired man watching the mansion, because once Bai Jin distracted the girl, he would be able to easily finish his mission and take out Yao Guang. Meanwhile, Wu Malin couldn't sit still with anxiety. She asked Lin Fei what he thought her chances were of winning the battle against Bai Jin, and he replied that they were 60-40. This news greatly worried the young lady, since a 60% chance of victory wasn't all that high, and she asked if there was any way to increase that figure. Trying to comfort her friend, Wu Malin said that this estimate was still good. She urged her to think again about how to respond to Sun Hao's proposal, given her chances of winning. Sighing heavily, Yao Guang said that it was too early to make any decision right now, so they would take it one step at a time. Finally finishing his tea, the young man set the small cup down on the table and announced that he could help ensure Wu Malin's victory. Activating his magical energy, Lin Fei declared that this time, he and the girl would focus not on cultivation, but on martial arts. In his opinion, there was only one way to win, known as the Lord's Strike. It was an attack of the northern celestial deity. Having absorbed the ancient knowledge, the girl feared that a single strike could kill Bai Zhang. Now Yao Guang was seriously doubting whether she should let her friend onto the battlefield if the ability bestowed upon her by the master was so brutal. Looking closely at the girl, our hero said that if she didn't want to kill her opponent, she needed to understand that her body wouldn't withstand a single one of his attacks. Leaving the girls puzzled, the young man announced that he was leaving and would return before the Zheng family party began. He wanted to buy a car, since last time he'd run into some thugs. As soon as he arrived at the car dealership, a salesperson immediately approached him and asked what model he was looking at and what price range interested him. After sizing up the young man's appearance, the salesman decided he was dressed too simply and didn't look like he had any money, so he decided to recommend an Alto. Walking up to the white car, he began to say that it was the best fit for the young man, while to himself the salesman wondered if such a poor guy even had 50,000. Noticing the bitter expression on Lin Fei's face, the man thought he didn't even have that much money, so he wondered why he had even bothered to step into this expensive dealership. With an awkward laugh, the consultant asked if the customer would like to look at something else. Inside, he was indignant that this bum was wasting his precious time. Offering another car from a fairly low price range, the salesperson remarked that it was even more suitable for the young man. Gritting his teeth in anger, Lin Fei thought to himself that he was a god, and who would ever guess he was planning to deliver bread in this car? Looking closely at the salesperson, our hero asked if he really knew nothing about cars since he was suggesting something like this. Misinterpreting these words, the salesman said that this was the cheapest car, and if the gentleman wasn't going to buy anything, he should stop wasting his time. Literally burning with inner rage and irritation, Lin Fei said as calmly as possible that he wanted to look at the most expensive cars. Unable to take it anymore, the salesman shouted, saying that the poor man had completely lost his mind since he'd decided to look at something he couldn't possibly afford. But then this angry tirade abruptly cut off because the man sensed something that made him fall silent. He sensed such an overwhelming aura that he literally froze in place, and when the guy asked if he had grown tired of living, the man was completely dumbfounded. At that moment, another consultant arrived and asked in bewilderment what was going on, since she had never seen her colleague in such a state before. After calming down a bit, the guy said he wanted to buy a Rolls-Royce, but the consultant had only been showing him a Ulan. Continuing to complain, the salesman declared that if the customer really bought a Rolls-Royce, he would personally fall to his knees before him. Ignoring her colleague's words, the woman decided to show our hero a limited edition Bugatti Veyron. Their boss didn't think she'd be able to sell it, so he'd put it on display as a show model. The fact that this car cost $25 million didn't deter the guy in the least. On the contrary, he readily pulled out his card and announced that he was buying it. Now it was the girl's turn to be surprised, since she hadn't expected this young man to actually make such an expensive purchase. The sales consultant was practically in hysterics, asking if the guy hadn't woken up yet and didn't understand just how much money was at stake. Mentally waving his bank card in front of the man's face, Lin Fei asked, "Is $25 million really that much?" With a sly smile, the consultant said he wouldn't stand in the way of the purchase, but he wanted to see how this insolent young man would pay for the car. Looking closely at the man, our hero said he was a fool, while the dark-haired girl processed the purchase and was shocked when the payment was approved. While the sales consultant stood there in shock, Lin Fei asked when his new car would be delivered. The girl informed him that it usually took half a day, but since it was late, it would be delivered tomorrow. However, since they were dealing with a VIP customer, the consultant offered to drive the gentleman there herself, so she asked for his address and phone number. The girl even offered to get behind the wheel and drive the guy there without any trouble. But he wasn't interested and said he was willing to wait until tomorrow. The sales consultant was overjoyed because she would receive a commission of $1,000,000 for such a big sale, while her colleague was in despair, realizing that he had deprived himself of such a huge sum of money. Our hero received a call inviting him to join the celebration, since the G family was already there, but he said he would make his own way there. While the taxi driver was driving him, he asked why the young man was heading to that house. Had he decided to work as a security guard? But the young man replied briefly that he was going to dinner. Looking at our hero, people began to whisper and ask who he was. They didn't understand why the Qing family would invite such people to their home. While Lin Fei was looking for his beloved Yao Guang, Hao Meng and his friend Song Hao noticed him. The guys were so outraged by his visit that they started saying that an ordinary security guard had no right to participate in such events. Song Hao found it so unpleasant to be in the same room with this man that he literally wanted to scream with rage. Looking at the artifact on display for all to see, our hero couldn't understand how a family that had spent its entire life worshiping and praying to the Dai people had sunk so low. Wanting to ruin Lin Fei's evening, Hao Meng turned to the security guards and said there was an intruder among them who needed to be escorted out. The young man confidently claimed that the security guard had sneaked into the Qing family's home without even being noticed, and he suggested that the guard intended to steal rare items and sell them. Turning his attention to this insolent man, Lin Fei said that it seemed yesterday's lesson hadn't taught the fool a thing. Hiding behind his friend's back, the rich kid continued to say that this man had broken into the house with the intent to steal, and now he even wanted to start a fight with the one who had exposed his evil schemes. Coming down the stairs, the homeowner asked menacingly who had the audacity to break into his house during the holiday to steal something. But when he saw who everyone was pointing at, he literally froze in his tracks, for he could not forgive his people for such disrespect toward a guest. Meanwhile, Hao Meng began running around the house like a little dog and saying that the thief was over there, pointing at our hero. The boy explained that they were all lucky he'd spotted him in time. Otherwise, the brazen thief would surely have stolen something, but the host paid no attention to his words. To everyone's surprise, Mr. Qing Fei bowed to the man accused of theft and said he was deeply ashamed of his guest's behavior. When the rich kid saw that the head of the largest conglomerate in Chengdu was bowing his head to this ragged man, he was overcome with negative emotions. The man asked Mr. Lin what he should do with that shameless man who dared to slander him, and our hero said they should look over here. Hao Meng began to tremble with fear, for his father had given him the invitation to this evening, and if the host found out that his father hadn't come in person, their family would be finished. Determined to at least try to fix the situation, the young man bowed to Mr. Lin and said that he had been mistaken, so he offered his sincere apologies. Turning his angry gaze on Hao Meng, our hero told the troublemaker to get lost, and the boy was only too happy to get as far away as possible. However, Mr. Qing Feng didn't want to let the matter rest so easily, so he ordered the boy to stop immediately, and the boy froze in terror. The host of the evening recalled that he had invited not the young man, but his father, and if the latter did not deem it necessary to show up here, then from now on he might as well not show up at all. The gentleman demanded that this man write a letter of resignation. Of course, the young man immediately began begging Uncle Qing to give them another chance, but the security guard had already rushed to escort him out of the building, and so he was shamefully thrown out of the Qin family home. Only now did Hao Meng realize that it was all his own fault, his loose tongue, and his desire to get back at Lin Fei. He was absolutely terrified because he knew full well that if his father found out about this incident, he'd be in big trouble, and there was no way his father wouldn't find out. So the boy could only hope for Sun Hao's help. After what had happened, the guest of honor came downstairs and thanked everyone for attending the party in her honor. She was accompanied by Yao Guang, who noticed that Lin Fei was among the guests, smiling happily at her and sipping wine. You could tell by the girl's expression that she was extremely embarrassed. It seems she didn't understand why this guy was invited to such social events. Meanwhile, Sun Hao was watching our hero closely. Inside, he felt anger because he didn't understand where this guy had come from, a guy whom even Qin Fen himself bowed to. A phone call distracted the guy from all these thoughts. It was his friend who was literally begging him to put in a good word for him with the Qin family. However, the guy had no time for him right now, so he simply told his friend to leave him alone and deal with his own problems. He didn't consider him someone worth helping. Meanwhile, Yao Guang was chatting with her friend, who was so observant that she noticed there was a piece of paper inside her pendant. The girl said it was just an amulet. Hearing this, Mr. Qing's daughter recoiled and asked if this charm had really been given to her friend by the charlatan Lin Fei. Our hero overheard these words. Stepping closer, he said that no one had ever called him a charlatan before, so he was curious why the girl had used that nickname. Looking at the young man with a hurt expression, the birthday girl asked if he really didn't want to admit that he was a fraud and incapable of anything. These words didn't sit well with Yao Guang either, who asked Li Shui not to speak that way, since the girl had clearly misunderstood something. After all, this guy had saved her, which meant he wasn't a charlatan. The conversation among the group was interrupted when a man approached Li Shui to congratulate her in person and presented her with a gift in a velvet box. Inside was a limited edition diamond bracelet from Dior. There were only 5,000 of them in the whole world. Everyone envied the girl because of the gift that Sun Hao had given her. After that, the guy walked over to Yao Guang, held out his hand to her, and smiled sweetly, asking if he could ask her out. After his haughty behavior, the heroine didn't even know how to act. But she never had to make a decision because someone else did it for her. Lin Fei took her hand and said that she couldn't invite that girl anywhere, since she was with him. With a malicious smirk, the guy said that he and Mr. Lin had met again, and he admitted that in their contest, the other had proven himself a true genius. The birthday girl was surprised that even Sun Hao knew this charlatan. She was amazed that he was so famous that representatives of the city's 3 wealthiest families knew him. She also explained that it was he who had given Yao Guang a piece of paper with an inscription on it as an amulet to wear. The girl had even ruined a necklace made of genuine amber, and he had also tried to deceive her by pretending to be some kind of saint. After these words, Song Hao bowed respectfully and said he hadn't known that the very same Saint Lin was standing before him. In fact, he had merely been playing a role and didn't believe this boy was anyone of importance. His voice grew louder and louder as the young man wanted to humiliate Lin Fei, so he asked what the saint would give Li Jue for her birthday. People began whispering that they were indeed dealing with an imposter. Song Hao was certain he would expose this charlatan and put him in his place before all of Chengdu's high society. Our hero asked who the guy thought he was, since he'd decided that a mere mortal could dare to lay a hand on a god and get away with it. After these words, Li Shui couldn't take it anymore. She shouted, saying that the young man needed to come to his senses and come down from the heavens to earth, for there was nothing about him that gave him the right to speak to others that way. Her angry tirade was interrupted by Yao Guang. She asked her friend not to say such things, since everyone had clearly heard that it was Sun Hao who had provoked the conflict. Approaching the girl, Sun Hao said that he simply wanted to open her eyes. The thought that she and Uncle Qing had fallen for his deception made him sick. He also declared that today the deception would be exposed, and everyone would learn that Lin Fei was nothing but a liar and a fraud who had been trying to pass himself off as a bodyguard. Rumors began to spread at an incredible speed. People were discussing how Yao Guang and Sun Hao's marriage had fallen apart, and perhaps that was why the guy was so aggressive. Hearing snippets of these conversations, the girl couldn't take it anymore and asked when people had decided that she had agreed to be Sun Hao's wife, since she hadn't said anything of the sort. Approaching Yao Guang, Sun Hao told her to think carefully before answering, since there was nothing wrong with announcing such a joyful event in advance. The heroine was completely unprepared to hear something like that, so she was flustered and tears welled up in her eyes, which she couldn't hold back. She barely managed to whisper a quiet "no." If the girl couldn't give the offender a fitting response, her bodyguard did. He slapped the insolent man so hard that he began coughing up blood. Sun Hao couldn't defend himself at all, so he was sent flying several meters backward and slammed hard into the wall, causing the plaster to crumble. Suddenly, Han Yanqi's laughter interrupted the scene, for he literally saw himself in this guy. Since just a short while ago, Lin Fei had taught him a lesson as well. The guard helped the young man to his feet. The boy was clutching his reddened cheek and was on the verge of tears. He couldn't understand how Lin Fei could have dared to hit him. Looking closely at this rich, insolent young man, our hero asked in a calm tone if he really thought he needed permission to do that. Li Shi intervened, asking angrily why the young man would dare behave this way. After all, hitting guests at her reception was simply unacceptable, and she demanded that security escort him out. However, no one moved, for a firm voice rang out from behind the group, ordering everyone to stop immediately. It belonged to the owner of the estate. The daughter immediately ran up to her father and began complaining that this boy had dared to mistreat her brother Hao and slap him in the face. The birthday girl never expected that the next slap would land on her. She had never seen her father so angry as he was at that very moment. Clutching her face, Li Shui, on the verge of tears, asked her father why he had hit her. Sun Hao, standing behind her, was simply shocked and completely forgot about his own pain. The girl broke down in a fit of hysteria. She cried and asked, "Could my father really bring himself to hit me on my birthday? And on top of that, humiliate me in front of all the guests?" Turning around, Mr. Qing began to walk away without any explanation. No one understood what was happening. The security guards started to calm the young woman down, while Sun Hao just stood there, completely bewildered. The staff froze, unsure what to do, whether to kick Lin Fei out or leave him alone, when their boss shouted, asking why they weren't at their posts. Deciding that Uncle Qing wouldn't just let the situation slide, Sun Hao approached him and demanded an explanation, since he wanted at least some kind of clarification. The enraged host asked what kind of explanation he needed, since he had insulted his esteemed guest at a formal reception and had spread dirty rumors about a marriage to Miss Ji. So any self-respecting man in Lin Fei's place would have done the same. Upon hearing that Mr. Qing had called her Lin Fei's beloved woman, the girl blushed, while our hero savored her sweet expression, which he hadn't seen in a whole millennium. Meanwhile, the host continued the confrontation, declaring that if Sun Hao didn't agree with him, then his father could come, and that would be a completely different conversation. The enraged brunette with a handprint on his cheek asked maliciously if Director Qing really wanted to start a war with the Sun family, since that would benefit no one. The man's anger only intensified. He declared that this was his final word, and if anyone went against His Holiness Mr. Lin, then that person was also going against him. Hearing this, all the guests were simply shocked. They couldn't believe that Qing Fen was so foolish as to be willing to go against the Sun family over some bodyguard. Hananichi was watching our hero closely, trying to figure out just how powerful this Lin Fei was, since all the distinguished families literally bowed down before him. Seeing the many questions on his guests' faces, the estate's owner decided to explain himself. He said that His Holiness Lord Lin was his benefactor, whom he held in the highest regard. Looking at this man, Lin Fei suddenly caught himself thinking that he bore a striking resemblance to his distant ancestor, whose name was Qing Yuntian. But no explanation could quell Song Hao's fury. He declared that Qing Fen would yet deeply regret what he had done, and that it was only a matter of time before retribution caught up with him. As soon as the door closed behind him, the dark-haired man nervously lit a cigarette. He was disgusted that the situation had been framed as if he were some kind of animal, and he promised himself he would take revenge on those who had wronged him. After dialing the number, the young man explained that he needed to teach a certain scoundrel a lesson. He didn't want to kill him, he just wanted the offender to be lying at his feet begging for mercy. To calm down a bit after the unpleasant incident, Lin Fei headed to the study, where the homeowner approached him and said that his daughter would be punished, since he hadn't been strict enough with her before. While examining an old book, Lin Fei stated that there was no need to be cruel to Li Shui, who simply didn't understand anything. Mr. Qing also mentioned that he had heard about what had happened between the Sun and Ji families, so if Lin Fei had any instructions, he could share them, and his family would do everything in their power to help. Glancing at the man, our hero said that he needn't worry about it, since he already had a plan. What Qing really wanted to talk about was far more interesting to him. Deciding not to delay, the estate owner explained that the Bai clan had protected the Qing clan's property from generation to generation, as they possessed a family secret for cultivating martial prowess. But now there was no one left in their family who could practice martial arts. While in the Bai family, masters were emerging one after another. Moreover, they now had an ancient female spider in their possession. Our hero understood perfectly why the man was worried, for his son, Qing Miyu, had already been attacked by a member of the Bai family, and yet in the past they had been the ones protecting them. But now everything had changed. So he decided to present this man with a magical amulet that would help the Qing family preserve their well-being and peace. The man was very grateful for this priceless gift from Saint Lin. However, Lin Fei warned that Li Shui was unlikely to accept any help from him, so if she put herself in danger, he wouldn't be able to help her in any way. When he stepped out of the office, his ears caught an indistinct sound that made him freeze in his tracks and start listening. It was Ms. Li Shui crying. Yao Guang was trying to comfort her, but the girl was too upset that her birthday had been ruined. and by none other than her own father. When Yao Guang saw the young man, she immediately approached him. He asked if she had really given her friend the necklace that was supposed to protect her from all misfortune. The girl nodded affirmatively, saying that Lin Fei might want to help the Qing family, but Li Shui wouldn't accept his help, which meant she would remain defenseless, so she had decided to do exactly that. Looking closely at Lin Fei, she asked with a hint of anxiety in her voice if he would be angry with her for what she had done with his gift. Far from being angry with her, our hero was delighted by the girl's kindness, so he said that such amulets were quite easy to come by. When late evening came, Yao Guang announced that they needed to head home, so the young man followed her without a word. But today, it was clear they wouldn't be able to get home without an adventure, because Sun Hao emerged from the darkness and declared that he was giving Yao Guang one last chance to fix the unpleasant situation. The guy arrogantly declared that if the girl didn't leave with him tonight, there would be consequences for which he had no intention of taking responsibility. Rolling his eyes in annoyance, Lin Fei said that his companion shouldn't pay any attention to this clown, so they could continue on their way home. But the man who had been with Sun Hao blocked their path and asked who the young man thought he was, allowing himself to behave this way towards such a distinguished gentleman as a member of the Sun family. Lin Fei recognized this man as Sun Hao's teacher, whose name was Tao Yin. He also mentioned that he didn't belong to any school or faction, but Yao Guang was now worried that they had run into someone who practiced ancient martial arts. Hearing this, the man smiled and asked if he was really dealing with a self-taught practitioner. He also explained that he had been a disciple of the great Tao Qian, a master who had attained perfect wisdom. The name of this great master greatly intrigued our hero, for he had lived in this world so long that he knew absolutely every outstanding person. Tao Yinu misinterpreted our hero's interest, for he arrogantly assumed that the young man had become terribly frightened and had finally decided to back down and give up on the girl. However, this was not the case at all. Shaking his head, Lin Fei said he had never heard of such a master. This insult greatly angered Tao Yinu, and he wanted to teach the boy a lesson. Activating his magical power, the man asked how a worthless boy dared to insult the good name of his teacher, who had so many achievements to his credit. Noticing the fight breaking out, people began pouring into the street and filming it all on their cell phones. They crowded together, blocking each other's way, all wanting to be part of the spectacle. Noticing this, Sun Hao stopped his mentor, saying that there were a lot of people here and someone might call the police, so they should be more careful. Gritting his teeth in anger, Sun Hao hissed that Lin Fei could consider himself very lucky because their battle hadn't taken place today, but that didn't mean it would always be that way. Soon, they would clash again. These words meant nothing to our hero, but he noticed that his companion was literally trembling with fear. The whole situation was taking a heavy toll on her mental state. Deciding to try putting pressure on her once more, Sun Hao said that today, for the sake of it, he wouldn't touch the guard Yao Guang, but she still had to go with him if she didn't want big trouble. Unable to bear this conversation any longer, our hero said that the Sun family needed to take things a little easier since they had merely developed some outdated microchip that had allowed them to get rich. With a smug grin, the guy said that no one would dare call their microchip outdated. People were whispering and saying that, apart from the Yao family, no one looked down on the Sun family's microchip. The brunette continued to mock them, saying that even if the Ji family were to die out in a single day, all the shareholders, managers, and ordinary workers wouldn't obediently go down with them. Angered, Yao Guang said that all the employees were loyal to their family and that Sun Hao shouldn't even be concerned about this issue. However, an elderly man approached her and said that collaborating with the Sun family was very profitable for them and completely safe. He was a product manager at the G Corporation who advised the young woman to get to know Sun Hao better. These words simply shocked the heroine. She turned to Liu Chen, asking how he could have betrayed them since her family had been so kind to him. With a malicious laugh, the dark-haired rich kid said that the girl should remember that the wise person is the one who understands the laws of social development, because at any moment one can be left without family and public support. He also mentioned that the Sun family wasn't just the production department, but also someone else. After that, he turned toward Han Yingzi, who was walking by. Sun Hao realized that if this fair-haired guy joined him, the girl would start to have more and more doubts about whether she had made the right choice. Needless to say, the blonde was extremely unhappy that his future boss was so openly talking about his betrayal of his previous employers. He didn't want to get involved in this conversation, so he awkwardly told Mr. Sun that he needed to leave immediately, since important matters had come up that he couldn't ignore. Such a display of disrespect and unwillingness to cooperate greatly annoyed the brunette, so he told Han Yanxi to come to him immediately. However, the blonde was already running as fast as he could, because he had helped Sun Hao once before, and it hadn't turned out well for him, so he wasn't about to repeat that mistake now. Watching the guy run away so quickly, another trader remarked that it seemed the CEO really did have some urgent business to attend to, otherwise he wouldn't have been in such a hurry to leave the event. It was at that very moment that Lin Fei said that if the G family started producing higher quality microchips, the Sun family would suffer significant losses and the microchip market would take a serious hit. Striding past haughtily, our hero announced that the Sun family would have to make room and settle for second place. Seeing the look on Sun Hao's face, he asked if the man really didn't believe that was possible. Smiling, the brunette asked if the young man had really fed Qing Feng such nonsense, since he believed that they were dealing with nothing more than a charlatan who wouldn't be able to enter the game. Realizing that his opponent was so self-assured that he wouldn't even entertain the thought that anyone could displace his firm from the market, our hero felt even greater animosity toward him. A former employee of the corporation owned by Mr. G said that they were dealing with nothing more than a hick who dreamed of taking over the Yao microchip, the wealthiest family in the Southwest. All these words annoyed Yao Guang so much that she angrily declared that starting tomorrow, Liu Cheng would be removed from his position and was no longer allowed to come to their company. It was then that the man finally realized he had set foot on such a dangerous path that there would be no turning back, and this frightened him no small amount. However, his worries were immediately allayed by Sun Hao, who promised Liu Cheng not only reinstatement, but also a raise. Young Master Sun said that the man could now return to the celebration and take his word for it that mass unrest would begin at the G Corporation starting tomorrow morning. Walking away from this pair of traitors, Yao Guang tried to convince herself that the rest of the employees couldn't possibly be as worthless as Liu Cheng. But when she woke up the next day, they immediately informed her that things were going very badly, and they needed to come up with a way out of this difficult situation right away. While the girl was brushing her teeth, she listened to the unpleasant news from Wu Malin, who told her that Liu Cheng, along with the board members, had caused a real scandal. Getting ready quickly, she told her friend that they needed to go to the office immediately to at least try to stem the chaos that was inexorably approaching. In the G Corporation Tower, there were rumors that their business was in critical condition and that they could only stay afloat if they reached a compromise with the Sun family. Liu Jing urged absolutely everyone present to agree that the marriage between Yao Guang and Sun Hao was necessary, because only then would they be able to secure the support needed to keep the company afloat. Just then, Yao Guang herself entered the office, the very woman they had already decided to marry off behind her back. As always, her bodyguard was by her side, and his appearance greatly intimidated those present at the meeting. After giving everyone a critical once-over, our hero said with a frown that it seemed everyone he was interested in had gathered here today. Ignoring these words, Liu Qing arrogantly asked why a lowly bodyguard had decided he was allowed to stay at a meeting of top-level board members. However, Director G disagreed with this man, for he had asked Mr. Lin to take a seat at the table and join them. This action outraged the traitor, who indignantly asked what all this meant and why the director had seated the guard in the chairman's seat. His indignation was shared by several other board members. Everyone knew full well that Han Yanxi had already defected to the Sun family side, so Liu Cheng turned to him and asked what he thought about the matter. At first, the blonde man didn't know what to say, since he wanted to sit on both sides of the fence. So he said that Director G had his own reasons for making this decision, and that there was no point in discussing it. The board of directors was shocked because no one expected Han Yanxi to remain silent about the fact that there was an ordinary security guard among them. The men thought the guy had lost his mind too. After a brief glance at the director, Lin Fei asked if he really wanted him to sort out this mess. The man said he would be very grateful if the guy did. Since the young man himself didn't particularly like trouble, he declared that he would handle the matter as quickly as possible. He explained that the company had now split into two factions. Some wanted to join forces with the Sun family, while others remained loyal to Mr. G. Tapping his fingers on the wooden table, Lin Fei declared that anyone who didn't want the G family to bow to the Suns could leave the meeting room. Mr. G personally thanked those who rose from their seats and headed for the exit for their loyalty, shook their hands and assured them that they would not be let down. All these events made Han Anichi doubt his own choice, so it was clear that he was overwhelmed by a multitude of thoughts. At one point, he too rose from his seat and declared that the Han and Z families were ready to share both glory and disgrace together, so he would not relinquish his seat in this corporation. Everyone in the room was surprised by the blonde man's words that he would not insist on the G family bowing their heads. The men couldn't tell if the man standing before them was truly the same guy who was willing to kill for his own gain. But the young man continued to surprise them, saying that he earnestly asked the esteemed shareholders and his father's close friends to leave the meeting room with him. Strangely enough, many heeded his words and decided to back the G family, even though they had previously been certain that the sons would be far more successful. To prevent the rest from being swayed as well, Liu Qing declared that there were too many fools in this room who would kick themselves when the sons took over the corporation. Now our hero turned to those who remained in the office and told them they could get the hell out of the corporation and collect their money from the finance department. Of course, Liu Qing hadn't expected to hear anything like that, so he was very surprised when he realized he might lose his job. To be honest, even Yao Guang wasn't very pleased with this outcome, since the guy wanted to get rid of a huge portion of the board members, without whom the company might simply cease to exist. No one could believe that the guy was planning to fire 2/3 of the entire management team, since that was simply unthinkable and could cause irreparable harm to the corporation. Adjusting his glasses, one of the employees asked if the company could continue to function without firing such a large number of senior executives. These words were spoken by the chief financial officer, who was very concerned about whether the G Corporation would be able to pay them compensation. It seemed to him that the young man simply didn't understand the losses the company would incur by firing so many people. According to his calculations, the payouts would amount to at least 200 million, and this could cause irreparable harm to the company, not to mention the fact that they would permanently lose highly qualified specialists. Throwing a black card on the table, our hero said there were 3 billion on it. He believed that amount would be more than enough to cover all expenses. He was so fed up with listening to these men's nonsense that he asked them to get out of the office as soon as possible, since it felt like there was no air to breathe in the room because of their outbursts. Finally, he told the departing employees that they weren't afraid of death and were engaged in a serious business, so they should take the best possible care of their health. After the unreliable employees finally left the conference room, Mr. G burst out laughing. His daughter didn't understand this behavior since difficult times had come for them. Patting his daughter on the shoulder, her father said he'd caused her quite a bit of worry lately, then informed her that the Yao family had already promised to provide them with microchips, so they wouldn't be at a loss. This news delighted the girl so much that at first she couldn't even believe what she was hearing, for Yao Guang couldn't have imagined that they would have the very best microchips available on the market. The man said that these dreams had become a reality only thanks to Lin Fei, and that, to cover the losses from the dismissal, he had borrowed 200 million. Looking at her bodyguard, the girl couldn't believe that he had secretly pulled off so much, and she hadn't even suspected it or understood his potential. Our hero said there was no need to thank him, since the money had to be returned to the Yao family. The price had just gone up during negotiations, but he would take care of that as well. Nodding, the director said they had resolved that problem, but their company was still without leadership, so they couldn't avoid difficulties in any case. After a moment's thought, Yao Guang asked if the dismissal process didn't take about a month. By then, everyone would know about their joint collaboration with the Yao family, and she thought no one would want to leave the firm. As he got up from his seat, the young man said he would inform Yao Zhichen of this, so the news of their joint venture would soon be made public. The young man decided to go outside and see if his car had been delivered. Watching the young man walk away, Mr. G dreamily thought how wonderful it would be if this man became his son-in-law. Then their family would certainly have no problems. One of the employees who had left the company grinned and offered to give Lin Fei a ride to his destination, assuming the young man clearly didn't own a car. He openly bragged about his BMW, saying it cost a fortune, and the young man could only dream of something like that, since the G family was currently at rock bottom and could hardly afford to pay decent salaries. Just then, our hero's new car pulled up in front of him, and the braggart jumped back in surprise, clearly not expecting to see something so luxurious right in front of him. The salesperson delivered the purchased car and apologized for the delay, saying there had been a traffic jam on the way. The former corporate employee didn't understand why an ordinary driver would be apologized to. Handing the new owner the car registration, owner's manual, and other documents, the woman said he could check everything to make sure the information was correct. Hearing these words, the former employee was simply shocked. He couldn't believe that this car really belonged to the guy, since it was clearly worth much more than his BMW. Showing off the keys to his brand new car, our hero asked if the former employee could repeat what he had said, since the sound of the engine made it hard to hear him. Meanwhile, young Mr. Sun was enjoying the sunny day. He considered himself a winner, since those old foxes from the G family, in his opinion, were in his hands. His father was also very pleased and said that in a few days the G Corporation would belong to them, since only the Yao family's microchips could surpass the ones they manufactured, and they clearly had no intention of cooperating with anyone. Their idyll was shattered the moment the eldest representative of their family burst into the room and shouted, asking if they were aware of what was happening and why they were shamelessly drinking wine there. The old man reported that there was new news about the Yao family. Rumor had it that they had sold their microchips to Huashun at the standard price set by the G Corporation. The elderly head of the family tossed a newspaper toward his relatives. Sun Hao immediately grabbed it to read it and make sure his grandfather was telling the truth, since he couldn't understand how such a thing was even possible. Sun Hao's father immediately jumped up from his seat and asked the old man what they should do now, since it was absolutely clear that they were at a loss and would definitely not be able to take over the G Corporation. Looking closely at his foolish son, the elderly Mr. Sun said that he had come here to ask exactly the same question of those who had caused this chaos. In a fit of rage, Sun Hao tore up the newspaper and shouted that those vile bastards had planned their escape routes in advance and now wanted to openly destroy them. After these words, the old man dropped his cane, which had been helping him stay on his feet. It clattered to the tile floor. Sinking down resignedly onto the edge of the sofa, the man said there was no point in talking about it now, since it was clear that this time their family was in for serious trouble. Inside, Sun Hao was so filled with rage that he simply didn't know how to cope with it. He wanted to know why the Yao family had suddenly decided to cooperate with G, since they had never before provided their microchips to anyone. He also hadn't noticed these two families growing closer in any way before, so he assumed someone had facilitated this, and Lin Fei immediately came under his suspicion. His phone rang, and when he answered, Liu Cheng told him they'd organize a small celebration to mark their victory over the G family, so everyone was just waiting for him to arrive so they could all meet the new boss. That was the last straw that broke the camel's back. He shouted, asking how a man could even think about socializing at a time like this. And besides, he couldn't care less about all those layoffs. Poor Liu Cheng nearly went deaf from that shout. He couldn't understand why young Master Sun was so angry, since he should have been celebrating, but everything was quite the opposite. When the shouting died down a little, the man dared to interject a few words, for he was far too curious to know what had happened to make the young man so furious. But instead of an answer, he saw that his call had been rejected. Liu Cheng couldn't understand it. Had his new boss finally lost his mind, since he'd decided to ignore him? Soon everyone realized what had caused this behavior. One of the former employees had called everyone else to check the Weibo update on their former company's website. There was news that the G Corporation and the Southwest Yao Corporation had signed a cooperation agreement, and now Yao was supplying them with its renowned microchips. Meanwhile, things were very unsettled at Han Yanqi's house. He didn't know if he had done the right thing. The young man feared his father would turn his back on him because he had supported the G family. But on the other hand, if he hadn't supported G, he would have faced Lin Fei's wrath, and that would have meant certain doom for his family. When there was a knock at his door, the blonde boy was startled. He hadn't expected his father to arrive so quickly and assumed the man was already intent on kicking him out of the house. Stepping back, the boy said that his father could beat him or scold him. He would admit to everything. But deep down, he was certain that Lin Fei could cause them far more trouble. Instead of yelling at his son, his father gave him a tight hug and began to praise him. Laughing, he said he was proud of the man Han Yanqi had grown into. The young man didn't understand a thing. He even suspected that his father had lost his mind because of what had happened, since it was very difficult to explain his behavior any other way. Then the man told him the news that Yao and Z had signed a long-term cooperation agreement to supply Huashan with microchips, and now they were on top of the world. The blonde man couldn't even have imagined that this would happen. It was clear from his face that he was shocked, which is why he asked his father to stay as far away as possible from Mr. G's bodyguard, since he was clearly involved in this. Nodding, Mr. Han said he was aware that this Lin Fei had outstanding connections and was capable of many things. His son confirmed that this was exactly the case, and also mentioned that he suspected this very man was behind the cooperation between the Yao and Ji families. Meanwhile, our hero was resting peacefully, but it didn't last long, because Yao Guang burst into the room and announced that it was time for them to leave on business. Without turning his head, he told Wu Malin that she should try not to kill anyone, because he liked the haughty red-haired Baijian. After a while, our heroes found themselves on the ski lifts, which were supposed to take them straight to Mount Xingcheng. Noticing that Lin Fei couldn't take his eyes off the window, Yao Guang assumed he wasn't just enjoying the beautiful scenery, so she asked what was wrong. Without turning his head, the young man explained that he had simply been reminded of an old enemy. He was referring to Zhang Daolin, who had no intention of ascending to heaven until he had destroyed the faith of Bashu Yao. Our hero declared that as long as the lofty Qingcheng mountain stood, they would not see Zhang Daolin, though one couldn't say that was a major drawback. Meanwhile, Wu Malin enthusiastically declared that those who were waiting for them were already at the summit, which meant they would soon arrive and they could meet. Her cheerful mood was dampened by a woman who rudely stopped her and asked whether the girl would be participating or just watching, because if she was a participant, she would have to pay a higher admission fee, and without a ticket, she couldn't enter the venue. It was the first time the girl had encountered a situation where participants had to pay, so she was a little flustered and didn't know what to do to avoid being scammed. But she decided to pay for a ticket anyway, so she could get in without any trouble. There were already so many people gathered there that it was simply amazing how the attendant managed to keep track of whether anyone had slipped in without a ticket. There were so many outsiders that they were blocking the way for the very people this event was intended for, so even the participants were having a hard time getting through. When they spotted the red-haired Baizhang in the crowd, people began to part. The man was calm and smoking a cigarette. It seemed he was surprised that the girl had accepted his challenge. Moreover, her gait was firm, indicating that she had no intention of running away before the fight began, afraid of being beaten. Malin stepped forward and confidently declared that she would fight whoever thought they were better than her in martial arts. She planned to prove that wasn't the case. The crowd roared with excitement as the fighters entered the ring. The event's commentators announced that the broadcast of the Wushu Masters fight would begin very soon and would be shown on social media. To intimidate his opponent and immediately demonstrate his strength, the man performed a single move so powerful that it split the concrete they were standing on. After landing another blow, Bai Zhan declared that this was his way of welcoming the girl to the ring, which could become her grave if she didn't back down right now. He shattered the massive concrete slab with his bare hand into countless small pieces, which now flew straight toward Wu Molin. For a second, the girl was taken aback, as she hadn't expected anything like this. However, she pulled herself together in time and managed to jump out of the way at the very last moment, because a huge boulder landed right where she had been standing just a second ago. A boulder that could have crushed her. She used the largest stone slab as a shield and was now safe as the smaller fragments landed beside her. But she knew this lull wouldn't last long, and after a while, she was convinced that her own thoughts were correct, for she felt the enemy drawing ever closer. With a single swing of his massive arm, Baizhen shattered her makeshift shield, sending it flying into a shower of smaller stones. But Wu Malin managed to dodge his attack. The girl intercepted the next attack as well, and this move did not go unnoticed by her opponent, who thought she was doing quite well. Then Baizhen decided to use his leg and show the girl a couple of moves, but she managed to successfully parry those as well, so effortlessly that it seemed she wasn't putting any effort into it at all. The crowd was amazed. They had never doubted the incredible strength of the frenzied Bai, but now they were intrigued by the girl who was able to parry his strikes. Now it was clear to them why Wu Malin had dared to accept the challenge after all. It was clear that Bai Zhen was now quite angry, so he decided to use a special technique involving his legs, which was supposed to take the girl out of commission. At that moment, Wu Malin realized that she could be seriously injured if she didn't come up with a plan of action right then and there to help her seize the initiative in this fight. The blow was so powerful that everyone around felt a shockwave. One could only imagine what the poor girl, who was right in the epicenter, had gone through. The stones flew in all directions, and those who had been closely watching the fight began to panic and scatter as the cobblestones were flying straight toward where they were standing. However, their worries were in vain, for the master standing among them waved his cane, and all the stones self-destructed right in midair, exploding in a flurry of flashes. Yao Guang and Lin Fei were standing among the guests. It was clear that the worried girl was concerned for her friend, as she kept asking if she would be all right. Her companion was certain that the opponent's strike had not had the desired effect. And he was absolutely right. Soon everyone realized that it was now Wu Malin's turn to counterattack. and the girl had no intention of letting such a wonderful opportunity slip away and was already moving toward her opponent. She used a wide variety of techniques, but so far she hadn't managed to strike her enemy, because he skillfully dodged every one of her blows and remained unscathed. But the crowd didn't see this as a success for Bai Zhang. Even though he hadn't taken a direct hit, he was forced to retreat, and his fans decided he was now broken. A strange man in a white jacket shouted loudly that the redhead needed to immediately use a technique called quick reaction. An elderly master asked the man if he was the one who had taught Bai Zhang that move, but the man chose to remain silent and did not answer. It was the red-haired fighter's father. Now that Zhang realized he had been given the go-ahead to use this move, the man decided that, to start with, he needed to relieve the excess pressure. He delivered a powerful blow to the girl's stomach, knocking the wind out of her, but Wu Malin was no pushover either and managed to dodge, striking her opponent with her hand in roughly the same spot. Coughing up blood, the red-haired fighter jumped back, realizing he needed to take a more advantageous position to continue the fight. His opponent was in a similar state and was also forced to retreat, as the force of the blow had literally knocked her backward and she couldn't resist it. Wiping the blood from his face, Bai Zhang said it had been an excellent fight and that he hadn't faced such an opponent in a long time. He acknowledged that the girl was very strong, so he said he now had to give it his all. These words seriously frightened Wu Malin, for she hadn't even considered that her opponent hadn't yet gone all out. Now she realized she would have to use only the technique she had learned very recently. It seemed her opponent had also decided it was time to demonstrate his true strength, so he tensed his muscles and dramatically ripped open his outer clothing. His appearance so impressed the online viewers watching the fight that they wrote enthusiastic comments and said it all looked like special effects. One of Elder Bai's subordinates approached him and asked if performing so many moves wouldn't lead to an overexertion of vital energy that could harm his son. But the man believed that nothing terrible would happen. It would simply place a heavy strain on the body, and if he hadn't reached this state, he wouldn't have been able to use the necessary move. So far, everything indicated that Bai Zhang felt great. He was brimming with energy that was hard to contain, so he rushed into battle. Using a technique called Fierce Storm, this man planned to literally knock Wu Malin off her feet, who had frozen in place for the moment. Leaping up, the redhead directed all his strength straight at the girl. Using a skill called 100 Fists, he was certain that this time the girl wouldn't withstand his onslaught. It seemed similar thoughts were running through Yao Guang's mind as well. She screamed her friend's name in horror, fearing the girl wouldn't withstand such an attack and would be severely maimed. However, our hero stopped her and told her to stop getting so worked up, because now they needed to watch closely to see what Wu Malin would do. After all, there was no doubting her strength. The girl closed her eyes and folded her hands in a special position that helped summon the Supreme Lord of the North, so that he might extend a helping hand to his disciple and allow her to use the necessary technique. When she opened her bright green eyes, they literally glowed with the strength and power that had always been hidden within her. The one she had called upon for help responded and allowed her to use a skill whose power was beyond imagination, so that it was now clear the girl would certainly not be harmed. Her single powerful fist collided with 100 of the opponent's fists. The redhead was certain he could overpower the girl, but now it became clear that this was not the case. When these two powerful energies collided, something happened that resembled an energy explosion, the shock wave from which shook everyone around. All the masters present immediately recognized the strike of the Supreme Lord of the North, which Wu Malin had used. Now everyone watched with trepidation as Bai Zhang was flung away from the girl, spraying his blood onto the concrete floor. There was every reason to worry about what condition he would be in. The man's appearance made it clear that he was in very bad shape. A stream of blood was flowing from his mouth, which he could not stop no matter what. Another attack and another burst of power caused the crowd to fall silent and watch cautiously as events unfolded on the battlefield. People froze in their tracks, for they realized that the ancient art of Quan Shu, which had devastated the city of Lotus, had been defeated, and Bai Zhang might lose his title as an invincible warrior. While everyone whispered about what deadly technique Wu Malin had used, Mr. Bai rushed to his son to see how he was doing. When he coughed up blood once again, his father was truly afraid for him for the first time in his life, for he had never before seen his son in such a terrible state after a battle. The head of the Bai family ordered his son to stand up and remain still. Activating his healing abilities, he directed them toward Yang to provide at least some support during this battle. While the healing process was underway, the man kept wondering what technique his opponent had used. It was strange that this fragile girl was capable of such power. Overcoming his pride, the man turned to Wu Malin and asked her to tell him the name of the technique she had just used. Trying to endure the intense pain in her arm that had appeared after the blow, the girl managed to say that it was the Lord of the North's attack. The old master was simply shocked by what he heard. He couldn't believe she had mastered this ancient technique. The old man asked her to tell him who had taught her such a thing, since he had been making offerings to the Lord of the North. Then the head of the Bai family reminded the cunning old man, Yalaodao, that the supreme Lord of the North resided on Mount Wudang, not in Qingcheng, where he often visited. Meeting the girl's gaze, Mr. Bai asked her to tell him the name of her esteemed mentor, who had been able to teach her such unimaginable techniques. Turning her head toward Lin Fei, she looked at him questioningly, not knowing whether she should reveal that he was the one who had imparted this secret knowledge to her. She was so nervous that she didn't wait for his reply, so she quickly said that Teacher Lin had taught her the technique. Frowning, the head of the Bai family asked the old man if there were really master instructors in Shishu with that surname, yet no one had ever heard of them. Now everyone was wondering who Teacher Lin really was. Everyone except the fair-haired man who had hurriedly left the duel, consumed by the thought that Teacher He Meigi, also known as the Black Rose, wanted him dead. He was furious and indignant that the girl hadn't said a word about who her real teacher was, the one who had taught her those techniques. When He Meigwei sent him a message asking if he had completed the task, his patience snapped, and he typed an emotional reply explaining that things weren't that simple. He told Black Rose that Yao Guang had not only a good bodyguard but also a friend who, as it turned out, had a super cool mentor. Not wanting to listen to all these tall tales and excuses, the woman wrote briefly that she would pay the blonde man 3 million to carry out her request. The lure of money had the desired effect, and now the blonde man realized that this was a completely different conversation, and it seemed to him that the situation wasn't so hopeless after all. He realized that all he needed to do was find another powerful mentor, and then he could get rid of Yao Guang. And that's when he remembered the conflict between the Sun and Ji families, since mentor Sun Hao was in charge of martial arts training. When he shared this idea with Black Rose, she immediately asked whether this wisest man, whose name was Tao Tian, would agree. And then the fair-haired man asked Black Rose whether the mentor would stand aside if someone, with combat skills and spirits like Wu Moling's, killed grandfather Sun Hao. Before any alarming events occurred, the story takes us to the Ji family mansion. There our hero was chatting with the girls and said that the secret organization of assassins must, after all, have at least some brains, since it was precisely because of them that the chief bodyguard, Yao Guang, had been injured. His speech was cut short just as a phone call rang, breaking the silence of the house. It was Yao Zhicheng, who reported that he had already returned from abroad and would be in Lotus City tomorrow, so they could discuss their future cooperation with the Ji family. Deciding that it would be better for Yao Guang to speak with this gentleman personally, he handed the phone to the girl and told her that a representative of the Yao family wanted to discuss their future cooperation. To be honest, the girl was simply thrilled at the prospect of speaking personally with President Yao, since their surname had become a veritable legend in the microchip industry. So as not to interrupt the conversation, our hero decided to leave the room and step out onto the balcony to get some fresh air. He really liked the fact that Yao Guang was so passionate about her work and didn't consider the family business something unworthy of her attention and effort. After finishing her conversation with Mr. Yao, the girl followed the young man out onto the balcony and returned his phone. She stood there for a while, silently gazing into the distance, and then, without turning her head, asked why Lin Fei had been so kind to her and her family, since he had always come to their rescue. This question left the young man at a loss, for he didn't know how to explain to the girl that in a past life she had been his lawful wife, whom he had loved madly. Even now, as he looked at her, he saw the image of that very woman he had fallen in love with many centuries ago, and she still couldn't get out of his head. It seemed to him that the feelings that had bound them together for several millennia were impossible to explain, so he simply replied that he had done it because she was Yao Guang. The girls still didn't understand anything after all. They were complete strangers, and he couldn't possibly be helping her just because he admired her personality. Upon hearing these words, the young man decided to tell her that in her past life, they had spent 2,000 years together, and if she wished, he could even show her what it was like. Watching as a magical flash appeared in the young man's hands, the girl immediately said she didn't want to see her past, for she lived in the here and now and didn't want to cling to what had happened many millennia ago. Lowering her eyes, she said that she was just an ordinary girl who wanted to live as she pleased, and she asked if she really had to become Empress Yao Guang. With an awkward laugh, our hero asked if those words meant he'd been rejected and sent to the friend zone. Bowing awkwardly to Lin Fei, the girl quickly said that he needed to let go of the past and not pay attention to the resemblance, because after all, no two flowers in the world were exactly alike. However, deep down, our hero still held out hope that perhaps, once Yao Guang got to know him better, she would fall in love with him again, and then all his problems would be solved. Such talk embarrassed the young lady so much that she turned away and awkwardly said she didn't want to continue this conversation. When evening came the next day, an interesting turn of events began to unfold at a hotel on the outskirts of the city. Visibly nervous, Yao Guang asked her companion if he would go with her to meet President Yao. Our hero nodded in agreement and said that he too wanted to meet this young man. The girl was shocked that the guy had called a distinguished adult man who could easily have been her father a young man. When she saw the friendly middle-aged man who greeted them at the door, she was surprised once again by how Lin Fei had described him, as he looked as if he could have been his son. First, our hero decided to introduce Miss Yao Guang. He let her step forward a little and announced that she was the president of the Ji Family Corporation. Shaking the young woman's hand enthusiastically, Mr. Yao said he had heard a lot about her and was very pleased to finally meet her in person. Yao Guang asked if the man had really sold them a batch of microchips at that price, since he surely couldn't have even covered the cost of the goods. With a laugh, the man said she shouldn't worry about such trifles since the losses were insignificant and hardly worth fretting over. Looking closely at Yao, our hero frowned and asked why the Emperor Shun's bracelet, which he always carried with him, wasn't on his wrist. Then the gentleman said that the celestial being need not worry about this, for he had given the bracelet to his granddaughter, Yao Xinyi. Such a relic could not be lost, for it protected their clan from annihilation. Clearing his throat awkwardly, the man said that his granddaughter would turn 26 this year, but she still remembered how Lin Fei had lifted her high above the clouds, and she had marveled at the boundless expanse of the heavens. 20 years had already passed, but for the girl, this memory was still one of her most cherished and beloved, and even as a child, she had always said she would marry Lin Fei. Though, to be honest, nothing much had changed now. With a faint smile, our hero told Mr. Yao to tell his granddaughter not to overthink things, since she should find a good guy and marry him. Mr. Yao said nothing, but thought to himself that his granddaughter would have done exactly that if she hadn't seen Lin Fei before. But now she was unlikely to consider anyone as her partner. Touching Yao's forehead with his finger, the young man activated his magical energy and said that they should stop talking about the past and focus on the present. In this way, he passed on to him an ancient spell called the Gate of Truth, which Lin Fei believed would be useful to the man in the future. Yao was puzzled, for some symbols had formed around him, with candles standing at their edges that burned brighter with every passing second. These were the 7 candles of life extension. Our hero explained that the enlightened Zhuge Liang had once extended his own life using precisely such methods. The young man explained that he had seen the man had no more than 3 years left, so he decided to grant him another 12 years of life. Kneeling on one knee, Mr. Yao began to cry and said that he had done everything that was required of him, so he did not understand what he had done to deserve such generosity from His Holiness. Looking into the man's eyes, Lin Fei said that it was he who had saved the Ji family from ruin and carried out his orders, so he had definitely earned this kind of reward. Our hero sternly said that it was essential to remember that the candles must burn for several days, otherwise nothing would work. The man thanked him and said he would do everything as required. Then the young man asked the man to do one more thing, which was related to the fact that when Yao Guang was a child, people had tried to kidnap her because of her background and take possession of her inner powers. Upon hearing this horrifying story, Mr. Yao said he would do everything in his power to find out who the villain was. He also suggested that the kidnapper might have been one of Lin Fei's followers. Our hero didn't know if this was possible. The only clue they had was that the villain had used a sorcerer's spell. After listening carefully to all the details, the man clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and said that the Yao family would do everything possible to get to the bottom of this complicated matter. The sun had not yet illuminated the horizon with its light when strange events had already begun to unfold at the Sun family's country house. With a nimble leap over the massive guarded fence, the fair-haired man raced toward his target, whom he needed to neutralize. Today he smelled of the cologne that Wu Malin used, and he had honed her mannerisms thousands of times to achieve a striking resemblance, so the time had come to launch his attack. As he approached the room where the Suna elders were, the man said that there were no personal motives involved and that the head of the family had only himself to blame for what had happened. Sensing that he was not alone in the room, the old man jumped up from his seat and with fear in his voice, asked who was there, but he received no answer. Instead, he saw an imposing fist looming over him. The blow landed squarely in his stomach, causing Mr. Sun to immediately start coughing up blood, indicating serious internal injuries. Hearing his grandfather scream, Sun Hao immediately burst into the room, anxiously asking what had happened, but no one explained anything to him. The young man's gaze was fixed solely on his motionless grandfather, who lay on his bed covered in blood and looked like a hollowed-out doll, a shell of his former self. Because of this, the young man was unable to make out the attacker. Casting a stern glance at his guards, the young master ordered them to immediately give chase and capture whoever had dared to harm his relative. At that moment, Sun Hao's father rushed into the room. The man was completely distraught and said they needed to go to the hospital immediately, then decided it would be best to summon Tao Yinu's mentor. Lifting his head, Sun Hao, with tears in his eyes, reported that they had been too late and his grandfather had already died. But the young man recognized the trail of spirits and the cut left by the assailant. He was certain it was the work of Wu Malin. So at that very moment, the young man vowed to take revenge on the Ji family. He wouldn't rest until he destroyed them all, for he couldn't go on living unless his enemies paid for what they'd done to his loved one. Taking off his glasses so they wouldn't get wet with tears, his father asked him to calm down, for anger was a poor guide. He believed they should first call the police, or better yet, the precinct chief directly. At first light, a police squad arrived at the Ji family mansion and announced that they suspected a criminal was inside the house, so all residents needed to leave the premises immediately. Yawang had just woken up, and when she saw the police convoy outside her window, she decided it was all some kind of silly dream. After all, why would the police come to their house? But then she realized it wasn't just her imagination, so she got seriously scared and wondered what on earth was going on. Mr. Sun walked alongside Chief Wang and said he suspected the criminal might try to escape, and they couldn't let him out of their sight. The police officer listened to the victim and ordered his subordinates to break down the doors immediately, since they could no longer wait, and the best solution was to ram the doors with the car. Gaining speed, the police car headed straight for the gate leading into the mansion's courtyard. It was clear they had no intention of waiting to be let in voluntarily. Thanks to their efforts, the fence was successfully broken down, opening the way into the courtyard. It was at that very moment that Lin Fei stepped out onto the street. He himself was curious to see who had decided to rouse the family at such an early hour and what had caused the commotion. Seeing that someone had come out of the mansion, the police officer was seriously frightened, because if the iron doors crushed this person, they would kill him, and he would be the one to blame. Right in front of Lin Fei, Wu Molin leapt forward, determined to save her mentor from the crushing weight of the iron door, which could have crushed him to death. With a single touch of her heavy fist, the girl managed to stop the door and prevent the disaster that could have occurred. She pushed the door aside and it crashed to the side with a loud bang. The police officer watching the whole thing wondered if an ordinary person was capable of such miracles. Closing his eyes indulgently, our hero told the girl that her heroism wasn't necessary, since he could have handled the problem himself. At that moment, Sun Hao stepped forward and shouted to Chief Wan that the girl had used the exact same technique that had killed his grandfather. Ordering his subordinates to draw their weapons, the police officer aimed his gun at our heroes. His entourage did the same. Molan stood motionless, as she didn't understand what was going on at all. Concerned, Yao Guang asked for an explanation of what was going on, addressing the police officers and saying that there must have been some kind of misunderstanding. Mr. Wang informed her that her bodyguard, Wu Malin, was suspected of murder and that, by law, they had to detain her for investigation. While Sun Hao accused our heroes of ordering the girl to kill his grandfather, the guys were shocked that someone had died at all. Sun Hao thought they were just making a fool of him and wanted to lunge at these people, but his father stopped him, saying they couldn't get into a fight in front of the police. Wang told the young lady that the head of the Sun family had been killed in his own home, that the criminal had killed his victim with a single blow, and that, according to the relatives of the murdered man, their families were feuding, meaning that Ji had a motive. Coming to her friend's defense, Yao Guang stated that the girl had been by her side the whole time and could confirm this, so Wu Malin could not possibly have been involved in the murder. However, these words did not convince the police officer, who considered them to be nonsense. After that, he asked Miss Wu Malin if she used Coco Chanel perfume. The shock on the girl's face spoke for itself. She couldn't understand how a complete stranger, whom she was seeing for the first time in her life, could possibly know this information. Becoming even more angry, Sun Hao declared that this was the exact scent that remained in his grandfather's bedroom after the intruder had left the room. Barely managing to keep from rolling his eyes, our hero asked if Sun Hao hadn't considered the possibility that someone might have stolen the perfume to frame the girl. However, the young man insisted that the evidence was irrefutable, and the security guard continued to cover for his girlfriend, leading to the conclusion that they were in cahoots. Realizing it was pointless to argue with this psychopath, our hero said they should let Wu Mulin go, since everything was being done by the book now, and since the girl was innocent, the police would soon see that for themselves. Without realizing it, Yao Guang felt an incredible sense of calm, because when Lin Fei spoke in that tone, she simply couldn't worry about anything. So she let her friend go ahead, even though it was unbearable for her to watch as the innocent girl was handcuffed and led away. Glancing at Wu Malin, our hero told her not to worry about anything, because as long as he was with her, no one could lock her up in prison, since they knew she was innocent. It was clear that the girl was trying her hardest to stay strong. She was very resilient and even managed to smile, saying that she trusted her friends and believed they would help her. After her friend had been taken away, Yao Guang asked what they should do, since she was certain that the Sun family wouldn't stop there. They would insist on the harshest sentence and force the police to close the case as quickly as possible. Moreover, our hero was practically certain that the Sun family would insist that it was Yao Guang who had given the order to her bodyguard, and that she too could be charged. After thinking it over for a moment, he decided to make a phone call, as he was worried he would have to handle this matter personally. Noticing that the guy was dialing the number of some kid named Zhang, Yao Guang decided to ask who he was and how he could help them. When Lin Fei quietly mentioned that he was dialing the number of the police chief, whose name was Jiang Tianling, the girl was shocked, though she really should stop being surprised by the guy's connections. The man answered immediately. He guessed that the celestial being was calling him about the Wu Malin case, which had only recently arrived at the police department. The case had caused quite a stir, and the chief asked if the girl was truly not involved. Our hero was 100% certain that Wu Malin had nothing to do with this case, and that they were simply trying to frame her. He suspected the Dark Knight organization of this. This unexpected accusation seriously alarmed the police chief, as he hadn't even suspected that a criminal gang might be involved in the case. It was at that very moment that the fair-haired man finally reached one of his goals and had no intention of stopping there. Mr. Zhang promised that he would order a thorough investigation, but their time was limited, and if the criminal wasn't found within 2 weeks, Wu Malin would most likely end up behind bars. After listening to this gentleman, Lin Fei said that he understood perfectly well and that 2 weeks would be quite enough. All he needed to do was gather all the available information from the surveillance cameras near the Sun residence. Zhang believed that this was simply a massive amount of data, and considering that the criminal had tried to cover his tracks, extracting anything useful from the footage was simply unrealistic. Despite this, he told our hero that he understood everything and would try to provide him with the necessary information, because he believed that a superior couldn't be wrong, and one must follow his orders. After the conversation, the man nervously lit a cigarette, as he had already imagined the sheer amount of work he would have to do over the next few days. After visiting his boss, the man declared that this time they would definitely succeed in capturing the criminal, nicknamed the Nightmare, since this time they had the help of His Holiness, the celestial being. However, something irreparable happened that completely overshadowed his joy at catching the elusive criminal. Upon entering the room, he noticed a huge block of ice, inside which a girl was trapped. His boss stood there weeping uncontrollably. He tried to call out to his granddaughter, but it was perfectly clear that she could not possibly answer him. Now the old man lit a cigarette. He had sworn that he would avenge his granddaughter and do everything in his power to destroy those involved in this crime. Meanwhile, things were also unsettled at the Sun Mansion. The family members didn't understand why the police chief was stalling and not closing the case, having decided to launch a thorough investigation. The young man, foaming at the mouth, insisted that it was obvious all along that Wu Malin was the murderer, since only she could bear such a grudge against their family. Trying to calm his son down, the head of the family advised him to contact his mentor, Tao Yinu, since a blood debt could only be washed away with blood. Meanwhile, at the Ji family mansion, things were surprisingly calm. Our hero even suggested that the young lady play a game of chess with him, but she said she wasn't very good at the game. However, this idyll did not last long, for very soon a car pulled up to the spot where the fence had been destroyed and sped into the courtyard. Sun Hao was behind the wheel. His red, bloodshot eyes showed that he was in a terrible mental state, perhaps on the verge of madness. He shouted that all those who had wronged his family should die, then slammed on the gas and drove straight into the spot where our heroes were sitting. Blood was trickling from the wound above his eyebrow, but he paid no attention to it and laughed loudly, saying that it was all over and his enemies deserved nothing but a trip to hell. But the whole situation was merely a figment of the guy's sick imagination. Sun Han had arrived at the estate with his mentor, who had asked him to stay in the car while he sorted things out. The death of his enemies was a fantasy, but the wound was very real indeed and reminded him of itself from time to time, with a dull ache. The guy had indeed tried to run over our heroes with his car, but they hadn't died. That outcome was a figment of his brain, which desperately wanted to resolve the situation. Lin Fei realized that if he didn't teach this guy a lesson, he wouldn't calm down and would cause them trouble every time they met. So he activated his magical energy, rendering the enemy unable to control his own body. Having personally experienced the power Lin Fei was capable of, Song Hao wondered if the person standing before him was actually human or some kind of celestial being. Not giving the guy a chance to recover from the initial shock, our hero attacked him again, this time slamming his head hard against the ground, shattering the concrete pavement. Now poor Sun Hao was covered in blood. He could hardly understand anything, for his state of mind was far from lucid. It was at that very moment that the young man's mentor decided to make an appearance, kicking in the car door and announcing his presence in such a dramatic fashion. Our hero immediately noticed another member of this brawl who was desperate to join the fight, so much so that he couldn't even hold back and calmly open the door. The car door was already flying toward Lin Fei, having been mercilessly ripped from its hinges, but he didn't let it hurt him, as he had activated a magical barrier that protected him. Master Tao Yin was getting closer and closer and declared, with a threat in his voice, that the guy had to let his student go, or else he would grind him into dust, leaving not even a wet spot behind. Kicking Sun Hao, who was already lying on the ground, Lin Fei asked who had given Master Tao Yin the right to speak to him in such a tone. Now the man was so furious that he completely lost control of himself and, activating his fiery magical energy, lunged at the boy. However, the attack was not completed as the young man parried it, with such force that the venerable teacher coughed up his own blood. After that, our hero turned around and began to walk away, telling Tao Yin to get out of his sight and never again allow himself to be so arrogant toward anyone. Everyone was amazed by the young man's strength. While Sun Hao tried to crawl over to his mentor, the latter asked Lin Fei if he was really a teacher. Glancing sideways at the men, our hero snorted and said that this title was too insignificant for him since he possessed far greater knowledge and power. These words greatly surprised Tao Yinu, for he couldn't understand how some young man could say that the rank of teacher sounded petty. It seemed this man had gone mad. The boy's magic destroyed the objects he chose, which greatly impressed his opponents. And when he said they'd better apologize quickly and get lost, he didn't need to repeat himself. Putting the chairs back in place, Lin Fei said that his enemies should hurry, otherwise he might change his mind, and then it would be too late for them. Bowing deeply to the hero sitting across from him, Tao Yin apologized and said that it had all been a momentary lapse and they regretted it. But these were all just meaningless words, since in reality, this man only wanted to get closer to our hero in order to launch a more successful attack. He directed his power straight at the points on Lin Fei that controlled his motor functions, and if a blow landed there, the boy could be seriously injured. Laughing loudly, the teacher asked what this fool would do now, since he had already been struck by 100 poisonous needles, or would the man die from such a quantity of poison? Hearing this, Yao Guang was simply shocked and froze in place, while our hero didn't bat an eyelid, merely asking, "Is this really how masters use meridian acupuncture these days?" The realization that this guy not only knew the name of the technique he'd use, but also its effect left the master bewildered, for his victim was not only calm, but still alive. At that moment, the half-dead Sun Hao spoke up, asking his mentor to let him finish off the enemy himself. The mentor had no objection, since in his opinion, Lin Fei wouldn't be able to move anyway due to the poison. However, at the last moment, Sun Hao had a better idea. With a sinister smile, he began to approach Yao Guang directly, who began to suspect something was wrong. And she was right to be suspicious. because this vile man wanted to harm her right in front of Lin Fei's eyes, to prove his helplessness in a situation where he was supposed to protect the girl. Laughing, Tao Yanu reveled in his protege's cruelty and told him he could enjoy himself and do whatever he wanted with the girl. But his cunning plans never came to fruition, because despite the predictions, Lin Fei was not only able to move, but also to knock the scoundrel away from the death-scared Yao Guang with a single blow. Holding his broken arm, Sun Hao couldn't stop crying, while our hero simply walked over slowly and said that now he would give him true pleasure. After saying this, he struck the scoundrel hard on the leg so that it literally bent the other way and cracked loudly. It seemed his leg was now broken as well. Screaming loudly, the boy mumbled something unintelligible, for tears and blood prevented him from speaking clearly. Recoiling, Tao Yanu asked how all this was possible, since Lin Fei had been pierced by 100 poisonous needles, and he was simply physically unable to move, as the poison was spreading through his body. Pointing pointedly to those very needles, our hero said that even if there were 100,000 of them, they wouldn't do him the slightest harm. Tao Yin quickly realized that he was too weak to compete with this man, so he abandoned his protege and ran away, deciding he needed to ask Shifu for help. But our hero had no intention of letting this scoundrel get away so easily, especially after he'd planned to let his protege commit vile acts against Yao Guang. So, without any hesitation or pangs of conscience, he sent those very needles straight into the body of the one who had released them. When the needles pierced him, blood instantly flowed from his mouth. Coughing, the man couldn't believe what had happened. He was still alive, but his meridians were now irreparably damaged. Lin Fei had planned it exactly this way. He didn't want to simply kill this man. It would be far more effective to strip him of all the abilities he had worked so long to master. When the young man moved toward Sun Hao to deal with him as well, Sun Hao began whimpering pitifully and begging not to be touched, for his entire body already felt as if it didn't belong to him. Magical energy was literally bursting from Lin Fei's body in bursts of power as he said he wanted to spare the guy's life, since he had simply been used. But seeing what this man was about to do to his beloved Yao Guang, he decided he was ready to change his mind and take the scoundrel's life. Then the girl joined the conversation, saying that even though a bad man stood before them, if they killed him, the real criminal would get his way. The young man realized she was right, because if he killed the scoundrel, he would be just as much a murderer, so he ordered Sun Hao to take his mentor and get out of there. Glancing at the girl, our hero said that no one would thank her for this kindness. Rather, they would consider her a hypocrite. But Yao Guang wasn't expecting praise since their families had been friends in the past, and she still felt sympathy for them. However, the young man's words stuck in her mind, and she became visibly upset. After a few seconds of silence, she asked if Lin Fei really thought she was too kind. Using his power to lift the enemy's car out of sight, the young man said that kindness is wonderful, but there are some people who don't deserve such treatment. He also added that very often, those who do not appreciate kindness may return to strike again. And then Yao Guang realized that Song Hao had been let go in order to teach her a lesson. And so it was, for our hero still remembered his beloved woman and understood that if not for her excessive kindness, the tragedy would not have befallen her 3,000 years ago. He was distracted from these thoughts by the girl's next question. She wanted to know if he hadn't felt the poison at first, then why had he pretended he couldn't move? Looking closely at the young lady, our hero replied that he found it very interesting, since it allowed him to see what his opponents were capable of when he was weak. Risking his own life and health so greatly wasn't very interesting to Yao Guang, and she considered the young man a madman, though she did note the wisdom present in his words. Realizing what the girl was thinking, Lin Fei said that if one were to live for 200 million years, this world would seem incredibly boring, and any form of entertainment would become a rarity. Meanwhile, Sun Hao and his mentor returned home, both battered and in a deeply depressed mood. So Mr. Sun began asking what had happened, since Wu Malin had already been arrested. Gritting his teeth in anger, the boy explained that it was all because of Lin Fei, who surprisingly turned out to be much stronger than Wu Malin. Tao Yanu slammed his fist on the chair and angrily declared that this worthless brat had destroyed his meridians and that he would not rest until he sent him to the afterlife. Meanwhile, all the townspeople had already read the news that the sage Tao Qian would soon arrive, demanding that Lin Fei apologize within 3 days. Needless to say, all these headlines didn't have much effect on Lin Fei himself and didn't trouble him in the least, since he knew perfectly well that the truth was on his side. Yao Guang, however, was clearly not thrilled. She felt that some kind of lawlessness was taking place, and didn't understand whether Tao Qian himself even understood the laws. Smiling, our hero explained to her a simple truth, that the guarantee of the law had always been real power, and if a person wasn't afraid of ordinary firearms, then they didn't care about obeying the law. Of course, these words greatly alarmed the girl, who asked with confusion in her voice if Lin Fei had any plan of action at all. Shaking his head, the young man replied that he hadn't even thought about it yet, and this terrified the girl, for she was certain that her bodyguard would, as always, handle all the problems. Meeting her gaze, the young man said that to fight someone like him, you don't need to think too much, and if this man dared to show up, he would simply destroy him. It was precisely this statement that became the top news of the day. Everyone online was commenting on Lin Fei's claim that he could destroy the sage Tao Qian. Many internet users considered the guy simply crazy and very arrogant, since he dared to challenge Tao Qian himself, a living legend whom everyone respected. Reading all this news online, Sun Hao was simply furious, for all these self-assured statements infuriated him beyond belief and threw him off balance. When the sage arrived at the Sun family estate, he immediately inquired about it, for he had never heard of such a thing, and assumed that complete chaos was reigning among the martial arts masters of Lotus City. He decided to summon all the masters of the city and ordered that the respected families be informed. If anyone dared not to appear, he threatened to pay personal visits to their homes. This news greatly surprised Sun Hao, for he hadn't expected that the wise master would actually decide to gather all the strong people of the city in one place. To be honest, he wasn't particularly keen on crossing paths with the Bai family, which had as many as 2 masters, or with the Ye family, which was supposed to arrive from Mount Qingcheng. Shrugging, the old man asked what 3 insignificant masters could possibly do to him. He also asked the young man to ensure that representatives from the Qing, Bai, and Ji families were present. Glancing at his protege, Tao Qian asked what he thought would happen if he won. Who would get all their wealth and possessions? The answer was obvious, but the young man still didn't understand. So the teacher explained that all these benefits would go to him specifically for all the hardships he had endured. Meanwhile, it was a very peaceful morning at the Ji family mansion, and no one disturbed our hero as he drank his morning cup of tea. That was the case until the young man read the day's sensational news story, which reported that the sage Tao Qian had challenged him to a duel, and that all the city's masters were required to be present. Of course, Lin Fei was very surprised because he didn't understand why there was so much fuss over this event. After all, few people wanted to die in front of a huge crowd. At that moment, Song Hao appeared on the estate grounds and announced that his mentor had said that if Lin Fei severed his own meridians and asked for his forgiveness, he would be spared. Activating his magical energy, our hero displayed his imposing aura and declared that the enemies must leave immediately. The power was so immense that these people were nearly swept away by the surge of energy. They could barely stay in their places. Realizing that only a sage could subdue this man, Tao Yanu grabbed young Master Sun's wheelchair and they began to make their escape. But just as they were leaving, the dark-haired man shouted that Lin Fei could enjoy himself for only a couple of days. When the annoying scoundrels finally left the mansion's grounds, Lin Fei relaxed a little, but only until his phone rang. It was Police Chief Zhang Tianlin calling, who was handling the Wu Malin case, since the girl was still in custody. First, the young man asked if there had been any progress, since he really wanted to see bodyguard Yao Guang released as soon as possible. However, he learned that they were facing problems, as processing the volume of data received required a huge amount of manpower, the computer's recognition capabilities were limited, and they were having difficulties analyzing the data. Listening to the complaints that the station was in complete chaos because of this, Lin Fei reminded them that he had only asked for the surveillance footage to be collected, but then decided it would be better to come and speak in person. All the police officers were curious about who their boss was waiting for. Since he had decided to meet this person in person, they assumed that the richest man in the Southwest was coming to see them. When a young man got out of the car and ordered their boss to immediately show him the materials they had found, everyone began to wonder who he was. When our hero was led into the office, he saw 2 officers sitting in front of monitors. Looking at the dark circles under their eyes, the question arose as to how many nights these people had gone without sleep. He felt sorry for them, so he decided to let them go home. The police chief said they had worked hard and thanked them for their loyal service. The men rose from their workstations and with a slight sigh, left the office. Taking their seats, Lin Fei asked Zhang to display all the recordings on the available monitors. This request sent the man into a state of shock, since there were 16 monitors here, and keeping track of all of them at once was simply impossible. "Don't pay attention to those word whoosh," the man added. "And besides that, you need to increase the playback speed 36 times. Once all his requests had been fulfilled, he closed his eyes and concentrated his magical energy on the monitors. This action helped him literally absorb the information. At one point, he suddenly opened his eyes and ordered the playback to be slowed down on the specific 7 monitors that had caught his attention. Having done everything as the celestial being demanded, Jiang Tianling asked anxiously if there were any problems with the recordings. However, that wasn't the case at all. Our hero had discovered something and was about to test his theory, so he asked to zoom in on a specific image. It showed a man in a long beige coat and a matching hat, which perfectly concealed his facial features. The young man had seen him 3 times. The second time, he had entered a building located across from the Sun Estate, and Lin Fei was more than certain that he had been trying to find Grandpa Sun's room. Staring intently at this man, the young man said he'd be willing to bet that beneath those dark glasses, the man was hiding women's makeup, since that had helped him bypass the government's facial recognition system. Such remarkable attention to detail could not go unnoticed by the police chief, who was now interested in where Lin Fei had first seen this man. And then our hero explained that he had first seen him on Mount Qingcheng. At the time, he hadn't seemed hostile, so no one had paid him any mind. Impressed that the celestial being's mind was capable of remembering a man he had encountered only once, Mr. Zhang announced that he would immediately order a search for his file. However, the young man was certain that there was unlikely to be any file on a criminal like this one, so it would be better to try to identify him using the city's facial recognition system, and he would take care of the rest. Finally, the day arrived when people gathered in the square called the Azure Coast, ready to witness an incredible bloodbath. The sage Tao Qian was informed that all members of the distinguished families were present. Only Lin Fei was missing, and some suggested going out to look for him. But he declared that this should not be done. They could wait, and when the lad showed up, they would smash him against the wall like a pathetic insect. Young Master Sun had already bowed in a courteous gesture and smiled at everyone present, intending to announce the imminent start of the duel. However, he was immediately interrupted by Bai Zhan, who believed that Sun Hao possessed a level of cultivation that was far too low and could not face the city's strongest masters, so Tao Qian should speak personally. Such open disrespect greatly angered the young man. He clenched his teeth in rage and barely restrained himself from hurling an insult at the redhead. To prevent trouble, the sage Tao Qian announced that since people were asking for his personal appearance, he could not refuse them, and the young man should step aside. The elderly man abruptly jumped up from his seat and surprisingly quickly made his way to the very center of the square so that he could be seen and heard by absolutely everyone present. He began by saying that everyone already knew why they had gathered there today, and then added that if they were ready to accept his guidance and follow him as the founder of medicine, great benefits awaited them all. Everyone was surprised when the sage announced that there would be enough of the miraculous pills, thanks to which he had achieved incredible results for those who joined him. Although many were impressed by this offer, some were not interested at all, since they were already strong and respected enough on their own. Seeing that the offer had not interested everyone, Tao Yin said that they were all masters of the martial arts, so anyone who disagreed could prove their point to him in battle. The second teacher of the Bai family, whose name was Bai Boju, rose from his seat and suggested that the perfect sage test whether his words actually corresponded to reality. When our heroes arrived at the battlefield, they found that the fun had already begun, as the second Mr. Bai was fighting the sage with all his might. Bai Boju activated his magical energy and created something around himself that resembled a magical air barrier, which protected him from enemy attacks. Yao Guang immediately recognized this man as the second master of the Bai family, for his protective aura was unmistakable. It was said that not even a bullet could pierce his defense. Lin Fei disagreed with this, for he had clearly told the girl that this man's end was near, since the advantage lay with the sage. The man swung his arm and prepared to strike, adding in passing that Tao Qian was at exactly the same level as a master, so he shouldn't underestimate the Bai family. However, the old man disagreed with these words. He stated that the master level was divided into high and low, and that Boju was currently much weaker than him. These words did nothing to convince the man to stop. So activating his power, he lunged forward and decided to land several precise strikes at once. The sage managed to erect a protective barrier around himself that looked like solid stone. Boju didn't understand why he hadn't been able to break through the protective shell if he and the old man were on the same level. When the attack ceased, the man pushed his barrier aside, and everyone around saw that he was clad in golden armor, covering the upper half of his body. After that, he struck first, demonstrating incredible strength that sent Bai Boju flying several meters backward. The poor man was in so much pain that he didn't even notice he had started coughing up blood, which was a very bad and alarming sign. Everyone around was simply shocked by what they saw. They couldn't understand how it had happened that the Bai family's master had been defeated with a single blow. They realized that the sage was truly powerful and would be able to take the city's best masters under his wing. Spreading his arms triumphantly to the sides, Tao Qian declared that those who remained with him would prosper, but those who decided that opposing him was a good idea would perish. When the old man asked who would dare to oppose him next, he was interrupted by the younger Mr. Song, who pointed his finger to the side and announced that none other than Lin Fei had arrived. Noticing the young man, the sage shouted that he was a complete nobody and ordered him to immediately bow at his feet at least 3 times to have any hope of mercy. While our hero remained silent and calmly made his way through the crowd, everyone whispered and called him quite brave, for he had not fled the city and had come here, even though it meant certain death. After looking closely at the old man, Lin Fei declared that the old man had not yet perfected his 5 elements protective barrier, but he would accept his challenge since the old man was so eager to bid farewell to his life. However, their conversation was interrupted when another elderly master stepped into the center of the square and asked the sage Tao what he thought about engaging in a deadly battle with yet another younger comrade. Swinging his sword, the old man asked if Tao Qian would refuse him the chance to demonstrate his much-praised skill in combat. After a moment's thought, the sage said that he had long heard of the first-rate swordsmanship of the master from Mount Xingcheng, and it seemed that today he would have the opportunity to witness it with his own eyes. Of course, the gray-haired man immediately wanted to show off all the sword skills and abilities he had mastered over the course of his life. But all his strikes, which had once been considered incredibly powerful, did not harm his opponent in the slightest, and the latter merely smirked smugly, saying he had expected more from such a respected man. It was Tao Qian's turn to attack. Laughing, he activated his magic, and now his armor was no longer golden but crimson, and a real searing fire burned in his hands. Not wanting his opponent to be able to counterattack in any way, the sage launched a sudden assault, and the opponent realized that a blow was coming that he simply could not avoid. Tao Qian directed his scarlet flame straight at the enemy to burn him to ashes, leaving not even a trace of ash that could be scattered over sacred sites. The fire hit its mark, or rather, the master who had come down from the mountain. Needless to say, in that state, he could hardly stand up to his opponent. Tao Qian, on the other hand, was simply brimming with power. He concluded that by all accounts, the masters of the city of Lotus were so weak they couldn't withstand even a single blow from him. When he shouted, urging Master Lin to stop hiding, our hero immediately appeared beside the wounded old man and asked if the sage had been looking for him. People were shocked. They didn't understand why this guy was clowning around, since right now he should be rushing to call his teacher to avoid a terrible fate. Turning to the wounded master's younger companions, Lin Fei told them to take good care of him. He paid no attention whatsoever to the words spoken by everyone around him. The young man had almost reached the sage when Baizhan suddenly stopped him, saying that he'd better take care of himself and not stick his neck out, since he wasn't Master Lin. His father agreed and even offered to help our hero buy some time while he contacted his teacher, who would surely come to the rescue. But not everyone was so kind to him. Li Shui aggressively asked what kind of show this boy was putting on. Had he really decided to deceive everyone around him and actually believed he was a master? But her father immediately cut her off, ordering his daughter to watch her tongue and speak politely to the most holy gentleman. Ignoring everyone, Lin Fei stepped into the very center of the square and declared that if the sage was referring to Master Lin, who had taught Wu Molin everything, then it was indeed him. With an indulgent smile, Tao Qian declared that it seemed the fame of Teacher Lin had been greatly exaggerated, since he hadn't even deigned to show up here in person and had chickened out, sending a young lad to die in his place. Feeling the old man's energy, our hero was surprised, realizing that the man was quite weak, so he said he would give him only 3 chances. People couldn't understand. Was this some kind of lunatic standing before them? They wondered which school he had come from and why he allowed himself to be so cocky. Looking closely at her friend, Li Shui thought that she had gone mad too, because otherwise, why would she come to certain death at the hands of the sage? But when the girl saw that Yao Guang hadn't just come here, but was actually supporting this crazy guy, she was simply shocked by her friend's stupidity. Lin Fei's arrogance did not go unnoticed by the sage, who was furious. Activating a skill called Beautiful Landscape, he concentrated his power in his palm and directed it at the young man. He expected, as before, to defeat his opponent with a single strike, one that was incredibly powerful and could strike down even the strongest warrior, let alone some weak-looking boy. But when he realized that things were not at all as expected, a deep sense of disappointment welled up inside him, mingled with fear and a foreboding of something bad. The sage felt his palm, which had seemed incredibly strong to him, suddenly come up against something far more powerful. His hand jerked away from the boy's body as quickly as possible, for Tao Qian felt an incredible pain that reverberated throughout his entire body. Our hero calmly explained that it was the recoil from his own strike, while Lin Fei did nothing, as he was giving the old man 2 more chances, after which the time for his counterattack would come. Everyone who witnessed this spectacle was simply shocked. They couldn't believe what was happening, or that the very same teacher Lin was standing before them. This realization also struck Tao Qian. He concentrated even more energy within himself and shouted, saying that he would now teach a lesson to the one who dared to look down on him. He wanted to finally teach a lesson to this fool who had decided to stand up to him, but he didn't take into account that this time, everything could go awry. Looking at the hand approaching him at incredible speed, our hero coldly remarked that the old man could have tried a little harder and shown better abilities. Seeing that the young man had managed to withstand these attacks, Bai Boju told his brother that this Lin was truly incredible, for a single shock wave from the 5 elements protective barrier had knocked the ground out from under his feet. Activating his most powerful skill, the old man shouted that the young man had forced his hand and now he couldn't even hope for mercy. Fire engulfed the man's body, and it seemed as though he himself was becoming a bright spark of a massive flame, moving straight toward our hero and threatening to burn him to ashes. The blow struck Lin Fei right in the head. It was so powerful that Tao Qian was absolutely certain his opponent wouldn't survive and would meet his end. There was an explosion that blinded everyone standing nearby. They were curious about what had happened, but they couldn't see a thing. Everyone was certain that the poor guy had simply perished. But soon the old man, like everyone else, heard his voice warning that the sage had only a 3rd attempt left. The destructive blow was completely nullified, so our hero didn't feel its destructive force. Instead, the old man simply touched his head with his palm. The spectators were beside themselves with horror. They couldn't understand how the young man had managed to withstand an attack that would have turned anyone else present into a pile of ashes. Even Baizhen began to fear Lin Fei, now recalling that during their first meeting, he had mistaken the young man for an ordinary guard and had even said he didn't like him. The sage realized he needed to put an end to this spectacle, or else it might end badly for him, and he didn't want to literally burn his reputation. Wanting to prevent his opponent's attack, Tao Qian, as expected, attacked again, this time using water magic, which he directed at the boy like a wall. Laughing loudly, the old man said that his enemy was a real fool because now he was trapped in his water shackles, and it was simply impossible to escape. Sun Hao and his master were simply delighted. They felt triumphant and said that Lin Fei had greatly overestimated his strength, so no one would regret it if he died. While the young man touched the barrier within which he was trapped, his enemy explained that it was a protective shell of the 5 elements, which was simply impossible to destroy. Needless to say, his face contorted with genuine horror and outrage when our hero pierced his unshakable shell with just his index finger. Now it was Lin Fei's turn, so he demonstrated his magical abilities and announced that the sage's 3 chances had run out and he would now kill him. Even though the young man's power had sent the old man flying backward, he assumed his golden armor would withstand such a light blow, which seemed completely harmless. But he never could have imagined that the surge of this power would literally pierce right through him and make him cough up his own blood, which flowed relentlessly from his mouth. Everyone immediately began whispering that the young man had used only a single technique, yet the old man was already knocked out and couldn't get back on his feet, which spoke to his complete helplessness against Lin Fei. The master's disciples immediately rushed to him as he lay on the ground, not knowing what to do with him, since they had never before seen the old man in such a state. When they asked the master if he was all right, he barely found the strength to say that he might die, so he immediately activated the natural awakening of tree energy. However, at first he didn't notice any positive effect from this technique, as blood continued to pour from his mouth in a torrent. This was the first time this had happened to him, At that moment, a grim-faced Lin Fei approached him and sternly declared that the old man needn't bother trying to activate his magic since he had destroyed his cultivation. A frightened Tao Yinu shouted that the young man couldn't kill them since they were followers of the founder, who could reduce him to dust without any effort. Closing his eyes in irritation, our hero said he had no intention of killing anyone since Tao Qian had brought this upon himself, and he also asked that the enemies convey an important message from him to their leader. He wanted to convey to their leader that if the founder tried to do anything to him, then he would have to wipe out his entire school. Tao Qian could say nothing more to his enemy. The man's eyes rolled back, and he coughed up blood again. His appearance made it clear that he was living out his final moments. As our hero left, all the masters of the city silently watched him go. They wondered whether this man was either incredibly strong or incredibly foolish, since he had dared to threaten the ancient founder all by himself. Mr. Qingfen was once again convinced that only the most holy Mr. Lin could behave this way, for he was a true god-man. When the group had moved away from the annoying and very curious crowd, Yao Guang quietly remarked that Lin Fei had looked incredibly cool during the fight. These words encouraged the young man so much that he even asked if perhaps the girl was starting to have feelings for him, but she blushed and turned away, saying that nothing of the sort was happening. But instead of staying silent, Yao Guang said she had suddenly become curious about what the so-called master level, which the guy had mentioned during the fight, actually entailed. Then our hero explained that the teacher level was just the beginning of the path. You could say the foundation for becoming someone great, but to him, such people weren't all that different from insects in terms of strength. The conversation didn't end there, because Lin Fei also had a question for the girl. He was curious to know which member of the Bai family she thought might have wronged her. Thinking back on the three men, the girl fell into thought, then said that there was no animosity between her and the Bai family, and she didn't think they would do anything bad. However, this question led her to suspect that Lin Fei had some suspicions. He nodded in agreement and said that for now they needed to wait a little, since perhaps the enemy would reveal his identity on his own. Finally arriving on the grounds of the Ji Mansion, our hero allowed himself to relax a little, since today's events were bound to cause quite a stir, and the Dark Knight killer would surely be on high alert and want to flee. He was thinking that if the police chief couldn't handle this, they would have to send other people, but a phone call distracted him from these thoughts. When he answered, the young man realized he was speaking with Zhang Tianlin, whom he had just been thinking about a second ago. It was even surprising that the man had called so promptly. In a stern voice, the police officer reported that they had been informed by the local Pixian County office that a murderer was hiding in Qingye village. Upon hearing this information, our hero immediately jumped up and said he would arrive soon to help capture the criminal, as he wanted to be present during the operation. Suddenly, one of the police officers gasped in surprise, for he had seen something that clearly shouldn't have been there, so he asked his superior to take a look as well. He saw Lin Fei literally materialize out of thin air, but Zhang Tanling told him he had to pretend he hadn't seen anything. When the young man opened the door and stepped inside the building, a huge number of sharp spikes were immediately aimed at him, spikes that could easily have pierced right through him. But by activating his magical energy, he successfully stopped the attack, and not a single spike reached the young man's body or managed to wound him. It was a trap, and when the blonde criminal realized that the police hadn't budged, he wanted to find out who had actually entered the building. Stepping out of his cover, the man suddenly froze, realizing that the enemy was right behind him. If he didn't react instantly, it would already be too late. Using a martial arts technique, the blonde man decided to immediately neutralize the opponent, who had somehow managed to get too close to him. He successfully managed to bring his knife close to Lin Fei's throat, but Lin Fei once again thwarted the attack by erecting a small protective barrier around himself, after which he said he had come to take the attacker's life. After these words, the fair-haired man was thrown backward, for the magical energy was too strong. His knife flew off in a completely different direction, and now he was unarmed. The police officers who remained on the street could hear only a loud crash coming from deep inside the building where Lin Fei had entered. They had already begun to worry about the frail-looking young man, but in vain, for after a short while, the wall was breached and the criminal flew out of the hole in it. He could have died, but our hero wasn't ready for that yet. So he used his magic again and ordered his opponent to freeze in place immediately. The man did indeed freeze, and despite his serious injuries, he couldn't help but notice that his opponent had channeled his inner power outward. Only a Grand Master was capable of killing through space. Sighing irritably, the young man asked why his abilities were always belittled like this. After that, he explained that he was holding the enemy in this position only because he had a couple of questions, so they shouldn't waste any time. Without losing his audacity, the blonde man declared that he too would ask the young man a question. He was curious why a man capable of ruling the entire world and achieving world domination would prefer to hang around a single woman instead. To which our hero replied that the pleasures of this world had long since ceased to interest him. He needed only one woman, and he couldn't care less about world domination. Upon hearing that great and enlightened people are always calm and serene, the blonde man grew frightened, for he concluded from these words that there were quite a few such people. Linfen had no intention of wasting any more time on nonsense or answering this man's pointless questions, so he asked who was currently leading the Dark Knight organization. The blonde man replied briefly that he didn't have that information, after which he began begging him to answer one last question. He wanted to know whether the man standing before him had any understanding of what art was. The young man's eyes flashed with anger. He was tired of answering stupid questions, especially since this man didn't want to share the information he was interested in. Smiling, the fair-haired criminal declared that he called art that beautiful moment when life ends and death begins. After that, a strange mechanism with a button appeared in his hands. Then something happened that absolutely no one expected. A powerful explosion thundered, sending a massive shockwave through everything around them. The police realized that the criminal had blown himself up. They immediately called a fire truck, but were extremely concerned that the man was still right in the epicenter. When they wanted to go and see if anyone was still alive, the police chief ordered everyone to stay put and not move. His subordinates were about to protest, since their duty was to protect the civilian population, but the man patted an officer on the shoulder and ordered him to look in that direction. Looking into the distance, the police officers noticed that as the smoke began to clear, a large blue barrier appeared that hadn't been there before. This was the work of Lin Fei. He had constructed a unique barrier to prevent the enemy from blowing himself and everything around him up, because then they wouldn't be able to obtain the necessary information. Because of this, the blonde man was in a panic. He claimed that this shouldn't have happened and that he and his partner should have already gone to the afterlife together. But that wasn't part of Lin Fei's plan. He declared that he could easily kill his opponent and then resurrect him if necessary. Out of desperation, the criminal began to cry and said that his enemy could ask whatever questions he wanted. He promised to answer them all and asked only to be allowed to end his own life. The first thing our hero wanted to know was who had sent the criminal. He wanted to know everyone by name so he could deal with each one in turn. The man said he didn't know who the client was. He explained that Hei Mengui, also known as the Black Rose, had assigned him this task. He also shared that this woman was very promiscuous and was hiding something about herself and the Man Polo couple. She was sleeping around with everyone and kept Bai Zhang in the dark. Now the young man realized that the conflict between Bai Zhang and Wu Malin was also the work of Black Rose and her entourage. After that, the hero declared that he would give the enemy the chance to take his own life. Slamming the cube down on the ground, Lin Fei declared that first this man must confess everything to the police, who were patrolling nearby. Handing our hero an envelope, the blonde man said that if he wanted to find the Black Rose, he needed to start his search with Bai Zhang, who had to review the materials stored on this disc, and then he would be ready to help. After that, the police chief ran up to the guys and asked in surprise, "Is this really the very same nightmare standing before us?" Upon hearing an affirmative answer, the man lunged at the blonde man and began beating him, saying that he had finally caught him, and now the criminal would answer for everything he had done to the former chief's granddaughter. Coughing up blood, the fair-haired man declared that he admitted his guilt. He explained that he had personally framed Wu Malin, killed Sun Qingyun, and provoked conflicts between the families. Lin Fei ordered the police to record his statement as well and film everything on camera so that no one would have any doubts, which was exactly what the police chief intended to do. Without resisting as the police put handcuffs on him, the blonde man turned around and asked our hero one last time if his words could be trusted. Without taking his eyes off the detainee's phone, the young man said that as soon as the testimony was recorded on camera, the criminal could do whatever he wanted with himself. That evening, things were restless at the Dark Knight organization's apartment, since everyone had found out what had happened. They found out and cleared out, so when our hero arrived there, he found no one. He understood that Black Rose didn't trust Nightmare, so it seemed she could only be reached through her lover, Bai Zhang. So it was time to head to the Bai family estate, where she had lived since ancient times. As he surveyed this upscale neighborhood, our hero tried to take in every detail, But he was interrupted by a phone call that came too unexpectedly. When he answered, he heard the voice of the police chief, so he immediately asked what had happened, since the chief had decided to bother him. He was told that Nightmare had done it all and then killed herself. He also learned that the Sun family had finally moved to Lotus City, but he would think about that later, since the Bai brothers were already waiting for him. The head of the family greeted Master Lin and said they hadn't known he was coming, so now he asked how they could help him. Without extending his hand in greeting to anyone, the young man walked past and said he needed to speak with Bai John, which caused confusion on the brothers' faces. Once inside the house, the young man wasn't kept waiting long, and a red-haired man immediately came down to meet him, asking what the teacher wanted to discuss. Our hero didn't want to beat around the bush for too long, so he immediately asked if Bai John knew Hei Megui from Dark Knight. Embarrassed, the red-haired man nevertheless explained that this woman was his love, who had risked her life to save him, and that they had wanted to marry without their parents' permission, since they would clearly be against it. Then the young man revealed that the Black Rose had repeatedly tried to kill the person dear to him, and he asked the surprised red-haired gentleman what he should do. Stammering at the unexpected news, Jean repeated once more that she had saved him, so if they were going to hold her accountable, he did not want to be a part of it. And then he went so far as to say that it would be better if the gentleman took his life. The man began to beg that his beloved woman not be touched and that her family be left alone. He clearly had no intention of betraying her. Smiling, our hero said briefly that he liked Baijan because only real men who protected their loved ones acted that way. Since Lin Fei liked this man, he decided to tell him the truth. So he handed him the disc and informed him that Black Rose wasn't as good as the man imagined. Unfolding the piece of paper, the redhead saw the password for the online disc. He thought with horror about what could be on that disc that might discredit his beloved in his eyes. Our hero explained that Hei Mengui was actually a married woman, and her husband was the leader of the Dark Knight organization, named Mantolo, so Bai was merely a plaything in her hands. The man's face betrayed horror and disbelief at what he was hearing. He even asked again, wondering if the teacher had decided to play such a cruel prank on him. However, it was no prank, and Lin Fei suggested that the man see for himself by watching what was on the online drive. The first thing the redhead heard was a conversation about how talented he was and how great it would be if the Black Rose could use him for her own purposes. It was the voice of his beloved. She was saying that the red-haired warrior was already at the intermediate level and that in the future he could become a true master or founder. The woman continued, saying that Bai Zhan thought simplistically, like a child, and highly valued justice and a sense of duty, so that if she did something kind for him, he would be at her feet. These words infuriated the redhead immensely. Even though the man was in immense pain, our hero urged him to be patient for a moment, because there was one more video he simply had to see. In this video was his beloved Black Rose, being embraced by a dark-haired man who, by all appearances, was her lawful husband. It was incredibly hard to believe what he was seeing. Even though it was obvious that it wasn't a fake or photoshopped, it was just hard for the man to accept that he had been made a fool of all this time. She really was a married woman and clearly enjoyed every second spent next to her husband, just as she enjoyed her time with him. Bajin couldn't take it anymore and punched the laptop with all his might, smashing it to pieces. The pain inside him was bursting out, and he couldn't contain it. Looking intently at Lin Fei, Mr. Bai told him that he wanted to deal personally with this woman who had caused him so much pain and deceived him. Then our hero asked whether the man's body had recovered from the injuries he'd sustained in his fight with Wu Malin, because if they were to die along with the Black Rose, it wouldn't do anyone any good. Gritting his teeth in anger, Mr. Bai declared that even if he risked dying alongside the woman, he was still ready to go there, for he wanted to deal with that traitoress personally. Realizing what this man was going through, our hero motioned him closer and said that with his current skill level, he couldn't win, but he knew a secret technique. Not quite realizing what would happen next, the redhead stepped forward and began to watch his teacher warily, as the latter was clearly about to activate his magical energy. And so it happened. Extending his fingers forward, the young man caused a magical light to radiate from them, which was directed straight at Bai. This strange beam pierced the center of the man's forehead, causing him some discomfort that made him squint from the sudden pain. When it was over, the man jumped back and asked what the young man had just done, since he felt extremely strange without understanding why. Lin Fei explained that he had just healed the man's internal injuries, and now he had exactly a 50% chance of winning. Smiling broadly, Bai Zhan realized that he really did feel better now, whereas before he had spent half a month trying to heal his wounds using various medicines and nourishing his internal energy. Realizing what had just happened, Baijan fell to his knees and began thanking the teacher for what he had done. He said that the teacher could ask him for any favors and that his family would never forget such kindness. But the young man stopped him and asked him not to rush into making such promises, for it would be best to first resolve his issues with the Black Rose. After all, he would eventually have to kill the person who was dearest to his heart. Only now did Baijan for the first time reflect on what he was about to do, realizing how deeply he truly loved Hei Mengui and considered her a truly close person. But then he declared that all this time he had been nothing more than a puppet in the hands of others. So now he shouldn't indulge in sentimentality or grieve over what he never truly had. He promised to sever this vicious bond that very night. After listening carefully to this promise, our hero could only think that in this world, breaking the so-called vicious cycle was the greatest difficulty of all. That evening, events led us to an unfinished building, which served as the site of a fateful meeting between two former lovers. The Black Rose came to the man she had been playing with all this time. She flirted and was clearly pleased that he wanted to see her again. The woman behaved very playfully, constantly touching and hugging Bai Zhang, and then declared that she had just one request for him. However, when she looked into Bai Zhang's eyes, she realized something was wrong. Her suspicion was confirmed when the man asked why Black Rose had been deceiving him all this time. Laughing, the brunette asked who had told her lover such nonsense. She insisted that she had always been completely sincere with him. Then he quoted her words from the video, saying that Bai Zhang was very talented and could be used for his own purposes. Hei Mengui immediately recalled that conversation with her husband. The woman realized that Bai Zhen had learned the truth from Nightmare, who had decided to betray her. Without stopping her embrace of the man, she reached for her leg, where a weapon was clearly hidden. Holding a knife to her former lover's throat, she declared that in that case there was no longer any need to keep him alive. She slightly cut his skin and blood oozed out, but that pain was nothing compared to the horror unfolding inside Bai Zhan. Realizing that the man had no intention of reacting, resisting, or trying to dodge her blade, the woman asked, "What's going on?" Sighing heavily, Mr. Bai admitted that he would have been very happy if the Black Rose had deceived him his entire life. But since that was impossible, he was ready to accept his death. These words struck Hei Mengui hard. She clearly hadn't expected this man to have truly fallen in love with her, even though she had regarded him as her plaything and a tool for carrying out tasks. However, she soon came to her senses and said that if the man wanted to die, then so be it. For if Mantolo found out about their relationship, she would be as good as dead anyway. She was about to slit her lover's throat when suddenly an unknown force knocked the knife out of her hands and forced her to jump back from the man. Looking around, the woman snapped, "Who's here?" until the answer literally appeared before her eyes in the form of Lin Fei standing next to Bai Zhan. The young man's full attention was focused on the red-haired man, whom he had struck in the face and asked if he had really decided to deceive him by declaring his desire for revenge. He began lecturing him on how a man must be tough, after which he declared that the Black Rose had never loved him, but had merely used him for her own purposes. These words brought the man to his senses, and despite his own tears, he thanked the teacher for this, saying that he now clearly understood what he needed to do. Getting to his feet, Baijan told his former lover that from this day forward, it was over between them. With a playful smirk, the brunette asked who had told him that there had ever been anything between them, since she had simply used him to satisfy her carnal desires. And now that she could no longer use him, the woman saw no point in keeping her lover alive, since he was now nothing but a burden and a threat. Hearing all these words, Bai said that if Black Rose had nothing else to tell him, then he would move on to the main event of the evening, namely her murder. Laughing, the woman asked if he really thought he could use the 100 furious fists against her, a technique he had shown her 1,000 times. However, the man didn't think so, for his former lover didn't know about the enhancement his master had bestowed upon him, so he asked what harm a mere knife, the one she had thrown, could possibly do to him. Without answering that question, she merely stated that she was currently using Silver Radiance in Veil of Swords. Rose was certain this would neutralize her opponent. For a moment, Baijan thought the same thing, for there's no denying that a person becomes terrified when they see 1,000 knives flying toward them. When the weapons struck the man's body, a haze formed, making it impossible to see what had happened to him or whether he was even alive. Yes, the man was in a bad way, for his entire body was covered in deep cuts that bled profusely and caused incredible pain. As she moved closer and closer to her ex-boyfriend, Mege asked him if he understood what his biggest mistake had been. Swinging another knife, she declared that the man hadn't loved her enough, and that was his biggest mistake, one that was hard to miss. After these words, she pierced Baizhang's shoulder with the deadly blade. The man screamed and coughed up blood as the blow caused him unbearable pain. Ignoring the blood spattering her face, the woman continued to lean over her former lover and speak of how she had loved her husband, but had also had feelings for her lover. Baizhang could barely hold back his tears as he heard her say that at first she had simply wanted to use him, but then she had become infatuated with him and started to develop feelings. Listening to all this nonsense, Lin Fei couldn't take it anymore and said that her words sounded like lines from a soap opera, except that it was very hard to believe them. Turning her attention to the guy, Black Rose shouted that no one had asked for his opinion, so he should sit on the sidelines and keep quiet. She directed her magical power at the guy and knocked him backward, so that his body lost its balance and he fell off the railing. When she realized that no one could survive a fall from such a height, she relaxed, for right then, a witness to her misdeeds had left this world. But not only had the guy not been crushed, he'd activated his magical energy just in time, but her knife hadn't pierced his heart either, since he'd put up a protective barrier. Still, Lin Fei decided not to reveal that he was alive just yet. He was curious to hear what else the Black Rose would say, and she decided to turn on all her charm and began to say that if Baizhang had become her lover, then it meant he too had felt a response to her within himself. Mege began to flirt openly and say that she had killed a huge number of people, but loved only her husband and lover. She wanted the red-haired man to stay with her. Rolling his eyes, our hero thought that women had always been and would remain the greatest weakness of even the strongest men. However, Baizhang did not succumb to her charms and declared that all her words were utter nonsense that should not be trusted. Feigning embarrassment, the woman declared that her lover need not move, for her kisses would heal his wounds, especially since no one would disturb them now. She really wanted to heal Baizhang, and in this way show him that she was committed to reconciliation and preserving their secret bond. But this turn of events clearly did not suit the man, whose eyes burned with rage and anger, which was about to burst forth and sweep everything around it away. The Black Rose continued to seduce him persistently, suggesting they fully enjoy this moment and, going forward, remain lovers who would visit each other whenever they pleased. Unable to bear all these sweet, deceitful words, our hero declared that he could no longer listen to this, after which he healed Baizhang's meridians so that he could move again. A sudden surge of power pierced the man's body, causing him to cry out in pain, but it was immediately replaced by a rush of energy that needed an outlet. The power overwhelmed him and stirred the air, while Mege tried to figure out what was happening, for she had never before seen a wound healed in such a way. Now Baizhang's heavy footsteps were filled with such powerful energy that the ground beneath his feet literally sparkled. Clenching his fists in anger, the man declared that the bitch had no chance of survival after everything she had done and said. Refusing to give in, the woman merely smirked and said that her former lover could try as much as he wanted, but the same fate awaited him anyway. Unwilling to listen to her claims that he would never again slip from her clutches, Baizhang shouted that he would never lose again and would not fall for her tricks. So, activating his magical energy, he directed it at the woman he had once loved. This helped him avoid being struck by 1,000 daggers. As he approached the Black Rose, he felt a deep sense of anxiety. For one thing, she was truly powerful, and for another, he was afraid that his hand would tremble at the decisive moment. But despite this, he steeled his resolve and decided he would fight to the last drop of blood, and if necessary, die alongside her. His energy was so intense that a true surge of power erupted, creating a small explosion that sent his opponent flying backward. When he shattered the last of her daggers, the Black Rose was truly terrified, for she did not understand how this was possible or why she was powerless in the face of her enemy. The blow struck her directly in the face, sending the woman flying backward and coughing up her own blood, which was as crimson as the rose on her dress. The red-haired fighter didn't stop. He knew he had to finish what he'd started and attack while his opponent was incapacitated. Meanwhile, Black Rose lay there, unable to muster the strength to move even a finger, for her entire body ached unbearably after hitting the ground. At one point, she tried to stand up, but it was beyond her strength and ability, so she fell back again and again. And then she suddenly tumbled over the railing and fell downward. Baizhang rushed after her, trying to save her, for he did not want her to die like this. Just when it seemed he was too late, the man grabbed her slender wrist and held her back, preventing her from falling. The battered and tear-stained woman raised her eyes and met the gaze of her former lover. She asked why he still hadn't let go of her hand. To be honest, Baizhang couldn't answer that question himself, for he had simply given in to the impulse to save her, and that was why she was still alive. Letting her tears flow, the woman found the answer for him, saying that the man was still not ready to part with her, even though she had used him, hurt him, and caused him pain. She confessed that she truly loved both her husband and her lover and didn't want things to turn out this way. Now Baizhan also began to cry and said that they shouldn't have started all of this. Black Rose agreed with this, because she believed that if her lover had found out about everything, then her husband would surely find out the truth one day as well, and then she would have no life left anyway. She realized that the best decision was to let go of her lover's hand, and that is exactly what she did. The man cried out when he realized he could no longer help his mistress. The pain inside him was so unbearable that it felt as though a part of him was dying right then and there. Looking into the eyes of her beloved, Hei Meigi spoke her final words. She believed that what had happened was punishment for her greed. Watching the young Baizhang suffer, our hero reminded him that she had gotten what she deserved, and most likely deserved what had happened to her. Still crying, the man raised his eyes and looked at his teacher. He understood that the teacher was right, but accepting this loss right away was incredibly difficult. Wanting Bai to open his eyes and see the rotten nature of his beloved, Lin Fei showed him the people who had died because of the Black Rose. Among her victims were even children and the elderly. Tears gradually began to dry in the man's eyes, for he realized that this woman truly deserved such an end, as she had been incredibly cruel. Our hero continued his speech, saying that his red-haired friend had simply put an end to her activities. It was the usual cycle of human rebirth, but ordinary people couldn't understand it. He could not condemn Baizhang for his feelings, for after all, he himself had not immediately understood when he had created that terrible genius with his own hands. Bowing low to the ground, the red-haired warrior began to ask our hero to take him as a disciple and teach him various secret practices. He declared that he wished to spend many years under Lin Fei's guidance and then pass on his wisdom to future generations. A memory from 1,000 years ago suddenly surfaced in our hero's mind, when Bai Zhang's distant ancestor had also asked to be his disciple. This man's name was Lin Yuan, and he bore a striking resemblance to Bai Zhang, for he too wanted to make a name for himself and shake the world with his abilities. When our hero ordered the man to rise from his seat immediately, the man raised his head eagerly and asked if the teacher had truly agreed to take him as a disciple. Nodding affirmatively, Lin Fei smiled faintly, for he understood that now he had a man with incredible potential on his side. Bowing once more, Baizhen thanked his teacher for his kindness and said that he would not regret taking him as a disciple. Lin Fei only hoped that this man would not follow in the footsteps of the one he resembled all too closely and would not stray onto the wrong path for the sake of his own ambitions. But that wasn't all Baizhan wanted. Glancing awkwardly at his teacher, he said he would take the liberty of making a request. Our hero understood everything, but first he asked the student to remove the woman's body, and then they could talk about everything else that interested him. As he approached the dead body of Black Rose, her lover noticed that even in death she was beautiful, but despite this, she had to be burned. When that was done, Baizhen told his teacher that now they could leave this place that had taken his beloved from him. Embarrassed, our hero awkwardly said that he didn't have anything with him right now that he could give as a welcome gift to his new student. But then he found an item in his pocket called Qi Gathering. It was the only medicine that could help one attain the post-heavenly state. Not believing his own eyes, Baizhen asked if the teacher really meant that this item could help him become a founder. Nodding affirmatively, Lin Fei told the man to get behind the wheel and that he could explore his new toy a little later. Getting into the car, the student said he was very grateful to his teacher for his generosity and kindness, but the gift was too expensive and he couldn't accept it. Sighing wearily, our hero said that Baizhan could feel free to take it, since he had a whole bunch of them and could spare one. Hearing that such valuables had become something of a routine for Lin Fei, the man was extremely surprised, if not shocked. But then he realized that the master had simply decided to reassure him after everything that had happened today, and that he could accept the gift with a clear conscience. Meanwhile, the young man thought that, by cultivation standards, this medicine was the most accessible and cheapest, so he didn't understand his student's joy. The car pulled out onto the road, and then Baizhan decided to ask why the teacher hadn't questioned Black Rose about whose order she was fulfilling. Our hero replied briefly that he simply didn't like unnecessary trouble and had decided that since the people from Dark Knight had tried to kill Yao Guang, he would just wipe them all out indiscriminately. It was already late at night when Baijan finally made it home. He hoped everyone was asleep and that he would be able to slip into his room unnoticed. That's exactly what happened. Once he was in bed, he finally relaxed and could calmly try the medicine his teacher had given him. Uncorking the small bottle, he caught a strange scent wafting from it. The scent was incredibly soothing and pleasant, so the man immediately became curious about what the medicine tasted like. Without a moment's hesitation, Baijan poured the medicine pellet straight into his mouth. He had no doubts, for thanks to this, he would be able to become a founder. As soon as the first pellets touched his throat, he felt an incredibly powerful energy that overwhelmed him. The man tried to focus on this power, but it wasn't easy, for it was literally surging inside him and wouldn't let him sit still. At one point, it seemed to him that a small explosion had occurred inside him, lifting his body upward and causing him to levitate in the middle of the room. All of this brought him pain, which was mixed with pleasure and an incredible sensation of power that filled every cell of his body. Watching his hands sparkle, the hero realized that he had now become a pioneer, capable of creating something brilliant and leaving a legacy behind. The next morning was incredibly sunny and clear, so the residents of the G Mansion woke up in a wonderful mood. Yu Guang was already up and freshening up after her sleep. She couldn't wait to go outside for a short walk and enjoy the sunshine. Sitting at a table near the mansion's entrance, Lin Fei had been lost in thought since early morning, wondering what to do next. The answer presented itself, for soon a luxury car drove into the mansion's grounds. Mr. Qing Fen had arrived as a guest and informed his most reverend lord that the founder had sent people with a message. Without looking up from his game of chess, our hero asked his guest to share this information with him, since he hadn't heard anything about it. The man explained that he had been informed that all the renowned master healers of the city of Lotus were to admit their guilt, and that he must atone with his blood for his debt to Tao Xian. Not only did they want to reduce the young man's body to ashes, but they also intended to destroy the Ji family. Calmly moving the checkers, Lin Fei said that if anyone wanted to meet him, they should come themselves, since he was too lazy to go out. After that, he asked how the man was getting along with preparing the medicine. Scratching the back of his head awkwardly, Qing Fen reported that a few more ingredients were still missing. Had he known in advance that they would be so hard to find, he wouldn't have boasted to His Holiness. Rising from his seat, Lin Fei said that it was not Mr. Qing's fault, since most miracle cures are practically impossible to find these days. After saying this, our hero advised his guest to go to the hospital and visit his son, because if he wasn't mistaken, he had only 24 hours left to live. Of course, Mr. Qing was shocked by this news, so he immediately headed for his car to do as the celestial being had said, but he was delayed by a phone call. It was the doctor, who confirmed Lin Fei's words with his message. He explained that his son's condition had worsened significantly and that he should come to the hospital as soon as possible. Only a few minutes had passed, and the man had already reached the hospital where his dying son lay. The boy was indeed much worse off. The disease had completely taken over his body and entangled him in its dark magical web, leaving the poor boy no chance of survival. The doctor was by his side and had been trying all this time to figure out exactly what this black web was, which was literally the physical embodiment of a dark magical influence. When the man touched the web, he screamed in pain, for he discovered that it was eating away at his skin and leaving deep burns. Needless to say, Qin Fen was simply shocked by what he saw and began begging His Holiness Lord Lin to save his son. Our hero concluded that this was the final stage of spider venom poisoning, and within the next 24 hours, the poor boy would be encased in a cocoon and become a nutrient source for the production of venom, after which he would turn into a spider. Glancing at the patient's father, Lin Fei announced that he was heading to the founder, since the boy lacked the medicine that could only be found there. Just the day before, Qing Fen had brought word that the founder was summoning all the masters of Lotus City. Time was limited, with only 3 days allotted for this. The young man could only hope that the founder would not stoop to such despicable behavior and act treacherously. Otherwise, he would have to be eliminated. Meanwhile, the Bai family was also in an uproar. Bai Zhan told his relatives that Uncle Qing had just called him and said that Lin Fei had gone alone to see the founder. No one liked this news, so the men jumped to their feet and said that Master Lin could not sacrifice himself to save the entire city. The red-haired man asked, "Does my father really mean to say that his teacher intends to appease the founder at the cost of his own life in order to save the lives of all the masters in the city?" That was exactly what he meant. The head of the Bai family suspected that the celestial being possessed not only a high level of cultivation, but also exceptional moral principles. Baring his teeth, the red-haired Bai declared that in that case he too would go to the founder. For the teacher had shown him the highest nobility, he simply could not sit idly by. However, the father did not want to let his son go alone, so he asked him to wait a little while so they could all go together. He also ordered that everyone who cared be contacted so they could go with them and help teacher Lin. The old man from Qingcheng Mountain had already arrived at the Bai family mansion, for he believed that Lin Fei was a noble man and they could not leave him alone in this difficult situation. The head of the Bai family agreed, and he also believed they had nothing to fear, since they too were founders who possessed incredible abilities. The School of Healing Medicine was located at the foot of the mountains. It was built right on the summit of Lingzhu, near the Suen Gorge. Looking at how beautiful and picturesque the place was, our hero wondered if a travel agency had discovered it. The ticket prices would be sky high. When he got closer to the building, he discovered something strange, something that couldn't be left as it was. Inside the building, a couple was sitting on their knees. A large dark-haired man and a similarly dark-haired girl. But unlike her companion, the poor young lady was trembling all over and clearly didn't want to be there. Looking at the girl's state, our hero realized that something was deeply troubling her, and this couple had clearly come here to ask for help with something they couldn't handle on their own. Stepping closer, Lin Fei asked how long these people had been kneeling, for judging by their posture and trembling limbs, it had been going on for quite some time. The distressed brunette, whose name was Cheng Xiangyu, reported that they had been sitting in that position all night and half of that day. Outraged by such treatment of the parishioners, our hero told the girl to get to her feet immediately, for if she continued to kneel, she might die. Bowing low at Lin Fei's feet, her companion, Wang Long, nearly in tears, began to apologize and plead with the young man not to be angry with his mistress. The young man said he would hold no grudge against anyone, so the parishioners could stand up and voice their requests, which until that moment had gone unanswered. As he helped his trembling mistress to her feet, Wang Long realized why the young man had even mentioned death, for the girl was in such a terribly weakened state that words could not describe it. It was at that very moment that the school's first student, named Sun Huabei, appeared. In an indignant tone, he asked who had allowed these people to stand up, since to receive help they were required to remain on their knees day and night. Ignoring the accusation that he didn't respect their school's rules, Lin Fei said that even if these poor souls could stand for one day and one night, the school's students wouldn't be able to cure the lady. Of course, these words greatly angered the school's student, who aggressively asked who this man was to dare look down on the power of their institution. After looking closely at this arrogant man, Lin Fei stated that he held Shenlong's medical school in the highest regard. He had only looked down on the first student. Just then, the headmaster, whose name was Sun Shengfeng, appeared. He asked the young man if he was certain they couldn't cure the girl, because if it was just empty talk, he could lose his tongue for slander. Rushing over to his father, Sun Huabei explained that this young man had been forcing the parishioners to break their school's rules, and that he had also cast doubt on their ability to cure the lady's illness. Looking closely at the trembling girl, the head of the school said that she was merely possessed by an evil spirit, and that they needed to channel true qi through her meridians to purify her. Lady Wang Lun's companion opened an impressive little box in front of Sun Shengfen, inside which, on a soft lining, lay a precious stone, and announced that they were prepared to pay handsomely for his help. Upon seeing this offering, the school's top disciple was overjoyed, for it was a spiritual stone that would allow their school to rise 5 ranks overnight. Of course, Mr. Sun knew perfectly well what kind of stone it was, so he asked the woman to give him her hand so he could channel the energy. However, our hero was still certain that the man wouldn't be able to do anything. And he turned out to be absolutely right, because they were dealing not with some mediocre, weak evil spirit, but with a force capable of frightening even the head of the school. The dark magical energy managed to knock Mr. Sun back. He couldn't even defend himself and hadn't expected anything like this to happen to him. The son immediately ran to his stricken father, who was literally trembling with fear and muttering that he had encountered demonic qi. The headmaster declared that the woman could leave, since no one could heal her, but Lin Fei said he could easily do so. Then Sheng Feng said ironically that if the young man could do it, he would regard him as a teacher. Ignoring these words, the young man turned to the woman and said he was ready to cure her. Without taking the spirit stone, he only needed to know where she had obtained it. Of course, Chung Sheng Yu doubted that the young man would help her, so when he touched her shoulders with his hands, the poor woman trembled. This provoked the monster sitting inside her. The demonic energy, which was bursting to get out, attacked our hero, but he knew what to do about it. Wang Long, standing nearby, recoiled, having felt the powerful shockwave emanating from the blow dealt by the demonic entity. To protect himself from the dark energy's effects, the headmaster activated his golden armor, hoping it would help in some way. Everyone was terrified except for Lin Fei, who was fully aware of what he was about to face, so he knew exactly what he needed to do to avoid getting hurt. The dark energy crept closer and closer to him, yet it could not harm him. It seemed as though some unknown force was protecting the boy. Sun Shengfeng immediately realized that this young man had somehow managed to activate shamanic spells, which meant that standing before them was the heir to the shaman Wu Shen. It was precisely this action that caused the negative energy to begin leaving the young lady, who immediately said she was feeling better. Looking closely at the head of the school, our hero asked with a smirk why the elderly man was silent. Did he really not want to admit that there was someone stronger than him? Activating his magical energy, Master Sun declared that he would not call someone who used shamanic techniques a teacher and had no intention of acknowledging it. Therefore, he ordered his followers to attack the fool who had dared to use such methods within the walls of his school, so as to eradicate his legacy by the end of the day. Sun Shengfeng told the other students to begin the formation, and they surrounded our hero. Once everyone had taken their positions, a glowing magical circle formed around Lin Fei. The formation was called the Blood Seal, and it was meant to seal all of our hero's magical power inside him so he could no longer use it. Master Sun declared that if the boy didn't immediately reveal his shamanic secrets to them, he wouldn't leave a single wet spot on him, for his formation could subdue even a great master. Everyone around could feel his power. Wang Long shielded his mistress with his own body, for he feared her fragile form might shatter into pieces. The head of the school declared that he was giving Lin Fei one last chance. So if he didn't reveal his secrets right now, he would be severely punished and regret ever being born. Suddenly, Wang Lun realized that this formation was draining all their strength, his and his mistress's. And if it continued like this, they might die. So when he realized that Lin Fei was acting as if nothing were happening, he was very surprised. The only thing that truly surprised our hero was that everything around him had turned red. The headmaster was certain that a true descendant of the shaman Wu Xian stood before him, for otherwise he would not have been able to withstand his attack, which was called the Blood Seal. Giving his opponent a cold stare, Lin Fei calmly stated that the man was mistaken and that he was not the descendant of any shaman. Rather, it was the shaman who was his descendant. These words finally enraged Song Shengfeng. He declared that the boy was spouting nonsense again, and that today he would force him to renounce all shamanic beliefs. He believed that no founder should get too cocky, and that anyone who crossed the line should taste his incredible power, which could wipe a person off the face of the earth. It was at that very moment that the masters of Lotus City arrived, having come to assist Master Lin. The head of the school declared that they had arrived just in time, since he had been too lazy to look for them. He said that those who were brave enough could take the risk and enter the battle formation. Everyone was outraged by these words. Surely Master Sun didn't think that anyone among them was not brave enough. It seemed he had underestimated the power of the City of Lotuses. When Wang Lun realized that these men were actually going to enter the formation, he began begging them to stop and not make a fatal mistake. However, no one listened to him. The men declared that everyone around them had underestimated their strength and that they could demonstrate something truly extraordinary. But soon the men realized why Wang Lun had tried to warn them, for they felt a powerful force of pressure that was draining their inner energy. Now they couldn't even move, so Wang Lun said resignedly that he had tried to warn the men not to even go near the formation. Looking at his friends who were clearly not in the best shape, our hero thought irritably, did they really think they could handle it just as well as he could? This situation made Sun Shengfeng burst out laughing, for he was convinced that all the masters of Lotus City were indeed incomparably brave, but at the same time they were fools. After all, now the head of the school could use their powers for his own ends. In fact, he had originally planned to seize their power, for only then would he be able to become a great master. Some of the school's students were opposed to what was happening, saying that this arrangement was toxic and did not align with their teaching principles. Elder Liu believed it would have devastating consequences. However, Mr. Sun had no intention of listening to anyone. He ordered the man to shut up, and since the school's founder wasn't there, everything would go exactly as he wanted. His dream was to become a master whom absolutely everyone would bow down to. After looking closely at this wicked man, our hero stated that judging by the model of the blood seal Sun was currently using, the impression of his school would clearly be a bad one. Lin Fei hadn't expected the formation to be used in such a situation and declared that punishment was warranted for this. But the headmaster said that was utter nonsense, and no one would dare insult their school's progenitor. Stating that everyone present would die anyway, Sheng Feng summoned her power and activated the blood seal. After that, everyone in the formation began screaming in pain, as it felt as though their heads were literally exploding and their power was leaving their bodies. Mr. Song, with a malicious laugh, declared that now these people's souls belonged only to him, and no one could stop him from bringing his plans to fruition. Watching what was happening, Baijan began to scream and beg his teacher to get out of the way, for only then would he not fall victim to this villain. The bloody claw was already closing in on Lin Fei. The head of the school wanted to absorb his power and was already anticipating becoming the most powerful person in the world. When our hero realized that the enemy had managed to get within critical range, he had to decide how to proceed, for the danger was growing by the second. Seeing that his opponent wasn't reacting to his attack at all, the headmaster clenched his teeth in anger. He couldn't understand why the boy hadn't done anything yet. Looking at the more conscientious students who were trying to help one another, our hero thought that his connection with Shen Nong wasn't completely severed after all, and that he had in fact passed on one teaching to him. The old man, who had once again decided to attack, demanded that the young man answer all his questions, but the young man didn't even budge. At the very last moment, our hero allowed himself to move and strike a blow. It was astonishingly powerful, so much so that the old man was sent flying backward and hit his head hard on the ground. Activating an ancient magical power, Lin Fei declared that even if the school's students called themselves Shen Nong's successors, they were not, for they had forgotten all his truths. After that, he used a skill called Introduction to the Art of Healing to help his friends who had come to his rescue. At that moment, the headmaster's magic weakened, and our hero managed to make his companions feel better, so their heads stopped throbbing with pain. A power awoke within each of them, ready to withstand any enemy attack and protect the minds of Lin Fei's friends. Of course, the old man tried repeatedly to attack and take control of the boys' minds, but he failed, so he was left with nothing. At that moment, a fierce internal struggle was taking place. To illustrate this with the specific example of Bai Zhang, the poor man felt these hostile attacks and could barely hold back a cry of pain. The head of the school could not understand how such a thing was even possible and why Shen Nong's teachings were so powerful, since they were merely elementary healing methods. Many students were against what this man was doing. They did not claim to have inherited teachings spanning several thousand years, yet the founder alone intended to destroy everything they had. Claiming that all this had happened because the students hadn't helped him, Sun Shengfeng launched an attack and said that if they were against him, then they must die. Lin Fei came to these people's defense, stating that he had used far from simple healing methods, for it was thanks to them that Shen Nong, together with the Yellow Emperor, had once been able to wipe Qi Yu off the face of the earth. Smiling, his opponent said he never would have thought the young man could land such a powerful blow, but he wasn't about to give up and decided to show everything he was capable of. According to the head of the school, he had another ace up his sleeve, one that even the founder himself wouldn't be able to handle. Activating his magical energy, the man declared that since he was fortunate enough to face such a powerful enemy today, he could consider his life well lived. At that very moment, the other students screamed in pain. At first, no one understood what was happening, but then it became clear that the headmaster was draining their life energy. This caused unbearable pain to everyone around, for the poor people felt as if life was literally being sucked out of them and their energy taken for himself. Summoning his strength, one of the senior students declared that Sun Shengfeng could not allow himself to drain their life force, for only true scum behaved that way. Laughing loudly, the man seemed to confirm that this was exactly who he was. After which he said that when he became a great master and held the position of head, he would build monuments in honor of the fallen. While this nightmare was unfolding, Miss Cheng Shengyu came to her senses. She didn't understand what was happening, for she had very little life energy left within her. Watching everything that was happening around her, the girl understood only one thing. It was the dark-haired boy whom the headmaster had turned against, who had saved her life. She didn't even understand where this courage had come from, But she sprang to her feet and began walking toward Lin Fei, shouting along the way not to touch him. The brunette would rather die herself than let anyone harm her savior. Of course, no one listened to her, because Sun Shengfeng wanted to finish off this guy as soon as possible and take his magical power for himself. The brunette quickly reached our hero and hugged him tightly, which puzzled the young man, as he didn't understand why she had decided to do this right then. Blushing, the girl said that she would be willing to sacrifice herself for the one who saved her, because for her it was a great honor. With a wave of his hand, our hero declared that there was no need for that, since he had enough strength to defeat the enemy without outside help. A single movement of his was enough to send the headmaster reeling backward, as the blow landed squarely on his face, causing an extremely unpleasant sensation. Our hero's strength sent the scoundrel flying so far that he somersaulted several times in the air, after which a hard collision with the ground awaited him. When their two forces collided, the air shook with an incredible energy that could have swept away everything in its path. It was like an unbridled force of nature. Soon an explosion thundered, so powerful that the shockwave spread far beyond the school grounds where it all was happening. Just as everything around them began to crumble and shake, Miss Chen thought it was all over. She wanted to close her eyes in fear, but then she realized she was safe. And all because our hero had activated his magical power and erected a protective barrier around them, which allowed all his loved ones to remain safe and sound. The woman was so stunned that she couldn't stop looking around in amazement, for she wanted to understand how this young man could possess such abilities. She wanted to figure out how a seemingly ordinary guy could make magic protect those who were on his side and destroy all those who opposed him. When it was all over, Lin Fei gently told the girl that she could let go of him now. She jumped back in fright, realizing that she had been clinging desperately to him the whole time. As soon as the initial shock passed, she immediately began to wonder who exactly was standing before her, for this guy was clearly no ordinary person. Seeing 1,000 questions in her eyes, our hero said that it didn't matter at all who he was. The only thing that mattered was that they were no longer in danger. The whole situation and the unexpected closeness to this man had so deeply moved the girl that she forgot how to breathe, and her heart was pounding wildly. While she was thinking that she had never experienced anything like this before, the school students knelt before our hero, asking His Holiness to accept their gratitude for their salvation. Among those bowing were members of the Sun family, who could not believe that this man had been able to kill their elder with a single wave of his hand. Looking closely at the students, our hero declared that he considered it his duty to look after those who were here, for they had strayed from Shen Nong's teachings, so he must restore order. But there were also those who considered the young man some sort of heretic. They angrily declared that the murder of the school's head would not go unpunished and that the founder would intervene to punish the killer. One of those who opposed Sun Shengfeng fell to his knees and was nearly in tears from grief, for he understood that the former head had committed a terrible crime and led all the followers astray. After surveying the rebels, Lin Fei declared that their words meant nothing to him and that they must leave the school so as not to defile it with their presence. A single snap of his fingers was enough, and these people literally began to fall apart. They screamed and said they didn't want to die, but it was already too late. This act impressed Baizhang so much that he declared his teacher was far cooler than Thanos, since he was capable of even greater destruction. Some disciples were still alive. They didn't understand why they hadn't followed the others, since they too had been influenced by false teachings. Then our hero declared that these people's hearts were not yet completely rotten. Goodness still glimmered within them, so for now they could remain alive. Our hero ordered these people to raise their heads, for they were to lead him to the founder of this doctrine so that he could deal with him as well. One of the disciples was already preparing to accompany the young man and fulfill his request, but a sudden call stopped Lin Fei, and he turned his head toward the sound. It was Miss Chen, who with a radiant smile addressed Lin Fei and asked him to accept her gift, which lay in a small box. However, the young man said she shouldn't give him any gifts, since he wasn't interested in valuables of that sort, so she could keep them for herself. This shocked Wang Lun, for he could not have imagined that the boy would not be impressed by a spirit stone that even the great masters were delighted with. Meanwhile, Lin Fei's group of friends reflected on the fact that they hadn't helped their teacher at all. On the contrary, they had caused even more trouble. While everyone was still in awe of our hero's abilities, second brother Bai sadly reflected that even the founder was no match for this guy, which meant he would have to come up with a different plan of action. Events led us to a picturesque spot located right on the peak of Mount Lingzhu. The disciple led our hero to the entrance of the cave, and informed him that the founder had been locked up in this very place for quite some time. Causing a look of shock to cross the man's face, Lin Fei entered without hesitation and declared that he was going in search of the founder, since they needed to talk. When he finally made his way deep into the cave, he found an ancient old man there, who looked as though he had spent more than a century there. Our hero asked if he was the founder of the school. It was indeed the legendary Song Yufei, the founder of the School of Healing Arts. The old man asked who was standing before him, for he was surprised by the boldness of the one who dared to disturb him. A disciple literally burst into the cave and began begging the founder not to be rude to this gentleman. He promised to explain everything and answer all questions. Glancing at Lin Fei, the man began whispering something very quickly. Perhaps he was giving the founder a general outline of the situation. After hearing the story, the founder flew into a rage. He shouted, asking how some brat dared to destroy his formation, which he had been working on for a long time. Not wanting to go into too much detail, our hero stepped closer and touched the old man's forehead with his finger so that he could see everything for himself and have no further questions. The founder regarded this with obvious skepticism, but allowed the young man to do as he planned and stood still, waiting to see something interesting. Oh, he saw a truly striking image. Su Shusi, the founder of medicine, bowed before the founder, Shen Nung, who stood next to some kind of deity. The celestial being was young and handsome, and he bore a striking resemblance to the young man standing right in front of him. And then the founder understood everything. Falling to his knees, the old man began to beg the celestial being to forgive him, for he should have watched over the school as carefully as possible, rather than leaving it to the mercy of fate. Looking at the man who had fallen before him, our hero declared that the man had indulged in the tyranny perpetrated by Sun Shengfeng, and because of this, a toxic chaos had erupted at the medical school that could have destroyed many innocent lives. However, since the man had not participated directly in this, he would be spared, especially considering that there were still good students left at the school who could be taught the art of healing and inspired to help others. But if rumors reach Lin Fei again that they are doing evil, his punishment will be terrible, and he will wipe the school, along with its legacy, from the face of the earth. Bowing deeply, the men declared that they understood everything and would strive to be examples of prudence and honor, as well as use their knowledge only for the good of the people. After that, the young man told them to get up, for he wanted to take a walk to the Suan Valley, where medicinal herbs were grown, since he needed to gather some raw materials. The founder of the teaching said that the celestial being could take whatever he needed. He was even ready to give him the entire Suan Valley if it would be of benefit. The Suan Valley was an incredibly beautiful place with green grass and delightful waterfalls that nourished the greenery with moisture. Our hero didn't need to be asked twice, and if the founder said he could take everything, he decided that was exactly what he would do. When the followers of this teaching sensed the celestial being's magical energy, they could barely stand, for it was incredibly powerful. When Lin Fei finished harvesting all the medicinal herbs he had planned to take, the valley turned into a parched desert. The men were truly shocked by this turn of events, for they hadn't expected the young man to actually take absolutely everything. Looking at the men's disappointed faces, Lin Fei asked with a smirk why they were acting as if they were extremely dissatisfied. Stammering, the founder tried to explain that there had been a misunderstanding, since now they had absolutely nothing left, and he hadn't expected it to turn out this way. Upon hearing that these were supplies they had been gathering for hundreds of years, our hero reminded them that he hadn't taken it all for free, so he reached for what he would give in return. When the elixir of immortality fell into the founder's hands, he nearly shouted with joy, for he realized that this was exactly what their school had been sorely lacking. Our hero also added that the value of this elixir was 10 times greater than all the ingredients and plants found in the Sui Valley. After he added that the vial contained 10 top-quality Zuki immortality pills, the men were almost speechless. Turning around, the young man began to leave, saying in parting that the founder could consider this a gift of good fortune, and if these pills were used wisely, 10 great masters might emerge from the school. The disciples said regretfully that their former leader had been willing to sacrifice the lives of all the inhabitants of the city of Lotus just to get a chance to become a great master. Yet the celestial being had granted them as many as 10 such chances. The gift was so precious that the founder fell to his knees and began thanking the celestial being, who was so merciful as to bestow such a priceless gift that could not be described in words. As soon as Lin Fei returned to the school grounds, Chen Xiangyu immediately ran up to him, clearly worried that he had disappeared from her sight. Our hero was already a bit tired of people, since there had been far too much interaction lately. so he asked why the girl was still there. She was delighted that he had even noticed she was nearby, so she waved at him with a smile, though he didn't really appreciate her enthusiasm. However, there was something that did pique the celestial being's interest, so he asked where the young lady had found the spirit stone and how she had encountered the demonic chi. These words embarrassed the girl quite a bit. She thought she was being treated like an adult woman, but Lin Fei apparently considered her quite young. She explained that everything had happened in the Black Bamboo Ravine. Her family had received reliable information that a blood magnolia could be found there, which would prolong her grandfather's life, but she could never have imagined what she would encounter there. Our hero immediately guessed what she was about to say, so he quickly remarked that it seemed the girl had fallen into a deadly trap. Approaching Miss Chung, the young man said he would give her a gift since she had helped him and told a story that provided important information. So he revealed to her a secret piece of knowledge. To extend one's life, one didn't need the blood magnolia. The 7 stars of life extension were quite sufficient. This information was so valuable that the girl smiled broadly and thanked Lin Fei for it, since he had literally given her exactly what she was looking for. The girl was so reluctant for this man to leave that she began to think of a way to keep him there just a little longer, because if she let him go now, she would likely never see him again. And then a brilliant idea struck her, one that would help prolong her conversation with Lin Fei. She asked our hero to add her as a friend on Vishai, because then, if she found out the locations of other spirit stones in the future, she could send him a message right away. At first, the young man hesitated, as he had always believed that using WeChat was beneath his status. But the girl insisted so much that he finally gave in. Laughing, Miss Chung expressed her sincere surprise, because in this chat, Lin Fei was listed as the 2,000-year-old handsome guy. Without a second thought, the young lady quickly added the guy as a friend and said she'd call him Brother Lin, since she liked that name much better. Even though our hero knew perfectly well that he and this girl would never actually chat, he decided he still had to repay her somehow for her kindness toward him, saying that since the girl treated him like an older brother, he would give her a small gift. The young man reached into his pocket for something. Pouring a variety of colorful beads into her palm, the young man told her that it was a miraculous medicine and that she could use it whenever she wanted. This surprised Miss Cheng greatly. She asked anxiously why the young man had given her this gift, noting that for ordinary people, such medicine was an unheard-of luxury. Not wanting to hear her say that the gift was too expensive to accept, our hero said that he had acquired the entire Suan Valley, so she needn't worry and could take the medicine. Madame Chung was simply delighted with Lin Fei. She marveled at his astonishing generosity and promised herself that when she returned home, she would definitely try to find him. As soon as our hero appeared before the masters of Lotus City, they began to show him their respect and offered him the position of head of the Masters Guild, for he had the right to be their leader. Not wanting to discuss the matter at that moment, the young man said that all the masters could go their separate ways. He said nothing more, and this greatly confused the men who were waiting for his answer. The old man tried to call out to him, but our hero didn't respond. He just wanted to get as far away from that place as possible, for he was utterly fed up with these people. The gray-haired master didn't give up and asked Lin Fei if he wanted to reconsider his decision and become the leader of all the masters. At that moment, the young man turned to him and looked closely. However, his gaze was not directed at the old man at all. His attention was drawn to a little boy who had come with his teacher. The young man asked why the boy was there. The teacher decided to answer for the boy, saying that he was his new student, named Zhang Xiaolin. According to the old man, he was a very talented boy. For some unknown reason, this dark-haired boy piqued our hero's interest, so he touched his forehead and activated his magical power. After that, he told the boy to come with him, and the boy did so without hesitation, as if in some strange trance that made him do things that weren't like him. The heroes walked in silence for a while, but when they had moved away from the school and reached a cliff where no one could hear them, Lin Fei suddenly stopped and began to gaze into the distance. A few seconds later, he turned his head toward the boy and asked if he remembered him, since they had a shared history. The boy's eyes widened in shock when our hero said his real name, which sounded like Zhang Dalin. At first, the dark-haired boy didn't understand anything, but then something unexpected happened. It felt as if his head were splitting apart. Yet it was precisely through the pain that memories of the past came flooding back. His whole body burned with fire, and his eyes shone with memories of events that had taken place many millennia ago. At last, they had returned in full. Bowing to the celestial being, The dark-haired boy said that their separation had lasted nearly 2,000 years, and he had long since given up hope that the day would ever come when they would see each other again. Looking closely at the boy, Lin Fei asked what had happened in the realm of the celestial beings that had forced him to be reborn into this world. After a moment's thought, Zhang Daolin explained that Papa Chakra, who had killed Empress Yao Guang, had returned to the realm of the celestial beings after 3,000 years. Our hero couldn't believe that this deity was still alive. It seemed impossible to him, for if Zhang Daolin had encountered him, he would have left nothing but a wet spot in his wake. When Lin Fei asked what else the boy remembered, the boy activated his magical energy and decided that showing his memories would be much more effective. Now Lin Fei could see with his own eyes that creature, which was a true ancient evil. It was destroying everything in its path, and the young man hadn't seen anything like it in a long time. The boy's memories showed a city burned to the ground. He was in his elderly form, and when the enemy saw him, the enemy laughed loudly, for he hadn't even expected to meet him here. Those who were lucky enough, or conversely, unlucky enough, to survive begged their teacher to get out of there quickly, for as long as there was life, there was hope. But the old man clearly had no intention of listening to them. After all, he wondered what would happen to all of them if he were to simply take off and leave the battlefield alone. Then there would be no hope of salvation. Zhang Daolin wanted to fight a little longer, so he summoned the remnants of his magical energy and commanded the results of his 2,000-year journey of understanding the Tao to coalesce into the sword he raised. The terrifying monster reached out its claws toward the old man, but could do nothing. Screaming in pain, it asked the celestial being if he truly wanted them both to perish. Launching his attack, the old man asked, "Why not?" After all, he was ready to sacrifice his life for the greater good and to slay the enemy. The two elements collided, and it seemed as though space itself trembled. The opposing energies now sought to devour one another. When the disciples realized the danger looming over their teacher, they cried out in helplessness, for they could do nothing to help the one who had willingly entered this deadly duel. The dark entity shouted that Zhao Daolin wouldn't be able to kill him with that sword anyway, since the wounds would heal and he would be able to return to rule the world. So she was curious what the celestial being would do then. As he disintegrated into particles, the old man declared that there would be no need for his intervention then, for the great celestial being would behead the enemy himself. Shouting loudly, the dark entity said that this was impossible, for all the ancestors were dead and no one had managed to survive, so the celestial being posed no danger to him. Fading into the setting sun, the old man said finally that the celestial being's body was eternal and his soul immortal, so sooner or later he would return. After that, the flashback ended, for the boy no longer had the strength to let anyone into his mind and grant access to his innermost thoughts. Activating his magical energy, our hero ordered the boy to sleep, and once he woke up, he would forget everything, for it was still too soon for his memories to return, as the new body might not be able to bear that burden. Lifting the child into his arms, Lin Fei could think of nothing but how the demonic forces had run amok, intending to kill his old friend, while the realm of the Celestials turned a blind eye to it. At that moment, the young man realized that, to all appearances, after several thousand years had passed, everyone had forgotten what terrible things he was capable of. He knew that sooner or later he would rise to the pinnacle of both worlds, and then he would settle the score for past grievances. Handing the boy over to the old man's servant, he didn't say a word, even after the gray-haired man asked what had happened to his apprentice. Materializing 3 scrolls in his hands, our hero said that he was giving these 3 legacies to the old man, and that he must not hide them, for it was necessary to share knowledge with his students. Accepting this gift with gratitude, the elderly man bowed his head and said that the teacher's word was law to him, and he would do as he was told. Noticing the plastic bag caught on the building's decorative trim, the young man realized it was a sign, so he decided to give one more small gift. Looking at the empty plastic bag, the old man didn't understand anything, and his gaze clearly revealed thousands of questions to which he could find no answers. Taking the remaining healing medicines from his pockets, Lin Fei told the man that he should take them and use them to restore his student's strength. The man was literally trembling with happiness and anticipation when he learned that he would also be given a chi-gathering pill and a foundation-laying pill. He knew full well that all these medicines were priceless treasures, so it felt a bit strange to him to accept such gifts in a plastic bag. Without trying to hide his surprise, the gentleman asked why the great Master Lin had been so generous to the young Shaolin. Then our hero, without any hesitation, revealed that this boy was none other than the reincarnation of Zhang Daolin himself, the great celestial being. These words astonished the questioner so much that he could not believe what he had heard, for he could not wrap his mind around the idea that reincarnation actually existed. Then the young man continued his story, saying that Zhang Daolin had been honored to accept the will of heaven, and now he must achieve great merits in the earthly world to become a celestial being once again. Plunged into utter shock, the elderly teacher asked if this meant that chaos would soon engulf their entire world. Turning around, Lin Fei began to leave, saying finally that this was exactly what would happen. Difficult times were coming soon, and they needed to be prepared for them. But right now was not the time to address that issue. For the moment, his priority was preparing the 7 stars of resurrection healing potion to save Mr. Qing's son. Moreover, he still hadn't figured out which member of the Bai family was the murderer, since they had all been extremely polite to them, so it was unlikely they would confess on their own. Using his ability to fly through the air, Lin Fei decided that this would be the best way to get to the hospital as quickly as possible in order to save the boy in time. When Mr. Qing saw that the young man had already arrived and had scared the hell out of his daughter with his sudden appearance, he was overjoyed. A glimmer of hope for his son's salvation lit up inside him. Heading toward the door, the young man asked how the young Mr. Qing was feeling at the moment. His father explained that Mingyu was currently in very poor condition. The man also explained that they had tried every possible method, but they had been unable to get rid of the black, poisonous web that had already completely engulfed the poor boy's body. Looking closely at the poor fellow, our hero asked everyone present to leave the room where the patient was. This request puzzled the doctor and his assistant. Of course, the doctor was outraged when the door was locked in front of him. He told Mr. Qin that he himself had brought this young man here, and if anything went wrong, he wouldn't be the one to take responsibility for it. Our hero was understandable. He didn't want anyone to see his tripod under any circumstances, because if he didn't have it, there would be far more problems. It was into this magical vessel that he began to place all the ingredients needed to prepare the medicine that was supposed to save the young man's life. After everything had been placed in the tripod, he lit the true fire made of 3 elements, which was the essential component for combining these ingredients. Meanwhile, Mr. Qing was pacing nervously. The doctor advised him not to get his hopes up for a favorable outcome, since the person he had brought in was incredibly young and inexperienced, especially since he considered himself the best specialist. All these words went in one ear and out the other for the man, especially after his nose caught a very strange scent that began to emanate from his son's room. The man immediately recognized the scent of a medicinal decoction, the ingredients for which he had never managed to gather because they were simply impossible to find. At one point, the doctor jumped up abruptly and told Mr. Qin to look at his hair, for it was darkening, and it seemed as though he was growing younger right before his eyes. Then the man's vision suddenly went dark, but he quickly realized that something strange was happening outside as well, and it wasn't just his blurred vision. Stepping out onto the balcony, he and Mr. Qin couldn't figure out what was happening, for it seemed a storm was approaching, even though there hadn't been a single cloud or sign of a storm in the sky before. However, now everything had changed. The clouds had thickened and darkened, and the lightning was so bright that it seemed as if one might go blind just by looking at it. This whole scene filled Mr. Qing Feng with panic and terror, so he screamed, realizing that all of this was unnatural and that nature was under a magical influence. But the real shock hit the man the moment one of the lightning bolts struck his house directly. Then he thought that the heavens wanted to destroy his family. All sorts of thoughts raced through his mind. But when he realized that all these strange phenomena were because a celestial being was helping his son, it gave him some peace of mind. All this was happening because the laws of the heavenly Tao are very strict, and resurrection from the dead goes against the laws of heaven. But our hero had pulled this off so many times that he was no longer afraid of anything. Now, these celestial phenomena were merely a backdrop to him, having no effect on the main picture, in which he and his patient played the leading roles. Those who witness this anomaly are unlikely to ever forget the thousands of lightning bolts striking a single spot, which was protected by a glowing dome. A little boy said to his mother in shock, telling her to look that way, because a golden fist had just struck the sky there. As luck would have it, when the woman looked in that direction, there was nothing there anymore. So she thought her first son was a bit of a fool, which meant she should have had a second. To be honest, Lin Fei was really annoyed that every time he did something so impressive, thunder would strike with such force that everything around him would shake. Finally, everything indicated that the decoction was ready, which meant they could get down to the most interesting part: saving young Master Ching. Looking at the 2 golden pills, the young man was outraged, for it turned out that the medicinal herbs from the school were simply disgusting, as the result was rather meager. Directing the medicinal pills straight toward the patient, our hero waited, for the result was not supposed to disappoint him or anyone who believed in the young man's salvation. As soon as the golden sphere approached the victim's body, the web began to recede, as if frightened away by this bright, pure force capable of dispelling any darkness. Watching the sphere's power at work, our hero reflected on how he had given away so many healing pills that he hadn't even suspected he would have to use his own magical energy. Since there was a risk that the healing golden sphere might not be enough, our hero decided not to take any chances and to tap into his own power, for in a way he was this young man's father. The effect was instantaneous. The web parted in an instant and turned into a delicate lace that literally melted into the air. As soon as the golden sphere penetrated the young Master Ching's body, he glowed and screamed so loudly that even the walls shook. Lin Fei's magical power lifted him into the air and made him hover above the bed. The scream did not stop, but he simply had to endure it, and then healing would come. Our hero was already getting pretty annoyed by their reaction every time he gave the poor souls their medicine, since they screamed so loudly each time that his eardrums nearly burst. When the screaming subsided and the glow faded, Lin Fei waited because the boy was about to wake up very soon, since the procedure had been successful. A few seconds passed, which felt like an eternity, but finally the boy opened his eyes, which were now finally their natural color. The first thing the awakened young Ching saw was Lin Fei, who was leaning over him impatiently and telling him to stop sleeping. Of course, he was frightened, because he clearly hadn't expected to see a stranger standing next to his bed, someone who had somehow broken into their house and his room. Hearing his son's voice, Mr. Ching immediately burst into the room and couldn't believe his eyes, for his child was conscious. Moreover, he had gotten out of bed and was standing on his own 2 feet. The family embraced joyfully, reunited after long months of anxiety and fear. Lin Fei realized he was an intruder at this celebration of life. When the boy realized what the stranger had done for him, he fell to his knees and began thanking him for saving his life. He said his family would do anything to repay Lin Fei for his kindness. The only thing our hero truly wanted was to find out who had poisoned Mingyu, for it was this very person who had sought to harm his beloved Yao Guang. Gritting his teeth in anger, the boy said that the villain was a member of the Bai family, namely the second teacher, whose name was Boju. This made sense because if the Qing family lost its heir, the Bai family could free themselves from the control of other families and seize leadership in many areas. But it was still unclear why they would kill Yao Guang, especially using spider venom. Turning around, the hero said he was leaving. He asked that everyone who had witnessed the boy's healing not tell anyone that Bai Boju had been his killer. The head of the Qing family didn't understand the point of this request. He thought with horror, could it be that Master Lin is also sick and can't handle the spider venom? Realizing the questions forming in everyone's minds, the young man explained that he simply wanted to see how many members of the Bai family were involved in the incident, since if necessary, he could only kill one. Nodding, the head of the household said they understood everything and would do as the celestial being commanded, then asked if there was anything else they could do to help. After a moment's thought, our hero said they should spread the rumor that he had cured Mingyu, but that the young man's brain had been severely damaged and was beyond repair. His amnesia would never go away, meaning he wouldn't remember who had poisoned him. They also needed to spread the word that Lin Fei was gathering medicinal herbs to cure the amnesia. After bowing respectfully, the homeowner said that the alleged murderer might then try to eliminate his son again. That was indeed the case. Everyone involved in this would be unable to stay on the sidelines, and then our heroes would be able to see who would take off their masks and reveal their true faces. As he was leaving the house, the young man ran into Li Shui. He greeted the girl and told her that her brother had woken up so she could go into the room. Embarrassed, the girl stepped closer and, lowering her eyes to the floor, said that she had been wrong about him before, so now she offered her sincere apologies. Shaking his head, the young man said that Li Shui needed to work hard on her terrible temper since she was in danger of never getting married. These words annoyed and embarrassed the young lady so much that she blushed all over and clenched her teeth tightly to keep from saying something nasty in response. Meanwhile, the story takes us to a villa with the beautiful name Purple Cloud. Looking at the beautiful woman bathing in the pool, Bai Boju asked anxiously if she had heard the latest news that Qing Mingyu had regained consciousness. The beauty, whose name was Manhwa, better known by the nickname Dark Knight, stepped out of the water and said she had heard the news. Leaning toward the man to melt into his embrace, the woman asked in a sweet voice if she sensed that her dear Lord Bai was frightened. Stopping his beloved, the man said that if Lin Fei had been able to deal with even 1,000-year-old spider venom, then sooner or later he would find a way to restore Mingyu's memory. And if the boy remembered who had poisoned him, then death awaited the second teacher. Smiling, the woman said that in that case, they would have to kill Mingyu before his memory returned. The only thing Dark Knight regretted was that Yao Guang hadn't been harmed at all, for the hatched spider would have been far more dangerous than the venom of a 1,000-year-old female, and they could have had the perfect weapon in their hands. The alarmed man suddenly asked who Yao Guang really was, since his mistress was so determined to wipe her off the face of the earth, and it was unclear who Lin Fei was, who had appeared out of nowhere. After a moment's thought, the woman explained that she had learned this information from Man Polo. According to him, in her past life, Ji Yao Guang had been a true goddess. Smiling, Boju noted that his beloved Dark Knight possessed immense abilities, since she knew such secret knowledge. The woman added that there was no need to fear this Lin Fei too much, for no matter how powerful a master he might be, Boju held a 1,000-year-old spider in his hands. Glancing at his lover, the man asked if she really thought controlling the female was that simple. To keep her in check, a bloody ancestral sacrifice would be required, and the members of the Qing family were not enough. Hugging Dark Knight, the second Bai said that, if necessary, his entire family would be killed during the sacrifice. Kissing her passionately on the neck, the man added that she shouldn't worry about Mr. Qing's son, for he would take care of that problem. Soon, the woman truly forgot all her worries, as they were replaced by more pleasant sensations. That late night, it wasn't just Bai and his mistress who were awake. Lia Jue also couldn't sleep, so she decided to take a hot shower to relax a bit. At that moment, Dark Knight sneaked into their house, deciding that this was the perfect opportunity, since she would have to kill Mingyu anyway, and now she could send all his loved ones to the afterlife as well. After the shower, the young lady felt much better. She seemed completely refreshed, and her mind was free of all sorts of worries. Looking at the pendant her friend had given her, the girl realized that Lin Fei must have given it to Yao Guang herself, and that Yao Guang had sacrificed her own protection for her sake. Putting it around her neck, the girl smiled, because for the first time in a while, she realized that if she looked closely, this pendant actually looked quite nice. At that moment, the window in her bedroom shattered into tiny shards that scattered across the room, and a stranger burst in, a gleaming knife blade in her hand. Bai Anhua smiled when she realized she was facing easy prey, someone she could deal with in a snap, since the girl clearly had absolutely no skills whatsoever. Perhaps she was right, except that Li Shui had something else, a magical pendant meant to protect her from all harm. And the moment the knife was about to pierce her body, the pendant glowed. That light turned into a magical barrier that protected the young lady and sent her opponent flying backward, not letting her get even an inch closer to the girl. After landing, Dark Knight was baffled, for she couldn't understand how this weakling had managed to parry her blow and remain safe and sound. Li Yi herself didn't understand anything. She was incredibly scared, but she found the courage to ask who was standing before her and what she wanted from her. However, instead of answers, another attack awaited her, for Bianhua could not accept that someone had managed to counter her technique, which had been honed to perfection. Just as the girl quietly squeaked out a plea for help, the pendant did its job and once again protected her with its magical abilities, creating a barrier. A couple of seconds later, the heroine opened her eyes and realized she was perfectly fine. She didn't understand where the barrier had come from, but she knew it had saved her from a terrible fate. The Dark Knight froze in place. She was simply in shock and couldn't understand how this was possible, since no one had ever been able to withstand her fighting tactics before. At some point, the barrier's light began to grow brighter and brighter, and then the woman realized that she was about to face a backlash. Yes, she was right about that. A ricochet hit her, so powerful that bloody wounds began to appear on her neck, causing excruciating pain. Almost crying from the pain, the woman declared that this battle wasn't the last and that one day she would return, and then Li Shui could say goodbye to her life once and for all. Looking at the broken window where that crazy woman had jumped out, the girl wondered what she had wanted, since she had burst in so suddenly, then thrown several daggers at her, after which she started spitting blood and vanished. At one point, Li Shui even thought it might have been some kind of performance, or a botched prank sponsored by one of her acquaintances. But when her alarmed father and brother burst into her room, she realized that everything was much more serious than she could have imagined. She had to tell these two belated rescuers that some crazy woman had burst into the room, smashed her window, tried to kill her, and then injured herself and fled. Looking at the shards left in the wall, her father explained that it wasn't a lunatic, but the second person in the Dark Knight, who had used her signature move, the ghostly killing vortex. These words terrified Mingyu immensely. He couldn't understand how his sister had managed to survive, since this signature move could leave even a master with nothing but skin and bones. Then the girl told him about the miraculous pendant her friend had given her. She knew it had been made by Master Lin. Breathing a sigh of relief, the father of the family said that they were truly lucky, since they were under the protection of a celestial being. However, if Manhwa had begun to act, it meant that the second Bai had admitted his guilt. Bleeding profusely, the woman tried to make her way to her mansion, but every step was met with sharp pain throughout her body. She still didn't understand what had just happened. She couldn't wrap her head around the fact that that girl could possess the powers of a Grand Master. At some point, a hand rested on her shoulder, and then an unfamiliar voice asked where she was rushing off to. Was she really heading toward her rebirth? Despite the intense pain throughout her body, Dark Knight found the strength to swing her dagger and try to destroy whoever had dared to sneak up on her so stealthily. However, her deadly sharp dagger was shattered against some kind of magical barrier. The frightened woman jumped back, and the stranger's voice remarked that it seemed she was indeed the very Manhwa about whom legends were already circulating. This man was none other than Lin Fei, who was certain that the enemies would return to the scene of the crime, and then he would be able to figure out exactly who was involved in the poisoning of young Master Qing. A frightened Manhwa realized that this man was someone to be feared, for his aura was filled with a thirst for murder. Realizing that she had practically no chance of survival due to her injury, the woman began to beg for a chance to explain everything. She now understood that Mingyu had been nothing more than a decoy. As he drew closer, our hero reminded the woman that she hadn't given much thought to her decisions before, but now suddenly wanted to be good. Taking a step toward him, Dark Knight declared that if he let her go, she would tell the whole truth about what had happened and who was to blame. She also offered to share everything she knew about Manpolo, but our hero coldly stated that there was no need for that. These confident words surprised the woman, yet deep down she still held on to the hope that the young man would spare her, for he didn't seem cruel. But those sparks of hope slowly began to fade when she saw the shards of her own dagger, left behind in Li Shui's room after her attack, flying toward her. Her first impulse was to beg for mercy, but the woman quickly realized it was useless, for the sharp shards were already flying toward her, and the process was irreversible. Now her beautiful body, which had been basking in the pool just moments ago, was mutilated by sharp blades, and in that state she passed away. As if symbolizing the woman's tragic death, the Black Crows could find no rest that night. Manpolo, known within his group by the nickname Mandala, was annoyed that Manhwa hadn't been in touch, since Nightmare and Hey Meigi had died the day before. He scolded the other members of the organization as if they were little children, good for nothing but child's play. Gritting his teeth in anger, Manpolo reminded them that Yao Guang was now an ordinary person, even though she had once, long ago, been the true incarnation of a goddess. One of the men told him that a certain Lin Fei had appeared in Lotus City, and that this very man had killed members of their group. The leader's hands trembled nervously when he heard that this man might have even reached Manhwa, who was supposed to go on a night mission. Manpolo was furious. He couldn't understand who this guy was. He had managed to kill the two best successors, who had always performed their duties brilliantly. Someone suggested to him that perhaps they had come up against a great master, who moreover was Yao Guang's personal bodyguard. These words shocked Manpolo, for he couldn't fathom how much Mr. G had paid this man for him to agree to protect his precious daughter. The imposing man explained that they had been given information stating that Lin Fei's monthly salary was 5,000. This figure both amused and greatly angered the gang leader. He ordered his subordinate to find him an exact copy of this master, and then he would pay him 100,000. Realizing that this request sounded absurd, the man fell to his knees and began insisting that he was telling the truth, since it seemed the master didn't believe him. The gang leader began to say that it all sounded extremely strange, since the G family must have given Lin Fei something, since he had fought so desperately for their daughter. Realizing that these words wouldn't help at all, the gentleman explained that the young man had been living in the family's home, so the 5,000 also covered food and lodging. This clarification sparked in Manpolo a wild desire to personally harm his subordinate, who was spouting such a nonsense that made no sense at all. Crushing the poor man's skull with one hand, the man said that he could go straight to hell, where he'd also be given food and lodging. Wiping the blood from his hand, the gang leader asked his men if they really wanted to become food for his sword, Mobin, since they had disappointed him so greatly. Upon hearing the sword's name, everyone froze in terror, for legends circulated about this weapon, and it was said that its blade always left bloody marks. To get his subordinates' attention, the man tapped a wooden box standing in the center of the room. Opening it, he revealed an ancient sword. Legend had it that whoever could take it in their hands would gain demonic power. And then Man Polo asked who wanted to possess such a thing. For whoever could take it in their hands would put an end to this decaying world once and for all. One brave soul stepped forward and declared that he wanted to take possession of this weapon. It was a young man burning with passion and a thirst for adventure. However, as soon as he approached and heard the promise of unmatched power that would make him invincible, this man changed in an instant, both outwardly and inwardly. Despite everything, the young man decided that he could master and control this incredible power, so he touched the hilt with his hand. What happened next is very difficult to describe, for the man instantly lost his essence and became something resembling an otherworldly creature that had come straight from hell. Suddenly, the sword crashed to the floor and plunged into the tile, and the man who had been holding it in his hands just a second ago burned to ashes, leaving not even a trace of himself behind. With a solemn wave of his hands, Manpolo declared that his subordinates had just witnessed the power of the demon Wang Lian's sword, which was called Heavenly Retribution. One curious but cautious young man asked the master why the sword had been broken. He immediately replied that he did not crave power, he was simply curious. Picking up the sword with special tongs, which were meant to help him avoid the fate of the previous fool, Manpolo said that was an excellent question. Throwing the ancient weapon toward the curious lad, the gang leader declared that he would learn everything the hard way if he touched it. As soon as the sword was in the boy's hands, who froze in place with fear, everyone around him began to step back warily, for they knew something terrible was about to happen. And so it happened. The devilish flame flared up again, engulfing the unfortunate boy and leaving only a smoldering skeleton behind. Those who had survived wanted to get out of there as quickly as possible, but Manpolo stopped them and told them not to even think about running, for today everyone would touch the devil's sword. For according to him, only if a person truly possessed a killer's spirit could they become the master of this sword and take the place of the supreme leader of all the world's assassins. After some time, there were no people left in the hall, only charred piles of ash remaining from those who had not pleased the spirit of the Wangliang ancestor, who had never been able to find the perfect body. Deciding that he would have to put this task on hold for now, the man thought he should first head southwest to visit the G family and take care of some business matters. Looking at Mr. G's residence, our hero could think of nothing but the one who had threatened his beloved. So thoughts began to form in his mind about whether he should kill Boju right then and there. Our hero couldn't even imagine that he was currently in the crosshairs of a sniper rifle capable of piercing even tank armor. The sniper knew that the bullet contained the venom of a 1,000-year-old spider, and the bullet's velocity was 850 meters per second, so the target had no chance of escaping from that distance. After firing the shot, he decided that not even a great master could survive such an attack. The bullet containing the deadly venom of the spider was inexorably approaching our hero, who seemed completely unaware of what might be about to happen to him. However, Lin Fei had deliberately put on this carefree act. In reality, he had sensed the presence of a stranger nearby from the start, so catching the bullet was no trouble for him. Clutching the bullet between his fingers, the young man assessed its enormous size, then looked toward the sniper hiding nearby and asked, "Did they really want to kill me?" Throwing the bullet toward the attacker, our hero declared that his weapon would return to him and harm whoever had intended to harm him. When the bullet pierced the sniper's shoulder, he couldn't help but notice that its trajectory was simply insane, something that couldn't be explained at all. The man instantly fell from the tree, and Lin Fei immediately headed toward him, as he was very curious to know who had wanted to kill him. Approaching the wounded man, the young man asked without further ado if the Bai family had hired the sniper, since only they stood to gain from getting rid of him right now. The shooter was on his knees, begging the teacher for mercy, saying that Uncle Boju had forced him to come, threatening to kill him if he didn't carry out the assassination. Patting the unfortunate man on the shoulder, Lin Fei promised that he would consider forgiving the young man if he revealed his uncle's whereabouts. It was clear that the guy was incredibly nervous, because he kept asking what would happen to his relative once they found and caught him. Then our hero asked a counter question. If someone were planning to kill your wife, maim your brother's son and your wife's friend, and is now trying to kill you yourself, what would a sniper do to such a person? The guy answered without hesitation that he would kill such a person. After looking at him closely, Lin Fei said meaningfully that he completely agreed with him. Sighing heavily, the criminal's nephew explained that his uncle wasn't home at the moment. He was at the Zune villa, so he could only be found there. After our hero got the information he needed, he touched the man's forehead with his index finger and said that now the man could die. In an instant, the young man turned into a withered old man who cried out in a plaintive voice that the master had said he would consider showing mercy. The man from the Bai family had already turned into a heap of old rags when our hero said that he had indeed considered letting him live, but then decided otherwise. Meanwhile, at the villa called the Violet Cloud, things were unsettled as Boju was worried that there had been no word from Bai Yang and Manhwa. He assumed they were already dead. He knew he had to leave Lotus City as soon as possible, because if he left, Lin Fei would never be able to find him. Once behind the wheel of his car, the man calmed down as he looked forward to a long journey and a happy life far from this city. However, the shadow of the past in the form of Lin Fei appeared on his path. Our hero stopped the man and asked him just one question. Where was he in such a hurry to go that he didn't notice anything around him? Mr. Bai was so angry that he shouted he'd send the guy to the other world without a second thought, and then he'd get the answers to all his questions. Pressing harder on the gas pedal, the man decided that if he just drove over his problem, it would eventually disappear. But this approach didn't work on Lin Fei, because when the car plowed into his body, the guy didn't even budge, while the car was completely mangled from the collision. Looking into the eyes of this wretched man, the young man asked if he wanted to kill himself, or if he needed help with this difficult task. Of course, this man clearly didn't want to say goodbye to his life, because he smashed the windshield with his fist and climbed out of the car, screaming that he would kill his enemy. However, his fervor gradually faded as soon as our hero grabbed him by the throat and squeezed hard, forcing him to make frantic attempts to breathe. Throwing the man back with a crash, the young man declared that if the man had hoped to kill him, his speed was completely useless. Moving closer and closer, the young man remarked that the man's behavior did not befit a master. He wanted to know why the man had been constantly trying to harm members of the Qing family and desperately trying to kill Yao Guang. Wiping the blood from his face, the man looked intently at the young man standing before him and said that he understood everything perfectly well. Otherwise, why else would he be called Boju? With a resigned sigh, our hero said that he had never even thought about why his enemies had certain names. The angry man shouted and said that in that case, he would tell him everything himself. According to him, his father had spent a long time choosing his name, hoping that he would be the one to put an end to the Qing family's years-long oppression of the Ying, since all the Bai people were tired of being subjugated, as their roots were neither obscure nor weak. After taking a close look at this man, Lin Fei asked if the Qing family was currently treating the Bai people badly, since from what he could see, everything between them was fine. But the second master of the Bai family disagreed. He declared that this was a war in which his father, grandfather, and all the ancestors of the Bai clan had fought, so he could not betray the cause of his ancestors. Pulling a 1,000-year-old female spider's egg from his jacket pocket, the man said that once he swallowed it, the great master's power would fill his body for 10 minutes, and he would be able to finish off Lin Fei. In an instant, that vile egg was already being chewed by Boju, who desperately hoped that his strength would match his enemy's abilities. Our hero watched this spectacle with utter disgust, for he couldn't understand how anyone could eat such a revolting thing. But despite this, one couldn't help but notice that the egg had indeed worked, and the man's body was filled with incredible strength. Snapping his fingers in irritation, Lin Fei asked his opponent not to growl so loudly, for people in the vicinity would hear and rush over to gawk at the Battle of the Gods. He didn't like attracting the attention of bystanders and onlookers, so the celestial being created a barrier that blocked out sound. Bozu declared that he had neither the time nor the desire to engage in idle chatter, for he had only 10 minutes to deal with the problem, and then he would die. So the man shouted that his enemy should prepare himself, for death would overtake him very soon, and he would be powerless to do anything about it. All his loud declarations were worthless, because Lin Fei was able to fend off his attack without any trouble. It seemed he did it with absolutely no effort at all. After that, the guy landed a counterpunch and literally knocked the wind out of the scoundrel, knocking him out because the blow against the protective barrier was extremely powerful. Needless to say, the damage was severe, so Bozu began coughing up blood. He couldn't understand how Lin Fei had managed it, since he'd used all his strength to attack, but it had all been in vain. Second Master Bai couldn't understand how this was even possible, since he was one of the strongest people in the city, yet he had been defeated by some kid who, according to rumors, was a celestial being. Sighing in frustration, our hero declared that the battle had been too boring since he hadn't planned on killing his opponent just yet, so he had to drag him home. He had to throw the man onto the roof of the car since he had become so huge that he simply wouldn't fit inside, and that was the only solution. Bozu was still conscious, so he acknowledged his opponent's strength, but added that he wouldn't be able to return home anyway, since death would come in 10 minutes. As he drove away from the scene, our hero declared that his opponent would not die because he was there, and therefore no one would dare take his soul while he was present. Indeed, those who had come to claim Bozu's soul did not dare to even approach him and decided to pretend that the man was still alive. The car was going so fast that by the time the boys reached the Bai family's apartment building, it had already crashed through the fence and ripped it off its hinges. Of course, all the residents of the building woke up immediately from the noise. They didn't understand why Teacher Lin had arrived so late at night, bringing someone on the roof of his car. Pointing at the man, Lin Fei asked if the Bai brothers recognized the person lying on top of the car. The men were, to put it mildly, shocked. Of course, they immediately recognized their relative, but they could hardly even imagine what had happened to him. After untying the bound Bozu, the guy declared that Bozu would personally tell his relatives what had happened, and after that, it would be over for him. Looking at this man, our hero fully understood that he, the 1,000-year-old spider, had already ruined his life, so Bozu had to end it himself. The family's second teacher shared his theory, claiming that their father had been killed by the Qing family, who had been interfering with their lives for a full 4,000 years, which was why he had decided to take revenge on them. However, his brother and nephew disagreed with these claims, calling them mere guesswork, since in reality the Qing family hadn't interfered with their lives, and there was still no evidence that the previous family head's death had been staged. Bowing, Bai Zhan began to beg our hero not to kill his uncle. He asked for a chance to make amends, even though the man deserved to die. But these words only infuriated our hero, for if it weren't for him, neither the Ji family nor the Qing family would exist anymore. Our hero believed that Bai Zhan's compassion was unnecessary, as it could only harm him, for the world was an incredibly cruel place. Activating his magical energy, the head of the family asked his son not to harass the teacher, since he was absolutely right. After these words, the man lunged at his brother, declaring that he did not deserve forgiveness, so he was ready to help him arrange a meeting with the Almighty. His brother's blood splattered across his face, but the man paid no attention. He turned to Teacher Lin and said that he would take care of everyone who had anything to do with what Bozu had done. Our hero had no objection, but in addition, he asked Mr. Bai to find whatever would stop the spider's ring of sacrifice. His brother hadn't revealed where it was, but his men must have known. Looking at this unfortunate man, the young man wondered how deeply the secret feelings of those willing to sacrifice family ties for the sake of principle could be buried. The next morning, our hero woke up in a mansion that was literally bathed in sunlight. He took a long morning shower to wash away all memories of that vile night and all the events he had witnessed. When he stepped out, his phone rang. It was Mr. Bai, who reported that his brother's men had been dealt with, but the sacrificial ring had still not been found. Now Mr. Bai was heading to their ancestral homeland to look for any clues there. Listening to this story, Lin Fei could only think that some things were simply destined to happen. Meanwhile, Yao Guang had already woken up, and since it was her day off, she spent her time playing games on her phone. The girl was outraged because the other players were clearly cheating. Sitting nearby, our hero told her that Bai Bozu was dead and that she was now safe, but she was too engrossed in the game. Because of this, the girl said that all her opponents should die as soon as possible, since they had too much power and it was driving her crazy. Realizing that this wouldn't lead to a conversation, Lin Fei touched her with his magic and decided that if she didn't want to listen to him, then she should see everything with her own eyes. All the events of the previous night were now playing out before Yao Guang, so she couldn't help but pay attention to them. Whether she wanted to or not, she had to learn what had happened. Finally, she realized that Bai Bozu was the very criminal who had tried to kill her. And at that moment, she was struck by the realization of just how much Lin Fei had done for her. Lowering her eyes to the floor, the girl awkwardly asked why he had been so kind to her, why he had done so much for her, even though she had rejected him. Taking her phone, the guy started playing a game, and without looking up, he said he'd done all that because she was Yao Guang, and that was enough. Straightening up, the girl decided to find out what had been on her mind for some time. What Empress Yao Guang was really like. Setting the phone aside, the young man said seriously that she was exactly like the girl sitting right in front of him, who never believed in what she was capable of. Looking away, the young lady asked shyly if Lin Fei could teach her cultivation, since this question had been on her mind for some time. This question piqued the young man's interest, so he asked why she had decided to pursue self-cultivation. He explained that it didn't actually require much effort. She simply needed to awaken the power within her internal channels, and she would become a goddess once again. Yao Guang's expression grew quite sad when she asked if she could learn this on her own, since she really didn't want to become a goddess. Nodding in agreement, the young man noticed that the girl's lips were tightly pressed together, and he asked what was wrong. Yao Guang explained that she was afraid he might do something inappropriate. Our hero assured her that she could rest easy, for unless she asked him herself, he wouldn't even move an inch, so she could look however she wanted. These words instilled confidence in the girl's heart, so she said she wanted to learn to defend herself, but wished to preserve her own identity rather than become an empress. Lin Fei suddenly reflected on the fact that in the abode of the immortals, he was feared more than respected, whereas with Yao Guang, it was exactly the opposite. Deciding to grant the girl's request, our hero said that if she was certain of her desire, she should undress. Although the girl was clearly embarrassed by this request, the young man repeated once more that he wanted her to take off her clothes. At first, he thought Yao Guang hadn't heard his request, but she said she'd heard him perfectly well. She just didn't understand why she had to undress to become a celestial being. Activating his magical power, the young man explained that he wanted to put the girl through a little toughening up, since her bones were too frail, so that no amount of training would help her become a rival to Wu Malin. After a moment's thought, the young lady asked if the training was really the only reason she needed to take off her clothes. The young man nodded in affirmation. "I'm still not sure," Yao Guang said. She told him he'd have to rein in his animal instincts, but Lin Fei kept insisting that he wouldn't do anything unless she asked him to. When Yao Guang slid her shirt off her shoulders, our hero turned away, and a tense silence hung in the room, which no one dared to break. As soon as the young lady said she was ready, the young man warned her that he would begin the tempering, but it seemed to him that the phrase sounded very ambiguous. To break the tense silence in some way, our hero began to talk about how, in the process of becoming a celestial being, the most important thing was to follow the proper sequence of actions. The girl began to make indistinct sounds due to strange sensations, and at that very moment, Wu Malin was passing by the door to her room and became curious about what her friend was doing. Carefully opening the door, she asked if everything was okay, but froze at the entrance when no one answered and the strange sounds continued. So she decided to go inside, but she never expected to see the girl in a strange position, with Lin Fei standing over her and running his finger down her back. Apologizing for the disturbance, Wu Malin hurried out of the room, having decided that what the two of them were doing was for some reason very personal, and she didn't want to be present in the room at that moment. Her suspicions were only confirmed by the strange sounds that continued to drift out of the room. All of this embarrassed Wu Malin so much that she wanted to get out of there as soon as possible. Closing her eyes, the girl wanted to forget everything she had seen because she didn't want to know what was happening between Yao Guang and Lin Fei. When evening fell, the events took us deep into the forest. The place was so ancient that there were still areas where no human foot had ever trod. The current head of the Bai family made his way through the eerie thickets, carrying a small box containing his brother's remains and saying that they would soon be home. Tears streamed down the man's cheeks. He was deeply saddened that the unsurpassed master had now turned into a pile of ashes. As he approached the family plot, Mr. Bai quietly whispered that they were finally home. There were only two characters here, meaning Clan and Qing. The only one missing was their own character, Bai. The clan elder, whose name was Qing Mei, asked gloomily, "Has the hour truly come when Boju has returned home?" The sullen Mr. Bai lowered his eyes and declared that his brother was dead. He wanted to hold a memorial service in his honor for the entire village. The elder sadly remarked that the deceased had been the head of the Bai family and had helped the Qing family greatly over the years, so he deserved a grand ceremony. A strange greenish ring suddenly glowed on the gentleman's hand, but he paid no attention to it and said that the elder could begin the preparations, while he would go down to the wine cellar in the meantime. He really wanted to get a bottle of wine that he had been saving for a long time for a special occasion. It seemed that today was exactly the day to open it. Approaching the right bottle, the man opened it and, inhaling the aroma, declared that the wine was indeed excellent and well-aged. Throwing some strange greenish grains into the bottle, the man muttered gloomily that this drink would be their farewell wine, the one that would put an end to everything. When the elder gathered all the villagers in one place and poured the wine into special cups, he ordered everyone to raise theirs so they could drink the wine together with the spirit of the deceased. Everyone drank, men, women, children, everyone except the current head of the Bai family, who was well aware of what would happen to those who tasted this drink. The silence was broken by the sound of a bowl shattering. Apparently, someone had realized that the wine was poison. Soon panic broke out as people began coughing up blood. Children cried and ran to their parents, asking why blood was coming out of their mouths. The pale-faced elder was simply shocked and couldn't understand how the head of the family could do such a thing to those who considered him their protector. However, the man felt not a shred of remorse. Without looking at the old man, he walked past and said that they should have left this world long ago. Then he declared that he had killed his own brother with his own hands and had to hide his pain and grief. No one understood how he felt, and the reason for this was these people's attacks over the course of 4,000 years. The old man did not expect to hear such a statement and said that his brother had been killed by his own ancestors, who had died thousands of years ago, but certainly not by the people who lived here and now. But Mr. Bay didn't care about these words. He declared that he was still dissatisfied and wanted their blood. After these words, the ring on his finger glowed even brighter. Raising his hand, he released light from the ring and declared that this was a blood sacrifice, for ancestral blood had been spilled. He commanded the spirits of the dead to go to the afterlife to join his brother, and at that moment, the village was filled with crawling creatures. The little boy, surrounded by all these creatures, was not yet dead. He cried loudly and begged Uncle Bay to help him, for these monsters were hurting him. At some point, the man's hardened heart softened, and he wanted to help this child who didn't deserve to die among the crawling creatures. He tried to grab him and pull him out of this nightmare, but at the last moment he missed. He was unable to save the child. Looking at the nightmare he himself had caused, Bai reassured himself with the thought that it was all their karma, and they were meant to die. Meanwhile, our hero stood calmly on the balcony of his room, gazing at the stars. He had no idea what fateful events were unfolding in the ancient forest. His evening musings were interrupted by a phone call. It was Mr. Bai, and the young man was surprised since the man had completed his task far too quickly. The man reported that the sacrificial ring had ended up in the possession of Elder Ching Meng, who, at the ceremony to bid farewell to the fallen soul, had decided to sacrifice all his relatives and perform the ritual. He lied so convincingly that Lin Fei actually believed his words and realized he needed to go there, since the man couldn't handle it. Our hero declared he would be there soon, for it was clear that if the elder took control of the 1,000-year-old spider, it would be too late. When the call ended, Mr. Bai laughed. He hadn't even thought it would be so easy to deceive the celestial being, so he promised himself that Lin Fei would still pay for his younger brother's death. The young man sprang into action immediately, calling Bai Zhan and ordering him to track his father using GPS, as they needed to pinpoint the exact location of his car. At that moment, the man was in the middle of a workout. Without pausing his push-ups, he asked his trainer what had happened to his father, but received no clear explanation. It wasn't as easy to deceive our hero as Mr. Bai thought, since the young man had long suspected that the man had his own plan. Using his magical power, Lin Fei quickly teleported and materialized right where the terrible events had taken place. When he appeared, the crawling creatures immediately recoiled, for they could not bear the divine light emanating from the young man. Looking at all this chaos, our hero thought about how much he hated toads, and here they were everywhere, so he wanted to deal with this matter as soon as possible. Creating a flash of light around himself, he pushed the creatures even further back so he wouldn't even have to see their vile silhouettes crawling around. When all the crawling reptiles finally parted, our hero noticed a single skeleton that clearly belonged to the elder. The young man could practically feel the restless souls reaching out to him, longing to find peace. He realized that he hated Mr. Bay just as much as he hated his younger brother. Meanwhile, the yellow car sped through the night city toward the ancient forest, where the eerie events were taking place. The GPS clearly showed him the location of his father's car. Baijan wondered what his relative was up to. The red-haired man knew he wouldn't let his father do anything foolish, like what his uncle had done, so he was determined to stop him. But the head of the Bai family wasn't about to stop there either, and was already driving toward the female 1,000-year-old spider. He was very close. However, he never expected to be stopped by his own son, whose car rammed into his own vehicle, blocking his path. Kicking the car door open, the man declared that nothing could stop him and that he would see this through to the very end. The son could only guess at what his father, who now looked far too suspicious, was up to. Noticing the sacrificial ring on the head of the family's hand, John was simply horrified and asked what his father was doing, since such actions could lead to catastrophic consequences. The head of the household declared that he had killed everyone on their ancestral land, so the ancestral sacrifice was complete and there was no turning back. Hearing this, the red-haired man was in shock. He could not have imagined that such terrible events were unfolding behind his back, with even defenseless children falling victim to them. Laughing, the man asked if his son was really asking him this question, for this was the only way to avenge his brother's death and put an end to the Qing family's long-standing oppression. John couldn't believe that his father had followed in his uncle's footsteps, for it seemed to him that the head of the family had condemned his brother's actions. His father understood what his son meant and stated that he had been in his life for just over 20 years, while his brother had been there for over 50, and that difference was palpable. Looking closely at his son, Mr. Bai asked if he knew where the ring had come from. As children, the two brothers had lived in extreme poverty and were constantly searching for a way to become great warriors, for that was what they desired more than anything else in the world. They asked each other about their dreams because sitting by the campfire, that was all they had, dreams they could voice aloud. It was hard for them to dream under such difficult conditions, but still, that was all they had, and they didn't want to lose their only treasure. The younger brother declared that he would do everything in his power to ensure his brother became the greatest man in the world. So as soon as the man in the old barn found the ring, which glowed with a mysterious green light, he immediately understood everything. A clear realization dawned on him that he didn't want to become great, but wanted to bring his brother back. Pushing his son aside, he declared that he wouldn't kill him, but wouldn't allow anyone to interfere with his plan. Gritting his teeth in anger, Zhang asked if that was really why his father had performed a bloody sacrifice, for there was no other way to explain why he cared absolutely nothing for the lives of other people. Raising his fist at his son, the head of the Bai family declared that you can't carve anything good out of rotten wood, so sometimes you have to eliminate the problem right away. Blocking his father's blow, Zhang reminded him that for 20 years he had told him he needed to become great and invincible. The young man's counterattack was so powerful that he managed to knock the man back several steps and throw him off balance, as the latter clearly hadn't expected anything like this. The red-haired warrior declared that today he must stop his father, for he could not allow the people they were supposed to protect to die. Coolly activating his magical energy, the head of the Bai family declared that in that case, Zhang could start saying goodbye to his life, because today he would die. Of course, the hero had no intention of doing that, so he decided to use all his skills to eliminate the problem that had materialized in the form of his father. Neither the young man's attack nor his father's was successful, so both realized they were stuck here for a long time, as the battle would be difficult. Mr. Bai made the next move. Using the magical energy emanating from his ring, he delivered a series of blows that literally knocked the wind out of his son. Looking at Zhang's motionless body, the man stepped aside and said he wouldn't finish him off, since after all, he was his son and there was something sacred within him. Meanwhile, Mr. Qing was sitting at home, working quietly as he loved to spend his nights working on various projects when no one disturbed him. His attention was drawn to a strange hissing sound coming from every dark corner of the house. Frightened, the man decided to see what was going on. He never could have imagined that when he turned on his flashlight, he would see a whole nest of poisonous snakes surrounded by all sorts of nasty crawling insects. Shocked, the man backed away and began calling out to his son and Li Xiu to warn them of the danger, as they needed to run upstairs as quickly as possible. The awakened children asked their father what was going on, and the man explained that Bai had most likely sent these venomous creatures. They moved so quickly that in just a few seconds they had reached the upper floors and were ready to attack the Qing family. Wanting to protect his daughter, Mr. Qing shielded her with his body, but the opposite happened. It was Li Shui who protected them, or to be more precise, the amulet hanging around her neck. Just then, Lin Fei materialized right in front of them and reported that it seemed the head of the Bai family was trying to kill them, though that was obvious even without his words. Surprised, the head of the household asked how Bai could have done this. Could he really have been nearby and released various creatures from their cages? Our hero said that Bai hadn't arrived yet, otherwise the Qing family would already be dead, and that now he had to find their enemy's henchman and eliminate him before the master's arrival. To do this, he had to activate the magical energy that was concentrated in his hand and was literally spilling out. This divine light forced the crawling creatures to flee. Some of them were less fortunate and burned up, leaving not even ashes behind. A magical dome covered the entire grounds of the Qing family's mansion, protecting them from the attacks of the reptiles sent by their enemies. Just then, a convulsive cough was heard. A man felt so ill that blood began to spurt from his mouth. This strange man with an eye patch couldn't understand how Lin Feiyu had managed to so easily destroy all the poisonous insects and snakes he had sent. Lin Fei immediately appeared behind the scoundrel and asked, "Did the Bai family really hire him? He's just a nobody, so it's surprising that he can control all these creatures." Terrified, the man spun around to face the mysterious enemy and asked how he had gotten into the room, since he had seen no one following him. Activating his magical power, the young man realized that this man had been parasitically influenced by the old king of poisonous creatures, which was why he didn't need a ring to control them. Falling to his knees, the man began begging the teacher for mercy, saying he had only been forced to do it, as he was merely a pawn in this game. Unwilling to listen to such flimsy excuses, our hero quickly dealt with the problem. It took him literally a single wave of his hand. After that, he immediately returned to the room where all the members of the Qing family were gathered, announcing that he had dealt with one of the problems. The young man said that something more serious awaited them ahead. Upon hearing these words, the head of the family began to stutter with fear, for he hadn't thought that anything more dangerous than what they were currently facing could happen. Our hero didn't know exactly what to expect, but he was absolutely certain that this danger would catch up with them very soon. Not understanding anything, the man tried to pry out of the young man exactly what he meant, but received no clear answer to his questions. After thinking for a moment, Lin Fei decided to tell these people that they might have to face a female 1,000-year-old spider. Everyone was shocked by this news. It seemed that all the tales of a gigantic monster were just fairy tales, but now they would have to face it in real life. The head of the Qing family asked how this was possible. Could it be that the female 1,000-year-old spider had somehow been awakened by disturbing the ancestral land? Lowering his eyes sadly, the young man declared that no one was left in the ancestral village. He had arrived there too late, and all their souls had already been sucked dry. Covering her mouth with her hand to keep from screaming in horror, Li Shui asked if grandfather Qing Meng was dead too. She immediately remembered that kind old man who loved spending time with the village children so much. Lin Fei felt very sad about having to be the bearer of such terrible news, but he had to tell the truth, no matter how frightening it was. Unwilling to believe this nightmare was real, Li Shui declared that she would go right now and kill this Mr. Bai. She wanted to avenge her murdered grandfather. All of this was certainly very sad, but our hero advised the girl to stay home, because if the enemy saw her, they would first toy with her, then suck out her soul, and she would end up a corpse. Wrapping her arms around herself to calm down a little, Li Shui asked if they were really just going to sit there and wait for death, which was about to knock on the door. It all sounded incredibly sad, but Lin Fei asked her just one question. Did she really think that walking to her death was much better? If they left the house, they would fall into the enemy's clutches and literally hand themselves over to them as a gift. With a trembling voice, the head of the family asked if even Lin Fei wouldn't be able to handle the female 1,000-year-old spider that would be hunting them very soon. Sighing, our hero asked why he should be afraid of a little spider at all. These words seriously alarmed the family, for the female 1,000-year-old spider was simply incredibly huge. According to him, the only problem was that he didn't know when the female spider would appear. He was worried that while he was here, she would attack his Yaoguang, so he decided to make a phone call. He couldn't get through to this person though because he hung up on him, first once, then twice, then 3 times, with absolutely no intention of answering. The entire Qing family was in shock. They couldn't understand who was so bold as to dare reject a call from a celestial being. However, our hero stubbornly kept dialing the same number, clearly determined to reach this person, even if he had passed away. At some point, this person finally answered and began asking him to stop calling, since he wasn't interested in loans, houses, insurance, or sports betting. Sighing in exasperation, the young man calmed his voice and explained that he had been trying to reach Lin Fei and that the matter was very important. It turned out he had been calling a girl named Yao Xinyi. She was the granddaughter of Mr. Yao, who had given the Qing family that very microchip that had kept their company afloat. The girl was simply shocked when she found out that Lin Fei wanted her to come to Lotus City and not forget to bring that very item with her. Hugging her teddy bear, She was simply over the moon with happiness because the celestial being himself wanted to meet her, so she was leaving immediately. Incredibly happy, Yao Xinyi slid down the banister to the ground floor and decided she needed to get ready to leave right away because she couldn't waste a single minute. She didn't even know that there was some unfamiliar guy visiting them who was discussing marriage with her older relative, since everyone thought it was a great idea. The young man's name was Lun Wosui, and he had long had strong feelings for Xinyi, so he had no objection to the marriage. That was why he had come here to discuss everything. Waving to her grandfather, the girl said she would be leaving home for a while, since she needed to meet her beloved. The flustered young man couldn't find the words to describe the situation at first, and then awkwardly asked if Xinyi really had a boyfriend. Smiling, Mr. Yao explained that his granddaughter had a very flighty nature, and as for her lover, it was all a complete fabrication. Encouraged, the young man asked if the girl had simply decided to test him, thinking he would be scared off by the difficulties and give her up. In response, the old man just laughed. Yao Xinyi was so impatient that she decided to use their private helicopter, as traveling by public transport seemed too long and complicated an option to her. A short time later, the girl arrived at the place the celestial being had indicated. Stepping out of the helicopter, she joyfully announced her visit. She began knocking insistently on the mansion's front door, saying she knew perfectly well that the celestial being was inside, so he must open the door for her immediately. Hearing the noise, Yao Guang came out, unable to understand who this stranger was standing at their door and why she was saying she would stay the night. When she saw the girl, Xinyi almost burst into tears, for she was not willing to share the celestial being with anyone else. And here a stranger, a beauty, was clearly living. Needless to say, poor Yao Guang was also seriously frightened, for she had no idea how a stranger had managed to sneak onto the grounds of their mansion. The dark-haired girl looked closely at Yao Guang and said she was very beautiful. Blushing, Lin Fei's beloved noticed that the guest was very sweet in her compliments. But then her gaze suddenly fell on the amulet that Lin Fei had once made, and she immediately suspected that there was some connection between the two of them that she didn't know about. Realizing that this young lady was likely looking for Lin Fei, the mistress of the mansion said that he wasn't home at the moment, but she could come inside to wait for him. Yao Guang explained that the young man had gone to see Mr. Quan because they had some urgent business to attend to, but she didn't know the details since she hadn't been privy to the matter. At that very moment, Yao Guang received a message from Lin Fei on her phone, informing her that he had sent Yao Xinyi to the mansion so she could keep an eye on things in his absence. Only now did the newly arrived guest realize with disappointment why she had actually been summoned. It turned out she was simply supposed to look after Yao Guang. Now our hero declared that he could stay with the Qing family, since his beloved would be looked after by trustworthy people, and he could focus on roasting the spider as soon as he showed up here. Looking at his phone, the young man saw something that ruined his mood. It turns out Bai Zhan will also be present and will witness the carnage. The Qing family didn't understand what had upset him so much, since now to them, all members of the Bai family were enemies who needed to be destroyed. After dialing the man's number, Lin Fei heard a faint voice warning him to get out of the Qing mansion, since his father had awakened the female 1,000-year-old spider. At that very moment, a massive earthquake struck, knocking the head of the family out cold and seriously terrifying everyone in the mansion. Rushing to the window, Li Wei reported that things were looking very bad, as it seemed the Ji family estate had just literally blown up. She stared at the burning buildings and tried to figure out what was happening there. Could it really be that a 1,000-year-old female spider was the cause of it all? She wanted to understand what kind of monster they were dealing with. All this time, she had only been told terrifying legends, and she hoped they had nothing to do with reality. However, those who had been unlucky enough to see the enormous spider with their own eyes disagreed with her, for reality seemed even more terrifying than the ancient tales. The giant spider's legs could crush a person with no effort at all, and they did so on such a scale that it was terrifying to even mention the numbers. This creature was controlled by Mr. Bai, who found it very thrilling that he could now control other people's lives. The man was delighted that he could now have some fun with Yao Guang, while his enemy could only watch. The man decided that first he would tear down the Ji family's house, then drag the girl out of there and mock her right in front of Lin Fei. It seemed as though the spider could crush anything, for his body was so powerful that it shattered stone as if it were worthless paper. As everything unfolded according to his cruel plan, the Ji family's house collapsed like a house of cards, so he had no trouble finding Yao Guang, who was seeking a safe haven within the walls of her room. The girl was incredibly frightened and helpless. She wondered if this wasn't a dream and if the female 1,000-year-old spider Lin Fei had spoken of was really standing before her. Sticking out his tongue in anticipation, Mr. Bai discovered that Lin Fei had set up a protective magical barrier meant to shield the girl from all harm. However, he was certain that the female spider could handle it and that nothing would stop her, so he ordered her to open fire on the barrier. The creature began to crush everything in its path, eager to carry out its master's command to destroy the barrier for him. At some point, the magical protection did indeed begin to crack, and Yao Guang noticed that the spider's claw was getting closer and closer to her, and now there was no safe shelter anywhere. She didn't want to believe that all was lost, so she mentally called out to Lin Fei, because in her opinion, only he could help her in this difficult situation. She screamed and screamed, calling for help, but it didn't help her, because the female 1,000-year-old spider destroyed everything in her path. Suddenly, Yao Xinyi appeared, who scooped the girl up in her arms and carried her out of the danger zone. Lin Fei had ensured Yao Guang's safety even from a distance, for he had summoned this guardian. As she carried the girl out of harm's way, Xinyi remarked that it was no wonder the celestial being cherished her so much, for she was beautiful and at the critical moment thought only of ensuring his well-being. First, the heroine asked where her friend Wu Melin was. The savior said that her bodyguard was fine. She had taken care of her, since the girl was already eager to save Yao Guang. Setting the girl down on the floor, Xinyi declared that now they needed to deal with a huge problem in the form of a 1,000-year-old spider that sought to devour their bodies and souls. Despite the fact that the scale of the destruction was simply staggering, Yao Xinyi confidently declared that they needed to deal with this puny, stinking insect. Upon hearing these words, Mr. Bai let out an ominous laugh. He asked why on earth the girl thought she had enough strength to kill a 1,000-year-old female spider. He began to quickly approach this stranger, who considered herself the strongest, but she didn't even flinch and looked boldly ahead, sizing up her opponent. Raising her hand, she displayed her wrist, on which a golden bracelet glinted, and told the spider to take note of this piece of jewelry. The monster had already swung one of its claws to deliver a crushing blow and destroy this wretch, who had decided she possessed enough strength to threaten him. However, as soon as the girl extended her hand forward, the monster's claw recoiled, as if sensing something that repelled it. Suddenly, the female 1,000-year-old spider literally went berserk and stopped obeying her master's orders. Xinyi shouted that she was ordering the monster to kill the villains. Master Bai couldn't understand how this was possible, since he had previously commanded the spider without any trouble, and now she was frightened by some insignificant bracelet. Raising her hand even higher, the girl declared that this lovely bracelet had once belonged to Emperor Shun, whom the spider had once devoured, so of course she would be afraid to face the source of her power. It seemed that power and authority had completely consumed Bei's mind, for he declared that he had no intention of believing such tall tales, and so he once again ordered the female spider to kill their opponents. Activating the magical energy of this bracelet, Yao Xinyi ordered the spider to stop hiding its true form and return to the form it originally had. An unknown force began to gather around the monster, resembling a real hurricane that threatened to sweep away everything in its path. Needless to say, such antics seriously frightened and angered Mr. Bai, who was accustomed to thinking that his monster was simply invincible and that everyone around them should bow their heads in submission. When he suddenly lost control of the spider, he tried to figure out what had happened, but there were no explanations and he couldn't regain control. Xinyi's power continued to surge from the bracelet, causing the spider to shrink in size and return to its original form. Realizing that the bracelet possessed magical properties, the man jumped off the monster, which had now practically shrunk to a standard size, and ran straight toward the girl, intending to kill her. The last thing he noticed was that his famed monster, whose very name struck terror into hearts, had turned into a tiny insect that could scare nothing more than a child. Rage so completely consumed Bai's mind that he ran toward his opponent, intending to take her bracelet, which had done with the monster what no one else could. Activating her magical power once more, the young lady Yao ordered the 1,000-year-old spider to protect her from the enemy who sought to harm her. Now the female 1,000-year-old spider was disobeying him, and this angered Bai even more, for what had been the symbol of his family had now turned against him. Watching the man's reaction, the girl decided to finish him off, so she ordered the spider to immediately activate the containment ring, which was supposed to help. By extending his ring forward, Bai hoped to defend himself and regain control of the situation, since he had ordered the symbol of his family to obey him. It was clear that the spider didn't understand where its master was, Yet it didn't stop and continued its attack, doing as the girl had ordered. At some point, Yao Xinyi finally realized that control had been lost, so she was horrified, for the realization flashed through her mind of how many sacrifices had been made so that Bai could gain the right to command the spider. As he attacked this brave but foolish girl, Bai admitted that her guesses were correct. He had indeed made a sacrifice, and not just any sacrifice, but had killed every member of his clan. To defend herself in some way, Xinyi activated her magical barrier again, which helped her hold back her opponent's onslaught without getting hurt. But this was only a temporary measure that didn't help the girl in the long run, and in the end, she still couldn't withstand her opponent's blow. So soon, Mr. Bai reached Yao Guang. The girl was terrified by the words that now it was her turn. She understood that she could do nothing against this man. Wrapping herself as tightly as possible in her robe, the girl tried to make it clear that she didn't want to be nearby, but he didn't care, because he wanted to punish Lin Fei in this way. Summoning her courage, the young lady grabbed a splinter of wood and swung it, saying she'd rather die than ever fall into the hands of that scoundrel. She had enough courage and strength to strike at her enemy, but she failed to take into account that his body was reinforced, and her attack did no harm, merely amusing the man. Bai decided that such insolence must be punished, so he swung and struck the unfortunate girl with all his might. She couldn't withstand the blow and flew backward. Her cheeks swelled, and blood dripped from her mouth. When she turned her head, she saw that she was flying straight toward the metal bars, so it was obvious that they would pierce her body right through. At the last moment, as she realized she was about to meet her end, only one thought crossed her mind, and she deeply regretted that she had never been able to reciprocate Lin Fei's feelings. He had done so much for her. While she was thinking about how she simply wanted to be herself and win the guy's affection, not as the empress of the past, but as the current Yao Guang, her body suddenly glowed and began to float in the air, hovering above the bars. Mr. Bai watched all this closely, but then he looked to the side and saw that his archenemy had finally arrived. From the golden glow that had transported him here, Lin Fei emerged. He had managed to save his beloved at the very last moment, and this infuriated him, though he held back his impulses. He wanted to punish the one who had harmed Yao Guang as soon as possible, but first he ordered the girl to get to her feet immediately. Realizing that she might be too shocked, the young man approached her and lifted her up to help her regain her balance and stand straight. It seemed that Yao Guang was finally looking at him differently. The young man even thought that it seemed as though she was truly looking at him for the first time and seeing his true nature. And then he noticed the blood on her face. And that's when the rage in his blood began to make itself known, for it had been held back for too long, and he no longer had the strength to endure it. Holding the wounded girl close to him, our hero realized that he wanted to protect her from all the evils in this world, and those who had wronged her would pay for it with their own lives. Seeing that Lin Fei could simply float in the air, Bai wondered where he got such power, for even the mythical warrior Su Kaiwei could only fly on swords. Not wanting to make too much of it, the man summoned his power and ordered the female millennial spider to kill the young man for him immediately. The monster's body glowed with an otherworldly greenish hue, indicating that the creature was gathering power for an imminent attack that would strike at any moment. The creature tried to reach the young man with its magical web, which literally entwined the heavens and rose upward to the place where the young man and his beloved were hovering. Frightened, Yao Guang began begging her savior to be careful, for she understood perfectly well that the web was poisonous and she didn't want the boy to get hurt. Activating his magic, Lin Fei said that his girlfriend shouldn't worry so much, since it was just a trifle. Indignant, the girl retorted that he shouldn't downplay the situation. Wanting to prove that it really was nothing, the young man aimed a strike at the very center of the web to tear it apart at the base and destroy it. Laughing, the madman Bai asked if the boy really intended to destroy the female spider's trap with his pitiful strength. He considered it impossible. Amid the madman's shouts that he was grossly underestimating the ancient monster, Lin Fei only intensified the force of his attack on the web, which had already begun to give way. Unable to believe his own eyes, which had widened in horror, the man asked a rhetorical question. How was this even possible? His puny spider merely squeaked in fear. While Bai lamented the fact that he had sacrificed so many lives just to awaken the ancient monster, our hero was already gathering power in his palm for the next attack, which would be directed at the man. He channeled all his anger, might, and desire for revenge for his beloved into this attack, so that when his strength was sufficient, he unleashed it upon his opponent. Realizing that he had witnessed an incredible attack, one that could only be performed by someone more majestic than the renowned masters. Bai screamed in fear. There was only one question in the scoundrel's mind. How had this boy managed to win, since he had done everything to put an end to his family's revenge? Yet now it was clear that it had all been in vain. Falling to his knees before this power, the man realized that before him stood not just a boy, not a master, but a true monster that had now found its prey. The incredible flash, visible from different parts of the city, was watched by frightened residents who whispered to one another, wondering if a celestial being had truly descended to deal with the giant spider. After such a powerful attack, a crater formed, the only trace of what had happened during the battle. Now the boy insisted that everything would be all right. As she drew closer, Yao Guang wanted to make sure for herself that their enemy was dead, because if she didn't, her doubts would torment her and her fear would never go away. When she reached the very edge of the cliff, she saw that only a shadow remained of Mr. Bai, while the ancient, thousand-year-old spider was still alive. Our hero explained that this creature had protected the clan for several thousand years, so now it couldn't just die as if it had never existed. At that moment, the young man heard an excited squeak that confused him, for he thought the enemies were finished, and the spider was incapable of making such sounds. When he realized that the delighted Yao Xinyi was about to jump right on him, he had to use his power to push her back with a protective barrier, telling her that she was free to go. Whimpering in disappointment, the young lady Yao reminded him that, by the way, she had risked her life to save Sister Ji. Yet Lin Fei remained just as insensitive toward her as ever. Touching the boy's hand, Yao Guang also told him that if it weren't for this girl, she wouldn't have waited for him to arrive, so he needed to be more polite to her. Sighing irritably, the young man beckoned Miss Yao over and told her he had a gift for her. To him, it was the most ordinary thing, but people considered it priceless. The girl ran toward him so fast that at one point it seemed as if she were flying, all to pick up the small pouch that Lin Fei had given her. When she realized that she was holding a genuine Qi elixir, she smiled gratefully and began to say how valuable this gift was, and that to repay his kindness, she was ready to stay the night with him. Then she suddenly remembered that her grandfather had told her she should return Emperor Shun's bracelet to Lin Fei, since it belonged to him. While our hero asked in surprise why he needed the bracelet, Yao Guang stared intently at a strange, trembling bundle lying on the ground. And then the young man surprised everyone when he said that Yao Guang should take Emperor Shun's bracelet for herself, along with the female thousand-year-old spider. A surprised Yao Xinyi and Wu Moling, who had appeared out of nowhere, couldn't believe that Lin Fei had just so casually given away two things that could literally wipe everything off the face of the earth. In reality, there was nothing surprising about this, for the hero simply wanted his beloved to be able to take care of herself when he wasn't around. There was logic in his words, yet Yao Guang still couldn't believe or accept the fact that the young man was simply handing her a deadly weapon. But there was something else going on, and our hero noticed it right away because the girl's gaze was too frightened, so he asked what was wrong. Glancing somewhat sheepishly at the spider cocoon, the girl admitted that, in fact, she was quite afraid of spiders, so much so that she didn't even want to go near them. Realizing that the girl didn't appreciate his gift very much, Lin Fei started rambling about how he simply had nowhere else to put the spider, and he couldn't throw it away because he didn't know which category of trash to put it in when sorting. The bystanders who overheard the conversation were shocked by these words because, first of all, they didn't understand how anyone could say something like that to a girl, and second, they couldn't imagine that someone would throw such a treasure in the trash. Deciding to try her luck, Malin told her teacher that if Yao Guang didn't want to keep these things for himself, she would be happy to take them, and when necessary, she would definitely stand up for her friend. When the guy turned toward her, Malin thought that perhaps her offer had sounded too forward, and that she had no right to ask for such things in the first place. But our hero surprised her greatly when he said he agreed to donate these items to a student who had diligently fulfilled all his requests. So now the cocoon of the thousand-year-old spider and the ancient powerful bracelet had a new owner, who accepted these gifts with joy and gratitude. Their power flowed into her body, and they literally became a part of her, bestowing their strength and power upon the one who had the courage to accept them. An incredible energy filled the girl, and she was incredibly grateful that her teacher had given her such a wonderful gift, one that would help her improve. Looking at the ecstatic young lady, the young man said that he and Yao Guang should go to the hotel immediately, since the day had been so exhausting that both girls needed to rest. Concerned, Yao Guang asked her savior what about him, since he too needed to regain his strength, having expended a great deal of energy during the battle. Lin Fei said it was too early for him to leave, since he was waiting for someone he needed to speak with urgently, as it was a matter of great importance. For some reason, this actually pleased Wu Malin, who told her friend that if the teacher didn't want to talk, then she shouldn't bother him with unnecessary questions either. As the girls ran off, Yao Xinyi held on to the hope that the celestial being simply wanted them to be alone. She wanted to believe that there was still a place for her in his heart. But when she got too close, the young man turned sharply and asked why the young lady Yao was still there, since she should leave as well. Stamping her foot like a little girl, Xinyi declared that she wanted to stay the night with our hero, and until he agreed, she wouldn't go anywhere. Looking at her closely, the young man asked if she had any idea how Manpolo had managed to kill her grandfather. After a moment's thought, the young lady said that her father was a teacher, and the attackers were just a bunch of boys whom he quickly dealt with, so they didn't even get a chance to see her grandfather's face. Upon learning that Manpolo didn't act personally, the young man said that in that case his guest could leave, since he really did have more important things to do than engage in idle chatter. The girl began to throw a tantrum again, insisting she wouldn't go anywhere. She reminded him that she had actually come to spend the night with a celestial being, and now she didn't even know when they would see each other again. Not wanting to listen to this childish tantrum, our hero ordered her to stop immediately, for he could no longer stand these screams. When silence fell, he declared that when he had time, he would definitely come to Kunshan so they could see each other and spend some time together. Those words were enough to calm the girl down, and she said she'd take him at his word and wait for him to visit her at home. She couldn't believe he would just let her go so easily, but the young man clarified that he wouldn't see her off, as he was expecting a very important person who would arrive any minute. Finally left in silence, the young man breathed a sigh of relief. Glancing at the stars, he wondered where the person he had been waiting for so long was, since in theory this person should have already arrived at the meeting place. Soon his attention was drawn to several moving dots in the sky. As they drew closer, it became clear that they were 5 helicopters. They began to descend and seemed to be planning to land right next to our hero, even though it was clearly not a suitable landing strip. The pilots had clearly spotted the guy, yet they didn't turn off the lights or pick up speed to fly to a different landing spot. Annoyed, Lin Fei ordered the pilots to turn off the lights immediately, since they weren't catching frogs in a swamp, so it was unnecessary. No one obeyed his order. Instead, a voice from the helicopter reported that there was a person there, so further instructions were needed. Growing increasingly tense and angry, the young man said that the light was really bothering him, so the guys should try their best to turn off the blindingly bright spotlights as soon as possible. After waiting a couple more minutes, Lin Fei declared that if they needed help with this difficult task, he would be happy to provide it. After these words, he activated his magical energy. A very strong wind picked up, which began to blow the helicopters off course. No one understood what was happening or why this anomaly had occurred. Then the pilots finally realized that this wasn't military tactics, but real magic. Something supernatural that was throwing them off course. They had to make an unscheduled landing, as they realized they needed to surround the man with superpowers to prevent him from taking further action. Fully armed men in gear surrounded the guy and told him he had to stay calm and not make any sudden or unnecessary movements. Ignoring the guns pointed at him, the hero calmly said that he fully understood the men were following protocol. He didn't want to cause trouble, he just needed to speak with the police chief. One of the soldiers said the young man was talking nonsense. It seemed he was just trying to wriggle out of it, since the place had been reduced to ruins, and he wanted to avoid punishment for what he'd done by using his connections. But our hero repeated once again that he wanted to see Zhang Tianlin immediately, so they had to summon him and tell him that he had important business with him. The surprised soldiers asked who the guy thought he was, since he believed he could address their commander by his first name. They claimed he had insulted the man with his behavior. Annoyed by the manners of this generation, Lin Fei decided he no longer wanted to continue these conversations and simply vanished right before the eyes of all the soldiers. The men were extremely baffled and shouted to one another that they needed to immediately find the fugitive who had mysteriously vanished. Suddenly appearing right behind one of the soldiers, Lin Fei declared that there was no need to make such a fuss, since he was right there and had no intention of leaving. The armed men surrounded him again and aimed their rifles at him, but our hero didn't care at all. He dialed the number he needed and began talking to the police chief. With a smirk, the guy declared that he'd taken the phone from one of his subordinates, who, by the way, were currently holding him at gunpoint. The armed officers were furious. They demanded the guy stop pretending, since he could end up in jail on charges of threatening national security. Handing the phone back to its owner, Lin Fei playfully said that little Chen wanted to talk to him. That's what he called their boss, whom they respected so much. The police chief shouted so loudly that everyone could hear him. He ordered them to lower their weapons immediately, saying that they were in the presence of a respected gentleman who needed to go home right away. Trembling with fear, one of the soldiers ordered the rest to lay down their weapons and retreat, for the man standing before them was not the hostile intruder they had previously believed him to be. Chatting amiably with his superior, one of the soldiers said he understood everything and would pass on the orders to the others, as well as hand over the phone to the esteemed gentleman. Now the armed soldiers spoke in a completely different tone. They bowed to our hero and begged him to show mercy and take the phone, since their commander wanted to speak with him. In an irritated tone, the young man asked what the man wanted from him. The man began apologizing profusely and saying that it was all his fault since he had failed to properly train his subordinates. Not wanting to listen to all these excuses, the young man declared that the man had to say what he really wanted to talk about, or else he would hang up. Stammering, the man said that if the young man had taken on a new physical body, it meant that the power he had possessed before would also return soon. Our hero had not the slightest desire to listen to such obvious things, so he hung up and told the soldiers to take their phone back. After handing over the phone, the young man said that the soldiers could safely return to their post and that he would handle things here himself and restore the place. Seeing the automatic rifle in Lin Fei's hands, the soldiers were shocked. They couldn't understand when he had managed to snatch the weapon from their hands, since they hadn't even noticed it. Examining the intricate weapon in his hands, the young man wondered, could it really be as effective as the soldiers claimed? The men in uniform said anxiously that this rifle could reduce a human head to nothing, even from 500 paces away. So the young man needed to be careful, but he didn't listen to them and fired. They thought he had killed himself right before their eyes, but when he turned around, the young man was safe and sound. Holding the bullet in his hands, he advised the men to study the ancient art of war instead of dabbling in such things. These words seriously alarmed the warriors, who asked what the celestial being meant. Could it be that supernatural power might one day be reborn? No further explanation followed, so Lin Fei ordered the warriors to return, since they had already delayed him and distracted him from his personal affairs. Activating his magical power, our hero helped these people reach their helicopters. Creating a supernatural wind, he sent them soaring into the sky. Watching how swiftly they flew away, Lin Fei thought only of their safe landing, for he hadn't anticipated that when he performed this trick. When there were no longer any bystanders nearby, the young man ordered the one who had been sitting there for some time, waiting until they were left alone with Lin Fei, to come out of hiding. Baizhen slowly emerged from the shadows of the trees. His eyes were cast down at the ground as he addressed his teacher, and it was clear that the man was deeply ashamed of what his relatives had done. After looking closely at the red-haired man, the young man decided to break the sad news to him as soon as possible, so he told him that his father was dead. Falling to his knees, John said that he knew all of this. He believed that for his father, this had been the only best option, because if he had stayed with them, no one could say for sure how many people would have died. Tears streamed down the man's cheeks without stopping. He apologized to the teacher for this, saying that he was only human and couldn't contain his grief over the loss of his loved ones. Watching this outburst, our hero concluded once again that human emotions were a complex thing, and that what was bitter for the son could be as sweet as sugar for the father. This was one of the many paradoxes of life. One person believed he was doing the right thing, while others might realize that what was happening around them was utter nonsense. In the city of Lotus, the gangsters had many secret hideouts known only to a select few. Today, one of them was in turmoil. Banging his fist on the table, Man Polo said angrily that his men were good for nothing. Not only had they failed to kill the girl Ji, but they also hadn't dealt with Yao Zichen. Covering his face with his hands, the man was on the verge of tears, for it suddenly dawned on him that the entire Dark Knight organization was completely helpless, and all its important members were dead. Most of all, he regretted the passing of the Nightmare, who had always been able to come to his aid. This man loved to talk about art, and then an idea came to Man Polo's mind. He remembered how the fair-haired man had been willing to give his life just to buy a piece of artificial amber from him, from which he planned to create a perfect work of art. The blonde man claimed that the girl was his finest work, but who knows, after all, it was her that the evil spirit was searching for. The man's eyes flashed with a kind of madness when he declared that Lin Xinyu would live, and he would do everything to ensure that no one dared to take away her right to exist. For this, he could receive a high-level monetary reward worth 1 million, but there were many questions about what made this girl so special. It was already late at night when our heroes finally made it to the hotel to get some rest after the harrowing events of the day. Sitting on the sofa, the young man was finally able to relax, since Yao Guang and Wu Malin were nearby, and as long as he was there, they were safe. As for the Ji family's cottage, he decided that the family would restore it themselves. Suddenly, his phone rang, and he saw that Ching Fen had dared to disturb him at such a late hour. After answering, the young man immediately asked what had happened. The man explained that he'd heard the Ji family's house had been completely destroyed, so he suggested that the young man stay with him temporarily. However, our hero said he didn't need anything, and if that was all that was troubling Mr. Ching, then he decided to end the call. But the man wanted to say a few more words to him. When the man realized the young man hadn't hung up, he was delighted and began calling his daughter over so she could speak with the celestial being as well. The girl playfully thanked Lin Fei for his kindness and for helping her family. They didn't know how to repay him, so she added that they would never forget such generosity. The exhausted young man said that Li Shui needn't worry. He had already been about to hang up, but the men's shouts had made him stop and listen to what would happen next. Her father began lecturing his daughter, saying she should have told me this. Li Hui obediently told the celestial being that she had been foolish before and had misunderstood him, but now she would like to invite him to take a short walk with her. This was the very apology for her previous behavior that her father and brother had hinted at. They were now making approving gestures and smiling. But our hero couldn't care less. He said he had absolutely no free time, then hung up. To comfort his upset daughter, Mr. Ching told her that a new villa would be opening tomorrow in Lotus City, and that he would spare no expense in buying it at auction to present it to the celestial being. The next morning, a large crowd gathered in the square. Many men in black morning suits were kneeling right in the center. All these people were representatives of the highest level of martial arts in the city of Lotus, and only a great man could make them kneel. They were getting in the way of some people, since they were sitting right there and preventing them from doing business. Just then, our hero stepped out of the hotel to buy himself a tasty snack. Chewing on it, he stopped in the square because he noticed a strange commotion. He asked the person nearest to him if there was some kind of promotional event going on, but the man replied that the famous Bai family was kneeling at the entrance, and no one knew why. Frowning, the young man wondered why the rest of the Bai family had suddenly decided to kneel right in the middle of the square. Pushing the man aside, Lin Fei apologized and said he needed to pass, since he lived in this hotel, which was right down the road. These words angered the man, as he declared that someone in such cheap clothes couldn't afford to live in such expensive apartments. The behavior of such people greatly annoyed our hero, for they judged solely by clothing and appearance, without delving into the details at all. To teach these arrogant people a lesson, even if only a little, he activated his magical power and used the wind to blow them back, clearing the way for himself. Everyone looked at the guy as if he were crazy. People whispered among themselves and asked one another, "Doesn't he fear retribution from the Bai family for his disrespectful actions?" Hearing all these words, the red-haired John couldn't help but turn his head toward this man to see who dared to interrupt their proceedings. When he noticed his teacher, he knelt once more and declared that his family had committed the gravest of sins and that they acknowledged they could not undo what had been done, so they must accept their punishment. People began filming the whole scene on their phones, as they didn't understand who was standing before them, since Baijan himself had knelt before him and was speaking so respectfully. Finishing his snack, the young man declared that what had happened had nothing to do with the Bai family, since only the two brothers were to blame, and they had already been punished for it. He had no intention of holding anyone else accountable. However, Jean clearly disagreed with this. Inside him was such a strong sense of guilt that it was eating away at him from the inside and kept him from sleeping peacefully at night. Ignoring the man kneeling before him, Lin Fei said he needed to hurry up if he wanted to deliver the hot snacks to his friends, so the men could leave. People were curious about who this great man, whom the Bai family held in such high esteem, was fetching breakfast for, since they were clearly some kind of aristocrats. These aristocrats were Wu Malin and Yao Guang, who stepped out onto the balcony and tried to figure out why a whole crowd of complete strangers had gathered in front of the hotel. Then they decided to go out onto the street and found that people had started taking their pictures and saying how incredibly beautiful they were, which was very flattering but unexpected. Our hero immediately approached them and offered a hot snack. The people were delighted because they finally found out who he was bringing breakfast to. Yao Guang gratefully accepted the snack, while Wu Malin couldn't believe that the teacher had thought of her too, since he'd brought 2 extra portions. Wanting everyone, including the girl, to finally shut up, the young man took a bun and shoved it right into her mouth so the stream of words would finally stop. The pastry was so delicious that Wu Malin was swept away by the pleasant sensations, trying to savor every bite. With a wave of his hand, our hero declared that they needed to move forward, since they had work waiting for them. They couldn't stand there all morning in front of the bustling crowd. Pushing the crowd aside with a magical gust of wind, the young man finally cleared a path for himself. Yao Guang said she needed to head to the office for work. When the girl asked what plans Lin Fei had for the day, he said he was going to the Black Bamboo Ravine. His friends were horrified. They couldn't believe that anyone would willingly go to the Chinese Valley of Death, or the Chinese Bermuda Triangle. The place had various names, but the essence was the same. It was deadly dangerous. Our hero had never heard of such names, so he decided to look them up. Wu Malin was surprised, as she had thought that the celestial being knew everything and everyone. The history of the Black Bamboo Ravine began a very long time ago, when a military captain's detachment accidentally entered its territory and was never seen alive again. Later, soldiers died there under unexplained circumstances, and a group of researchers vanished. Our hero suspected that evil spirits might be involved in this matter. Yao Guang was extremely alarmed and asked why the young man needed to go there. Turning around, he began to walk away, adding as a parting remark that he wanted to help the girls reach the master level, which would allow them to become stronger. With a playful smile, the young man asked if Yao Guang wanted to go with him on a sort of journey, though the location wasn't exactly ideal. Mullen was horrified. She couldn't understand what kind of person in their right mind would agree to go to such a dreadful place, one that no one would want to visit under any circumstances. Needless to say, she was very surprised when her friend agreed to this adventure without a second thought. At first, she thought they were serious, but that wasn't the case. When Yao Guang suggested that Wu Malin go with them, she waved her hands and said there was no point in even trying to persuade her. She'd rather look after the company than be the third wheel. Waving goodbye to the guys, the girl could only think that she never expected Yao Guang's first date to take place in such a terrible place. She couldn't believe that any pleasant memories could remain after this, but she was sure that everything would be fine because Mr. Lin was by her side. She ran very fast because she had to clock in on time at work. After pressing the right button, the system confirmed that she had clocked in successfully. The exhausted girl could barely catch her breath, but she was glad she'd made it on time and now wouldn't face any problems at work due to frequent tardiness. However, she rejoiced too soon because the system reported that she was 1 minute late, but fortunately, it was her first tardiness this month. This didn't make Malin happy at all because she was the kind of person who was always used to doing everything on time. So incidents like this really upset her. Noticing the girl, who looked as if she were about to cry, Han NC approached her, called her by name, and looked intently into her eyes. Smiling warmly, he walked past and asked if President Ji would be absent again today. He was acting terribly polite, and this made the girl feel uncomfortable. Upon learning that Yao Guang had gone on a trip with Lin Fei, the blonde man thought he had done the right thing and had been more modest in the past. Otherwise, he would have met the same fate as Sun Hao. He believed that in order to survive, first and foremost, a person must be able to clearly distinguish between things, and second, be very resilient. He possessed both of these abilities. A sharp ring of the phone distracted him from these thoughts. The guy flinched and picked up the phone to see who dared to disturb him. It was Hao Meng-jae, not the most pleasant person since he was connected to Sun Hao, so the blonde tried to stay away from him to avoid getting dragged into trouble. The man informed him that the auction for the villa would begin today at 8 p.m. The news delighted him, since he could already see himself snagging the villa at an exorbitant price. He asked the caller not to forget to invite his sister, since today the blonde guy planned to show off and flaunt his wealth, so she had to see it and fall in love with him. The young man had long dreamed of this beautiful girl, and now that she would see his financial standing, she wouldn't be able to resist and would shower him with her attention. Meanwhile, our heroes had already arrived at the Black Bamboo Ravine, which was surrounded by a thick layer of clouds and fog, with lush forest thickets reaching all the way to the sky. Encircling the girl with a protective barrier, Lin Fei began his investigation. He knew that an ancient monument to the art of self-cultivation was indeed located here. Looking closely at her companion, the girl asked where exactly it was, as she was curious to know as well. Pushing aside the thick grass, they noticed a corner fragment of a diagram depicting the arrangement of forces carved into the stone. Although it had become significantly worn over time, its area of influence remained vast. Beaming with delight, Yao Guang asked if they had really found the magical monument. She assumed there must be many treasures inside. At one point, our hero got distracted and wasn't listening to her, but noticing her questioning look, he tried to find out what exactly had caught her attention. Noticing something strange in the distance, the young man said he thought there was something even more interesting here. His companion asked if he had found magical gems. But that wasn't what our hero had in mind. The gems were indeed there, but besides them, there were two groups of people in this ravine. The girl was genuinely surprised. She found it strange that whole groups of people were walking around in places like this, and it occurred to her that they too were traveling. The fog was so thick that the heroes could see practically nothing, but they could hear very well. This time, they caught the sound of a howl and thought a wolf was prowling nearby. Realizing that this wolf was clearly unusual, our hero grabbed his companion and rushed toward the sound, eager to get a closer look at the creature. Oh yes, the wolf was indeed quite unusual. It was several times larger than its kind, and a strange third eye glowed in the center of its forehead, radiating a magical aura. There were quite a few of these creatures, and they had surrounded a group of people who were standing with their backs to each other, clearly planning to fend off the unknown monsters. Yao Guang was simply shocked. She had never seen such enormous wolves, and with 3 eyes to boot. Our hero said she could consider them little puppies that had been bred to perfection. Those words frightened the girl so much that she wanted to run away immediately. After all, if these were little puppies, then who were the giant dogs? It seemed that these creatures, fresh blood dripping from their mouths, had caught a foreign scent, for their terrifying muzzles turned toward our heroes. Sniffling, Yao Guang asked how the guy had even thought to call them puppies, since such behemoths could swallow a cow whole without batting an eye. The young man explained to her that this happens when ordinary wolves eat the corpses of enlightened monks or other monsters. By absorbing a large amount of essence, they take on this appearance. Meanwhile, the group of people was in despair. They realized they couldn't handle these monsters, since there were simply too many of them, so they asked their leader what they should do. A man named Guanjia struck the creature with his sword and said that this pack of wolves must have a leader, so they needed to kill it, and then they would be able to escape. Someone in the group pointed to a huge wolf that towered over all the others. A powerful energy radiated from it, and everyone immediately realized that this was the leader. Seeing that it was as big as a massive bull, many people began to back away, for they were afraid to get even an inch closer to these beasts. However, the dark-haired leader, Guanjia, rushed forward, saying that he would try to destroy the leader, thereby saving every member of his group. As soon as he landed, the wolves immediately began to surround him, snapping their teeth menacingly and growling with a guttural sound that evoked a primal fear in people. The dark-haired man had such excellent ball control that with a single strike he managed to decapitate 3 wolves at once, their bloodied limbs flying in all directions. The remaining wolves attacked the other members of the group, who were also trying to fight back with all their might and begging the monsters not to touch them, for they would be killed. Pointing her slender finger right at the center of the carnage, Yao Guang announced that the group's leader had gone to kill the alpha of the wolf pack, which meant the rest wouldn't last much longer. However, our hero didn't even move to help them, because in his opinion, they were far from good people and weren't worth his time or effort. The guy explained that these people were likely from the Wu family. They had sent Cheng Xiangyu to the Black Ravine and wanted to take her spirit stone, which is why she had been infected with demonic qi. Looking closely at her companion, the girl asked a single question. Would he really kill these people, even if they were bad? Glancing at the girl, our hero asked, "Do you really think I'm the kind of person who kills everyone indiscriminately?" Shaking her head quickly, Yao Guang wanted to pretend she didn't think so. But Lin Fei understood everything and sighed, saying she had been too prejudiced against him. The young lady realized she had been wrong, for the young man had indeed never killed people without reason. Yet he placed no value on human life, which was also a very serious matter. The boys continued to watch the group leaders battle with the pack leader. He swung his blade and ordered the wolf to die, but the wolf lunged forward to attack. Without losing his confidence or faith in his own strength, the man continued to advance on the enormous monster, which was snapping its jaws and baring its sharp fangs. It took him just one swing of his arm to sever the creature's neck. It let out a loud howl, but ultimately closed its jaws forever. Looking at the well-known techniques called windburst and raging fire, our hero wondered how they could have fallen into the hands of someone from the Yu family. Realizing that the monster leader was dead, the people took heart and rushed into the attack, finishing off the other wolves, who were now fleeing in confusion with their tails between their legs. Suddenly, the group's leader turned and looked at our guys. Casting a sullen glance at them, he asked if they had seen enough and if they had enjoyed the show. Now everything became clear to our hero. He had been wondering why the poisonous fumes didn't affect such weaklings, but it turned out they had been using a tritilis for protection. Hearing these words, all the members of the group became indignant, for they did not consider themselves weaklings. They began threatening the boys that they would cut them down and wave their blades meaningfully. However, their leader ordered them to stop, for this guy was smart, since he knew about a tritilis. So he suggested the boys go with them. The brunette had his own plans because he understood that most likely they were facing a teacher who knew secret information about the use of a tritilis, which meant he would be useful as bait. As if reading the man's thoughts, our hero immediately asked if the dark-haired man was really going to use him as bait. With a smile, the man began to say that he wasn't the kind of despicable person who would do such nasty things, so the young man had nothing to worry about. Smiling, the young man said he was just joking, so his new acquaintance could relax since he felt he could trust him and go along. Yaoguang had already studied this man's habits well enough, so she immediately realized that Lin Fei was putting on another act. Shaking the brunette's hand, our hero said that for a simple teacher like him, wandering through forests and mountains, joining a large group of travelers would come in handy. Smiling, the girl could only watch the show her companion was putting on, for she knew perfectly well that he wasn't as amiable as he was trying to appear now. The brunette kept his eyes fixed on Yaoguang. He had a distinct feeling that she hadn't used a tritilis and was carrying valuables that he could take. He understood that the time would come when the boy would no longer be useful to them, and then they would finish him off, which would give them access to his girlfriend and her valuables. As they moved deeper into the ravine, everyone noticed that everything around them had turned black. It turned out they had fallen into some kind of black and white horror movie. Covering their mouths and noses against the pungent smell, the men noticed that all the plants here had died, and the scene was quite strange, if not downright eerie. The group commander ordered everyone to take a tritilis immediately, since the toxic fumes would only become more intense further on, meaning it would be increasingly dangerous to continue. Watching our heroes closely, the commander tried to figure out what these two were using to protect themselves from the fumes, since he hadn't noticed them taking any medication. Despite the general panic, this couple felt as if they were on vacation. The girl took photos next to every bush and told the guy to make sure her legs looked even longer in the pictures. Raising an eyebrow in displeasure, the commander decided he wouldn't worry about them, since these guys were nothing more than cannon fodder. Soon he ordered them to move on and reminded everyone to be careful. The brunette couldn't take his eyes off Lin Fei, as he tried to figure out what this guy was up to and why he had come to the Black Hollow in the first place. When our hero suddenly coughed, the group leader immediately rushed over to him and asked what had happened and if he was feeling unwell. He didn't answer, but immediately waved his hand and activated his magical energy, which helped him move the heavy stones. When the commander realized that before them was the entrance to the cave where the true abode of the immortals lay, he nearly fainted from happiness and shock. With a friendly wave of his hand, our hero politely asked if the group leader would like to go inside the cave and explore it for treasures. The man understood perfectly well that such places were extremely dangerous. Yet he wanted to go in, even though he feared it was 10 times more dangerous inside than out. The cunning leader thought it would be much better if others checked the path for safety first, and only then would he allow himself to enter. But our hero, without a hint of doubt in his voice, told his companion that he was heading straight into the cave right now, since he intended to properly explore it. The leader was simply delighted, for this dim-witted boy realized his role as bait and was doing everything to be the first to draw danger upon himself. The girl stayed outside to wait for him, and her attractive figure immediately drew the attention of all the men around her. The brunette wondered, could this girl really be so stupid that she was actually going to wait for her boyfriend? He thought it was obvious to everyone that he wouldn't be coming out of there. Even though he considered the girl a rather dim-witted creature, he couldn't help but notice that she had a figure to die for, and for that, she could be forgiven. A sudden red light nearly blinded everyone near the cave. The group leader ordered everyone to get down on the ground, as it could be a surprise attack. It was as if some kind of red lightning had sliced through the rocks, and everyone who witnessed this horror asked themselves the same question. What kind of monster lived in that cave? Our hero managed to erect a protective barrier around himself in time, and the attack did not harm him. Just a couple of stones were enough to defend against such an attack. Lowering his shield, the young man declared that it would be better to end this so that no one else would get hurt, as the risks were too great. It seemed he was addressing someone in particular. Entering some strange room, he again told a stranger that he would take his belongings for safekeeping. Half a day had passed, and the young man still hadn't come out of the cave. He had been rummaging through what was inside but had found only low-grade stones and medicinal herbs, which were used by chi masters during training periods and when building a base to level up. At first, he didn't even want to take anything, but then he figured it was better than nothing, and that to someone, these items might be of unimaginable value. The guy couldn't believe it. Could such a serious trap really have been set for him over a small pile of trash? He still expected something else to show up. At one point, a skeleton appeared before him, so eerie-looking that one could easily tell it had been lying there for decades. However, the young man didn't bat an eyelid. He wasn't the least bit surprised and merely asked coldly, "Is this the inhabitant of this cave standing before me?" While the skeleton hovered above the ground, the young man asked if it had killed people who had wandered in here and fed on the soil formed from their flesh and bones. Instead of an answer, our hero saw a glowing red symbol on the skeleton's forehead, from which its eyes slowly lit up, giving this pile of bones an even more sinister appearance. A second later, the skeleton opened its mouth, revealing a gaping black hole that began sucking the air out of the space and pulling everything around it inward. To prevent any terrible actions, our hero decided not to hesitate and immediately attacked, striking the skeleton on the head and causing it to cough up a black, foul-smelling liquid. After that, he decided to look around, suspecting that someone had decided to play a prank on him and had planted an evil spirit in the skeleton, since it simply couldn't have caused any real harm. When the dark energy left the skeleton's rotten bones, the young man thought he could use this power for a prank that had just popped into his head. So he began to inhale the black toxic fumes, which could easily kill an ordinary person, but did him no harm since he was a celestial being. His body was immediately covered in strange black streaks that looked like protruding veins. The boy channeled his inner actor and began screaming that he had been poisoned and felt as though he were dying and couldn't get out of the cave. Of course, everyone immediately realized that an evil spirit was at work, so they began telling each other that they had acted wisely when they decided not to enter that cursed cave. As the group began to scatter, the leader ordered everyone to stop acting like little children. Pointing his finger at the girl, he noted that she was fine, which meant the evil spirit couldn't have left the cave. The man stepped closer to the entrance and said that, in his opinion, the guy couldn't be saved. Most likely, he had died almost instantly. Noticing a moving silhouette heading toward the exit, the men shouted in surprise, saying that the guy was alive after all and could even walk despite his injuries. Having collapsed right by the exit, the young man seemed completely defenseless as he was unconscious. Yao Guang sat down anxiously beside him and began to examine him. The group leader didn't understand why this guy was still alive, since he should already have been destroyed from within by the evil spirit and be living out his final seconds. He wanted to take everything these guys owned as soon as possible. However, the brunette decided to maintain the image of a caring leader until the very end, so he sat down next to the guy and asked with concern how he was feeling. Lin Fei's acting was simply stunning. He pitifully stretched out his hand and told his girlfriend that he wouldn't last much longer, so he was giving her his spirit stones. The girl was shocked. She couldn't tell if Lin Fei was acting so masterfully or if he was truly dying and now living out his final moments. Looking into his eyes, she realized they were completely devoid of their former sparkle. So fears began to arise in her heart that this guy really wasn't going to make it. Touching those very spirit stones, Yao Guang asked what was really happening to him because she didn't understand anything and wanted to figure it out. When the boy threw his head back and lost consciousness, everything inside her screamed. She began calling out to him and trying to revive him, but nothing helped. Touching his nose with her hand, the girl realized he wasn't breathing, which meant he wasn't faking it, but was truly dying, and she began to blame herself for not being able to help him. Tears were already blurring her vision, but she kept calling out to the boy, hoping he would finally open his eyes and say that it was all just a silly joke. Taking the spirit stone from the young man's limp hand, the group's leader laughed and said that the heavens favored him, since they had sent a fool who had absolutely no grasp of the risks of this world. Looking at the defenseless girl, the leader told her to be smart and hand over all the treasures, or else they would have to take them by force. Believing that Lin Fei had already left this world and that it was her duty to protect his body until her last breath, the girl desperately cried out that she had no treasures. Of course, no one believed her, so the men began to close in, saying that if she wouldn't hand them over willingly, they would find them themselves, even if it meant searching under her clothes. Trying to defend herself, the girl wrapped her arms around herself and closed her eyes. It seemed to her that she had fallen into some kind of nightmare, and if she pretended it was just a dream, it would eventually end. Suddenly, someone's hand rested on her shoulder, and she immediately recognized the gesture, so she began to calm down inside. A voice behind her told the men not to act so hastily. Jumping back, these vile thugs were surprised, for they couldn't even imagine that after all that, the guy would be able to survive and try to fight back. With a malicious smirk, our hero got to his feet and asked if his dear friends had already decided that he was on his way to the afterlife, and his pockets could be cleaned out. However, the dark-haired man was already determined to take all the jewels from the guys, so he reminded the guy that his body had already been poisoned by evil, so he wouldn't be able to do anything in that condition. After demonstratively licking the blade of his sword, this man declared that he had finished off our hero and would take all his treasures, and on top of that, he wouldn't neglect his beautiful girlfriend either. Shielding the girl with his body from these vile men, Lin Fei declared that he would take into account the fact that he had misled his enemies with his flawless acting, so he would give them one more chance. Smiling, the thug asked if he was talking about the very chance that would give him the opportunity to kill them without any trouble and take everything of value. Flashing his eyelashes charmingly, our hero said that his dear friend was a little mistaken. He would have a chance to show off his saber, which was absolutely useless in his hands. The arrogant behavior angered the brunette so much that he immediately attacked. He didn't like that even a step away from death, his opponent dared to mock him. However, such behavior only amused Lin Fei, who eagerly awaited the opportunity to finish off this scoundrel, who had decided he was all-powerful. Activating his magical energy, our hero hurled his enemy so far away that the man only had time to scream, and his saber truly proved useless. With a smirk, Lin Fei urged his opponent to take a closer look at his weapon, for it appeared to be broken and would certainly be of no use to him now. That was indeed the case. The metal had shattered into tiny fragments, and now the man held only a stump of his former saber, which was completely useless in battle. Smiling, the young man said that he shouldn't use beginner's techniques against him. He needed to try to surprise him with something, since he was a very sophisticated and demanding spectator. When the dark-haired man heard the names of the techniques our hero suggested using, he was simply shocked, for he couldn't understand how this man knew techniques from the forgotten teachings of the sword school. Closing his eyes calmly, the young man said that there was nothing surprising about him knowing the techniques of the school founded by his own student, since it was he who had set him on the true path. These words seemed absurd to his opponent, and he said that the Sword Emperor Yang Zhenbei had founded this school over 4,000 years ago, so the young man could not possibly have been his mentor. After a moment's thought, Lin Fei stated that Zhang Liuyun had also been one of his students, though so much time had passed that he no longer remembered exactly. The brunette's face wore a somewhat mad expression as he said that since he was dealing with such a fantasist, he might as well have claimed right away that he had become the mentor of the founder of the 8 great temples, just to avoid nitpicking. This lie had exhausted the thug so much that he declared he would begin his punishment right now, during which he would savor every scream of pain from his enemy. Sighing in irritation, our hero said that this dark-haired man had worn him out, so he activated his magical power and directed it at the man, touching his forehead with just a finger. At that moment, Lin Feiyu recalled a conversation that had taken place a very long time ago on the banks of an ancient river between him and Yang Zhenbei. Back then, the celestial being told his disciple to watch closely what he was about to do. When all attention was focused on him, he swung his blade in an intricate motion. It seemed as though the blade was an extension of his arm, and nothing could stop the powerful thrust he made. The movement was so beautiful that Yang Zhenbei even began to stutter slightly. But his mentor calmly said that there was no need to be nervous. One simply had to let the sword carve its own path. However, when the student tried to repeat it, he failed. He summoned chaos and destruction, causing a veritable explosion of spray to erupt from the river's surface. But after some time of persistent training, the student finally achieved the desired effect and was able to make the water surface literally part before him, revealing the riverbed. It was precisely these memories that were shown to the brunette. Now he was shocked that standing before him was indeed the man who had taught the great master the cleaving wave technique. Stepping aside, our hero confirmed this, though he did so with such a bored expression on his face, as if it meant absolutely nothing. Finally, it dawned on his opponent that the person before him was not a man, but a true deity capable of performing miracles with a single wave of his hand. Bowing to the floor, this man surprised all his accomplices, especially after he began begging for mercy and not to be punished for all his misdeeds. The gang members began whispering among themselves, asking each other why their leader had suddenly fallen to his knees before this man. They still couldn't believe that the guy had literally risen from the dead. Meanwhile, Yao Guang couldn't hold back her tears, for she had already decided she would have to say goodbye to her friend forever, but he had survived and was all right, which made her very happy. The young man told his girlfriend that the cave was home to nothing more than a pitiful immortal who was languishing among decaying human remains, so he hadn't harmed him in any way. However, the humiliated brunette clearly had no remorse for what he was about to do. He realized that this guy was a deity, but his girlfriend was just a human, and if he captured her, he could manipulate her. So, he immediately lunged at Yao Guang, intending to bend her to his will and take control of Lin Fei, who was clearly very dear to her. Sighing in exasperation, our hero realized he'd been wasting his time giving chances to this vile man, who hadn't understood a thing and hadn't learned anything from his own mistakes. After all, this thug couldn't even imagine that Lin Fei had erected a protective barrier around the girl from the very beginning of this journey, one that would keep villains from getting near her. The protective energy worked so flawlessly that it threw the scoundrel far backward, so that he slammed his back against the rocky walls of the cave. Coughing up his own blood, the man couldn't understand how this was possible. It was unclear to him why he hadn't been able to do anything to the girl, who had no combat skills whatsoever. Yao Guangyi didn't understand anything herself, but Lin Fei explained to her that she had been protected by an amulet he had created using a regular pen and a piece of paper, but that an ordinary person couldn't break through its protection. He also told her that the amulet's power depended on the materials used and the degree of his dedication. So if he tried hard enough, he could create a charm that would protect her from absolutely everything. After finishing this brief lesson, Lin Fei reminded her that they needed to deal with the worthless man who had finally come to his senses, and now they had to decide his fate. Looking at his opponent, the young man activated his magic and asked if the man was ready to accept his punishment for laying a hand on Yao Guang. Fear pierced the brunette's body when he finally realized that his worthless actions would be met with retribution, orchestrated by the celestial being himself. The magic was already surging outward when Lin Fei declared that his opponent had only 3 seconds to confess all his sins and repent for them. The man admitted that he only wanted to understand why the celestial being's body hadn't been destroyed by the evil spirits and why he had pretended to be dead. This silly conversation had already begun to wear the young man down quite a bit, so he said he was simply bored and had decided to have a little fun and practice his acting skills. This was followed by an energy surge that led to a small explosion, causing the cave walls to tremble. Seeing what had happened to the teacher in the gruesome manner of his death, the gang members began to scatter and shout that they needed to get out of there immediately to save themselves. Turning to Yao Guang, our hero reminded her that he didn't kill people indiscriminately. He only punished those who deserved it. However, the girl was still shocked by what had happened. But just as she turned away and stopped paying attention to the fleeing villains, the young man snapped his fingers, and they all literally exploded from the inside. Upon leaving the cave, the heroes discovered that the sun was already setting below the horizon. So the young man asked if his companion would be staying the night in the forest. When she heard the word overnight stay, Yao Guang was simply shocked. Her mind was flooded with the most terrifying images of how an overnight stay alone with a man might end. Meanwhile, the story takes us to the city of Chengdu, where the event had already begun at the International Exhibition Hall. Han Yanqi had already arrived at the venue. He looked simply magnificent, his expensive black suit tailored to his figure, and the look was completed by matching glasses. Hao Meng immediately rushed over to him to introduce the blonde man to his older sister, whose name was Meng Shui. They had long agreed on this introduction. Smoking an expensive cigar, the blonde man stepped closer, and the girl immediately noticed that he was quite handsome. Her brother nearly rolled his eyes since he clearly knew how to impress beauties. He was also quick to ruin a first impression, as his pretentious expression soon twisted, and the guy began coughing violently. With an awkward laugh, Hao Meng patted his friend on the back and told him he needed to be a little more careful, since he could hurt himself. He had already managed to do just that, because soon Hao Meng smelled an extremely strange odor, and then actually saw smoke spreading, which was coming from the blonde guy. The cigarette had accidentally set Han Yanqi's suit on fire. Watching the guys desperately trying to put out the fire, Meng Shui couldn't help but smile, because she couldn't believe her brother had praised this fool so highly, Desperately stomping on his ruined jacket, Han Yanxi declared that these Cuban cigars tasted like straw, and he didn't understand who on earth had come up with the idea that smoking them was cool. Once he'd calmed down, the blonde guy finally realized that his reputation with the girl was, to put it mildly, ruined, and now he didn't seem so charming anymore. Meng Shuo thought that the guy's gaze reminded her of the eyes of a mischievous kitten trying to gauge its owner's reaction. She hoped he wouldn't try to flirt with her anymore. She was wrong. Clearing his throat, the blonde put his glasses back on, and with them, his cool guy persona, after which he suggested they go to the auction together. With a dazzling smile, he declared that today he wanted to buy a villa in the mountains as a gift for his future girlfriend. The price didn't interest him at all, since it was mere pocket change to him. Greedy sparks flashed in the girl's eyes, for she realized that this prince might be quite wealthy, which meant he wasn't such a bad catch after all. Noticing the look on his sister's face, Hao Meng declared that it seemed his friend had managed to redeem himself in her eyes and now had a chance of success. The auction began, and the auctioneer immediately announced that the villa also came with ownership rights to the mountain on which it was situated, so the purchase would leave no one indifferent. One gentleman decided not to hesitate and immediately offered 50 million for such a valuable lot. The price was quite reasonable for such a plot and house. The auctioneer perked up, as it wasn't often that auctions started with such impressive sums, so he immediately began asking who was willing to pay more. At that moment, Han Yanxi realized it was time to enter the fray, so he bid 75 million for the lot, much to the surprise of his friend and his sister. The auctioneer was simply thrilled, as he had never experienced such high bids before, so he too felt a rush of excitement. Meng Shu was now more than interested in this guy. She said she liked bold young men who were willing to fight for what they wanted. However, he never expected that someone would outbid him and offer a price of 100 million. The blonde man was simply shocked, because his plans had collapsed in an instant. A sudden surge of aggression welled up inside him, and Hao Men had to restrain him as the blonde man began declaring that the villa wasn't worth that kind of money and that whoever was willing to pay it was simply an idiot. It turned out to be Qing Mingyu. Everyone was surprised to see him there, and they were also shocked that he was willing to pay such a sum since the asking price for the villa was 70 million. Mengji looked at her companion in puzzlement. He had turned red with anger, fully aware that he couldn't lose face in front of this girl he liked so much. So he declared that the villa wasn't worth such a huge sum and that he would buy it no matter what, even if he had to fight for it with a representative of the Qing family. Smiling, Mingyu said that there was nothing personal about his actions. He didn't want to get into a conflict with Han Yingzi. He simply wanted to give this villa to someone. Striking a dramatic pose, the young man declared that he too wanted to buy the property as a gift. So it was time to announce his new offer. Hao Men's sister was already delighted that this young man was capable of seeing things through to the end, but everything changed when young Master Qing announced that he wanted to give it to Lin Fei. This news hit the blonde man like a punch to the gut, for at that moment he realized perfectly well that continuing the auction would simply be impossible. Returning to his seat, the young man could barely hold back his tears as he said that in that case, young Qing could buy the villa. Upon hearing this, his companion was simply shocked. Just a few seconds later, the event host announced that the villa was going to Mr. Qing Mingyu, who was willing to pay a full 100 million for it. At that moment, the villa's new owner, who was still unaware of this lavish gift, was wandering through the woods in search of a suitable place to spend the night. Looking around, Yao Guang asked her companion if they were really going to spend the night in this dump, which looked like it could collapse at any moment. Shining the flashlight on her phone, the girl tried to find a decent spot, after which she concluded that the guy probably hadn't brought a tent with him. Activating his magical power, the young man declared that sleeping in a tent wasn't his style, so he had a better idea. He just didn't know if Yao Guang would like it. At some point, the girl realized that the 1,000-year-old roots had suddenly begun to move and turn green, as if someone had breathed new life into them. Trying to get a better look at this anomaly, Yao Guang shone her flashlight on it. What she saw seemed simply impossible. Just a few minutes later, a whole hut had sprung up before the group. Its creator extended a friendly hand toward the heroine and said they could come inside. She accepted the offer, as she was very curious. Inside, it was quite spacious and very cozy. It was obvious that everything was made of wood, which gave it a special charm. When the young lady asked if they were really going to spend the night here, the young man nodded affirmatively, then told her she needed to take off her clothes. At first, she was seriously frightened, but then she realized that the young man simply meant what he had already done. a special ritual for which she had to bear her back. Realizing that all these actions were quite humiliating for the girl, our hero told her she didn't have to do it if she didn't want to. Extending his index finger toward her, he declared that he would now imprint a technique called the Big Dipper method into her mind, which would greatly help her advance in cultivation. When his power touched her body, Yao Guang thought she was about to lose consciousness, for an incomprehensible sensation flooded her body and seemed simply impossible. At one point, her body became so light that she began to literally float in the air, glowing from within with an incredible amount of energy. Given that this technique was effective on its own, our hero personally implanted it into the girl's mind, so her cultivation level should rise very quickly. And the spirit stones he had set aside specifically for her were meant to accelerate this process even further and make it less painful and difficult. A full 2 hours had passed since the initial stage of cultivation, and very soon she was supposed to reach the end, and the girl's strength was set to increase several-fold. As she gradually began to come to her senses, Lin Fei stated that, in terms of her current level, she was now on par with Wu Molin, so that both of them were now in the final stage of cultivation. Examining herself, the girl tried to understand, could cultivation really be this simple? After all, she hadn't exerted any effort at all for her strength to increase so rapidly and dramatically. Nodding affirmatively, the young man told her that it really was that simple, and then handed her some key concentration elixirs so she could continue her cultivation. Frightened, the girl asked if Lin Fei really wanted her to go from the initial stage of cultivation all the way to the master level in just a couple of hours. After all, some people spent their entire lives on that. Flopping down on the couch, the young man said that the girl was acting as if the master level was something out of this world. He would have taken her up a couple of levels higher, but he was worried about the stability of her mental state. After telling her she needed to stop doubting everything, the guy fell asleep, and then Yao Guang began to wonder if perhaps she really should calm down and just trust him. Yawning, she realized that the day had been too long and exhausting, so she should go find a place suitable for sleep. But as soon as she drank the elixir, she immediately realized that falling asleep wouldn't be so easy, because its effect was so powerful that her head spun instantly. The girl hadn't expected to suddenly feel the urge to scream out loud, for it seemed as though energy was literally bursting out of her, preventing her from taking a single calm breath. She couldn't even imagine that at that very moment, a supernatural light descended from the heavens, right onto the spot where their hut stood. When all these strange occurrences finally came to an end, Yao Guang began to come to her senses little by little. She had such strange sensations inside her that she wondered if this was really how a teacher was supposed to feel. At that moment, our hero approached her and said that she might not feel well right now, since she hadn't yet experienced all the joys of being a teacher. After that, he suggested they take a short walk. Once outside, they approached a massive tree. The young man suggested that Yao Guang try to snap it in two, but the girl protested, saying she couldn't even scratch such a thick trunk. With a smile, he pushed her forward with his magical power and declared that if she didn't try, she would never know how much power she actually possessed. Stepping closer, the girl was surprised at how gigantic the tree was, but she trusted Lin Fei, and if he said she could do it, then it must be true. Assuming a fighting stance, the girl said the tree had better hold on, because now she was going to show what she was truly capable of. Swinging her elegant legs, she struck a blow. It seemed to her that right now she looked like a true warrior, a Valkyrie no less. But in reality, things looked quite different. Lin Fei mentally compared her to a kitten swatting at a toy mouse for the first time. At first she thought she'd failed, but then she noticed a small crack and was surprised that the thick bark of the trunk had yielded to her force. A second later, the girl realized she'd been wrong. She just needed to wait a little, and then the force would take effect. She had actually managed to break the tree and toss it so high that it literally flew into the air. However, our hero was a little dissatisfied. He ordered the girl to be more careful and not to lift her legs so high if she was wearing a dress. After that, he once again adopted a didactic tone and added that for a teacher to become a master, experience was needed. And that was exactly what she was lacking right now. Embarrassed, the girl asked where she was supposed to get that very experience. When the guy touched her again with his finger, she wondered if he really wanted to show her someone else's experience. It was doubtful that would work. Sighing irritably, our hero declared that the girl was getting too distracted. He announced that he would now show her memories of a war beyond the mundane world, namely, the War of the Ancient Gods. Yao Guang's face was genuinely frightened when she heard this news. She didn't want to believe that the higher beings would allow themselves to kill one another. Deciding to focus on what Lin Fei was about to show her, the girl allowed the magic to flow into her, and her eyes flashed with bright lights. A horrific scene of battle immediately unfolded before her eyes. Ancient beings fought one another using incredible powers that controlled nature and everything around them. She didn't want to believe that among the gods there were such monsters, ready to kill and destroy everything in their path just to achieve their own gain. After that, she lost consciousness, and our hero realized that apparently it was still too early to show her such things, which meant he had to wait until she grew stronger. But the girl came to very quickly and was upset that the memories had vanished from her mind. She claimed she had seen two people, one an old man dressed entirely in black and the other in white, and their fighting technique was simply unmatched. She also said that even though the fight was extremely destructive, it looked refined. A displeased Lin Fei asked if his technique wasn't refined enough for her. Clearing her throat awkwardly, the young lady said she meant something entirely different. She thought the fight was very beautiful, and she had never seen such a spectacular sight before. The young man had to explain that the combatants were the children of the Supreme Lord Chuanshu. Their names were Wang Liang and Kun Chan, and they were fighting for the position of ruler of the people. The story greatly intrigued the heroine, so she immediately began asking how the battle had ended and who had emerged victorious. It turned out that Wang Lian had been just a step away from victory. But then it became clear that his brother had long been plotting against him on earth and in heaven, and at the most critical moment, Wang Lian found himself face to face with a horde of enemies. When the girl learned that the defeated man had miraculously escaped death and fled to a deserted land, she wondered if her brother had really let him go so easily. Her suspicions proved correct, for Chongchan never stopped sending men to pursue him, so Wang Liang founded the Temple of Shadows for himself and his followers. When Yao Guang learned that they had not managed to completely exterminate all the followers of the Temple of Shadows, she asked if it was they who had attempted to assassinate her. Smiling, Lin Fei realized that the girl had always been perceptive. To calm her down a little, he said that starting today, she could stand up for herself. To change the subject, Yao Guang reminded him that earlier he had mentioned there were two other groups of people in the Black Bamboo Ravine besides them. They had dealt with one, but the other remained. The young man surprised her by saying that these people were very close by, though they had fallen into a trap and now couldn't get out of it. Meanwhile, it wasn't just in the Black Bamboo Ravine that alarming events were unfolding that warranted concern. Man Polo was furious, for while he was trying to catch Lin Xinyu, he had already been deceived twice and cheated out of the money he had offered as a reward. Suddenly, someone approached him unnoticed from behind. When the man turned around, he saw a man in a black hood who claimed to have very important information for him. This mysterious man said he was a member of one of the 8 temples of the celestial realm. He knew that Man Polo was from the Temple of Shadows and was searching for a woman named Lin Xinyu, also known by the codename Gardenia. Upon hearing that this girl had gone missing while on a mission, and that the first to notice it was her partner, Nightmare, Man Polo realized that the stranger truly possessed some information and suggested they step outside. Offering him a cigarette, the head of the criminal organization said he was ready to talk, because this man clearly had something to share. Taking the cigarette, he explained that he was from the Temple of Illusions. His hood concealed his features, and one could make out only his bright red eyes, which glowed ominously in the darkness. Averting his gaze from the stranger, Man Polo said he'd heard plenty about their abilities. Just one glance into the eyes of a member of that temple could send you spiraling into illusions for a whole day. Smiling, the man declared that Mandala needn't worry about that, since they both wanted the same thing. The leader asked what the stranger meant. Flashing his pearly white teeth, the man said that representatives of their temple wanted to kill a girl named Yao Guang. They wanted exactly the same thing. He knew the girl was under the protection of a certain master Lin Fei, but he was certain that the celestial beast would be stronger than anyone, so the stranger was here to propose a partnership. As he lit a cigarette for the stranger, Man Polo noticed that this man seemed just as serious as he was, which meant their partnership would be a success. Let's return to the Black Bamboo Ravine, since our heroes still haven't managed to get out of there. They continued on their way, and after a while, Lin Fei said that very soon they would reach the heart of this ravine, which meant they would have to traverse a very difficult path. Then his companion asked what was so interesting about that center, since he spoke of it so enthusiastically. Smiling, the boy said that there was a lot to be found there. By that, he meant all sorts of scary things, such as skeletons hanging right from the trees, and there were hundreds of them. Noticing that his companion was very frightened, the guy told her to stay close to him and everything would be fine. But the girl was clearly worried that some ghosts or other evil spirits might jump out at them. So Lin Fei tried to reassure the young lady, saying that they probably wouldn't run into any ghosts. But there was supposed to be a group of girls somewhere around here. Our hero didn't tell her that if she had opened her eyes and turned around, she would have seen those very ghosts right behind her. At one point, Yao Guang froze in place and said that it felt as though the forest was moving. She didn't know if this was actually the case or if some monsters had decided to play a trick on them. Taking a close look at his companion, the hero said that the ghosts were nothing, just trash compared to what they would face very soon. After that, he added that all these oddities were connected to a monster acting up, though it was surprising that it dared to pull such stunts with Lin Fei. At one point, the guy couldn't take it anymore and demanded that whoever was hiding in the shadows show themselves. So a huge figure appeared before them and announced that the group wouldn't make it out of his ravine alive. The creature was truly terrifying. So Yao Guang grabbed the guy's hand in shock and started asking what was in front of them. Instead of answering, the monster said that many people had wandered in here, but they all died from his ability, which was called Leaf Storm. After that, a strong wind blew, and it became clear that the creature had used the very ability in question. Looking up, Yao Guang was surprised by how many leaves were right above them. It seemed as though their sharp, deadly tips were aimed at them. Looking closely at the monster, our hero said irritably that apparently his opponent didn't value his own life at all. Activating his magical power, he used a skill called Cutting Light. His companion realized it was a special technique against monsters. A huge glowing dome formed around them, which did not destroy all the evil creatures that dared to approach them. A group of girls nearby noticed this otherworldly glow. They immediately began to wonder what was happening there. A brunette whose eyes were covered by a strange bandage asked in despair, "Are we all really going to die here?" The light grew brighter and brighter, and the women's screams grew louder and louder. The unfortunate travelers cried out that they didn't want to die, for they had so many unfinished business. It seemed to them that there was no salvation left, for the force was truly overwhelming. But despite this, they managed to open their eyes and realize that this energy hadn't harmed them at all. Yes, it had nearly knocked them off their feet, but they were alive. Then they headed toward the source of the light and noticed that the very bamboo monster of which ancient legends spoke had attacked the unfamiliar couple. The creature was truly terrifying. It was furious and demanded to know how the boy had managed to block its blow, since that move had been devised by Wang Liang himself. Looking at this creature, Yang Guang could think of nothing but that if she captured it and took it to Chengdu, she could sell it to the zoo and make a whole lot of money. With a wave of his hand, Lin Fei once again demonstrated his power and said that mentioning Wang Lian's name wouldn't save the creature, which still thought it was the master of the ravine. The young man's power was so immense that he effortlessly sliced the monster in half. It didn't even have time to squeak before it was dead. The creature's body turned into bamboo, and the witnesses to this spectacle thought that those who managed to kill the bamboo monster would surely become the richest people on earth. The dark-haired traveler declared that this monster was over 500 years old and had been pursued by the finest craftsmen in the world, hoping to tap into its magical properties, so that now they stood before the possessors of a precious treasure. Her friends declared that they would do anything just to get even a tiny piece of that magical bamboo lying right in front of them. Sitting down next to the fallen monster, Yao Guang asked what they were going to do with its remains. Were they really going to take it with them? Lin Fei frowned and asked why they would want that junk. Hearing these words, the girls were literally stunned. They asked if the guy even knew how valuable the remains of a bamboo monster could be. The first to recover was the dark-haired girl with an eye patch, who thanked our hero for saving her and said she'd like to know his name. They were representatives of the Temple of Music and wanted to sing of his feat. These women didn't strike him as the sort who could pose any threat. So our hero readily gave them his name, apparently hoping to become the hero of their songs. He looked closely at these travelers but found no threat in them. On the contrary, they seemed quite pleasant to him. Our hero approached the blindfolded girl and told her he sympathized with her, which puzzled everyone around. Their leader wondered if this man might be able to help Xuantong with her sight, since he had dealt with the bamboo monster so easily. Deciding to seize the moment, she approached and bowed to the gentleman, asking if he could help her students see the world again. Xuantong was indignant that Master Liu had moved so quickly to making requests. She was ready to do anything for the most gifted student the Temple of Music had seen in hundreds of years, a girl who, at such a young age, was already halfway to becoming a teacher herself. After a moment's thought, the young man declared that he could restore her sight, but it would be of little use, for her body was too weak to withstand the sacred power granted to those with double pupils. Hearing this, the women were simply shocked, and the girl in the headband covered her mouth with her hand. She didn't understand how this guy had found out about her double pupils. Lin Fei recognized her for one simple reason. The founder of the Yuchin Temple of Music was also blind, and the girl looked far too much like her. After examining the women, our hero declared that this place was too dangerous for them, so he advised them to return to their abode as soon as possible. The disheartened women worried that they would be disgraced if they returned to the temple empty-handed, without any spoils, and that the temple would tell them they had wasted their travel allowance. After giving them the remains of the bamboo monster, Lin Fei declared that this should be enough, so now they could return with a clear conscience. The group's leader was simply shocked by such generosity. Her voice trembling, she asked if the young man was sure he wanted to give them such a relic. The young man said they shouldn't feel embarrassed or be modest, since it was Shuangtong, and at the moment, this was the only way he could help her. The other girls were completely baffled and didn't understand anything. They wondered why this man had suddenly decided to give their friend gifts. To be honest, even Yao Guang was indignant. She didn't understand why Lin Fei was giving gifts to girls he didn't know, especially when she was right there. Of course, no one dared to express their dissatisfaction or confusion. The attendants of the Temple of Music bowed deeply to our hero and expressed their gratitude. Finally, Lin Fei ordered them under no circumstances to tell anyone that Shuangtong had a double pupil, because if this became known, there would be people who would destroy the temple. Hearing this news, everyone was shocked, and the brunette herself was clearly alarmed. She asked if they would really destroy an entire temple because of her. In memory of Yu Qian, Lin Fei decided to help this girl one more time, so he gave her an amulet and told her that if she faced insurmountable difficulties, she should break this jade pendant and it would help her. The girl accepted the gift and thanked the young man wholeheartedly for his help. Yao Guang looked at her once more, trying to figure out what was so special about her that her companion had decided to help. Of course, Yao Guang was offended, so she said sarcastically that she was lucky to have met such a noble person who had taken care of the poor girl in every way. Smiling, our hero asked if his companion was feeling jealous. Boiling with anger, she began to insist that such a thing would never happen in a million years. Realizing that Yao Guang was angry, our hero decided to tell her that this girl was the reincarnation of the goddess Yu Qian, who had been his servant and later founded their temple. Glancing indifferently at the hero, she asked why he suddenly decided she cared about these explanations, though she made a mental note that goddesses had served him. Blushing even more, the girl decided she couldn't care less about all these celestial beings, though needless to say, that was far from the truth. Climbing up the rocks, Lin Fei noticed that the girl wanted to be as far away from him as possible, so he advised her to watch her step carefully. At first, she asked indifferently what there was to see, but then she looked more closely and literally froze in her tracks, for she hadn't expected anything like this. They found themselves in a strange ruined place where some sort of purple shadows were wandering. Yao Guang immediately asked what had happened here. Gazing distantly into the distance, the young man replied that someone named Turkey had been buried down there, which greatly surprised the heroine. In fact, Lin Fei himself had given this creature that nickname. In reality, it was called the Blackfire Phoenix. The creature was ancient and very powerful. Once upon a time, it was feared immensely, for it could destroy entire cities with a single flap of its wings. And so the residents of this ruined town tried to save themselves, for this monster was like a meteor, and standing against it seemed impossible. Its fierce gaze swept over the townspeople, and its wings whipped up a magical wind that swept away everything in its path. The bird was moving so fast that it was impossible to stop it, let alone escape its attack. So when the magical fire ignited, the people realized their end had come, for no one could help them escape or take shelter from this disaster. Impressed by the story, the girl asked, "Did Lin Fei really dare to call such a majestic creature a turkey?" Our hero wondered what kind of monster Yao Guang had imagined. She had imagined a character from fairy tales, so she asked if it could break through the ground and escape to continue burning cities. Our hero assured her that she needn't worry, since the turkey wouldn't wake up. Besides, they had come here for treasures that could only be obtained by reaching the center of this wasteland. He also added that there weren't that many worst-case scenarios that could happen. After saying this, he threw a pebble right into the middle, which piqued his friend's interest. When the stone burst into a violet flame, Yao Guang could barely keep from screaming in fear, which suddenly overwhelmed her. In a matter of seconds, the stone simply ceased to exist, for it seemed the fire was so hot it could burn absolutely everything. From what he saw, Lin Fei concluded that if they went forward, they might get their feet burned, and that only posed a threat to Yao Guang since he was invulnerable. The girl started saying she wouldn't go anywhere, since she didn't want to be burned alive, to which our hero laughed and told her not to talk nonsense, since she was protected by his spell, so nothing would happen. Taking that first step was incredibly scary, but once it was over, Yao Guang realized she wasn't hurt, which meant she could trust her companion's words. Having calmed down a bit, she said she seriously doubted they'd find the treasures the guy had mentioned, since clearly nothing could be hidden here. Then the young man said mysteriously that just because she couldn't see anything didn't mean there was nothing there. Pointing to a strange crater, Lin Fei said they should dig right there. Watching him literally glow with excitement, the heroine asked herself a logical question. Could there really be anything hidden there? After all, at such a temperature, even bones would have burned to ashes. Activating his magical power, the young man declared that he would now show everything to his companion, who didn't believe his words. The magic concentrated around them more and more with every passing second, and at some point, the hero commanded the mysterious crater to open. And at that moment, utter chaos ensued. Real lava poured out of the small opening. The girl screamed, asking what he had done, since now they would be swallowed up by the earth and boiled alive. She quieted down a bit when she realized the barrier was protecting them. Lin Fei looked at her and said she shouldn't doubt his abilities, and she shouldn't scream so loudly either. Closing her eyes, the heroine said she understood everything. She had been so scared that she just waited for the horror to end, since she was too afraid to even look at it. At some point, her companion told her she could open her eyes since everything was ready. These words intrigued the girl so much that she obeyed. So when she opened her eyes, she saw a strange torch standing before her, now in the place of the crater. It seemed so ancient that it had even witnessed the celestial beings. Laughing, our hero declared that this bronze lamp would be her first gift. These carefree words greatly angered Yao Guang, for she couldn't understand how Lin Fei could remain so carefree in any situation. Throwing a torch her way, the young man declared that they needed to clean up the place. Otherwise, everything was piled into a heap, and if ordinary people came here in search of treasure, they wouldn't make it out alive. Her mouth agape in surprise, the girl asked if there were really any more treasures in this place. She couldn't wait to uncover all the secrets of this place, for they beckoned to her so strongly. Activating his magical energy and directing it in all directions, the guy said there was still plenty of good stuff here. A couple of seconds and several exploding craters later, jewels and incredibly ancient relics began pouring out in a torrent. All they had to do was keep up with collecting them. Sighing in exasperation, our hero declared that he never would have thought he'd one day turn into a trash sorter. But then again, his paths were truly inscrutable. Laughing, Yao Guang noted that her companion called everything trash, but she was willing to bet that every single item held some ancient secret within it. Jumping to the other side, Lin Fei declared that among this pile of assorted items, he could find something for Yao Guang too, since she was now a teacher as well. A second later, he returned, and not empty-handed. He was holding a sword, which he handed to the girl and said that this item now belonged to her. Judging by its appearance, the blade was icy. When she touched it, she realized it was everything she could have dreamed of. After all, in a place like this, holding a cool object in her hands was incredibly pleasant, so she really liked the gift. Looking at the bronze frame, the girl wondered if she should throw it away, since it didn't look like anything very useful. It simply burned without oil, and since they didn't live in ancient times, she had no use for that function. As if reading her thoughts, Lin Fei approached and asked if she was really thinking about throwing away this incredible thing. The alarmed girl asked how he had figured that out. Sometimes it really bothered her that he could unerringly guess her thoughts. Then the young man told her that even though this lamp didn't look beautiful or special, it was a real treasure. And after that, he asked her to blow out the candle and blow in his direction. The young lady's face reflected all the doubt she was feeling, but she decided to listen to the young man after all and do as he said, since there was nothing difficult about blowing out a candle. Taking a deep breath, she began to blow on the lamp, but she couldn't seem to extinguish the flame. It only seemed to flare up with renewed intensity. The air swirled around the flame and had absolutely no effect on it. The sight was amazing, but the girl still didn't understand the value of this object. Glancing at her companion, she asked what was supposed to impress her. Did he really think she'd be amazed by this feature of an unblowable flame? And then she noticed something strange. The candle's flame began to flare up so quickly that she didn't even have time to react before it was already literally blazing in her hands. The heroine didn't even dare to drop the candle, for she realized that this all-consuming fire could destroy everything around her. At some point, she realized that what she held in her hands was not just a flame, but a real fire dragon that had emerged from the flame of this small, unassuming candle. It opened its jaws with a growl, ready to attack our boys. But Lin Fei wasn't the least bit afraid and didn't even bother to step aside. Frightened, Yao Guang screamed, truly worried for her friend, who was once again completely unfazed and paid no attention to the looming danger. But the young man wasn't just standing there for no reason. He understood perfectly well what awaited him and how he could resist it, so he easily engaged the fiery opponent in battle. With just a few moves, the flames began to retreat, and the young man told his companion that in the future, she should be more careful, because those flames could burn everything around them. The heroine wanted to say something sarcastic, but she couldn't do anything, because suddenly her mind went blank, and her head spun so violently that everything around her ceased to exist. Her legs felt like cotton, her body too light, and her head, on the contrary, incredibly heavy. Losing her balance, Yao Guang began to fall, slipping into unconsciousness. Catching her, Lin Fei concluded that the young lady was in this state because she had overexerted herself, and considering all the previous factors, she must have been exhausted by now. Giving her a little of his own energy, the young man brought Yao Guang back to her senses and told her that she could play with her new toy later, once they were no longer in a life-threatening place. Saying that there was nothing left in the cave, our hero declared that it was time for them to return home, since their journey had already dragged on long enough. When the heroine realized they wouldn't get to meet the fire phoenix after all, she asked how it had died. The young man explained that the bird had sacrificed its life to destroy a bunch of villains. Then young Lady Ji said that they really shouldn't disturb the spirit of such a noble creature. She just didn't want anyone to use it for their own purposes. Just as Lin Fei was carrying his companion in his arms, he heard his phone ringing off the hook with a flood of incoming calls. When the girl's feet touched the ground again, she said that since they had made it out alive from the deadliest valley under heaven, they might as well find a hotel, since her house was still in ruins. But the young man announced that he had a better idea, since he had just found out that the Qing family had gifted him a villa, so he would always have a place to relax. They decided to call this place Floating Clouds. The building was simply gorgeous, with numerous pools and various structures. Her father and brother insisted that Li Shui meet Lin Fei at his new home, but the young man had been gone for quite some time. Her relatives also helped her choose this outfit, which she considered too flashy and revealing, since she was simply meeting a celestial being, yet looked as if she were going on a date. Finally, the guy arrived, but instead of a fancy car, he'd ridden up on a moped driven by an elderly man. Liwei couldn't make sense of it all. She couldn't believe that a celestial being would arrive on a moped, because it was so simple that she was at a loss for words. The old man immediately asked our hero if this girl was his colleague. He assumed that they worked together for some rich guy. A local elderly man even asked to be hired as well, but this request was ignored. Lin Fei apologized to the girl for being late, since he had to walk Yao Guang to work. Bowing, the young lady Qing handed the celestial being the keys to his new villa and all the documents confirming his ownership. Upon hearing this, the old man's eyes nearly popped out of his head in surprise. Waving his hand toward the villa, our hero invited his guest inside to see how it was furnished. As the old man rode away on his moped, you remarked in parting that their country was producing true talents who could afford a villa at such a young age. Lin Fei wondered if he really looked that young. Looking around, he said that everything looked pretty good, but some details he'd noticed were missing. The anxious girl immediately declared that the celestial being could say anything that didn't suit him, and she would make sure to improve the situation. Looking closely at his guest, Lin Fei stated that he lacked maids who would serve him and do whatever he said. These words made Li Shui think of something incredibly dirty and decide that even though she was facing a celestial being, he was still a man. Feeling even more flustered, the girl asked what he thought of her, because if he wanted, she could help him with anything. Leaning closer, Lin Fei looked at the girl in a way that made her feel like a fool. He said that the villa was huge and he needed maids to clean the grounds, cook, and handle other tasks. Realizing that her thoughts had wandered off in a completely different direction, Li Shui blushed, turned around, and started running away as fast as she could, shouting one last time that she would take care of everything. Looking disapprovingly at how the fleeing girl had kicked the lawn, our hero thought that young people these days were very spoiled and thought only of pleasures. However, that was not the case at all. Provincial girls valued peace and quiet and the company of animals who were grateful for the care they received. When Li Xinyu saw Manpolo at the door of her house, her hands began to shake uncontrollably, for she knew his visit did not bode well. Looking closely at the man, she greeted him and said she never could have imagined that after so much time, he would be able to find her. The blue-haired girl thought he had come here to kill her, but Manpolo merely said that Nightmare, who had helped her escape, was already dead. This news surprised her so much that she didn't even know what to say. It seemed as though all the words had flown out of her head. Seeing that these words had truly unsettled the girl, Mandala showed her the pendant. He assumed she knew this little trinket well. Yes, she recognized it, for a very important story was tied to this pendant. Once, Nightmare had led her to the amber sculpture and told her that it would be his finest work of art, inside which he would place her. But since the time for that had not yet come, he had carved her name on this very medallion and would now always carry it with him as long as he lived in this world. Now the medallion was in her hands, and that meant only one thing. The man for whom she had felt so many emotions had now departed for another world. Pressing the locket to her heart, she asked who would dare to kill a man like a Nightmare, for he had been incredibly strong. Showing her a photo of Lin Fei, Manpolo declared that the killer turned out to be this guy, who had shown up quite recently and called himself a Grand Master. Upon hearing these words, the girl grew frightened and asked why Mandala had come to her, since she clearly couldn't possibly stand a chance against someone so powerful. Laughing, the man said that the girl really didn't stand a chance, but with the help of his sword, she could easily defeat him. She just had to take it, and then she would be able to kill even a celestial being. It was the very same sword that had previously killed all his followers. Mandala claimed that no martial art could compare to this weapon. Looking at the man suspiciously, Lin Xinyu said that he was hiding something, because if it were that simple, the Nightmare's killer would already be in the afterlife. Smiling, Mandala realized that the influence of heavenly retribution had no effect on this girl at all, which meant she was the sword's chosen one. He explained that before her lay Lord Wang Liang's murder weapon, and if anyone whom the sword had not chosen were to touch it, instant retribution would befall them. Many had perished trying to master the sword. The girl didn't even let her uninvited guest finish speaking. She immediately took the sword in her hands and it blazed even brighter. Yet it didn't burn her like it had everyone else. Watching this miracle, the man couldn't understand why the girl hadn't been burned or what was happening at all, for it seemed the sword had truly accepted her. And then she began to change. First, her eyes clouded over with a red haze, and then terrifying veins began to bulge across her face. The space around them became so oppressive that it was impossible to stand near the girl and the sword, for it seemed as though some unknown force was squeezing everything from within. And then Mandala finally understood that this was exactly what the descent of the spirit of the ancestor Wang Lian looked like. Now he was absolutely certain that he had not come here in vain. Now this seemingly sweet-looking girl radiated such ancient energy that she seemed like a goddess who had come from the very depths of the underworld. When the spirit's descent ended, Manpolo fell to his knees and began to say that the disciple of the Temple of Shadows greeted the great Wang Lian. Looking at this man as if he were a madman, the girl said that standing before him was not some ancient celestial being, but she, Lin Xinyu. Unable to comprehend how this was possible, the man asked where the soul of the ancient Dark Master had gone, the return of whom he had waited for so long. After a moment's thought, the girl said that his soul was right there with them, then pointed to her shadow and asked him to look closely. She explained that his soul was too weak, so he wasn't yet ready to possess her body, but the spirit claimed there were two solutions to this problem. Raising her sword higher, she declared that either the ancient celestial being would devour her, or she would do the same to him. But if he won, an endless series of deaths would follow, and she wanted to kill only one person, Lin Fei. Realizing that this girl could now ruin all his plans, Mandala lunged forward to stop her and regain control. However, it was already too late. The girl proved too fast and too strong, so the situation finally spiraled out of his control. She declared that no one would dare bark at her again, so either Mandala would submit to her or she would kill him, for he was no match for her. The girl's power was now close to that of a Grand Master. The man understood this perfectly well himself, so he didn't even know what to do next. He was particularly distracted by the sword that was practically pressed against his throat. Looking at this helpless man, Lin Xinyu laughed. She said she never would have thought the day would come when the leader of Dark Knight would be crawling on his knees before her. At that moment, the ancient spirit addressed her, ordering her to tell Mandala to gather all the members of the organization. He also promised to make her stronger and teach her his techniques so she could reach a new level. After a moment's thought, she asked whether the spirit wanted her to become stronger or if he simply needed his own army, though it made no difference to her, since revenge was the only thing that mattered. Then the spirit declared that he liked her very much. He even regretted that only one of them could survive. Otherwise, he would have made her his successor. However, the girl declared that she wouldn't have agreed to that anyway, because there was only room for one mentor in her life, and that was Nightmare. Lin Xinyu's commanding tone was simply striking. The commander couldn't say a word against it, so he was forced to obey the girl's orders, who declared that they needed to gather all the gang members, since they would soon be heading to Chengdu. At that moment, 4 maids were brought to the villa, which bore the beautiful name Floating Clouds. All the girls were very beautiful, as if hand-picked, and each of them said she would do her utmost to ensure the master was satisfied with their work. They were brought by Li Shui, who stated that these girls were very eager to become maids for Master Lin Fei, and she had selected the very best ones. Realizing that it would be too difficult to remember their names, our hero decided to create a sort of associative sequence that would help him tell the girls apart. Their hair colors and color types helped him with this. One reminded him of spring, another of summer, a third of autumn, and the fourth of winter. Now he was sure he would remember them all. Once the names were sorted out, Lin Fei invited everyone on a tour of the mansion. At that moment, Li Shui suddenly realized that her help was no longer needed. She needed to get out of there. While the young man was telling them various stories, the girls had already begun carrying out their duties. Dark-haired Winter had already started trimming the overgrown bushes. At that moment, Baijan arrived at the villa. The beauties greatly embarrassed him, for when his mentor had invited him over, he clearly hadn't expected to see anything like this. Noticing that his student had already arrived on the villa grounds, our hero ordered his maids to leave him. They obediently bowed and began to walk away. After bowing to his master, Bai wondered if he had been summoned just to show off his new mansion, which did indeed look simply magnificent. But no, he was wrong. Our hero declared that today he wanted to teach his student, who had been idling around for far too long. This news greatly surprised Baizhang, since the young man hadn't warned him beforehand that they would be having any lessons or anything of the sort. Looking at the puzzled expression on the red-haired man's face, our hero handed him a sprig of grass and said that the training would be nothing like what he had imagined. With an awkward laugh, Bai said that he had indeed gotten a little carried away, so he apologized for getting distracted for a second and losing his concentration. While the man stared at the scrap of grass in bewilderment, our hero told him that it would aid in cultivation, since masters often used it. Now it finally dawned on Baizhang what he was holding in his hands, for it was that very miracle herb that all the famous masters used for cultivation. The maids who had been eavesdropping and peeking in on the conversation were simply shocked that the master was handing out such gifts. They realized that if they served him well, they might get a share too. Stepping closer to the disciple, Lin Fei tapped his forehead with a finger. The disciple smiled awkwardly and asked if there was some dirt on his head that needed to be wiped off. Our hero explained that he just realized it had been a long time since he'd taken anyone on as a disciple, yet he hadn't taught Bai any skills, only feeding him all sorts of stones and herbs. So today they would be learning a technique. Lin Fei had long noticed that the man used his limbs ruthlessly, which meant that sword techniques didn't suit him. That's why he decided to teach him something else. This technique was called the Way of the Golden Dragon. It was incredibly powerful, and if cultivated to its fullest, the body would rival that of an ancient beast. The red-haired man was very familiar with this technique, for he had read about it in the ancient books, but he could never have imagined that he would be able to master it. At some point, Baizhan realized that new and valuable knowledge was beginning to form in his mind, and he was overcome with curiosity and a desire to put everything into practice as soon as possible. Once the entire technique had been imprinted in the man's mind, our hero declared that he must cultivate it thoroughly, and then in time, he would become the coolest guy in town. With an awkward smile, John said that he was very ashamed that he hadn't even suspected before that it was Lin Fei who had created this practice. Our hero explained that, strictly speaking, he had only laid the very foundations. He had no interest in working on it and had put the matter off until later, and it was Lin Yuan who had completed it. Recalling that a memory associated with that name had flashed through his mind, Baizhan asked who this man was, since he had been able to reach such heights. Gazing into the distance, our hero said distantly that this was the name of his brother, whom he hadn't seen in so long that he had forgotten the sound of his voice. Inspired by these words, Baijan began to ask who this Lin Yuan was now. Had he too become a celestial being, and could he now determine people's fates? However, that was not the case. Casting a gloomy glance at his student, our hero explained that his brother was dead, and at his own hand. A strange calm emanated from the forest road, so the bus passengers enjoyed the beautiful scenery. Everyone was calm except for Manpolo, who was desperately cursing at the driver and shouting that he should drive faster. Looking at her reflection, Lin Xinyu saw only an ancient spirit, so she wondered how a person like him could have died and why only fragments of his soul remained. At one point, the ancient spirit admitted that he had often asked himself this very question, since he had died from an accidental injury that could have easily been avoided. These words surprised the girl so much that she stared curiously at the glass, completely ignoring the fact that her companion was shouting at the top of his lungs throughout the bus. The spirit explained that he hadn't even seen the two who had started that ill-fated fight. He had only heard them calling out to each other, and then the irreparable had happened. The blue-haired girl was immediately intrigued. She was curious to know which names the spirit had in mind. Perhaps she could help him get his revenge. When she heard the phrase that the holy celestial being was to blame, she realized that perhaps their motives converged and their goals led to the same outcome. A red car pulled up to the brand new villa. Its passengers were discussing the gift for Lin Fei, which was much larger than their previous home. As she got out of the car, Yao Guang advised Wu Molin not to get too attached to this place. She understood that she should listen to her friend, since they were only staying here until their house was repaired. The door was open, so before entering, Yao Guang called out to Lin Fei. Their visit wasn't all that unexpected and didn't disturb the homeowner. They were greeted by a very cheerful maid who told them to come in and make themselves at home. This girl was so beautiful that Yao Guang felt embarrassed, while her friend said with a smirk that Lin Fei hadn't wasted any time at all. I put on an indifferent expression, and Yao Guang remarked that, according to rumors, the guy had more than one maid. But for such a huge villa, that wasn't strange. The girls were immediately served coffee and various treats. Wu Molin said the maids shouldn't have bothered, since she could have done it herself, but no one listened to her. Finally, the villa's owner emerged from his room and told his maids that they were free to go and that he now wished to be alone with his guests. After bowing to the master, they began to head toward the exit so as not to interfere with the confidential conversations that were meant to be held without prying ears. While Yao Guang was talking about how the guy had settled in quite nicely here, Wu Molin could think of nothing but the fact that if she didn't stop drinking this sour swill, she'd throw up right onto the expensive carpet. Seeing the pained expression on Wu Molin's face, our hero gave her a few pills, which should be enough to reach the level of a teacher. Almost crying with happiness, the girl thanked her teacher and left the room to take the pills, since she had been waiting for this for so long. Left alone with Yao Guang, the young man simply couldn't help but notice that she was acting very strangely, so he blurted out the question. Was she jealous of him? Glancing at the young man with a hint of hurt, the young lady asked why on earth she should be jealous, since they weren't even in a relationship. She had convinced herself until the very end that everything Lin Fei did was for Empress Yao Guang, but certainly not for her, since he was practically a stranger to her. And she really managed to believe that. It was easier that way. She didn't want to fall in love with a man who was doing something not for her, but only to revive his past love. Touching her hand, our hero pulled her out of those troubling thoughts that wouldn't leave her mind. He said with a smile that he could read palms, since he had personally participated in the creation of the art of palmistry. I don't understand, Yao Guang asked. Why are you saying this? Then the guy said that the lines on her palms were very unique, and that she herself was an extremely unique person whose development would be interesting to watch. These words greatly embarrassed Yao Guang, though she understood that it was all just a rather clumsy attempt at flirting, which confused her more than it pleased her. But it wasn't just our heroes who were up to something interesting. At the oldest martial arts temple, Duke, there were also events worth paying attention to. After all, the people there were closely watching Yao Guang, how her fate was unfolding. They were seeing it literally live in the truest sense of the word. Two masters of the temple were watching the events unfold. The woman with the ponytail was named Su Mingyu, and the long-haired one was called Su Qing. They wanted to join forces and see together whether Yao Guang had been a celestial being in her past life. Activating their powerful magic, they directed it at the screen broadcasting the girl live. They wanted to learn as much as possible about her. However, for some reason, nothing worked out. Their power ricocheted back at them, so the poor masters were sent flying backward without seeing a thing. Trying to catch her breath after that, Su Qing declared that even their combined efforts were not enough to uncover the truth hidden behind the veil of mystery. They realized it was absolutely clear that this girl had not been an ordinary person in her past life. Su Qing asked whether they should tell the people from the Temple of the Sword and Music who were waiting outside. Su Mingyu believed it was better to tell them the truth, since it would be impossible to keep such information hidden for long anyway. And when it came to celestial beings, there wasn't a single temple that wouldn't be interested. Su Mingyu tried to figure out a way to get Yao Guang to go up into the mountains and visit their temple, since they couldn't leave this place themselves. Otherwise, total chaos would break out here. Her partner was simply in shock, for she was terrified to even think that someone else might take the girl away while they waited in their temple. Her importance was immeasurable, as she was the reincarnation of a celestial being. The woman with the tail stated that she hadn't said they should let Yao Guang go. She had merely hinted that they should send their people to her, and the temple's renowned reputation would not allow her to refuse them. Meanwhile, our hero summoned the taxi driver's grandfather again and ordered his maids to return home, while he would head to Mount Qingqing to meet his old friend there. With a cheerful glance at his passenger, the old man told the young man to hold on tight, because now he would show him what it meant to be the god of the mountain of flying clouds. Putting on his helmet, our hero told the old man he could help him. These words piqued the man's interest, since he had just recently mentioned needing a side job. So, to help this man ride faster and carry even more people, the young man upgraded his moped, and now it began to go even faster. The speed was so unfamiliar to the elderly man that he screamed in fear, for he hadn't expected his moped to be capable of such maneuvers. Watching the scene closely, the maids asked cautiously if the old man really had a moped, since now it looked more like an airplane. The poor women didn't even suspect that at that very moment, they were being closely watched by some strangers who were wondering if those two from the Black Bamboo Valley Union really lived right there. It turned out there was a whole gang of troublemakers here who had checked up on this villa on Chengdu Island several times, so now they wanted to get inside and take their revenge. But their leader believed that revenge was a waste of time. He reminded them that members of the Black Bamboo Ravine Alliance possessed a light sword. So they weren't here for the sake of the place itself, but to take a valuable relic and kill anyone who might lay claim to it. The fair-haired maid asked the brunette, named Duke Xu, if she wanted to become the master's apprentice, since she possessed incredible strength. But the girl said she was still only at the stage of purifying her body. The brunette also said that her sister had a chance as well, but she believed that for now she could only play chess and the piano to help the master relieve his boredom. This peaceful conversation was interrupted the very moment some strangers kicked down the front door and shouted that the owner must come out to meet them. The fair-haired girl was simply shocked, for she could never have imagined that they might face such dangers in this villa. Seeing that her sister had literally frozen in fear, Dunsu realized she had to act, so she immediately rushed over to the blonde girl and pulled her away from the door. The dark-haired girl asked who these people were and whether they realized whose villa they had broken into, since the consequences for them could be very dire. The men began to crowd around the front door, as they couldn't believe that their enemy had such beautiful maids who could provide them with some decent entertainment. Their leader immediately noticed that one of the girls was in the final stage of training, and two others were in the intermediate stage, so this could become a problem for them. Of course, the girls immediately started to panic. They didn't know what to do and couldn't think of anything better than to immediately start calling their master. Needless to say, the thugs didn't let them do that. Activating their magical energy, they destroyed the phone right in the red-haired girl's hands. The leader said that if they tried to call for help, they wouldn't succeed, since no one wanted any extra people around. After that, he ordered his thugs to grab the girls and take them to Jinling, so that everyone from the Wu clan could have their fun with them. The men had been just waiting for that command. However, the girls were fighters, and none of them were going to let these scoundrels touch them with such filthy, worthless hands. Hands that some of them had lost. Grabbing a sword, Dongshu realized she had to protect her sisters. Since the master was not there, she took on this responsibility herself. Her sisters caught this zeal and declared that they would defend their master's home. So arming themselves with whatever was at hand, they stood up against the scoundrels. They understood that they were taking a great risk and made this decision consciously, yet they were fully aware of just how badly they might suffer. The gang leader found it very amusing to hear their bold declaration that they would defend their master's house. He believed that such scum were incapable of standing up to a great master like himself. Ignoring these words, the brunette rushed into battle for the honor of the Pei clan. She activated an ability called the Sword Dance. However, the man easily stopped the attack by pinching her blade between two fingers. It turned out he didn't have to exert any effort to gain the upper hand. With one hand he held the sword, and with the other he tore at the blonde's clothes, declaring that he would kill the dark-haired girl last so she could watch the torture and death of the others. Screaming, Dunsu declared that she would destroy anyone who dared to touch her sisters. She told the girls to run as far away as possible immediately while she dealt with the scoundrels. But she never could have imagined that this scoundrel would be able to disarm her, for the blade of her sword literally shattered into pieces right in his hands. Laughing, the man asked maliciously if the girl really thought he would let her go, since he and his men were planning to have some fun with them. To prove his vile intentions, he ripped her clothes off and began to squeeze her throat so she couldn't even scream and warn her sisters. The other thugs began to follow their leader's lead, grabbing the girls and tearing their clothes off, forcing them to scream loudly and beg for mercy. Dongshu kept trying to strike the enemy with what was left of her blade. She screamed and begged the men to stop, but no one listened to her. It seemed to amuse them even more. Pushing the blade away from him as if it were some kind of child's toy, the bald leader said that it all looked simply ridiculous, since it was obvious that the girls before him were utterly powerless. Slamming the brunette's head against the floor with all his might, the man declared that the difference in strength between a grand master and a master at the final stage was small, but in their case, it was like an abyss. The girl coughed up blood, and her eyes rolled back in pain. It seemed she was about to lose consciousness or even pass away. Leaving the immobilized girl alone, the bald man declared that his henchmen could have some fun with the rest while he went to look for the treasure. Many were immediately drawn to the unconscious brunette. These deranged men liked the fact that she could no longer offer any resistance. Looking around, the man noticed that his aura had begun to fluctuate, and that could only mean one thing. The jewels were very close by. All that remained was to find them. Upon entering Yao Guang's room, he immediately saw the ice sword and the eternal lamp. The bandit rejoiced, for the treasures were far greater than he could have imagined. The man surmised that a certain steward named Wu had been severely wounded while trying to get his hands on these items, so now he, Yang Wu, would avenge his relative. Smelling the sharp, metallic scent of blood, the leader smirked, realizing that his henchman had apparently gone a bit too far. Wanting to calm his gang down a bit, he began to walk downstairs, saying along the way that they needed to be more restrained, since overly rough entertainment could be bad for their health. But it wasn't a man who had been having fun here at all, but the one who had turned their bodies into a bloody mess. Baijan had saved the girls from a terrible fate, and now they were trembling in the corner, afraid to even move. When the blonde saw the ringleader, she immediately pointed at him and said that he was the one who had wounded Dunsaya, and she also told him that they had tried to assault them. If Bai hadn't arrived in time, that's exactly what would have happened. Anger began to boil inside the red-haired man, for he had always respected women and never allowed anyone to treat them rudely, yet here some scoundrels had dared to do such a thing. Seeing what had been done to his subordinates, the gang leader was consumed by rage. He couldn't have imagined that a master-level guard was walking nearby. Activating his magical energy, he declared that masters too were divided into the strong and the weak, and since he did not count himself among the latter, he was confident of his victory. Baijin had no intention of giving up either, especially since he was simply itching to avenge the poor women who had endured such humiliation and stress. When these two forces collided, an incredible explosion occurred, causing the villa's wall to be blown out with a crash. Baijin's power simply stunned his opponent, for he realized that the young man was only about 20 years old. Yet he had already reached the 6th level of power. In any other situation, the red-haired man would have started making some smug jokes, but now he just wanted to deal with these scoundrels, who couldn't even be called men, as quickly as possible. On top of that, the red-haired guy was determined to punish whoever dared to lay a hand on his teacher or invade his home, because that was tantamount to someone humiliating him personally. He was ready to die for this cause, though in the end he really wanted to take the enemy down with him, so he could no longer cause any trouble for Lin Fei or his home. Looking at the gang leader, who was now wielding the stolen sword, Baijan knew full well that this man was very strong, so he would have to give it his all. He decided to use his signature technique, called the Wind Fist, but to amplify it 100-fold. His opponent countered with a skill called Hurricane of Raging Flames, So when these two forces collided, a veritable explosion of energy occurred. The entire building shook from the energy, but the girls wanted to believe that Master Baijan would win, for he was simply incredibly noble and had restored their faith in the integrity of men. When the fog cleared and the results of the battle became visible, it turned out that for the time being, both combatants were alive and well, despite all the efforts of both sides. The girls watched the fight with bated breath, wondering who would win and praying to the higher powers that Master Baijan would emerge alive from this ordeal. Suddenly, the thug staggered. He coughed up blood and declared that he could never have imagined such a young man could possess the strength of a 6th-level master. Seeing that everything pointed to Mr. Bai's imminent victory, the girls were simply ecstatic, for this was exactly what they had been hoping for so long. But the consequences of the blows caught up with Baijan himself. The enemy had used a special cut, the effects of which only became apparent over time, and now his arm had been literally severed at the forearm. The wound was so deep that the girls froze. Their faces betrayed genuine shock and alarm, for they could not have imagined that, in defending them, the man would suffer so severely. Blood spurted in all directions, and then the leader himself declared with satisfaction that his enemy's techniques were not bad, but he was powerless to defeat him, since his powerful aura had already entered Baijiang's body, and soon he would burn to ashes. Mocking him, the bald man swung his sword and said that the smug red-haired Bai could only watch what had become of him. He also declared that he would take the girls with him. Despite all these words and taunts, Bai managed to get to his feet. He was in incredible pain, and the enemy couldn't understand why he was still trying to resist. And then the boy did something unexpected. He realized that the source of the fire was in his hand, so if he removed the limb, he would have a chance to survive. That is exactly what he did. He deliberately and consciously severed his own arm, even if it offered only a faint hope of salvation. What they saw shocked the maids beyond words. Tears welled up in their eyes. They couldn't believe that this man was so brave and desperate that he had severed his own arm. Pressing down on the wound from which blood was gushing, Baijan declared that the battle was not yet over, for he had no intention of dying here. Otherwise, he would not be worthy of being his mentor's disciple. Gritting his teeth in anger, the man realized the battle wasn't over yet, but he couldn't help but admire how strong the guy standing before him was. Activating his magical power, the red-haired young man decided to use a technique he had previously studied only in theory, but now he realized it was time to practice a little. Using the technique called Dragon Abyss of the Golden Hills was quite terrifying, and he silently asked his mentor for a blessing for this step. Baijan declared that his opponent would die now, but the gangster disagreed. He realized his strength was running out, so he was ready to use any means necessary to stay afloat. The thug realized he was facing an incredibly powerful enemy who could send him to the afterlife to join his henchmen. To be honest, Baijan didn't believe he could withstand this blow either, for he felt just how much energy was being expended in that moment. It seemed to him that he might lose consciousness at any moment. Chaos reigned all around. Everything was exploding and burning, and only the aftermath bore witness to the fact that the red-haired warrior's strength was beyond measure. That blow exhausted Bai so much that he actually lost consciousness and now lay in a huge pool of his own blood, which was rapidly leaving his body. When the battle ended, the girls immediately rushed to help the guy. They realized his injuries were very serious, but hoped he could be saved. They also wondered where the thug had gone. The bald thug had run away and hidden like the biggest coward. He knew that this guy had almost defeated him, and if he hadn't fled so quickly, he would be the one lying there now. Limping, he began to make his way toward the forest, hoping to regain his strength, and then gather the best fighters of the Wu family and stage a real massacre here. Gritting his teeth against the unbearable pain and rage, Baijan told the girls that the attacker must not be allowed to escape, for then he would be disgraced for the rest of his days. As they bandaged what was left of his arm, the maid said it was all nonsense, and that the most important thing now was to take care of his health, which was in jeopardy. The man wouldn't let them call an ambulance and said he'd rather die right then and there than be disgraced before his mentor, who would be displeased with his defeat. But then someone gripped his hand tightly, and it was clearly not a woman, as such a handshake belonged only to a man of strong spirit. It was Lin Fei, who declared that his student could never disgrace him, for it was a source of pride for him to have such a brave and strong protege as Baijan. These words moved the red-haired boy so deeply that he nearly cried, for what he feared most in the world was disappointing the only person who believed in him. The master's return greatly pleased the girls, who had already feared that the red-haired young man would simply die in their arms, and they wouldn't even be able to help him in any way. Activating his magical energy, our hero sent a healing greenish light toward his charge, which was meant to help him recover from his critical condition. The girls watched silently as this unfolded, hoping it would save the kind gentleman who had been willing to sacrifice his own life to save them. Soon they noticed that Baijan's severed leg and arm had begun to regenerate and grow back. It was clear that their master's power far exceeded that of a mere human. When his body had recovered somewhat, Baijan fell to his knees before his savior and began to apologize for not arriving in time, allowing the girls to be injured and the estate to be damaged. In turn, the maids also knelt and began to say that their weakness was to blame for everything. So what had happened was entirely their fault. Saying that there was nothing catastrophic about what had happened, the young man activated his magical energy and cast a full healing spell, which was supposed to restore everyone present. Baijan was shocked that his master had reacted so easily and calmly to what had happened, since he wasn't angry at all and didn't blame anyone. When the young man entered the house, he saw that Dong Shui had still not regained consciousness, so he decided to make one more attempt to save her, as she had to wake up. Soon her beautiful violet eyes flew open. It felt as though she had literally been snatched from the jaws of death. And in fact, that was exactly what had happened. The girl mentally returned to the moment when the battle was still raging, so she shouted that she wouldn't let a single thug get away and swung her arm. Trying to stop her, the guy touched her forehead with his finger and said she needed to be a little more careful about who she was attacking. An indescribable shock was etched on the brunette's face. Upon seeing her master, she felt ashamed that she had tried to strike him, mistaking him for a thug. Falling to her knees before him, she began to apologize for acting rashly and offending him with her impulsive actions. Seeing how inconsolable the young lady seemed, our hero realized that words were useless now, so he reached out his hand to silently lift her off the floor. The girl was truly in an incredibly terrible state. She understood that even though she was the strongest among her sisters, there was nothing she could do if the master got angry with her. Gently stroking her head, our hero spoke words of gratitude, for she had fearlessly stood up against an entire gang of armed criminals. Dong Jue hadn't expected to hear these words at all, because she thought she would be fired or punished even worse. The worst-case scenario was stuck in her head, but certainly not this one. Lifting her head, she burst into tears and said that the boss shouldn't thank her for simply doing her duty and not shirking it. Her appearance embarrassed our hero so much that he blushed and asked her to go to her room and change, since her clothes were completely ruined. Only now did the poor brunette realize how she had appeared before Mr. Lin Fei. She felt terribly ashamed again, so she jumped to her feet and, covering herself, headed to her room. When everyone had calmed down a bit, our hero gathered the guys on the street and told them that the people who had caused the commotion here were the Wu family from Jinglan. They had brought it on themselves, and soon the young man would wipe them out. These words sparked a flurry of questions and bewilderment on the faces of those who heard them, for they hadn't expected such a dramatic turn of events at all. "Don't pay attention to this trifle," Lin Fei continued, saying that his maids were too weak, so he had given them a little something. The fair-haired Chunhua was too gentle. Her nature wasn't suited for killing, so he passed on to her the knowledge of the god who was the patron of agriculture and medicine. The songs of the red-haired Xiaoyue touched people's hearts, so he passed on to her the songs of delusion of the mermaid tribe from Yuezhu Bay, which could transport people into a world of dreams and cause enemies to lose their minds. For Qushui, he prepared the legacy of the four perfections, as she was a master of playing musical instruments, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Turning his gaze to his strongest sister, who had a strong character and had mastered the art of swordsmanship, our hero paused for a moment. He recalled a special sword that had been in his possession for a very long time, waiting for the moment when it would be handed over to a worthy warrior. Dong Jue was exactly that kind of warrior, so the young man passed on to her the secrets of the deadly art of swordsmanship, which had once been created by Guan Chengzi. The girls were simply shocked, as they hadn't expected such gifts. Only the brunette looked pensive, convinced that with this knowledge, her Pei family would regain its dignity. They bowed deeply and thanked the young man for being so generous and not only helping them heal, but also bestowing incredible gifts upon them. Saying that no thanks were necessary, our hero asked the girls to leave him alone with Baijan. At first, Dong Shui followed her friends, but then she stopped abruptly, turned her head toward our hero, and asked if she could say one more thing. The guy said that of course she could speak freely, and not worry that someone might misunderstand her or think she was being presumptuous. Blushing, the girl declared that she had no request for the host. She simply wanted to say that she had come to love him very much during her short time working there. After that, she quickly ran off, leaving the characters bewildered. Baijan was clearly jealous of Lin Fei, since no one had confessed their love to him after he'd nearly died. Lin Fei didn't react at all to this confession, since he thought the girl had simply gone mad after hitting her head and was now talking nonsense. Then his stern gaze shifted to Baijan, and he said sternly that if Yao Guang found out about this confession, there would be serious consequences for whoever told her. After that, they finally got down to the purpose of the red-haired boy's visit, as he was seeking a teacher regarding the Dragon Abyss technique. Saying that the mentor was very perceptive, his red-haired disciple admitted that he had been too foolish, so he couldn't grasp the secret of the skill or understand the words about needing to restore the mysterious merits by breaking the old and creating the new. Then our hero explained that Baizhun had already restored the merits, since he had helped and protected him, so that part was settled. These words seriously frightened the man, for he knew that by returning those very merits, the meridians throughout his body could be damaged and he would become disabled. Looking closely at the young man waited until he calmed down, then said that nothing like that would happen as long as he was there. These words comforted Baizhang a little and eased his anxiety, so he sat down calmly beside him and continued to listen to what the teacher had begun to tell him. After the instructive lecture was over, the man focused on his inner energy and entered a trance intended to raise his level of mastery. Strange golden streaks began to run across his body, marking the locations of the energy channels that were overflowing with energy. Suddenly, these streaks turned into real wounds and began to bleed profusely, causing the young man unbearable pain, from which he nearly lost consciousness and self-control. Directing his disciple's magical energy, our hero declared that he must continue, despite all the pain he was enduring. These words helped Baijan pull himself together and continue his cultivation practice. Soon his wounds began to heal, and his face became a little more relaxed, though it was still tense. When he opened his eyes, an incredible roar burst from his mouth, reminiscent of the guttural growl of an ancient dragon that now sat within him. Soon the process was complete, and when the red-haired man came to his senses, he realized that his meridians had become even stronger than before, and his true ki was circulating even faster. Giving his disciple a stern look, Lin Fei declared that if he wanted to become a dragon, he would have to endure training that was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. Closing his eyes with satisfaction, Baijan declared that he now finally understood the man who had created this amazing technique. After all, the same desire now lived within him as it had in that man, namely the desire to surpass every living thing on this earth. Our hero immediately recalled the man in question, and he began to wonder if it was a good idea to pass this skill on to such an ambitious person. Realizing that all the problematic situations had now been resolved, our hero announced that he was heading to Jinling. Baijan asked if his mentor wanted him to drive him to the airport. The mentor said there was no need, since he wanted to travel by train. These words surprised the man, as he had thought that celestial beings preferred something more luxurious. On the way, the young man dialed Yao Guang's number and asked if she'd like to go to Jinling. Not by car, but by train, just like ordinary people. At that moment, the girl was in the middle of a conference, so she didn't quite understand who they needed to exterminate or why they had to go there by train. The meaning of the word eliminate didn't sink in right away, but when it did, she gasped in surprise because she didn't even want to think about the fact that another massacre was coming their way. The company employees present at the conference looked at her in bewilderment and wondered if the CEO was really planning something big. Realizing that their conversation had become public, the girl lowered her voice and said she couldn't go with him, and also asked him not to make too much noise. These words seemed very out of place to Lin Fei, for he couldn't understand how one could wipe out an entire family without making a sound. While he was being offered various drinks and snacks, he thought only of how he used to visit Zhang Xiaolin, but the laws of nature wouldn't let him go, so he'd found a loophole for him to exploit. Sitting next to him was an aggressive red-haired guy who yelled at the attendant and told her they didn't need anything, so she could get lost. The annoyed woman walked away, noting that young people these days were very ill-mannered, and that if he wanted to impress the girl sitting across from him, he could have simply bought her a bottle of water. When the redhead got bored, he nudged our hero and asked why he was staring so intently. Did he really know who was sitting across from him? Not wanting to talk to this guy, Lin Fei simply remained silent, but his annoying neighbor wouldn't leave him alone, and kept asking if he really didn't know such a respected person. After that, he introduced Mr. Yeshiang, a famous calligraphy master known both at home and abroad. He was his teacher. Closing his eyes haughtily, the man told his student that he shouldn't go around talking about it, and if anyone wanted his autograph, he could just give them a piece of paper with his signature on it. With an indifferent wave of his hand, Lin Fei said he didn't need to give any piece of paper, since he didn't even know the man sitting across from him. This statement shocked both the student and the master. They both thought they were dealing with a die-hard internet addict who wasn't interested in anything around him. Wanting to lighten the mood, the girl spoke up and suggested they take a look at what they had accomplished lately. The red-haired guy immediately declared that he'd improved his handwriting. Glancing at his neighbor, the red-haired boy declared that he would surely go mad when he saw his masterpiece. The beautiful characters would simply blind him. Unfolding the tightly rolled parchment, the boy asked his mentor to judge whose characters were more beautiful, his or his sister's. Carefully examining the characters, the master said that the two had different writing styles, so in this case it was difficult to determine whose work was better. In reality, the teacher knew that the boy sitting before him was the son of the chief elder of the sword sect, who wrote far worse than his daughter, but he couldn't offend the elder. Laughing, the boy said he never would have thought it would be so hard to pick the best one, but he wasn't discouraged, since some uncultured savages didn't even know such characters, a veiled reference to our hero. To prove his knowledge, our hero declared that Kaishu's writing style was divided into 4 types and that these characters were fairly simple. The girl had the Wana style, which unfortunately didn't suit her very well. Hearing these words, the redhead thought someone was bad-mouthing his little sister, so he advised the boy to shut his mouth and not pretend he knew anything about calligraphy. But the dark-haired girl was very interested in his words, because she had always wanted to improve her skills, and constructive criticism was only beneficial. But Lin Fei had already lost the desire to comment on anything, since he didn't want to do so in the presence of people who valued nothing but high status. Realizing that their company and achievements were being disregarded, these people were shocked by such audacity and angered, for no one had ever humiliated them like that. The red-haired boy declared that they shouldn't listen to any ragged beggars, since he thought the hieroglyphs in his sisters were very beautiful. Lowering her eyes, the girl said awkwardly that the stranger had noticed everything correctly and that she had observed exactly the same mistakes in her own writing that she wanted to correct. She asked what writing style suited her, as she was very interested in hearing the opinion of this distinguished gentleman. Looking closely at the girl, our hero declared that she was very meticulous and systematic and also approached her work with particular precision and deep thought, so the style of Zhong Xiaojun suited her. Hearing this, the teacher's mouth fell open in surprise, for the young man had described his daughter exactly as he himself would have, which meant the man sitting before them was well versed in calligraphy. Smiling, the red-haired lad began urging the man who knew so much about calligraphy to evaluate his characters, which lay right in front of them. Glancing at this insolent boy, Lin Fei declared that he had not the slightest desire to look at what the boy had scribbled on his parchment. The boy got so angry that he jumped up from his seat and slammed his hand down on the table. It seemed no one had ever humiliated this rich kid so badly before. Our hero continued, saying that the boy couldn't think things through for long and wasn't trying at all, and that he was quick-tempered and his anxiety was evident between the lines, so he wasn't particularly good at any style. He also advised the redhead to give up calligraphy as soon as possible, since this activity clearly didn't suit him and wasn't something he enjoyed. Looking at the dark-haired girl, the young man suggested that the red-haired boy might simply have a crush on someone involved in calligraphy. Realizing what the stranger was hinting at, the brunette grew flustered and blushed. She wanted to look anywhere but at her red-haired companion. Stopping his hot-tempered student, the teacher told Lin Fei not to take offense, since the boy had an overly straightforward nature. When his student had calmed down a bit, the teacher asked if he could learn our hero's name, and he was also very interested in hearing about his master. Introducing himself, the young man said he had no master. He simply liked to fill his head with all sorts of nonsense on his own. He didn't mention that he himself was one of the founders of calligraphy. Smiling at this news, the esteemed teacher offered Lin Fei the chance to become his student, as his talent was clearly evident. These words surprised the red-haired young man so much that he gaped in astonishment. For a mentor who was a master of calligraphy could not possibly take just anyone as a student. Smiling warmly at the young man, the teacher said that they shouldn't be intimidated by the world of empty vanity, and if a talented person wanted to learn, he would give him that opportunity. With a carefree shake of his head and his arms folded in a defensive gesture, Lin Fei declared that he wasn't interested, since it was a waste of time. The answer surprised absolutely everyone, but the red-haired guy seemed to take it as a personal insult, since his mentor had given some ragged kid such a chance, and the kid had simply turned it down. He was even more surprised when he heard Lin Fei's reply. Our hero asked not to be called ungrateful, since he had never asked anyone to be his teacher. There was wisdom in those words, so the teacher wasn't offended, but he understood that the young man was talented and possessed great knowledge. However, he had no mentor, so it would be a mistake to simply let him go. The only thing was, he didn't understand why this young man was unaware of the significance of the concept of a modern calligraphy master. The man knew he had a way to explain it to him. An interesting idea came to his mind, so he decided to invite his new friend to a calligraphy exhibition that would be held in Jinlin. Upon learning that the exhibition would feature not only a modern calligraphy master, but also a trip on a decorated junk, a painted boat, the young man decided he had to attend the event. But he wasn't satisfied with just one ticket, since he could attend the event with Yao Guang. So our hero asked for one more pass. Smiling, the teacher said once again that he was dealing with a truly unusual person, but despite this, he handed over another ticket, saying that he could bring a friend. The red-haired guy listened intently. He decided that this unexpected guest would no longer think about any mentors once he saw the full force of his natural energy. Jinling Station was packed with people, but Lin Fei immediately noticed a girl standing right across from him, holding a white cardboard sign. Written on it were words urging the young man to pay attention to her. This meant she was the very person who had come to meet him and was already waiting for his arrival. It was Ms. Cheng. Looking at her, our hero couldn't help but notice that she hadn't been slacking off and was already in the final stages of physical conditioning. Smiling, the brunette said that it was all thanks to the pill he had given her during their last meeting. It had turned out to be very useful. Handing her a small vial, Lin Fei said that if she took it and drank it, she would be able to immediately advance to the mentor level without any trouble. Stunned by such generosity, the girl couldn't believe that luck had truly smiled on her so greatly, since such elixirs were incredibly expensive. But for Lin Fei, these were mere trifles. He said he had already managed to assemble a whole group of mentors, the only one missing being Miss Cheng, who had worked so diligently on herself. Saying that by helping her rise, he was also helping himself. The hero announced that he wanted to go to the peach and plum orchard, since he loved walking in such places. Ms. Cheng was very surprised by this suggestion, since it wasn't the blooming season, so she didn't understand why they should go there. So when they arrived in the thicket, the girl immediately asked about it, since here, at the moment, one could only look at bare branches, while there were still many beautiful places in the city. Looking at these trees, our hero asked if his companion wanted to see the peach and plum trees in bloom. Personally, he had always found the sight simply mesmerizing. His companion said in surprise that of course she would love to see such beauty, but trees couldn't bloom just because they wanted them to. Activating his magical energy, Lin Fei was determined to show her that she was wrong, and that certain natural processes could be triggered on their own. Soon, flowers did indeed appear on the trees, tiny buds that were about to bloom and delight the eyes of those around them with their beautiful sight. As soon as the first flower bloomed, everything around seemed to freeze, for the sight was truly magical. Standing frozen in place, the girl tried to wrap her head around the fact that the trees had indeed bloomed at the behest of her companion's magical power, while he pretended as if nothing had happened. Passers-by were also shocked, and some even swore, drawing disapproval from particularly impressionable individuals. While Miss Chung admired the beautiful sight, some people were arguing among themselves because they had allowed themselves to speak a little too freely. Having had her fill of the beautiful trees, our hero said it was time for them to go. But Chung Xiangyu didn't want to leave this wonderful place, for here she felt truly at peace. Turning to Lin Fei, the girl suddenly froze in her tracks, for she had seen something that she simply couldn't wrap her head around. It was something utterly mystical and inexplicable. Lin Fei had suddenly transformed and looked like an ancient god, and standing next to him was a beautiful woman who vaguely resembled her, holding out a beautiful flower to the young man. At that moment, it was very hard for the girl to believe her own eyes because it all seemed extremely strange and even impossible to her. Rubbing her eyes, she realized she needed to look at it again, this time more closely to figure out exactly what she was seeing. But when she opened her eyes again, she realized that the strange illusion had vanished, and she wondered, could it be that what she had just seen was nothing more than a hallucination, a figment of her own imagination? Wanting to figure it all out as soon as possible, the young lady ran after her teacher to start asking him questions that would help her understand what it was. Paying no attention to her, Lin Fei recalled the moment long ago when he had met Yin Long, and she had given him a peach blossom. When the group got into the car, young Miss Chung said that what Lin Fei had done today would blow up all the social media platforms, which would be flooded with videos of trees blooming out of season. It seemed that this information didn't interest our hero at all, for he merely nodded his head, then asked if there was a good hotel nearby. There was a hotel, but Chung didn't see the point in staying there, so she suggested he stay at her place. She had heard about Lin Fei's past and really wanted to talk to him. She changed their route without even waiting for an answer, which really surprised the guy, since he hadn't even agreed to it yet. Very soon they found themselves next to the Chung family's beautiful house. It looked very traditional, yet at the same time charming and cozy. Everyone in the house came out to greet the returning lady. The girl smiled sweetly at them and waved warmly. The young man noticed that she was very polite to the staff. At the doorstep, they were met by the Chen's parents, whose names were Zheng Zhong and Liu Jinyan. They too smiled warmly and were clearly delighted by the arrival of their daughter and her guest. The lady of the house approached our hero and began to say that when Shang Yu returned, she hadn't stopped talking about how wonderful he was. And today she had personally seen for herself that they were indeed in the presence of an extraordinary person. The girl was so embarrassed she wanted to sink into the ground, and she really didn't like how personal the things her mother was sharing were. However, her daughter's indignation only amused the woman. She understood perfectly well how her daughter felt, so she decided to help her in her own way. After that, Mrs. Jin Yun asked if such a young master didn't have a girlfriend, and if he did, why hadn't he brought her along on this trip? Shaking his head, Lin Fei explained that he didn't have a girlfriend, but there was someone he liked, and his heart was far from free. These words did not please Shang Yu at all. Her eyes flashed, and as she looked at her guest, she wondered who this girl was who had managed to impress such a man. Smiling, the host asked where this girl was, who had managed to touch the heart of such a promising young man so deeply. Their daughter could no longer bear such conversations. Jealousy and curiosity were suffocating her, and she didn't want to know whether this young lady was in town right now. Lin Fei noticed the hurt look directed straight at him almost immediately, but he didn't know how to help the girl who was hopelessly in love with him. So he decided to tell the truth and informed her that the young lady, for whom there had always been a special place in his heart, was in Chengdu. Realizing that this was no joke and that nothing could possibly happen between her and the young man, Ms. Cheng was in despair, for all her dreams had been shattered in an instant. Wanting to divert the guest's attention, Mr. Zhengzhong told him that women were far too fond of gossip, so he shouldn't pay it any mind and should go inside instead. Seeing how much Cheng Xinyu's mood had soured, our hero merely told her in his mind that she needed to stop thinking about him, since loving him was pointless. As they sat down at the dinner table, the host smiled and said that a strange incident had recently occurred in their town, the details of which everyone wanted to know as much as possible. These words immediately caught our hero's attention, and he asked what exactly the event was, since he hadn't heard about it. Pulling his gold-colored phone out of his pocket, the man decided it would be much easier to show than to tell, so he handed it to our hero. The man went on to explain that when they found the corpse shown in the footage, it had been completely drained of blood. The police were relying solely on the farmers for help, but even they had no idea what could have caused such a strange death. Calmly looking through the gruesome footage, Lin Fei didn't even stop chewing. It seemed he wasn't at all disturbed by what he saw. The young man believed that the cause of death could have been the art of blood tempering. Hearing this, the man's mouth fell open in surprise, for no one had heard of such things in many, many years, if not decades. So this was an extremely unexpected suggestion. They knew only stories from legends and ancient tales, which offered no concrete explanation for this phenomenon, so the gentleman asked Lin Fei to elaborate. Tapping the phone screen, the young man asked the gentleman to pay a little more attention and take another look at the photo he had shown him. Activating his magical energy, our hero decided to show everyone what this murder might actually be, because without him, they clearly wouldn't have been able to figure it out. It seemed as though the entire family had been transported to some other space. Before them stood a tall cliff, atop which a girl was standing, while at the foot of it an unknown man spread his arms and shouted that all members of the Dark Knight were here. Summoning her courage, young Miss Chung approached the strange man who had appeared right before them. Touching him, she declared that it was an illusion. At that moment, the blue-haired girl standing at the summit spoke up, declaring that her minions were fortunate to serve as her stepping stones toward the enslavement of the world. Just then, beams began to burst forth from her strange magical sword. They scattered in all directions and were aimed straight at the heads of the people standing at the foot of the mountain. Watching what the stricken people were turning into, our hero declared that this was indeed the art of blood tempering. The girl had simply sucked the life out of them. When the illusion faded, a man stammering with fear asked if such a terrible art truly existed in this world. Nodding affirmatively, our hero declared that they needed to urgently report this to the Dragon Organization and unite with the other houses. Only then would they be able to find a solution to this problem. Casting a sly glance at the housemaster, Lin Fei asked if the people of the Wu lineage would help the Chung family. After a moment's thought, the householder explained that while they were no match for him in strength, they possessed great wealth and a voice that carried more weight than his. Calmingly wiping his mouth after a hearty meal, our hero declared that the Chung family should ally themselves with someone else, since all members of the Wu family would die within a couple of days. Falling into an awkward silence, the man didn't even know how to respond. He merely wondered what score Mentor Lin had with the Wu family. However, that concern was secondary for now, since the first priority was to unite the 5 major clans of Jiangnan province, who didn't exactly get along very well with one another. But what the man was 100% certain of was that the Phoenix Palace would surely be able to help them, for it was renowned for its ancient martial arts. Glancing at the young Miss Chung, our hero asked thoughtfully what her plans were. The flustered girl replied that she hadn't planned anything for today. Delighted by this news, the young man said that in that case, they would go for a walk together in Jinlin, since he hadn't been in this city for a very long time. The girl was very happy at the prospect, thinking that if this guy wanted to spend time with her, then she had every chance of getting closer to him. And this simply couldn't fail to impress her, because at that moment she felt truly happy and interesting, since such a person wanted to be by her side. Watching her, her mother wondered when she would finally marry off her silly daughter, while our hero had absolutely no idea why she had suddenly become so excited. After a while, they were already at the Zhongshan Raceway. There were so many incredibly fast and beautiful cars there that it took her breath away. Looking at the guy, Xiang Yu asked why he was so cheerful. After all, a terrible tragedy had occurred, and yet he suddenly wanted to look at the cars. Without turning his head toward her, our hero asked if she really thought the trouble was that huge. Chung thought it was obvious anyway, so she didn't have an answer right away. She was so fascinated by the cars that she tried to lean forward as far as she could to get a better view. Some kids walking by noticed her strange posture. It seemed the heroine knew this guy, who stepped right up to her, called her by name, and said he hadn't even known she liked drag racing too. Turning her gaze to the guy named Yu Yun, the girl hissed maliciously, asking what he was doing there. It was absolutely clear that she found his company unpleasant. Stepping even closer, this unpleasant young man declared that sooner or later, the girl would belong to him, and if she found herself a boyfriend, he would torment her to death. These words angered Chung so much that she wanted to simply destroy this insolent man who dared to speak of her as if she were some kind of spineless object. She tried to elbow him, but the guy easily blocked the blow and grabbed her face, squeezing her cheeks as he remarked that Xiang Yu was very cute when she was angry. That's when Lin Fei decided to intervene. A single blow from him was enough to send the guy flying far backward, somersaulting several times in the air. With their mouths agape in surprise, the fallen gentleman's servants began running up to him, asking who was standing before them and why he dared to strike Mr. Wu. Frightened, beaten, humiliated, and bloodied, the young man began to shout and demand that the servants immediately destroy the fool who had dared to offend him. However, Xiang Yu came to Lin Fei's defense, claiming that she was to blame for what had happened. After apologizing, the girl explained that they simply wanted to watch the races. Giving his companion a disapproving look, our hero asked why she was humiliating herself like this and continuing to beg him for mercy. These words shocked Chung. She began to say that they shouldn't get into conflicts with the Wu family, since they had very powerful masters who could harm them, if not kill them, and even their own family didn't dare to quarrel with them. Meanwhile, Wu Yun analyzed what the girl had said and decided that if he beat this guy at the racetrack, he could restore his tarnished reputation. Pointing a finger at our hero, Wu Yun declared that he could beat him up at any moment, but now he thought it would be better to compete, and whoever lost would kneel before the winner and call him his master. However, Ms. Cheng interjected again and declared that this was a stupid idea, since Wu Yun wasn't nicknamed the god of racing in their city for nothing. After all, no one in the province could outrun him. But our hero couldn't care less. Making his voice as cold as possible, he declared that he agreed to take part in the race, causing his companion to look on in bewilderment and horror. Wu Yun was pleased with his decision. He was already anticipating how the guy's composure would crumble, and everyone would see him burning with shame, bowing down before him. Very soon, the start of the race was announced. A girl stepped forward to count down the seconds until the start, and every participant was determined to win. Yu understood perfectly well that even though their cars looked practically identical, his was far more powerful than the piece of junk his opponent would be driving. So when the girl announced the start of the race and waved the flag, he knew that this time, just like always, he would have no trouble winning this race. The cars shot off the line so quickly that the fair-haired girls had to hold their dresses down with their hands as they were billowing too easily in the wind. Of course, no one was betting on the victory of the new racer, Lin Fei. No one except the young Miss Chung, who sincerely believed in his abilities and luck. Wu Yun's friends were loudly proclaiming that no one could beat their master, so that any daredevil could already start practicing kneeling before him and calling him his master. The girl ordered them to shut up immediately because she was absolutely certain that her friend had every chance of winning, since Chung knew he was capable of working miracles. Meanwhile, the racers were already in the thick of the action. Wu Yun wanted to show his opponent everything he and his car, which he had been constantly fine-tuning to perfection, were capable of. He claimed that Lin Fei could only eat exhaust fumes, since racing was all about skill and the quality of the car, and his engine was much more powerful than those of other cars. Smiling slyly, Wu Yun considered his opponent a real fool, since he actually believed he could win on his own racetrack. When our hero pulled up alongside him, instead of fear, he saw indifference on his face, after which Lin Fei asked if they could go faster, since he was getting bored. Those arrogant words angered the young man so much that he clenched his teeth in rage. He couldn't understand why his opponent hadn't been sent flying off the track yet, since he'd already floored the gas pedal. He also couldn't understand how his rival had managed to catch up to him, since, as mentioned earlier, his car's engine was incredibly powerful. Looking at the boy's carefree face, he realized he'd probably have to use that same trick again. But that was fine. The kid had asked for it. Young Mr. Yu knew perfectly well that his car had not only a remarkable engine, but also a very sturdy body. All he had to do was swerve a little, and his opponent's car would be blown to pieces. So he got down to business. The boy was absolutely certain that his actions would lead to his opponent's demise, and that didn't stop him in the least. On the contrary, it almost spurred him on. A few seconds later, his car suddenly closed in on Lin Fei's, who had no idea what his cunning enemy had in store. But his friends understood very well where this was heading. They began shouting and rejoicing that today they would celebrate the demise of yet another opponent, and that Mr. Wu would definitely take them along. Chung Xinyu was very worried about her friend, because she knew that the dirty Hu Yun had ruined many talents at this racetrack. But our hero was no pushover, and he immediately saw through the crook. Seeing that Lin Fei wasn't the least bit afraid of what awaited him, Wu Yun literally boiled with rage, for he simply couldn't bear the urge to kill this man and finish him off for good. Snapping his fingers, Lin Fei said that his opponent had overlooked one well-known fact that would have told him what swindlers fear most: other, more successful swindlers. After saying this, he activated his magical energy and used it to create a protective barrier around his car, which knocked Yu Yun's car aside. The foolish young man only realized his mistake the moment his car flipped several times in the air. Only then did it dawn on him that he had done something wrong. While our hero drove calmly forward, his car performed real pirouettes in the air. It was terrifying to even think about what would happen to the car when it landed. Lin Fei's car was speeding along at a pace that clearly demonstrated why he was the new king of the road. Relaxing, he closed his eyes and thought only of how boring human life was. He was already tired of being on this planet for so long. After all, nothing had surprised him in a long time. The spectators, however, were more than surprised. They watched the race intently and couldn't imagine how some ragged kid had managed to outrun the man they considered the king of the track. When Lin Fei finally finished the race, he slammed on the brakes, and the skirt of the girl who had announced the start of the race flipped up. Stepping out of the car, his first move was to help the blonde girl compose herself, and he told her that if she ever needed help, she could turn to him. However, the cunning girl was displeased. She had come specifically to charm the wealthy heirs who were captivated by her presence. But this high-minded boy had ruined all her plans. Pointing to Yu Yun's overturned car, our hero declared that if the young man had survived, his friends could tell him not to call him sir, since he looked too young for that. Oh, young Master Wu hadn't just survived. He was also in a position to hurl all sorts of threats at our hero and berate him for ignoring all this talk. Watching this man's outbursts, Lin Fei could draw only one conclusion. Today's youth simply didn't know how to lose, and when it happened to them, they went crazy. But the loser didn't just curse. He ordered his henchmen to seize the winner and kill him immediately for daring to oppose him, thereby insulting him. Soon, several masters pounced on Lin Fei, using techniques called strong wind and raging fire. Looking at these men, the young man remarked that he hadn't expected the knife sect to use hand techniques, but he could still teach them a thing or two. He didn't even have to strain himself. Just 2 light swipes of his palms were enough to send these pseudo-masters flying in different directions, spitting up their own blood. After that, he immediately teleported to Yu Yun, who was shocked by the enemy's sudden approach. Lin Fei declared that it was his turn to pay for what he had done. It didn't take just a few blows here, because this kid had really gotten on our hero's nerves, and he wanted to take out all his anger on him. After all, he'd earned it. After these blows, young Master Wu was in a terrible state. His head had swollen so much that even his own mother would have had a hard time recognizing him. Looking at the shocked Chung, our hero asked if he had really hit her boyfriend too hard, since her expression seemed to suggest exactly that. However, a few seconds later, the girl declared that he had beaten him up just perfectly, and if she had that kind of strength, she would have beaten the scoundrel half to death herself. Lying on the ground, the scoundrel managed to tell his henchmen that he needed to call Wu Yan, who would definitely help him kill this scumbag. Meanwhile, the events take us to a rather eerie, abandoned cemetery. A young dark-haired lad told an old man named Yan that there was a great deal of power here, and at this rate, all the corpses would soon turn into zombies, so their trip hadn't been in vain. The old man agreed, pointing to a wooden coffin and declaring that the power here was immense and so ancient that it seemed to be over 100 years old. Opening the coffin lid, the young man said with a smile that the one they were looking for was indeed lying there. He didn't even notice a black ball of negative energy bursting out. Running around the desiccated corpse with a smile, the boy began to say that his grandfather was in remarkably good condition for someone who had lain there for many, many years. His excitement clouded his mind and dulled his vigilance, so he didn't notice the corpse's eyes lighting up with red sparks or its clawed hand reaching for his neck. But that was only at first glance. The boy grabbed his dead relative's hand in time and ordered him to be quiet, for if anyone heard strange noises in the middle of the night, they would be in trouble. The irritated old man covered his companion's mouth and reminded him that this corpse was over 100 years old, which meant it was incredibly dangerous, just like a mentor-level lethal weapon. Their fears were not unfounded, for soon a stranger in a black hood appeared behind them and asked why these people had sunk so low that they were now rejoicing over some corpse. Threatening the stranger with a shovel, the dark-haired man said he would never give up his prize, and if this man wanted to cause trouble, he would defend himself. Looking closely at the old man and his younger companion, the stranger said that no one needed this corpse, and that he had come here only to report some interesting information. He asked if the pair wanted the corpse of the strongest demon, since all the demons of Black Bamboo Ravine had been at the same address, and that was where they had buried the black-headed phoenix. Frowning, the old man asked who was standing before them and why he had decided to help by sharing such valuable information, which could be sold for a good price. His bright red eyes flashing, the man explained that the disciples of his sect of illusions were searching for the phoenix's corpse and that he could guide them there. But afterward, he wanted the couple to kill the hermit who had been reincarnated in the body of Ji Yaoguang. Upon hearing that the corpse-tempering sect would then fear nothing at all, the brunette said that if he got his hands on the phoenix's corpse in the hermit girl, he would become the strongest under heaven. Pleased with the reaction of his new acquaintances, the man pondered that Yaoguang represented heaven. Su Kai Wei was the embodiment of humanity, and he solo must represent demons, while the phoenix's corpse was the image of the underworld. Meanwhile, Man Polo and his new girlfriend had already managed to get into a fight, but he didn't mind, since he was eager to see what the girl was capable of. After dealing with those who had decided to attack them, Suchin said discontentedly to her companion that he must have a leak, since too many people had shown up wanting to kill her. Annoyed by the whole situation, Mandela said that, actually, he also had enemies who wanted to take his life. After taking a phone from one of the attackers, the girl discovered that there were photos of them on it. This surprised her greatly and did not please her at all. She quickly realized that there were students hunting them down, and it seemed they weren't going to stop. It also became clear to her that if they encountered the main boss, they wouldn't be able to handle him. Realizing that her companion was about to get into an argument, the girl stopped him, explaining that the one living inside her wanted to convey some important information. The demon that emerged from the sword declared that the girl couldn't manage without him, since a level 12 mentor was coming after her, which meant she had to surrender her body to him. These words seriously angered the girl. She declared that the demon was even weaker than she was, so she refused to grant him access to her body since he might take advantage of the situation and take control of her mind. The creature declared that even if he didn't use the shadow sect technique, the girl and her companion would die. Lin Xinyu then stated that if the demon wanted to win, he would have to give her the technique, and she would activate it herself. The enraged creature was extremely displeased with this turn of events, but he had no choice. So surprisingly, he did exactly what the girl had said. Suddenly, she froze from a sharp pain that pierced the center of her dantian. It felt as though some otherworldly force was trying to break through to her core, fill her with its poison, and never let go. But then she realized that the creature living inside her wanted her to merge with the shadow. This was the very technique that was supposed to help them survive. Xinyu turned her gaze to her companion and asked what to do about him, since he had no abilities that could save his life. The demon replied that they shouldn't care about that scum. Manpolo had not expected to hear such words, for it was he who had awakened the demon living in the sword and found him the girl who served as a vessel for his soul. Not wanting to dwell on this, Mandala mentioned that he had a lead on the heavenly punishment blade they were so interested in. This information pleased both Xinyu and the demon, so they turned all their attention to the man who, until that moment, had seemed like a blank slate to them. The demon filled the girl with power and ordered her to teach this man to merge with the shadows. Rushing straight at Mandala, she hurried to carry out the order. Touching his forehead, she began to impart secret knowledge to him. Meanwhile, the man felt his body filling with immense energy that was about to burst forth. The power was literally spilling out of him, creating an incredible vortex of energy around him that flared up like a forest fire. The energy was so immense that it could be seen from any end of the clearing, though at that moment, all witnesses to this spectacle were already dead. When the energy calmed down a bit, a sword materialized where its concentration was greatest, and Xinyu declared that this was exactly what the art of merging with the shadow looked like. A man immediately appeared beside the sword, declaring himself the head of the Temple of Warriors. His name was Hong Xiaowei, and he exuded a power that could not be ignored. Looking at Manpolo and his companion, he firmly stated that they would not be able to escape him, so they might as well not even try. However, the pair had vanished without a trace. They weren't about to wait for trouble to find them by standing still, so they retreated before it could catch up to them. In reality, they weren't running anywhere. The demon's power had helped them conceal their bodies, but the boys were inexperienced, so they couldn't hide their movements. So the ancient being now inhabiting the girl's body decided to take care of this tricky part herself. When the enemy managed to track down Xinyu's location, the demon prompted her just in time which way to move, so she was able to dodge the icy attack. She managed to dodge the attack so quickly and deftly that it began to thoroughly annoy her opponent, who couldn't keep up with her. But the girl began to feel extremely tired, as her body wasn't prepared for everything she was doing to save her life. And that sword was strange. It seemed connected to Princess Ji. This momentary weakness did not go unnoticed by the level 12 mentor, who easily pinpointed their location and announced that he had found the fugitives. The magical energy he unleashed was so immense that it seemed the magical sphere he created could swallow and destroy everything around it. Xinyu had managed to successfully evade the attack so far, but the monster inside her whispered that such luck wouldn't last long and that he had come for them. So thoughts crept in that this was all a conspiracy. But neither she nor the demon wanted to give up, so the creature declared it would help her one last time. Feeling a surge of extraordinary energy, the young lady rushed into the attack. The mentor's power was also incredible, for he could summon ice magic that loomed like a wall over his opponents and swept away everything around them. But this didn't help him kill his enemies, who managed to escape from him without much difficulty after all, so he was certain they had used the shadow sex technique. However, he didn't give up on catching them. At that moment, the demon transported his host to a completely different location, about a kilometer from where they had been. To save the girl, he had to use the life source, so he advised her to quickly use the blood tempering technique to seize the life source, or he would die as well. Smiling, Lin Xinyu remarked that it seemed the monster did love her after all. She noticed that even his manner of speaking was becoming more and more like that of this era. The creature didn't deny it, but stated that because of this love, it had let its guard down, and besides, it needed to sleep, so they should find the source of life as soon as possible. The girl didn't mind helping him, and herself in the process. So without a second thought, she entered the misty forest and headed where the creature had directed her. While the heroine and the demon were being chased, something also happened in the city of Yinling. The head of the Wu family successfully completed his breakthrough and advanced to the level of great mentor. Needless to say, there were a great many people who did not like this news at all. In their anger, they even began smashing dishes. Mr. Chen didn't want to believe what his servants had reported to him, because the fact that a member of the Wu family had broken through to the great master level could create huge problems for them. The teacher who served his family stated that the entire Wu family was now out on the streets causing a commotion, as they wanted everyone around to know about this success. Through the open window, one could indeed hear shouts that clearly indicated the local population was congratulating Mr. Yu on his breakthrough. When they went outside, they saw a whole procession of people who, like medieval town criers, were announcing that such happiness had befallen the ancient and respected Yu family. The man was embarrassed and very angry at such blatant audacity, for he could not even believe that the Yu family had organized such a celebration in honor of his breakthrough. The bald man, the very same one who had attacked Lin Fei's estate, invited Mr. Chen to their home so that he could personally congratulate the head of their family. Mr. Chen promised to attend, but inwardly he reflected that this was no invitation at all, but rather an assertion of authority, for no one invites guests merely to offer congratulations. When the head of the Chen family reached for the invitation, the man who had handed it to him deliberately dropped the piece of paper from his hands. Grinning, the bald man said, with feigned regret, that it seemed Mr. Chung would have to pick it up off the floor, unless, of course, he was too good for that. It was a blatant humiliation, and Chung realized it immediately. Getting angry, he asked what all this meant, since he had actually intended to come and congratulate their family, only to be met with disrespect. Just at that moment, Lin Fei and Xiang Yu appeared. Our hero wondered what kind of scene was unfolding right before his eyes. He had no idea that after dealing with one member of the Wu family, he would immediately run into another. Glaring maliciously at Mr. Chen, the bald man declared that if he didn't accept the invitation, he would have to report it to Mr. Wu, and then no one could guarantee that his relatives, his daughter and wife, would receive a good education. Gritting his teeth in anger, the man said he would pick up the invitation, for he understood that if he didn't swallow his pride now, not only he, but also his loved ones might suffer. However, he was not allowed to do so. Stepping on the red piece of paper, Lin Fei asked the head of the Chung family not to pick up any trash from the ground, because doing so might mean there would be no money. This action angered the bald man so much that he shouted, asking who this daredevil standing right in front of him was and whether he even knew what he had stepped on. With a single wave of his hand, our hero sent the man flying backward and declared that he had no interest in listening to some cricket chirping. Young Lady Chung was very surprised at how casually Lin Fei treated people who could cause them enormous trouble. Getting up from the pile of trash he had fallen onto, the bald man shouted, saying that no one would dare hit him because now his master had reached the level of great mentor and he would simply destroy the guy if he wanted to. Ignoring the chaos swirling around him and the congratulatory songs from Master Wu, our hero decided to reveal his name, which would tell the bald man a thing or two. Upon hearing that standing before him was none other than Lin Fei, that very mad mentor about whom so many rumors had circulated, the man froze in his tracks, clearly not expecting to meet him here. But the man decided he shouldn't be afraid of this boy, since his family included the head of the Knives sect, and one of Mr. Yu had just advanced to the rank of Grand Master today. Not knowing how else to handle the situation, the man said that Lin Fei could also write his name on the invitation, and if he didn't show up, they would bury him alive that very day. Looking straight at this cowardly man, our hero declared that he would definitely attend the celebration, since he needed to kill the entire Wu family anyway, and if he didn't come, how else would he do it? Shouting one last time that the guy would soon die himself, the man began to run away quickly, visibly alarmed by these words and frightened that Lin Fei would indeed show up at the celebration and turn it into a wake. A worried Mr. Chung asked if the young man really intended to attend the celebration, since Mr. Wu was the head of the Knives sect and had now even ascended to the rank of Grand Master. Looking intently at the Chung family, the young man declared that he could not back down now, for otherwise the man and his daughter would become scapegoats. With a sad smile, the head of the Chen family noted that they were looking at a talented and truly brave young man who wasn't afraid of the trouble hanging right over their heads. Meanwhile, we are transported to the Wu family mansion. They had a luxurious home. For several generations in a row had worked hard to amass such wealth. Slamming his hand down on the table in displeasure, the head of the family, whose name was Wu Tao, asked if the boy Lin Fei had really dared to say that he planned to wipe out their entire clan. The bald henchman declared that it was the absolute truth and that the boy had indeed claimed he would turn this feast into a wake and use the head of the family's head as a soccer ball. Of course, he hadn't actually said those exact words. He'd simply decided to pour fuel on the fire. He succeeded because the head of the family was simply furious. He declared that they would see what the boy was capable of, but he was more than certain that the boy wouldn't be able to defeat a man who had achieved a breakthrough. Looking at the chair smashed in a fit of rage, the bald man asked in a trembling voice, "Could it be that head Wu's song was still abroad? After all, their presence was important to them." Nodding affirmatively, the head of the family said that someone even more formidable than his older brother would be present, namely the Dragon King of the Celestial Realm, whose name was Chen Longshang. Leaving his office, Mr. Wu met his secretary, who wanted to speak with him about inviting the calligraphy master, Mr. Ye. The fair-haired lord of the estate was quite willing to invite this man. He even asked the young woman to organize a gathering and summon all the children of the Wu family, for it was necessary to honor the calligraphy master. Meanwhile, our heroes were strolling leisurely through the city streets. Lin Fei had a toothpick in his mouth, and his companion couldn't understand why he needed it, since they hadn't even eaten anything. Noticing the girl's remark, the young man spat it out and said he was simply imitating what many others did. In reality, this action, like so many others, made no sense at all. Laughing, Sheng Yu said that he was very interesting, sometimes acting as if he were a god, but at other times seeming incredibly sweet. As they walked past a poster advertising an exhibition of classical calligraphy in their city and a junk boat trip, the girl stopped, intrigued by what she saw. She really wanted to attend the event, but it seemed that the Wu family had a good relationship with this calligraphy master, so she was more than certain he wouldn't invite her. Noticing how intently the girl was staring at the writing, our hero immediately realized she wanted to go there and asked her about it. She began to tell him enthusiastically that calligraphy master Ye was simply a god in this art and was famous not only in China, but also far beyond its borders, so of course she would love to take part in the junk boat cruise. Lin Fei was extremely surprised that the girl didn't have an invitation, since she was the daughter of the head of the Chung family, one of the city's most prominent clans. Then you had to explain that the reason for all this was the good relationship between the calligraphy master and the Wu family, and that after the head of the Wu family had made a breakthrough, they wouldn't even look her way. Pulling 2 invitation tickets from his pocket, the young man showed them to his companion, hinting that she could go with him. Her eyes lit up with joy because she hadn't even dared to dream of attending this event, and now the ticket was right in front of her. Smiling, the guy explained that he just pretended to be a smart aleck at the right moment, and the master had believed him, giving him the tickets and even taking him on as an apprentice. Laughing cheerfully, the girl said she simply couldn't believe that the guy had tricked him so easily and gotten what he wanted. On this picturesque night along the Qinhuai River, an exhibition of classical calligraphy took place right on the junks, which only invited guests could board. Our heroes were among the lucky few. For Lin Fei, it was just another evening, but his companion was beaming with delight and said that her friend could do anything he wanted. Deciding to tease the perpetually shy girl, the young man told her that he really could do anything he wanted, even have children if he wanted to. Smoking off to the side, a woman with purple lipstick on her lips wondered why the eldest daughter of the Chung family hadn't boarded the boat yet. Surely she hadn't received an invitation. This was the second daughter of the Wu family, named Wu Qing. She was clearly very striking and bold, for she spoke very disrespectfully and said that anyone who hadn't received an invitation would be better off staying home. Frowning, our hero immediately realized that he was facing a member of the Wu family, for her vile character gave away her affiliation with that brood of vipers. Smiling at the comparison, the girl said she was extremely embarrassed that Mr. Lin knew about her. Winking playfully, she asked what it was about her personality that had attracted the guy. Her desire to flirt was entirely calculated, for she understood that if she could lure this young man into bed, then her family would have a full 3 great mentor-level warriors. Immediately picking up on her mood, our hero declared that her personality hadn't attracted him at all. He'd merely noticed that it was just as vile as that of all the other members of the Wu family. These words seriously upset the girl, who was already making plans for a life of luxury, where she would live the high life if she could land such a handsome man. Feeling hurt, she swung her arms to strike the guy and order him to get out of there if they didn't have passes for the event. Shengyu caught her hand and smiling asked who said they didn't have tickets, then pulled 2 passes out of her pocket and clearly showed them. The sight of those 2 pieces of paper immediately calmed the red-haired girl, who stared at them with her mouth agape, unable to utter a single word. Oh yes, this was exactly what Chung had expected from her. Genuine surprise and confusion. Taking advantage of the situation, the girl attacked Wu Qing since she was much weaker than her, and she had already advanced to the mentor level. To keep the red-haired lady from getting herself into trouble, her friend decided to protect her and grabbed her in his arms, preventing her from attacking others, as if she were a wild cat. After hitting the guy who was trying to pull her away from the fight, the girl shouted after her enemies that they should get the hell away from the junk, because her father would also be coming to the exhibition, and then they'd both be dead. Needless to say, no one listened to this spoiled rich girl. Our heroes entered the junk and found themselves at an exhibition of classical calligraphy, which was to Ms. Cheng's liking. The men who thought they knew a thing or two about calligraphy remarked that Mr. Ye truly had a beautiful hand. His strokes were light and flowing, and his main strength was his ability to effortlessly transition from one style to another. Young Ms. Cheng didn't pay much attention to these words, for she was far more interested in the works themselves. She literally couldn't take her eyes off the original pieces. She wanted to know if Lin Fei, who was standing nearby, shared her passion for, in her view, calligraphy was the treasure of modern China. A little tired of listening to all this, our hero asked if the girl really wanted to hear the truth since she might not like it. Looking closely at her companion, the girl said that she was genuinely interested in hearing his opinion, since she considered his judgment authoritative. Walking up to one of the exhibits, he asked Shengyu to take a closer look at the master's signature, which he considered simply awful. Doing as he said, the girl realized what the guy meant, because the artist's name was written in the most ordinary, if not mediocre, handwriting. She found the moment extremely awkward, but she would still be very happy if she could get an autograph from a famous calligrapher. Wanting something better for his friend, the hero declared that a little later he would give her a piece of work that would look much more beautiful than this man's. Cheng's mouth fell open in surprise. She couldn't believe that anyone could write better than Master Yi, and the calligrapher himself became intrigued by these words. Making his way through the crowd, the stern Master Ye declared that he would gladly look at the work of the person who thought his calligraphy was far better than his own. Bowing deeply to this man, the young Miss Cheng began to explain that they had in no way intended to offend the great master. Our hero declared that the girl could stop doing so, for he was not blaming her. A few seconds later, everyone had already forgotten about them, as people began crowding around Master Ye. Everyone wanted to take a photo with him or exchange a few words. Looking into the camera lenses, the man calmly said that everyone should calm down and take their seats, after which he would gladly answer all their questions. An awkward smile played across Cheng's face once she realized that Master Yi couldn't care less about such a nobody like her. These words piqued Lin Fei's interest. After a moment's thought, he asked if the young lady really wanted to draw the teacher's attention to herself that badly. Covering her mouth with her hand, the girl declared with shining eyes that if she had an autograph from the calligraphy master, she would be the happiest person on earth. Deciding to help the girl get noticed, our hero began shouting across the junk that the old master's work was terrible and that he could write much better. Absolutely everyone present froze for a moment, then slowly turned toward Lin Fei. He had clearly caught their attention, though not at all in the way his companion had intended. It was clear that sparks of anger were already flaring in the calligraphy master's eyes. He was desperately trying to hold them back, but he wasn't doing a very good job of it. The camera lenses were now focused on Lin Fei. The master wondered why the young man dared to insult his work. After all, they had met only once, and he clearly didn't understand his potential. When our hero was told he was being petty, he couldn't take it anymore and asked for paper and a brush. His companion began begging him not to get involved in conflicts. Everyone present was simply stunned by the audacity of this young man, who demanded that Mr. E prove his skill. They believed that at such a young age one would need to be exceptionally talented to come up with such a stunt. However, the man eventually gave in to this provocation and decided to show everything he was capable of, so he in turn ordered the staff to bring him paper and a brush. He explained that he valued talent but deeply disliked self-satisfied people. So today the young man would learn that in this world there has always been someone better than himself. Young Miss Cheng stepped forward and began begging the master not to get involved in this, since her friend didn't want to offend anyone. But Lin Fei only added fuel to the fire and said that he wouldn't be the one to demonstrate his skill. These words shocked everyone, because everyone present had assumed that Lin Fei was the one who had initiated this peculiar battle. But that wasn't the case at all. The guy claimed he simply wanted the master to sign an autograph and give it to Cheng Xinyu, who really wanted it. Such blatant audacity was incomprehensible to the crowd. They thought they were looking at a complete idiot who had escaped from a mental institution. The disgruntled crowd began whispering and saying that no one could ever achieve the level of calligraphy mastery possessed by the world-famous Mr. Ye. At that moment, the head of the Wu family appeared along with his entourage, which consisted of his second daughter and a bald thug. He declared that the master would not give an autograph to some girl from the Cheng family. Upon seeing Mr. Wu, Xinyu was seriously frightened, for she understood perfectly well what this man was capable of, so she wanted to get out of there as soon as possible, which she told her companion. Glancing at Mr. Wu, our hero coldly told the man to wait a moment. He would get the autograph and then kill him. He then turned to the calligraphy master and asked if he was going to write. Squinting, the head of the Wu household asked her daughter if this boy had really just threatened them with death, without taking the cigarette out of her mouth. She said that everything pointed to exactly that. With a maniacal grin, the man flashed his cruel eyes and said that since they were dealing with such an arrogant person, he should be allowed to live a little longer, and then he would be fed to the fish. The master didn't quite understand what the young man wanted from him, so he decided to clarify whether the young man was really sure that competing with him was a good idea. Our hero reminded him that first he wanted Mr. E to sign an autograph, because if the man saw his calligraphic skills, he wouldn't dare write anymore. Laughing loudly, the host of the evening declared that he agreed to these terms and that everyone present would be spectators at this competition. While he carefully wrote his signature on a sheet of paper, those around him praised him, saying it was no surprise he was a master of calligraphy, since his brush literally glided across the page. Completely satisfied with his work, the man looked up at his opponent with a sly smile and said that it was his turn to show his skills. Taking the brush, the young man asked if his companion wanted an autograph on the work Master E had just completed. Staring alternately at Lin Fei and the master, the girl said in a trembling voice that she would indeed like the calligrapher's signature next to the autograph. However, Master E advised the girl not to rush, for he first wanted to see what her companion was capable of. He declared that if the young man was truly better than him, then his own work was mere rubbish, and he was unworthy of the title of a calligraphy master. The girl couldn't think of a suitable reply. She didn't want to belittle her friend in any way, but she didn't like the fact that he was about to publicly humiliate someone she respected so much. With just 2 strokes of his brush, our hero declared that his work was already finished and that those present could look at it and judge for themselves. The calligraphy master was, of course, the first to reach for the sheet of paper. He simply couldn't wait to see this masterpiece that the young man had scribbled in just 2 seconds. But when he saw the masterpiece before his eyes, he was simply speechless, for it seemed to be the finest thing the man had ever seen in his entire life. It felt as though this work of art transported him back to a time when the ancient patron gods still walked among them. Everyone else who was fortunate enough to witness Lin Fei's calligraphic skills felt exactly the same way. They realized that miracles truly did exist in this world. Falling to his knees before our hero, Master Ye acknowledged his mastery and began to beg the young man to honor him by taking him as a disciple. No one expected such a turn of events. No one except Lin Fei himself, who stated in a matter-of-fact tone that he did not take on apprentices, and besides, he couldn't possibly teach a master of calligraphy anything. Sighing in disappointment, the man said that then he was simply not destined to be the best at this craft, for otherwise things would have been different. Seeing how shocked all the calligraphy experts were, young Miss Cheng decided to ask if her friend had really written that well. Glancing at the sheet of paper, the girl didn't understand the general enthusiasm, since all she saw were pixels that were hardly likely to impress anyone. Our hero explained that he had applied a special filter for her, so she wasn't seeing what the calligraphy experts saw. After that, he turned his gaze to the Yu family, who were looking at him in bewilderment, and the young man declared that now it was their turn. Laughing loudly, the gray-haired man declared that the time for reckoning had come. One of his henchmen began calling out to him to prevent something terrible. Realizing that his master was ignoring him, the man stepped closer and whispered something in his ear, holding a massive golden bullet in his hands. After analyzing what his servants had said for a few seconds, the man declared that Lin Fei's end had come, so he ordered the bullet to be brought and the Dragon King to be summoned. Realizing that his master was ignoring him, the man stepped closer and whispered something in his ear, holding a massive golden bullet in his hands. After analyzing what his servants had said for a few seconds, the man declared that Lin Fei's end had come, so he ordered the bullet to be brought and the Dragon King to be summoned. It turned out that 10 minutes before all these events, the very Dragon King they had summoned, Chen Longzhang, had arrived, for he believed he simply could not miss the exhibition of the master of calligraphy himself. As soon as he jumped aboard the junk, he was immediately spotted by a waiter who was there. The waiter realized that this was some kind of important big shot and that it wasn't worth getting into a conflict with him. Judging by his expensive, perfectly tailored suit and haughty smile, this man was incredibly wealthy and could easily deprive a simple waiter of his already meager salary. Chen Longshang ordered an employee to go to Mr. Wu and inform him of his arrival, as well as to deliver a small gift that was supposed to help with a certain matter. When this man entered the main hall, our hero recognized him immediately and asked if his little assistant had finally shown up, as if he were a trained dog. But all attention was once again drawn to Mr. Yu, who took off his clothes, showed off his magnificent torso, and declared that he didn't need any assistance to deal with the boy. He ordered his servants to bring his sword immediately, and they obeyed without question, so that soon an extraordinary object appeared on the junk. This icy sword was truly incredible. It radiated such powerful ancient energy that everyone around froze in anticipation. Master Wu's power knocked his servants back, and he declared that both he and Lin Fei were at the level of a great mentor. But on top of that, he also possessed a magical sword, so now he could not lose. Realizing that this was the sword the intruder had stolen during the attack on his mansion, our hero calmly sat down in a chair and declared that he would give his enemy the opportunity to show off all his skills. But then he suddenly added that, to start with, he would kill one person to establish his own authority and demonstrate his abilities. Turning his head toward the rest of the Yu family, Lin Fei declared that right now they could choose for themselves which one of the three he should kill. Of course, everyone immediately started saying that the guy could attack, since they weren't afraid of anyone. And anyway, he was just a weakling who wanted to seem stronger than he really was. Realizing that these guys weren't going to take advantage of the privilege he'd granted them, the young man made the choice himself and snapped his fingers. His magical energy responded instantly and began to take effect, so that a second later the bald man's hand began to literally disintegrate into particles. The head of the Wu family immediately rushed toward Wu Yan, who began screaming and begging for mercy, for he didn't even understand what had just happened or how it was possible. His agony ended in an instant, for right after his hand, his head dissolved into thin air so that the man could no longer scream. Watching how easily this man had deprived him of his most reliable and best family member, Mr. Wu clenched his fists in rage and declared that the man would be sent to the afterlife right then and there. Activating his power, the fair-haired man declared that he would create a veritable hell on earth for those who dared to attack his family, so that they would regret ever being born. Of course, everyone present immediately pulled out their phones and started filming what was happening. They hadn't expected this guy to be able to kill one of the Yu family members from a distance, and everyone knew he wouldn't get away with it. Mr. Yu's power was so incredible that it literally swept away everything in its path. He used a technique called swift wind and raging fire. The man wanted to achieve impressive results, and to be honest, he succeeded, because real chaos began to unfold around him, combined with fiery attacks. Watching all this, young Miss Chung froze with her mouth agape. She never could have imagined that she would be lucky enough to die alongside Lin Fei. However, despite the fact that it seemed completely impossible, Lin Fei still managed to stop the enemy's attack and grabbed his arm. It was as if he didn't attach any importance to the fact that he had been able to counterattack such a powerful man without any effort. This always greatly impressed his companion, who thought every time that it was impossible to be any stronger, yet the young man proved her wrong every single time. Some people watching the junk boats from the shore couldn't understand. Was the calligraphy exhibition really so much fun that its participants had put on a real fireworks display? Meanwhile, the surviving members of the Wu family began running toward their patriarch, who was lying on the floor trying to catch his breath after landing hard on the ground. Yuting immediately asked how her father was feeling, for judging by his condition, it was clear that he was, to put it mildly, not doing well. Not wanting to look at his children, he ordered that the ancient torch be brought to him immediately, and that the Dragon King be informed to come aboard, for he was stronger than him and would certainly not die. The eldest son and his younger sister immediately set out to carry out their father's orders, for they understood that their family's survival depended on it. Our hero watched them as if they were annoying insects he still couldn't manage to poison. He didn't understand why these people continued to resist. Giving the young man a smug grin, Mr. Wu declared that even if an incredibly strong guy stood before him, he would die a very cruel death. When his daughter brought the torch, he declared that the late Wu Yang had taken this artifact from him, and Lin Fei couldn't even imagine how powerful it was. The Dragon King was also present, so people with cameras immediately began taking pictures of him, for he was a great man whom it was simply impossible to resist. Glancing at the Dragon King himself, the head of the Wu family turned to him with a plea for help, for he understood that destroying Lin Fei on his own would be simply impossible. Mr. Wu's spoiled, privileged son urged the Dragon King to take the bullet he held in his hands and use it, remaining true to his promise. However, the fair-haired head of the family immediately sensed something strange, for Chen Longxiang was behaving differently than before. He was more aloof. Narrowing his eyes, our hero asked, "Is this really Chen standing before me?" Since their surnames were similar, the young lady Chung thought the young man was addressing her. Bowing his knees, the Dragon King greeted Lin Fei, causing widespread bewilderment, for the people had expected a fight, not a display of courtesy. The crowd froze. No one understood why the Dragon King was behaving this way. Some even thought their eyes were deceiving them, for no one could believe that such a man had knelt. Everyone began telling Lord Wu at once that he too should bow to Lin Fei, for if even the Dragon King had done so, then to avoid trouble, he must follow his example. Instead, the head of the Wu family struck his advisor, the calligraphy master, so hard that the man began spitting up his own blood. Mr. Ye's daughter immediately ran to her father, and their companion ran with her. The man clearly needed help, and they were ready to provide it. When the girl heard the red-haired lad call her father father-in-law, she clenched her teeth in anger and ordered him to shut his mouth, for now was neither the time nor the place to speak of such things. Meanwhile, the head of the Ye family decided to continue his speech. He stated that he hadn't expected things to turn out this way, but he was prepared to use whatever resources he had at his disposal. Meeting our hero's gaze, this man said that Lin Fei had brought this trouble upon himself, so he couldn't call him ruthless now. The power in his hands was literally pulsing, especially after he touched the eternal lamp that had been stolen from Lin Fei's mansion. Shaking it in his hand a few times, he caused fire to erupt from the object, and as we recall, it could soon transform into a mighty dragon. When the people realized there was a fire on the boat, they began urging Mr. Wu to stop. Otherwise, he would destroy them all and they would burn alive. Laughing loudly, this madman declared that if people hadn't figured it out yet, he would explain, since he had originally planned to roast everyone on this boat. Realizing that Wu Tao had simply gone mad, the people began to scatter in panic. They tried to reason with him and said they had simply come to the exhibition and had done nothing to him, but it did not help. Turning to his daughter and son, Mr. Wu ordered them to guard the exit and kill anyone who tried to escape from this place. Upon hearing that after tonight, the Wu family would become the most influential in the city, the children began to carry out their father's requests without question, cruel smirks playing on their faces. Each had their own motivation. The spoiled rich kid thought only of the fact that now every girl in town would dream of becoming his bride or his plaything. Similar thoughts were running through his sister's mind, for she realized she would become the most sought-after woman in all of Jinlin, and a line of suitors would form in front of her house. People who still believed in salvation hysterically declared that they would call the police right away. They truly thought that might somehow help. Hearing this, Wu Tao laughed loudly and said that he would begin his bloody rampage with the very person who dared to claim that he would tell the authorities everything. The very next second, flames engulfed the man's legs. He screamed in terror and immediately pulled the phone away from his ear, hoping that would save him. But unfortunately, it didn't help him at all. The flames quickly engulfed his body and began to cause him incredible pain, so that the man began to scream in agony. Such behavior outraged even the Dragon King, who scolded Mr. Wu and said he would pay for daring to kill ordinary people. Laughing, Wu Tao announced that all of this had been merely an appetizer, and now it was time to prepare for the main course. After that, he aimed the lamp directly at the one he had considered his ally. Saying that now everyone would get a taste of his magical weapon, he took a deep breath and prepared to blow on the fireproof lamp. The Dragon King understood perfectly well where this might lead, so his face contorted in a silent scream of horror. It was too late to do anything, for the ancient fire dragon had already awakened and flown out of the lamp, intending to devour everything in its path. Needless to say, the poor visitors to the calligraphy exhibition were simply driven mad with fear. When they came here, they never expected to see anything like this. Everyone was terrified. Even the Dragon King realized he was in a state of terror, and his body could barely move from the shock he was experiencing. The only unshaken person on the boat was Lin Fei. He sat in a chair and looked straight into the eyes of the dragon, which was flying directly at him. Hearing his companion scream, our hero told her not to worry, since he was just letting the ancient beast fly around a bit. It hadn't been able to roam freely in a long time. The girl was so terrified that she begged her friend to stop showing off and finally do something, since they could be reduced to a pile of ashes in the very next second. Then our hero admitted that, to tell the truth, he couldn't extinguish the flame he had summoned using the artifact, since it wasn't created using spiritual power, so an even more powerful artifact was needed to eliminate it. The shocked girl began frantically asking where to find this item, but Lin Fei, as always, calmly replied that there was no need to look for anything, since he could create it with his own hands. So when the dragon closed in to a dangerously close distance, he thrust his hand forward and ordered the creature to attack, for he was ready. Another dragon burst forth from the object our hero had created, but it was an icy blue color, as if reflecting the complete opposite of its opponent. These two forces clashed in battle, and one could only wonder which of them would bring victory to its master. The battle was truly impressive. The dragons were fighting to the death, and this was evident in every one of their actions. While Xiangyu tried to process what had happened, for it was extremely difficult to believe what she had seen, our hero offered to teach her how to create artifacts. Of course, the girl's attention immediately shifted to this opportunity, as it seemed both incredible and useful. When she asked if this was possible, our hero calmly replied that he could easily teach her these artifact creation skills. Young Lady Chung was simply thrilled by this prospect, for she understood perfectly well that with such skills, she would become incredibly powerful. But then our hero informed her that it was still too early for her to learn such things, since to master these techniques, she would need to live at least another couple of thousand years. Meanwhile, the dragon battle was finally coming to an end, as the blue ancient serpent bit its smaller counterpart on the neck. The decapitated orange dragon fell to the ground, and all the people shouted that they had witnessed a divine miracle, and began thanking Lin Fei for the rescue. Master Calligrapher, he urged everyone to kneel and bow their heads before the great dragon, for they had to thank him for their salvation. Looking at the people kneeling before him, the dragon merely belched, for his brother had been an extremely unpalatable snack, and one that was also extremely hard on the stomach. After that, he vanished, dissolving into thin air right before the eyes of those who were ready to worship him. Lin Fei emerged from the mist and ordered the people to stop bowing, for this was no deity at all, but merely the power of an artifact. After that, he asked if the Dragon King Chen was still alive. Scorched but unbroken and unkilled, Chen stepped forward and bowed to the master. It was clear just how severe his wounds were and how much pain they must be causing him. Activating his magical power, the young man began to heal his old friend, telling him that next time he needed to be careful so his hand wouldn't smell like burnt meat. Looking at his hand, now whole and unharmed, Chen couldn't believe that Master Lin was so kind as to have healed him so easily. Approaching the man, who was clearly pretending to be dead, our hero declared that he needn't put on this charade, since it was clear that life still remained within him. Mr. Wu's appearance suggested he was living out his final moments. This man said he never could have imagined that his opponent possessed the divine magic of the temple warriors. Sighing heavily, our hero declared that this man was so short-sighted because of his stupidity, which meant he was of no use whatsoever. Furthermore, in our hero's opinion, Wu Tao was incredibly boring and obsessed with his own power, so he didn't notice anything around him. So the young man decided to use the same technique he'd used against the bald man. After a few seconds of loud screams, the head of the family finally began to dissolve into thin air. Watching him, Mrs. Cheng could think of nothing but how terrified this man had been before his death, even though he was a Grand Master level expert. Yet one must not forget how many people he had sought to destroy. A loud cry tore the girl from these thoughts, urging Wu Tao not to leave this world and not to leave them alone. It was his youngest daughter, who was absolutely certain that if the head of the family died, their entire family would be reduced to ashes. But when she ran up to her father, all that remained of him were fragments that were unable to answer her or help her in her distress. Falling to the ground, Wu Qing couldn't believe her own eyes, for she had always considered her father one of the strongest people on the planet. Looking closely at the girl, our hero said that she must not have noticed, but she was the only one left alive from the Wu family. Bowing at his feet, the once haughty and defiant girl had now become docile and sweet. She begged for mercy and said she had done nothing wrong and that her relatives were to blame. The men listened intently to her confession, and when she said that she had merely played around with a couple of men and that was all the evil she had done, they wondered why she hadn't played around with them. Folding his arms, our hero declared that he didn't want to kill her, because if he'd wanted to, she would have immediately followed her little brother, but he decided she might come in handy. Needless to say, Xiangyu wasn't thrilled by this news. She even thought her companion was in love with the red-haired vixen, since he'd spared her life. Crawling on her knees straight toward Lin Fei, the girl began to thank him for sparing her and said she was ready to work for him day and night. Coldly pushing her away, the young man declared that he had spared her life for one reason only, so that she could return everything the Wu family had taken from the Chung family. This explanation greatly pleased the young lady Chung, for she realized that her friend had spared the girl's life not out of personal motives, but to help her. After that, he pushed Wu Qing aside and addressed those who remained on the boat, saying that now the entire Wu family was dead, and he wanted to make sure everyone understood which family they needed to cooperate with. The crowd of men immediately began saying that they had always respected the Chung family even before this, and now it was absolutely clear to them that they should cooperate only with them. The crowd began to admire the young lady Chung and shower her with compliments. Smiling, she told her friend that she was now very embarrassed by all this attention. Smiling, our hero said that the girl would have to get used to it, since this would be the norm from now on, so it was time for her to stop being surprised. After that, the Dragon King approached our hero, thanked him for the rescue, and said that if it weren't for Lin Fei, this boat could have become a mass grave. The young man said there was no need to stand on ceremony, then added that he had a task for Chen, who was ready to carry out any order. Looking closely at the red-haired man, the young man asked if Wu Tao had an older brother. The man nodded affirmatively and explained that his name was Wu Song, and he was the leader of the knife sect. None of the men present understood why our hero suddenly needed to know about Wu Song, since such a master is very difficult to deal with. While the girl wanted to discuss cooperation with the newcomers, everyone else was thinking that when Wu Song returned to the city, there would be another bloody massacre. However, our hero believed that the discussion was unnecessary, since everyone was bound to agree to cooperate with the Chen family anyway. After that, he asked the Dragon King what they would do here if Wu Song wanted revenge. The red-haired man proudly declared that he would do anything and stop at nothing just to stop this man. Hearing these words, everyone froze in their tracks. They realized that a single word from Lin Fei was enough to compel Chen to protect the Chen family. After that, the stream of people wanting to cooperate with the Chung family became simply endless. Everyone asked her to speak with them, and some even proposed marriage. Looking closely at Chen, our hero said that he must not hide his power, for even if the dragon's essence within him was not so strong, he must not be weak, or else the power would return to him. Bowing, Chen promised that he would no longer allow himself even a moment's weakness. Thanking him for the guidance, the man gave his word to work on his mistakes. When all the chaos was over, everyone was very hungry and decided to go have lunch, and then present gifts to the Chen family, who were now held in higher esteem than anyone else. Chen, standing in a bow, was getting on the cleaning man's nerves, as he couldn't start tidying up the deck because of him. When the red-haired man looked up, he discovered that Lin Fei had long since left. He was so surprised that he didn't even notice when a little dog running past marked him. The young man wanted to leave that boring place as quickly as possible, so as they flew through the clouds, he thought that this Chen was a bit silly. At that time, interesting events were also unfolding at Lin Fei's villa, which could not be ignored. A man named Hong Xiaowei had come to visit him. It turned out he was from the Temple of Warriors and had invited Ji Yaoguang to go up into the mountains. Stepping outside, the indignant woman asked if these guests had had enough of pestering her, since the Temple of Warriors and other sects were constantly trying to recruit her people. Looking at the combative women, Hong Xiaowei wondered if they really didn't know his nickname, since so many people wanted to join his sect, yet they didn't appreciate such an opportunity. Then he decided to ask if they knew his nickname. The man said he had come here to ask Yao Guang to go up into the mountains with him. With an awkward laugh, the girl decided to ask what the man's nickname was after all, since she didn't know it and felt somewhat uncomfortable about it. Bowing, the guest said that people called him Fearless Hong Xiaowei. He was surprised that such an influential young lady hadn't heard of him. After thinking it over, Yao Guang realized that she had the very best mentor, Lin Fei, so no one else could compare to him. It seemed to her that even if only a single finger of Lin Fei remained, he could easily handle these guys who were offering to take her as their disciple. Bowing respectfully, the girl said that she already had a mentor and that a couple of days ago he had told her to advance to the mentor level herself, so she felt uncomfortable accepting their offer now. She tried to explain the situation as tactfully as possible, but the man was still offended and claimed that she didn't respect the opportunity he'd given her. Activating his magical power, the man decided that if this girl didn't want to go with him willingly, he would make her do so by force. He declared that it would be no problem for him to take her against her will, so he shouted that right now she would taste the icy power of the warrior's temple. When the girls realized the danger they were in, it became perfectly clear that they needed to get out of there immediately if they wanted to survive. Laughing loudly, their uninvited guest declared that they wouldn't be able to hide from him, so they might as well not even try. As painful as it was for Yao Guang to realize that all this trouble was her fault, she understood that she couldn't help her friends right now, since she was still recovering from her level up. Her opponent knew full well that if he got his hands on Yao Guang's body, he could break through to the great mentor level and even higher. Rushing forward, Wu Malin decided she would protect her friend at any cost. She suggested calling for Bai Zhang, but Yao Guang insisted they wait for Lin Fei. Neither of these ideas was a good one, because soon they were flooded with icy water, from which the girls could not escape and were ultimately doomed. Watching these poor drowning girls, Hong Xiaowei declared that they could only be saved if Yao Guang voluntarily went with him. However, his authority vanished in an instant when a strong hand landed on his shoulder and a man's voice asked where they were planning to go without him. The man was genuinely terrified, for he hadn't sensed the enemy's approach at all. He began to think that a 12th level master stood before him. Turning around, he declared that this man would die a terrible death right now, since he dared to behave in such a manner. Such threats had no effect on Lin Fei, so when the enemy directed an icy wind at him, he merely shrugged and remarked that it was windy today. The member of the Temple of Warriors couldn't believe his eyes, for his cold air had never failed him before, and always worked perfectly, knocking enemies off their feet. To thaw the blocks of ice surrounding him, our hero needed only a snap of his fingers, so he got to work. All the more so because he knew there was no time to waste. His friends were trapped inside the ice block, which meant they needed help right now, or irreversible consequences might ensue. Soon all his maids were freed from their icy captivity. Once they realized they were free, they armed themselves again with whatever was at hand and were ready to rush into battle. Looking closely at the young man who had accomplished the impossible with a single wave of his hand, the member of the Temple of Warriors asked if this was indeed Lin Fei standing before him. Looking down on this man, the young man said that he was Yao Guang's mentor, so there was every reason to believe that Mr. Hong had taken advantage of his absence to lure his student to him. Looking at the man's face, Lin Fei said that he understood everything without words. This time he promised to let the man go, but if he showed up again, his ashes would be scattered to the wind. These threats proved enough to send the man fleeing, and he didn't even think about approaching the young lady Ji again. As he fled, Mr. Hong concluded that this Lin Fei was powerful, but he was certain that he wouldn't stand a chance against the three masters, so he would soon return with reinforcements. Our hero was already getting tired of strangers coming into his house, creating incredible chaos, and then simply leaving. After putting the furniture back in its place, the young man told his friends to sit down next to him and tell him what had happened here while he was visiting the Wu family. Taking her leave, the dark-haired maid said she didn't want to sit down, since she had more important things to do. She needed to check on Chunhua's well-being. In reality, the girl felt it was beneath her to sit next to someone like Lin Fei, especially after he had literally brought her back to life. Exchanging a glance with her friend, Wu Molin concluded that this maid was very strange. Shrugging, Yao Guang declared that she was a child of oppressive feudalism. Suddenly moving closer to Yao Guang, our hero asked if she was implying that he was a feudal lord. His voice was surprisingly serious, which made the question even funnier. The girl wasn't in the mood for laughter. She was flustered by such abrupt closeness and blushed, not knowing what to say. Pulling away from her just as abruptly as he had approached, the guy declared that she could relax, since he just wanted to tease her. Trying not to pay attention to his strange behavior, the heroine said that as soon as he left the house, problems began here, which seemed strange to her. She reported that a large number of people from the world of ancient martial arts had arrived at the mansion, wanting to capture them. They were all shouting some nonsense, claiming that she had the body of a hermit. Listening intently to all these stories, the young man remained silent, for he hadn't expected that everyone would so quickly learn that Yao Guang was the reincarnation of a goddess. With a sigh of relief, the girl said it was a good thing she'd managed to advance to the mentor level, Plus, she'd been helped by the protection left behind by Lin Fei. Molin also chimed in, declaring that she hadn't offered a helping hand to anyone and had beaten all the scoundrels with brutal ferocity. After giving it some thought, our hero realized that it seemed someone had spread the news of Yao Guang's rebirth, which meant the scoundrels would have to deal with him directly. Noticing that a red-haired maid was standing nearby, Lin Fei turned his gaze to her, and she became very flustered. She began to stutter so badly that no one could understand a word, and our hero asked if she, too, was about to confess her feelings. These words caused shock and bewilderment on the faces of his friends. The pink-haired girl immediately began to explain that the master had misunderstood and she wasn't going to confess anything, but simply wanted to ask for time off. After a moment's thought, our hero asked her why she needed time off. Did she have some business at home, or had something personal happen? Blushing, she said it was nothing like that. She'd just heard rumors that the Temple of Music would be coming to the Jishu Conservatory tomorrow to recruit students, so she really wanted to go there. Upon learning that Jishui would be there, the young man concluded that such a rare surname indicated that this girl was a descendant of Ji Kan, an ancient Chinese author, and that he might have given the girl the sheet music for the musical piece Guangling Shan. The clarity with which the young man understood the reason greatly surprised his maid, who asked how he had figured out exactly what she wanted. Looking at her intently, the young man asked if she really wanted to give up the opportunity to work for him as a servant and become an apprentice at the music temple. These words struck Yao Guang as very arrogant, as if the young man believed that serving him was the best job there was. Wu Moling merely smiled and said that her friends didn't understand the joy of serving their master. Our hero continued talking to his maid, saying that she didn't need to go there, because in reality, Ji Kang hadn't written to Guanglin Shan. He had recommended her to someone while traveling. Seeing that the girl was puzzled, the young man just smiled and asked her to grab some paper and a pen right away. Her mouth agape in surprise, she couldn't believe what was about to happen. A flood of questions arose in her mind about what exactly she was supposed to write down. To clear up any confusion, our hero declared that he was the very person who had written down that ancient melody they had just been talking about. The young man held a cute flower-shaped pen, and everyone was charmed as he wrote the ancient text, which could be considered a relic, on the paper. But just then, a phone call distracted him from writing, bringing him back to reality and making him forget about the past. It was Xuantong, the girl he'd met in the Black Bamboo Ravine. She was calling to tell him that, thanks to Lin Fei, she'd already reached the level of mentor. The young man congratulated her, but that wasn't all she wanted. It turned out she was inviting him to participate in recruiting students for the Shishu Music Institute. Looking at the talented girl standing next to him, the young man reflected on the fact that he had passed on the heavenly sounds of Qin to Chu Shui, so why not pass on the legacy to Yin Wuxing's descendants as well? This prompted him to say that he would come tomorrow. The girl with the blindfold was happy and said she would await him with respect. As the maid ran off, humming a song, our hero turned to Yao Guang and asked if she would go with him. Saying that she happened to have nothing to do, she agreed to go to Shishu. In fact, the young lady understood that if she stayed home, someone would try to kidnap her again. Wu Malin chimed in, saying that they didn't have anything to do either and could go along with the couple. When Yao Guang asked who she meant besides herself, 3 maids appeared behind her friend, who were also eager to go on the trip. So soon they set off for the Shishu Music Institute, where there was a huge crowd. Everyone wanted to see the Temple of Music that was also arriving. As they made their way through the crowd, people whispered and asked who this rich guy was, surrounded by such incredible beauties. Some said it was Lin, the calligraphy master. On stage sat a representative of the Temple of Music named Kaisia. She played such a magical melody that everyone around fell silent to enjoy the sound. While the people applauded enthusiastically, this woman was thinking that she didn't want to see a bunch of commoners in the Temple of Music, so she didn't understand what had come into the founder's head. Mullen was also simply delighted. She admired the talent of this woman who played so well and felt a little sad that she knew only how to kill. She said this out loud, which caught the attention of the men standing nearby. They were very surprised that a girl could harm anyone with her delicate legs and hands. Giving them a nasty look, she declared that her words weren't directed at them, so they should turn away from her and shut their mouths. The men laughed and said they liked girls with attitude. One even offered to take her with them, since the guy standing next to her was a wimp anyway. Grabbing the heroine by the hand, the dark-haired man declared that if she went with them, she'd be able to have a good time with grown-ups. Deciding to intervene, our hero took his companion by the hand and advised the men to find a secluded spot, since they were trying to eavesdrop on Chin. Despite his words, the men still managed to take Wu Mullen with them. They believed the guy had let her go because he was a wimp, but Lin Fei just wanted to see how his student would put them in their place. Approaching Lin Fei, Yao Guang asked him not to kill those he didn't like in front of such a large crowd, but the young man simply asked her not to argue and to listen to the performance. He said she could go find some ant and argue with it, at which the girl smiled and thought that if she could find a talking ant, she would do just that. Meanwhile, Chin continued her performance. Though she didn't want to, she was waiting for the head of the temple to arrive, since she found it disgusting to play in front of a bunch of trash. One guy in the crowd said that the girl, who was a representative of the Temple of Music, could play the legendary Guanglin Shan for them. Everyone around her supported the idea, eager to hear the changing melodies and see how skillfully this beauty would handle it. Rolling his eyes, Lin Fei declared that he could play for them too. Pausing the performance, the member of the Temple of Music looked haughtily at the crowd and said that they themselves knew they were mere mortals. These words greatly embarrassed the people. With a malicious glint in her eyes, the girl said that the fact the Temple of Music was playing for them was already a blessing, and that ordinary people were unworthy of listening to Guanlina-san. Of course, no one enjoyed hearing such remarks, and everyone immediately realized they were dealing with a very irritable girl whom it was best not to provoke. The guy who had made the suggestion was now blushing with shame and embarrassment. Even he felt that he had asked for something unrealistic. Realizing she had captured everyone's attention, the musician said the guy should get out of there, because if he could have entered their Temple of Music, he would have heard this piece, but he couldn't. The guy in glasses felt even more embarrassed. Now he was truly upset and humiliated, feeling worse than anyone could imagine. Wanting to put an end to this public humiliation, Lin Fei stepped forward and declared that he could play Guanglin Shan, and so could his servants. And he also believed that the piece the girl could play was wrong. These words angered the musician so much that she asked who this man was to dare insult such a great piece. She said that in that case, she would step aside and let his servants try to play it. But then the young man decided to play along and declared that the girl should play first since she had previously claimed she could do it. This brazen suggestion infuriated the beauty so much that she could barely contain her anger. She realized that this scoundrel simply wanted to listen to her play for free. Yao Guang fully approved of all of Lin Fei's actions. She really liked it when the guy was like that, standing up for the weak and showing he cared. So the girl decided to play along with her companion and claimed that the musician was just a student at the Temple of Music, so how could she possibly know Guanglin Shan? People began to support them and say that there was no need to torment such a beautiful girl. Such remarks greatly angered the blue-haired beauty. Slamming her palm down on her instrument, the girl declared that all listeners should shut their mouths and pay attention to her playing. Having calmed down a bit, she declared that right now she would allow the commoners to hear the real Guanglin Shan, so they should be grateful to her. Looking at his companion, Lin Fei smiled, approving of all her actions. The girl winked and said she'd had a very good teacher. The music was beautiful, but somehow strange and overly mesmerizing. It seemed as though it were trying to penetrate the minds of those who heard it. People became somewhat zombie-like and wondered if Guanglin Shan really had such an effect. Then it began to seem to people that they were being transported to some other reality and were standing right in the middle of a strange desert that looked like a battlefield. At some point, everything around them came to life, and people witnessed an armed army on horseback charging forward, threatening to trample them under their hooves. Continuing to play her instrument, the girl merely smiled and said that now these smart Alex would learn what Guanling Mountain was all about. Even the bravest men cried out. It was terrifying and astonishing, for this performance had transported them into endless wars unfolding right before their eyes. Looking closely at the astonished crowd, the girl asked if they liked her Guanlin Shan. Surely now they wouldn't claim she was incapable of playing it. Although the universal approval of the musician embarrassed her, the red-haired girl still raised her hand and said that, in her opinion, some parts were wrong. These words hurt the girl on stage so much that she began to claim that a girl in a maid's costume couldn't understand music and had no conscience at all, so she advised her to leave. Meeting the arrogant student of the Temple of Music's gaze, our hero declared that he had forgotten to introduce his own talent, who actually knew how to play Guanglin Mountain correctly. The young man said that the girl's playing wasn't exactly terrible, but some parts were still off and didn't match the original. Fuming with anger, the girl asked if he had actually heard the original. She refused to believe that her performance could be off, so she began to invoke the authority of the head of the Temple of Music. Pushing his servant onto the stage, Our hero said that she needed to show everything she was capable of because conversations with this arrogant person were undermining his authority. These words stung the girl even more, for many wealthy men had wanted to marry her and had given her expensive gifts. Yet this boy had dared to speak to her that way. Embarrassed, the girl announced for all to hear that although there were very sharp sounds in Guanlinshan, that didn't exactly mean war. The sounds were more about conveying emotions. Some, loud and tense, conveyed hatred. The surprised musician listened to the story that the piece was about how Guy did not take revenge on Han Wan for his father's murder. It was a story about Han Wan's death, and everyone knew that was the truth. Growing even angrier, the blue-haired girl invited her opponent onto the stage, though she knew she could not admit defeat. Sitting down at the musical instrument, Lin Fei's maid declared that the girl could listen to her play and learn something, since one had to keep improving throughout one's entire life. Her hands skillfully played the instrument, and soon real magic began to happen. The people listened spellbound to the pure sound, and it wasn't like the hypnotic trance induced by the blue-haired girl's playing. It was something pleasant and unobtrusive. At some point, people realized that this piece was transporting them to another place, only it didn't resemble a battlefield at all. The strange place was more reminiscent of the aftermath of a horrific war, where two figures stood atop a mountain of corpses, continuing their struggle. The bloodied old man and the young man had no intention of giving up, even though the old man's stomach had already been pierced by a dagger, and the young man's hand was clenched around the blade of a sword. Falling to her knees, the blue-haired musician began to cry. She could not contain her emotions, for she realized she had just heard the true Guanlinshan. When the final notes faded away, the red-haired maid announced that she had finished playing this great masterpiece. People couldn't even bring themselves to comment on her playing. Their mouths hung open in astonishment as they simply stared at her, marveling that a mere servant was capable of such a feat. Misinterpreting the audience's reaction, the girl became very embarrassed and began to say that she must have played something wrong. She started to make excuses and insist that it wasn't on purpose. However, she was brought back to her senses by Lin Fei's applause. He was the first to recover and began praising her, saying she had performed incredibly. The crowd began to come to its senses and also applauded the girl. Bowing deeply, she rose from her seat and began to leave the stage. The tearful musician approached her and admitted that the maid had indeed handled the task much better than she had. Stepping close to her, the blue-haired girl declared that she was wasting such talent by working as a servant. She began to beg her to join their sect and be her mentor. The girl didn't understand if she could really become a mentor, but the blue-haired musician insisted that she simply had to do it and teach her the true art of Guanlinshan. However, the maid didn't want that. She said she belonged to Lin Fei and wanted to stay with him forever. Watching the dark-haired young man awkwardly scratch his nose, the musician asked if she was really speaking with such respect about this very guy. When the talented maid nodded in affirmation, the girl from the temple gaped in surprise, for she couldn't understand what she liked about this simpleton. She even suggested that this guy was forcing her to stay by his side, so she said that if that were really the case, she would slap him right then and there. Her impassioned speech stopped as soon as a man's voice was heard, ordering Z to be a little more polite and calm. A zither player named Z Shui approached them and announced that the gentleman standing before them was an unrivaled master from Sichuan. Upon seeing this lady, the people were simply delighted. They declared that seeing her was true good fortune, and that if they could enter the temple, their lives would not have been lived in vain. Approaching the red-haired maid, the woman declared that although Master Lin was unmatched in martial arts, he was unlikely to be equally skilled in the art of playing the Xin, so she offered the girl the chance to become her student. And then the blue-haired beauty realized her mistake, for she had carelessly given up her spot to this maid, whom she had allowed to play her instrument in front of everyone. People watched intently as the scene unfolded right before them. One man who had been distracted from what was happening didn't understand what everyone was staring at. A whole crowd pressed in on the red-haired girl, urging her to make the right decision and agree to become this lady's student, seizing a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Bowing deeply, the girl apologized and said that she already had a zither teacher and didn't want to leave him. Smiling indulgently, Lady Z asked if she was referring to Master Lin. If so, she had already said that one must study under professionals. The woman had clearly recognized the talent of this young lady, who possessed the genuine Guanglinshan, so if she did not join their temple of music, they would not be able to claim that they possessed a genuine masterpiece. The girl wasn't used to such pressure, so she was flustered and couldn't come up with a reply right away, even though she didn't want to become Zishua's student. Seeing the state the maid was in, Yao Guang decided to intervene and told the woman to stop pressuring the poor girl. After giving the heroine a haughty look, Zishui asked who this girl was and why she thought she was pressuring her friend. "Look at your potential student," the woman reminded her, noting that few are given the opportunity to become her disciple and that perhaps in the future, the girl could become as great a master as she was. Yao Guang realized that the offer wasn't bad, so she asked the maid what she wanted. The maid lowered her gaze to the floor and said she simply wanted to serve her master. Snapping her fingers, the woman decided that there were so many people around them that no one would notice if she altered the girl's mind. She was ready to resort to such measures to force her to enter the temple. Speaking to the red-haired girl in an excessively sweet tone, Jia Shui claimed she would impart the deepest knowledge of stage performance to her, while her magical energy was already flowing toward her potential student. However, Lin Fei stood in her way, preventing the inevitable from happening. He declared that someone as ignorant as Jia Shui could not possess deep knowledge. These words so deeply offended the woman that she asked if Master Lin really thought he understood music better than she did. Meeting her gaze, the young man asked how she could claim otherwise when she didn't know him at all, since his abilities might be far superior. As she confronted this man, the woman suddenly realized that he had wiped out the Bai family, so the power of their temple wasn't enough to defeat him. So she quickly realized that the only way to publicly destroy him and teach him a lesson was to demonstrate her impeccable musical talents. Looking straight at her opponent, she declared that she wanted to hold a competition with him so that people would see Lin Fei's mastery and understand which of the two was more talented. The crowd supported Zi Shui, calling her incredibly modest and talented, saying that her kin playing was renowned far beyond the city limits. Shrugging, our hero coldly declared that he agreed to accept her challenge, which would help him teach her a lesson that would serve as a lesson for her descendants as well. The suggestion that anyone could teach Zi Shui to play the qin enraged everyone who heard it so much that they wanted to burn the guy to ashes on the spot. Now the woman wanted to teach her opponent a lesson. She declared that in that case she would double the stakes. If the young man won, she would give him a relic of their temple, namely the moonlit night qin. Hearing this, the other temple disciples were simply shocked, for this treasure was simply priceless and they did not want to lose it. However, this didn't impress our hero much, for in his incredibly long life, he had seen too many treasures, and now they were nothing in his eyes. Hearing these words, everyone was simply dumbfounded, thinking that the guy had simply gone mad, since he didn't appreciate such an incredible treasure. Zisha narrowed her eyes maliciously and asked what bid Lin Fei intended to make, so that it would be equal to what the woman had offered. Glancing at his maid, our hero asked if she had taken the very item he had told her about the day before. She nodded affirmatively. People began whispering and asking each other what mysterious item he was referring to. Could this boy really have some kind of rare artifact? Holding up a notebook for everyone to see, he announced that he would put it up for bid. People were shocked that he was putting up a simple homework notebook. But when the hero explained that the heavenly sounds of the Shin were written there, everything immediately fell into place, and he asked if that would be acceptable as a wager. The temple attendants froze for a moment. Then Lady Z asked if the young man realized what he was saying, for the heavenly sounds of Qin were the greatest legacy of the founder of the Temple of Music, and even they possessed only a small part of it. Opening his notebook, our hero declared that if the temple attendants had anything left, then they should study the pieces and determine whether the content was correct. Peering closely at the pages, the woman realized that before them were the true heavenly sounds of Qin, which made her gasp in astonishment. It was hard for anyone to believe that such a creation was written in a homework notebook, but the mentor knew that the boy held a true treasure in his hands, so she said the bet was accepted. She couldn't even have imagined that this boy would possess the heavenly sounds of the Qin, so the woman considered her descent from the mountain a stroke of luck. After all, if she could win over the girl's affection, she would also take the notebook. Declaring that she would play first, Jia Shui sat down at the instrument and began to play. The Qin began to produce simply incredible sounds that were a true delight to the ears. It seemed as though the world around them had ceased to exist. There was only the stage and the instrument. Everything was shrouded in a kind of mist, and all one wanted to do was listen to the music. People were suddenly transported to a delightful place where the moon shone brightly and incredible waterfalls murmured. Those who witnessed it hardly knew how to describe it. The music literally flowed from this woman's fingers. It was hard to deny that she truly possessed incredible talent. The beautiful scenery changed abruptly, and the people found themselves in some kind of eerie fog that conveyed the mood of the music Zishui was playing. But then the scene changed again, and before them was once more a beautiful landscape and a charming girl who resembled a character from a painting. Some were so enthralled that they began to argue unconsciously, for which they were criticized by others who didn't like it. Ignoring the crowd's reaction, Zishui continued playing. She herself was genuinely enjoying what she was doing. When she finished, she announced that the piece was called "The Sound of the Wind in the Pines on a Moonlit Night," which she had composed herself. Now she was interested in Master Lin's opinion, but no one gave him a chance to say a word. The people were so enthralled by the piece that they began clapping loudly and showering the musician with compliments. The smug woman thought only that no one could resist admiring such a piece, so even Master Lin, a master of ancient martial arts, would praise her playing. However, our hero was not impressed. He said he was very sorry that the descendants had come to such a state and now had no musical ability left at all. Meeting Madame Z's gaze, he declared that she had played utterly mediocrely and that even the blessings of the ancestors would not help remedy the situation. Madame was so shocked that she froze in place and didn't dare say a word, for she was simply at a loss, having never heard such criticism before. Then our hero explained that of the 16 laws of qin playing, she had failed to meet 4. Loftiness, refinement, tranquility, and originality. She also lacked serenity, grace, and seriousness. People didn't even know how to comment on all this, for they simply didn't understand what the young man was talking about. Only one girl in the crowd remained silent, the very one with the blindfold. The girl repeated the master's words that Lady Z's playing did not conform to the technique of qin playing, and then the people realized that the criticism was not unfounded. The young lady herself had always noticed that the master's playing captivated people, but it lacked feeling and expression. Yet since she was the teacher, she always thought she was simply mistaken. Activating his magical power, our hero asked the blue-haired musician to lend him her qin. She didn't even have time to say a word. Sitting right on the floor, the young man said that there are an endless number of rules to playing on stage, so even the creator of those rules never stops improving. The mentor didn't even want to consider that this boy could teach her anything. She told him to play her composition so that people could judge them fairly. Lin Fei didn't mind. He also stated that it didn't matter at all whether her qin was good or bad. What mattered was her playing technique. Memories immediately flashed through his mind of how he had given his instrument to the creator of the qin playing technique, which was later passed down to his descendants. When the child asked him why he didn't pass this knowledge on to others himself, our hero simply remained silent and began to walk away. As he faded into the heavens, he finally declared that he simply wanted to make this world just a little bit more interesting. His wish had come true, and now he understood it, for this world had indeed become a little more interesting, and being in it had become more pleasant. When his game began, people froze in place, waiting for a new musical illusion, rather than wondering what they would see this time. In an instant, they found themselves in a completely different place. This space resembled what they had seen during Zishui's performance, but whereas there they had understood it was an illusion, now everything seemed too real. Everyone's attention was drawn to the beautiful flower growing in the water. It shimmered with an otherworldly glow and captivated their gaze. The water lily had bloomed, and it seemed to the people that they were witnessing the most beautiful sight of their lives, for it was difficult to describe in words. One girl was so captivated by the beauty of this lotus that she wanted to come closer and touch its delicate petals with her fingers. She was sure it was all an illusion, so she stepped forward. But when she actually fell into the water, everyone froze in fear and astonishment. Her skirt was soaked through, and she suddenly realized that the water was very real, wet and cold, just as it is on a summer night. Then everyone present began looking around and touching everything in sight, trying to figure out if it was all real. Then the fish that lived in the lake began their performance. Some slapped people in the face, others splashed them with water. Covering her mouth with her hand, Zishui couldn't hold back her tears, for she realized she was witnessing the legendary level of mastery described in the ancient books of the Temple of Music. She watched as people frolicked in the new reality that Lin Fei had literally created from scratch, using only a musical instrument and his skills. The guy didn't see any of it, since he had closed his eyes and was completely absorbed in the melody flowing from his fingers. When it was all over, people didn't want to return to reality, because it seemed too boring and monotonous to them, especially compared to what they had just witnessed. The young man declared that a piece of music should inspire love in people's hearts, and that music should be beautiful, for it is full of inexhaustible mysteries. Everyone around him listened with their mouths agape, for this was no longer just music, but a true miracle. Many declared that after hearing this piece, ordinary melodies would hardly be able to move them anymore. Yao Guang and the maid were also shocked. They understood that there was no limit to Lin Fei's wonders, but none of them had expected him to play the qin like a true god. It was simply impossible not to acknowledge such talent, so Lady Z bowed her head in a respectful bow and admitted defeat. However, our hero wasn't the least bit interested in the title of master performer, so he tossed the instrument back to its owner and said he didn't need anything. The girls watched this with their mouths agape, for a new star had been born right before their eyes, one who had voluntarily turned down her own fame. Realizing that it was her instrument that had been used in such a performance, the blue-haired musician wanted to learn how to create similar magic through music. But she also wanted to become Lin Fei's beloved, his muse, who would bear him an incredibly beautiful child. While she was dreaming of a wonderful future with angelic children, our hero spotted a girl with an eye patch in the crowd and realized it was time to get down to business. Noticing Lin Fei's gaze, which was directed her way, the blue-haired girl was simply delighted, for she thought he liked her too. Approaching her, our hero said he had a favor to ask of her. He needed to give the musician something. The girl had already imagined that playing the same musical instrument had forever bound their fates together, and that now he wanted to ask her to marry him. Not understanding why the young lady was acting so strangely, Lin Fei began to look at her more closely, trying to figure out if she was feeling unwell. Leaning in a little closer, the young man realized he should check to see if the girl had gone mad, since she was staring intently into his eyes and seemed to be trying to see right into his soul. He hadn't even had a chance to ask anything when the young lady already declared that she would bear him as many boys and girls as she could, for she needed only Lin Fei. These words surprised everyone, but not Lin Fei himself, who over the course of his long millennia of life had grown accustomed to women reacting to him in a slightly exaggerated manner. Gently pushing the girl aside, our hero asked her to step aside, for he needed to approach a certain person who interested him far more. All her dreams were shattered against the rocks of reality. Love vanished in an instant, even though it had seemed so close that the girl could already imagine their future together. The men began whispering and saying that this girl had absolutely no shame or conscience, since she wanted children from a complete stranger. Meanwhile, our hero approached the dark-haired girl with a blindfold and told her to lift her head. She didn't understand why she should do that. When she finally obeyed, he touched her forehead with his finger and began to channel magical energy into her body. This action sent her into a kind of euphoria, where she heard the heavenly sounds of qin, which she had long dreamed of hearing and becoming a part of this beautiful spectacle. When it was all over, she fell to her knees and began thanking Master Lin for allowing her to experience such beauty. Shocked, Lady Z realized that the young man had imprinted the heavenly sounds of qin, which were recorded in the notebook he had put up as a wager, into the temple student's mind. Looking at the women's indignant faces, Lin Fei quickly moved toward them, which frightened them greatly, after which he said that now it was their turn. To ensure these women no longer played the Guanglin San haphazardly, he decided to instill in their minds specific knowledge that would help them develop their talent. Coming to her senses, Zixue began to thank the master, but she still found it difficult to wrap her head around the wisdom that had been bestowed upon her. Now it was their turn to give up what they had bet, since the guy had won after all. Jia fully admitted her defeat and declared that the precious musical instrument would be more useful to Lin Fei. Smiling, the young man said that he had absolutely no need for their wager, since he could have managed without it. He already had enough valuables and had no intention of acquiring new ones. So he decided to give the musical instrument to his maid, who was incredibly talented in music and one of the few who knew how to play musical pieces properly. The girl froze in shock, for this gift was far too expensive, and her skills left much to be desired, so she felt that qin was a better fit for it. At that moment, Yao Guang intervened in the conversation, advising the girl not to refuse such a valuable and necessary gift. Pleased that his beloved had finally begun to take a more active stance, the young man said it was time for them to return home. Seeing that Master Lin was already getting ready to leave, Lady Z called out to him, as she didn't want to let him go so easily and miss the chance to speak with such a great man. Our hero was already quite tired of talking to this woman, who behaved politely only toward those who met a certain status. She asked where he had obtained their temple's musical composition, since it had long been lost and no one had been able to find even the slightest bit of information to recreate it. Looking closely at the woman, our hero stated that he had once crossed paths with their founder, Yin Wusheng. He decided not to mention that this girl had once been his servant, for then the lives of these wealthy people would lose all meaning. The temple attendants gaped in astonishment. They couldn't believe that this young man who looked no older than 20 could have crossed paths with the founder 1,000 years ago. Then Lady Z suddenly recalled the secret writings of the Temple of Music. They stated that Yin Wuxing had vanished without a trace, but they also suggested that she had not become immortal, but had been killed by the founder of the Heavenly Demon Palace, Lin Yuan. It was then that the heavenly sounds of Qin disappeared, and if Lin Fei was a descendant of that very same Lin Yuan, then that explained everything. It meant that the palace of the heavenly demon had reappeared in this world. These realizations made Mrs. E feel sick. She realized she couldn't just let this go, so she decided she needed to return to the temple as soon as possible and tell the abbot everything. The next morning, Yao Guang was the first to wake up. She immediately opened the news on her phone and discovered that Lin Fei was all over it. Everyone was talking about him. Laughing, the girl ran up to her friend and started shoving her phone in his face, saying he was at the very top of the official rankings. Not understanding anything, the guy took the phone and tried to figure out what Yao Guang, who hadn't even changed out of her pajamas, was so excitedly telling him about. Waking up a bit, the girl started talking about how our hero was 9th on the list of China's 100 strongest people, according to a well-known ranking. She also added that on the internet everyone called him the Light of Sichuan and the Peak of Chengdu, but what interested the young man most was the nickname King of the Southwest. Meanwhile, for the Wu family, a time of mourning had begun, as nearly all family members were dead, and their coffins now stood in the family's opulent ancestral estate. The only surviving daughter was crying because she would never be able to spend the money they had left her. Her friend told her to stop sobbing and head to the nightclub. After hearing this, Wu Qing ripped off her mourning cloak and revealed her beautiful cocktail dress, saying she was ready to go out and have a blast. The young man was already looking forward to a wonderful time with this beauty, whom he adored madly. He had no idea that an armed man was now watching them closely. Wu Qing threw herself into the arms of the young man she had once rejected, but now loved with all her heart. She wanted to go out and have fun with him. However, right before her eyes, the poor boy was struck on the head, so hard that blood spurted in all directions. The girl thought that death was literally chasing her. It turned out that Wu Song had returned home, and he was very displeased that his niece was bringing all sorts of riffraff into their house, people unworthy of even standing beside them. Needless to say, the young lady was very unhappy that her uncle had returned, as he was known for his cruel temper and drastic approach to solving problems. Seeing his niece's surprise, the man asked if she really hadn't expected him to return, since his family had been wiped off the face of the earth and he wanted revenge. Grabbing the girl by the throat, he declared that if she weren't the last of the Wu clan, he would gladly strangle her right then and there, for he considered her a true disgrace. Wu Ting was so terrified that she immediately began saying that it was all the fault of that guy named Lin Fei, since he was the one who had wiped out their family. Throwing the worthless girl right to the ground, Wu Song declared that he was aware of this information and that he also knew this boy had made it into the top 10 most famous people. He declared that he would kill both Lin Fei and the traitor Chen Longsheng, but his niece said that was impossible, since one of them was ranked 9th and the other 10th. Frowning, the man said that in that case, he would take a member of the Chung family hostage, and then the Dragon King would have to sacrifice his life to fulfill his duty. As he flew away, the current head of the Wu family told his niece to hide temporarily in the sword sect while he went to the Chung residence. Very good times had come for the Chung family. They were the most respected in the city, and everyone came to them with various proposals, but their daughter was unimaginably bored. Her father had grown tired of seeing her perpetually bored face, so her mother reminded him that Xiang Yu was hopelessly in love with Lin Fei, and that living with such a burden was very difficult. Covering his face with his hand, the man said that if they were dealing with someone else, he would have no qualms about asking that person to propose to his daughter. Then his wife grabbed him by the ear and asked, wasn't he the most influential head of a family in the city? If so, he had to immediately come up with a plan that would make their little daughter happy. Their conversation was interrupted by a strong wind. Not just a strong wind, but something unnatural, if not magical, and everyone understood this. As he landed, Mr. Wusong declared that the head of the Chen family must prepare himself, for he had come here to collect a debt. These words seriously frightened the man, so the head of the Chung family said in a trembling voice that if anyone dared to touch his family, the Dragon King would not let it go. To settle the matter, Mr. Chung suggested discussing monetary compensation, but this did not interest Wu Song, who wanted their lives. The wind grew stronger by the second, and at one point it simply began to knock people off their feet so that they could barely manage to grab onto something for support. The people who worked for the Chung family began demanding that their masters be released immediately. Otherwise, they would call the police right away, and the Dragon King would be here soon too. Not wanting to waste time with these small fry, Mr. Wu directed his magical energy at them and decided their time was up. Fortunately, these poor souls didn't have to suffer for long. Their deaths were quick and virtually painless, but their bodies were so mutilated that identifying them would be extremely difficult. He spared only one young man who was forced to watch his comrades die in pools of their own blood. The man begged for mercy. Su left him alive not out of mercy, but so that this boy could tell the Dragon King that he had captured the Chen family, and if the Dragon King wanted to save them, he must come to the Sword Sect alone. Bowing low to the head of the Wu sect, the survivor kept thanking him for sparing his life, for he was terrified to even think that he might be lying in that mass grave alongside everyone else. Laughing, Wu Song thought that revenge would be easier than he'd imagined, for he'd encountered nothing but cowardly rats who could by no means be called the city's finest. Soon, the red-haired Dragon King received a message and immediately understood the difficulties he would face, but he was ready for it. Gritting his teeth in anger, he realized that he had managed to track down the people who belonged to the Sect of Shadows. They were hiding somewhere very close by. However, he was distracted from his search by a phone call, one so insistent that it was simply impossible to ignore, especially amid the silence of the forest. Upon answering, the man learned that Mr. and Mrs. Cheng had been kidnapped along with their daughter. It was Wu Song from the Sect of Swords who had decided to take revenge. He promised to release them only if the Dragon King came alone. Tossing aside the note that indicated the location of the Shadow Sect, the man announced that he was already setting out. He remembered perfectly well the promise he had made to his mentor to protect the Chung family, so he would have to postpone the extermination of the remaining members of the Shadow Sect for later. After channeling his magical energy, he realized he needed to teleport to the meeting place as quickly as possible, since the family had to be rescued immediately. The dragon's power that lived within him helped him move faster than ordinary people. These were the unique privileges of the strong. Noticing a huge glowing dragon in the sky, the tourists who were walking through the forest were simply shocked and couldn't believe their eyes. Meanwhile, Lord Wu and his entourage were already awaiting the guest's arrival. Poor Wu Qing was trembling with fear, for she had only recently nearly lost her life and did not want to risk it again. Some of Wu Song's servants didn't understand why the Chung family had received such powerful protection. They were certain that the Dragon King must know something. Looking up at the sky, the current head of the Wu family smiled maliciously. He was waiting, for he knew full well that this man could not fail to answer his call. And he was completely right, for very soon Chen Longxiang appeared. He was the Dragon King of China who had come here to free his charges. The man declared that he needed to meet with the head of the Sword Sect immediately, for it turned out they had a personal score to settle, which he intended to settle right now. The warriors in the estate were terrified, for they hadn't expected to see such a powerful man. They were afraid to even think that they would have to fight him. They wanted to retreat, but the master stood behind them and began to command, saying that members of the Sword Sect never flee from battle and that they must prepare themselves. Looking closely at the teacher, the Dragon Lord asked if he wanted to die as soon as possible. Then why was he dragging his students along with him? Smiling, Wu Sing said that of course he was no match for such a warrior, but the man shouldn't get too cocky either. The man also added that the Sword Sect had set up a formation that blocked the power of dragons. So even if Chen was at the level of a Grand Master, he would only be able to fight at the level of a master. It was a cunning trap. Looking closely at his enemy, the red-haired man declared that he was well aware of this feature of the battlefield, so he wasn't surprised. These words surprised everyone who heard them. Wu Song had been counting on the element of surprise, and his niece didn't understand why this idiot had even come. The Dragon Lord added that he was also aware that the formation affected everyone equally, so his opponents were trapped as well. Gritting his teeth in anger, his enemy muttered that, in any case, they weren't on equal footing, since 1,000 sect disciples stood beside him. Obeying their master's command, these men rushed into battle. They wanted to kill the man they considered a living legend as quickly as possible. Armed with his spear, the man activated magical energy that materialized a dragon. He ordered his enemies to get lost if they didn't want to die. Of course, no one listened to him, and the fault lay solely with the men themselves, who had decided they were stronger than the hero standing before them. Then their master decided to activate his magical energy and use a skill called the dragon blocking formation. Suddenly, a small greenish dragon figure soared upward, signaling that very soon the enemy would be unable to summon the ancient creature. Light began to emanate from this figure. Then a greenish dome appeared, covering the entire area around the estate. Noticing that the dragon blocking formation had been activated, Chen grew anxious, for he didn't know if he'd be able to use his power at all. Now his victory was in jeopardy. For the first time in a long while, he felt trapped, and escaping would be extremely difficult. Usually, he was the hunter, not the prey, but it seemed the time had come for a role reversal. The man immediately realized that his cultivation level had been blocked, and the 6th level of the mentor stage was completely impenetrable. At that moment, his opponents decided to seize the opportunity and attack, using the strong wind and raging fire techniques. However, the Dragon Lord was known not only for his ancient beast, but also for his outstanding combat abilities. So this time, he was able to easily fend off these attacks using his physical strength. Watching all this, Wu Qing begged her uncle to end the battle immediately. They were dealing with a true madman, and she desperately wanted to save her own life. However, Wu Song was adamant. His confidence in victory only grew, for he saw that the enemy had engaged in battle with nothing more than disciples with well-trained bodies, but more awaited him. He decided that first they would exhaust all of the enemy's physical strength and true energy, and then he would see how he fared against elders of the same mentor level and well-trained disciples. It was decided to literally overwhelm the man, who was half the size of the people who had attacked him. They thought it would be a good idea not to let him even get to his feet, so he couldn't regain any energy or have a chance to counterattack. In the end, a huge number of disciples formed a veritable mountain with their bodies, preventing the Dragon Lord from getting to his feet. Smiling, Wusong began to say that defeating Chen wasn't nearly as difficult as his minions, who were clearly driven by fear, had told him. But they hadn't expected to see that the dragon's energy could break through even in such a dire situation and find a way out. And that was exactly what was happening now. The red-haired warrior's magical energy surged to the surface and scattered all his opponents in different directions, freeing him from his makeshift prison. His eyes burned with an otherworldly light, and a dragon's symbol appeared on his forehead. Wusong realized that this man was taking the matter seriously, so the physically hardened disciples had to retreat for now. Now it was the turn of those who had reached the level of mentor. These men believed they could well defeat Chen, since they were roughly equal to him in strength. The combative men decided to show off all their abilities and once again use the popular techniques known as strong wind and raging fire. The red-haired warrior roared with rage. He asked if these youths truly wanted to die, for if so, he would gladly send them to the afterlife. He tried as best he could to demonstrate that he intended to keep his word, and if they did not retreat, they would die the death of the brave or the foolish. However, one particularly nimble student managed to wound Chen in the shoulder, and he roared in sharp pain. He felt the blood leaving his body and his strength along with it. Another disciple leaped forward, also swinging his weapon. They began to say that they had been eagerly awaiting such an opponent to test their strength. Their attacks were truly powerful and effective, for these young men had drawn blood from one whom they had long considered invincible and whose name they had been afraid to utter aloud. These young men were very persistent, for they ordered the Dragon King to die, since they had come for his head, and he must accept this as a given. Of course, the man had no intention of accepting such a fate. Deep down, he had decided that he would fight until the last drop of blood flowed from his body. Gathering the last of his strength, he swung his spear. The blow was so powerful that with a single motion of his arm, he beheaded 2 opponents at once. At that moment, it became absolutely clear to Lord Wusun's warriors that if they did not retreat, they would leave this world, as they could not withstand the onslaught of his power. Taking off his shirt, the man declared that he had not wanted to kill anyone, but his enemies had asked for it themselves and now had only themselves to blame. He also added that those who were not afraid of death could approach him, but all the warriors immediately began to have second thoughts, for they had loved ones to whom they wanted to return, preferably in one piece. Their master was extremely displeased with such behavior, for he had taught them to be fearless, so he ordered them to shut their mouths and launch an attack, for all who fled would be expelled from the sect and killed. The attempts to surround him seemed simply laughable to Chen. He declared that even if they did so, they still wouldn't be able to kill him. But none of the warriors wanted to die at the hands of their master either, so they decided they would fight to the last drop of blood. When the red-haired man saw the weapons in his opponent's hands, he realized he was in for a rough time, for in addition to spears, they would also be throwing knives. Smiling, Wusong declared that he was well aware of the Dragon King's abilities, which is why he had prepared meticulously for this day and created this formation specifically for him. Ordering his henchmen to fire, the man declared that he was absolutely certain his enemy would not be able to withstand the knives that would be aimed directly at him. Obeying their master, the men attacked. Each of them wanted to demonstrate their skill and not disappoint their master. As long as the Dragon Lord still had strength within him, he managed to fend off all the attacks directed at him quite well. However, he could already feel his strength waning. All actions were carried out precisely on Wusong's orders. He commanded the first row to retreat and the second to prepare, so that every attack would be coordinated and precise. Gritting his teeth in anger, the man realized that the second round of this destructive game had begun, one that could lead to his death or grant him an unimaginable victory. He realized there was no end to these scum. Questions swirled in his head about how much longer they would keep shooting at him, but instead of an answer, another dagger was already heading his way. The knife pierced his body brutally and sank so deep into his abdomen that the man thought he was living out his final seconds, for his internal organs were clearly damaged. His body began to fail him. It trembled so violently that the red-haired man simply couldn't stay on his feet. As he touched the cold blade, he realized just how cowardly this attack had been, one he hadn't been able to anticipate. Approaching his wounded and practically defeated enemy, Wusong declared that in this world there were no cowardly victors, only pathetic losers, and the Dragon Lord was one of them. After these words, he gripped the sword's hilt tightly and began to pull until it left his opponent's body, an action that caused heavy bleeding. Madness flashed in Wusong's eyes. He smiled and said that right now he would cut off his enemy's head, and it would serve as a reminder of his own strength. He attacked again, but the red-haired man managed to dodge at the very last moment, so the blade did not pierce his body, which was already in a terrible state. However, the force of the blow was so terrifying that his henchmen were certain that not even ashes remained of Chen. And at first, Wusong himself believed it, since the enemy had vanished somewhere. His troubles didn't end there. The current head of the Wu family noticed they were being closely watched, so he ordered the young man to step forward and speak. At first, they looked at the teacher as if he were mad, but then the warriors actually spotted a strange figure in the distance, standing motionless and simply watching the events unfold. Of course, it was Lin Fei, who was never absent from any major battle. It turned out that he had carried his red-haired friend off the battlefield and was now ready to stand up for him. Sun couldn't believe that some kid had managed to break through the dragon's defensive formation, and he hadn't even sensed him. If it weren't for Chen Longxiang's aura, he wouldn't have noticed him at all. Upon seeing Lin Fei arrive, the niece began screaming at her uncle to stop, for standing before them was an incredibly powerful man who could kill them all with a single wave of his hand. Gritting his teeth in uncontrollable rage, the man realized that he would finally be able to take revenge on this insolent man for killing his younger brother. He announced that he had created a dragon blocking formation so that anyone entering it would be reduced to the 6th level of a mentor, and Lin Fei was no exception, so they could only guess how long the boy would last. Paying no attention to all these threats, our hero began treating his friend, asking along the way if Wusong really believed that some crappy formation would hold him back. The warrior shouted and threatened the boy, saying that if he was so brave, he should come out to them and, looking them in the face, mock their system, which he considered so useless. When Chen finally came to his senses, Lin Fei advised him not to say anything, since a part of his soul was bound to the Golden Dragon Whirlpool technique, and Lin Fei understood perfectly well what was happening to him. After that, the celestial being finally turned his full attention to his enemies and declared that when he had killed the previous head of the Sun family, he hadn't even moved. But this time, he wanted to give his opponent another chance. When he descended from the roof, everyone began to scatter in fear. The young man declared that he could show the man something that would make him reconsider his views and stop claiming that this formation could block power. A greenish figurine appeared in his hands. Lin Fei looked at his opponent and said that he had taken the eye of this formation, and now it could no longer function. Seeing this, the warriors were simply shocked, for they realized the formation couldn't stop an opponent who could pluck objects right out of thin air, even if it was the Great Mentor's technique. One old man declared that they could not fight a man whom the dragon-blocking formation could not stop, especially since he was currently controlling their powers. Looking down haughtily at his frightened enemies, our hero asked if their fear stemmed from the fact that their own power was being blocked by this formation. After that, right in front of everyone, he destroyed the formation's eye, saying he wouldn't let events unfold in such a boring way. Restoring their powers to their owners, the young man declared that his opponent was now once again on the level of a great mentor and they could fight as equals. He also said that if the men could make him retreat even half a step, he would admit defeat. These arrogant words stirred everyone up, for the elderly warriors wished to punish the haughty boy. Their indignation meant absolutely nothing to Lin Fei. He merely urged them to attack as soon as possible and allowed them a total of 3 strikes, after which it would be his turn. Activating his fiery magical power, Wusong ordered no one to move. He decided that since this guy was courting death, he would learn the true power of their sect. The current head of the family declared that his strike was 10 times stronger than that of his deceased brother. It was hard not to notice, and our hero made a mental note to be more careful. Amid the fiery spectacle, the sect members marveled at how powerful their leader was, never expecting that not a trace of the hurricane would remain in this charred wasteland. However, they never expected to see their leader thrown into the air and hurled so far that he lost control of his flight path. Activating his magic shield, Lin Fei declared that the men had only 3 attempts left to inflict even the slightest harm on him. But even that didn't calm Wusong's fervor. He said he hadn't even expected to see that his opponent also possessed flight techniques. Now he fully understood that it was hardly surprising his brother hadn't even managed to wound Lin Fei, since the young man was far stronger than anyone could have imagined. The disciples were simply thrilled, for in their opinion, even the leader fell to the ground gracefully. They had looked up to this man since childhood and were ready to praise his every action. The man decided that he would now thoroughly deal with this young man. Looking at his henchmen, he told them to watch out, for no one would be able to hide from this blow. Magical power surged within the man and bathed the surrounding space in vivid colors, a testament to his fiery energy. Some masters immediately recognized this strike and screamed in horror that they needed to close their eyes immediately, or they might not survive it. They realized it too late, for those standing very close to Wu Sun could no longer save themselves. These people literally burned alive in a matter of seconds. But then something even more terrifying happened. The light began to open otherworldly tunnels from which various demons emerged, attacking both friends and enemies. The demons were huge and quite terrifying. They frightened everyone except our hero, who continued to stand motionless, watching the whole spectacle. His calmness stemmed from the fact that he knew perfectly well that none of these attacks could break through the protective barrier he had erected around himself. At one point, Lin Fei even declared that he was getting too bored and wanted the battle to turn into something more epic and interesting. The very next second, the demons vanished, as did our hero's barrier. It seemed the dark forces couldn't withstand coming into contact with his power. The sudden disappearance of the demons frightened the cult members no less than their appearance. They began looking around, trying to figure out what had led to this outcome. Meanwhile, Wusong managed to get within striking distance of our hero. He thought he could strike the boy, but he never managed to do so. Looking him straight in the eye, Lin Fei declared that this was the second strike. The man couldn't understand how this was possible, since his blade was just a centimeter from the young man's head, but some unknown force had stopped him and prevented him from moving any further. And then he suddenly noticed that a crack had appeared on his sword, and this terrified him, for this weapon had been carried by Yang Zhenbei himself, the founder, and was considered indestructible. It was incomprehensible how a spiritual weapon could crack upon striking Lin Fei's forehead, unless his body was also a spiritual weapon, but that thought seemed too absurd. Declaring that his opponent had one final strike left, our hero said he might even be able to guess how he would use it. He assumed that the final strike would be the strongest, for that was precisely the nature of the strike that cleaves seas and rivers. For the celestial being, this was a very strange and interesting experience, for in fact, he would be attacked with his own strike. Roaring with rage, Lord Yu declared that he would finish off the lad for such arrogance and would do so with his secret strike, which was called Wind, cleaving the waves. Energy swirled around him, and everything around him descended into utter chaos. He intended to direct all that power straight at his enemy. Shutting their eyes against the blinding light, the cult members began to whisper among themselves, saying that this was the true power of the leader, his most secret technique. Mr. Wu was certain that no one could withstand such power, Not even the greatest warriors and masters who considered themselves invincible. Lin Fei still didn't move, and the sect members decided that this was his way of showing humility in the face of a fate they believed was inevitable. The young man barely managed to suppress a smirk. He couldn't believe people were so foolish as to actually think they could defeat him with these clownish tricks. When the sword's power rebounded, Wusong coughed up blood. At first he didn't understand what was happening, but then it gradually dawned on him that he had struck himself with his own blow. The elderly masters were in shock when they saw that the young man didn't have a single scratch. They couldn't believe that the sword sect had failed today. Exchanging glances, they wondered if their leader was really as competent as he had claimed to be. The elders decided to help Wusong after all and rushed into battle, for everyone knew full well that the combined strength of the two elders was several times greater than that of the leader. Everyone hoped the elders would help, but instead they defied their clan and began apologizing to Master Lin, saying that the cruel Lord Wu had forced them to obey and that the blame lay solely on his shoulders. None of the sect members understood what was happening, for they had hoped these men would help kill Lin Fei, not bow down at his feet. However, the two old men didn't care about anyone else's opinion. They were concerned only with their own survival, so they begged Lin Fei not to be angry and to spare them. They couldn't care less about the fate of the other disciples. Upon hearing these words, all the cult members were simply shocked. They never could have imagined that the elders cared so little about them, so they immediately began to wish for their deaths. Rolling his eyes in irritation, our hero began to say that he didn't need all these grand apologies, since the men themselves had come up with the idea that it would somehow help. The guy said it in such a way that the elders began to wonder, could he really have such a kind heart that he wouldn't actually do anything to them? All the cult members felt relieved, thinking that a man who was on the level of an exemplary mentor wouldn't bother with such lowly nobodies as they were. But our hero had something else in mind. He was saying that nothing would help them since he had long ago decided to kill every last one of them. The elders' faces betrayed sheer terror, while Wusong felt despair, for those he had trusted had betrayed him, and he wanted to kill them no less than he wanted to kill Lin Fei. The rest, the lower-ranking members of the sect, the young men who were still merely disciples, stood with their mouths agape, not even knowing what to do to save the situation and their own lives. Sighing, our hero began to explain that, first of all, everyone present already knew how much evil they had done, and second, he hated it when people took revenge on him like this. Su admitted that over the past few years they had helped commit crimes, pushed people into doing despicable acts, and forced girls to engage in immoral activities. Watching the cult leader speak so boldly about all their crimes, his followers wondered if he had some secret weapon. They hoped to seize the moment and escape. Realizing that this restless man wanted to attack again, our hero decided that more radical measures were needed to make Wusong surrender once and for all. Kneeling down, the current head of the Wu family began to call upon the founder. He wanted him to appear, for they intended to destroy his teachings. All the cult members became truly frightened. They didn't understand why they would ask the founder to appear at a time like this, and whether it wouldn't be better to simply call the police, since that would at least give them a slim chance of survival. Glancing toward the building, our hero thought sadly that if the founder, Yang, did indeed appear, the sight would not please him. Recalling his tombstone, he thought that if the cult's founder had seen how low his brainchild had fallen, he would have felt uneasy. At that moment, a blindingly bright light appeared from the building, drawing closer with every passing second. The young man knew exactly what he was about to face, so he wasn't even going to get nervous because he realized he could overcome anything. Unable to believe their eyes, the cult members wondered if their founder would really appear. They just wanted to vanish, for today was clearly a bad day. Roaring with rage, the founder's spirit asked indignantly which insolent fool had dared to destroy his teachings. He was ready to wipe that scoundrel off the face of the earth. The elders were so frightened that they began to cry, but the rest of the cult members rejoiced, for they felt that someone would stand up for them and they would be saved. Enraged, Mr. Wu shouted that even if Lin Fei was incredibly strong, the founder would show him no mercy and would gladly grind him to dust. Now, even the elders had changed sides again and declared that Lin Fei was a dead man, and they had only pretended to be weak to buy time until the founder's arrival. The sect members were outraged and said that it was no wonder these men were elders, for their audacity was beyond compare. Looking around, the spirit asked indignantly who dared to offend his sect of swords and threatened its complete destruction. Looking intently straight into the spirit's shining eyes, our hero greeted little Yan, which greatly surprised the founder, who wanted to know who was standing before him. Wusung joined the conversation, accusing our hero of wanting to destroy the great teaching, so he must be eliminated as soon as possible to avoid potential threats. The founder listened to him and roared with rage. Drawing his weapon, he declared that anyone who tried in vain to destroy his teachings could expect no mercy. Clapping their hands, all the disciples began to admire the founder's power, though some remarked that they'd be better off leaving the sect that very day. After recovering a bit, Chen decided to return to the battlefield. He told his mentor that the founder himself was standing before them, and he was not to be trifled with, so Lin Fei had better run while he held him off. The young man didn't think so. He told the red-haired man that he wouldn't succeed, because even though they were facing nothing more than the spirit of the child Yang, compared to Chen, he was much stronger. The founder from the other world shouted that the enemies would receive no mercy and would be brutally destroyed in just a few minutes. Feeling an incredible power, Chen wondered if he was now experiencing the very power of a deity that he had only read about in legends. When streaks of fire began to fill the space, even the cult members were frightened, for they didn't know if the founder would let them live. The one our hero called Little Yang was displaying simply incredible techniques that proved to be very deadly. But despite this, Lin Fei still didn't budge an inch. Standing right in the middle of the flames, Wusong burst into hysterical laughter, saying that Lin Fei and Chen Longxiang would die today, and he would never hear their names again. Raising his hand, our hero said that Little Yang had come at him with a sword, but he would forgive him if he came to his senses in time and realized who was standing before him. Hearing these words, Wusong shouted in outrage, for he couldn't believe that this guy dared to speak in such a tone to their founder. All the sect members were simply horrified, for our hero had managed to stop the attack of their great founder, whom they considered to be on the level of a deity with just 2 fingers. Activating his magical energy, the young man ordered the spirit to immediately remember everything and finally understand who was standing before him. The directed magical power struck the spirit squarely in the forehead. He clenched his teeth in rage, but he lacked the strength to deflect this beam of energy. The spirit closed his eyes, trying to resist the foreign magical power, but against his will, memories flooded back into his mind like a raging storm. Once the necessary fragments had been restored to the spirit's memory, he dropped to one knee and greeted his master. The cult members froze in their tracks. They didn't know how to explain what was happening right before their eyes, for the founder had just bowed his head before the boy they had wanted to kill. Looking at his followers, the founder shouted, saying that they must bow down right now before the master whom they had dared to offend so grievously. No one knew what to do, because on the one hand, their clan leader wanted to kill the boy, but the founder wanted them to kneel before their enemy right then and there. Then our hero stopped the founder, saying that he didn't need these people to kneel, because the spirit had already seen what his sect had done. Besides that, Lin Fei declared that he wanted to join them, and the founder said he would gladly avenge him, since these people inspired not the slightest pity or empathy in him. Turning to Wu Sun, the founder called him a scoundrel and promised that he would pay for insulting Master Lin, as well as for all the evil he had wrought in the human world. The magical power of the spirit immediately struck Wu Sun. He hadn't expected such a turn of events and didn't even have time to defend himself, though even if he had tried, it wouldn't have helped, for his death sentence had already been signed. The clan leader's blood spattered the elders, who began screaming and asking in horror how this could have happened, since the strongest man had simply been torn apart right before their eyes. The rest of the sect members began to kneel before the founder and say that the head was solely to blame for everything, and that they did not share his guilt. After a moment's thought, the spirit said that once upon a time the sword sect had flourished, but now it had fallen into ruin, and that was precisely why his teachings in the sword sect no longer had a reason to exist. Our hero appreciated that the spirit had asked for his opinion, but he believed that the decision was his, since the teachings belonged to him, and he would respect whatever course of action he chose. Waving his weapon, the founder declared that if he spared even a single person, it would only lead to trouble, so he decided to take drastic action. His power engulfed the entire space around him, so that no one had the slightest chance of salvation or escape. The cult members had no choice but to fully resign themselves to their tragic fate. Feeling the founder's power, everyone was terrified, for they understood perfectly well that resisting it was simply impossible. The eyes of the unfortunate disciples glowed with an otherworldly light. This meant only one thing. The destructive magic had already entered their bodies, and an irreversible process had begun. Within a few seconds, they all began to fall dead one after another. It seemed as though some plague had mowed them down en masse. Yet this was no disease, but punishment for their sins. Looking around, Chen witnessed this horrific scene and asked her mentor what it all meant. He explained that the soul-slaying sword had been used. Patting the red-haired man on the shoulder, our hero said that he would understand all of this as soon as he reached the Shadow Realm. It was hard for Chen to believe that he could achieve something he didn't even understand yet. Having finished his business, the founder's spirit looked at Lin Fei and told him that he had to return to where he came from. He wondered if the young man would go with him. Waving his hand, the young man said that his time had not yet come, so the spirit could go alone. He would not accompany him. Dissolving into the void, the founder said that they would be waiting for him in heaven, for then they would once again be able to drink wine together and have heartfelt conversations. When he vanished, Lin Fei muttered that the sect's founder had destroyed it himself. Anything could happen in this world, even such absurdities. Little Yang clearly hadn't expected his followers to sink so low. Lost in thought, the red-haired man asked if the sword sect had been such a terrible place from the very moment of its creation. And then our hero explained that Yang Zhenbei had founded the sword sect to perform noble deeds, and his followers, too, had once been heroes willing to die for their country. Hearing that time had only corrupted people, Chen said thoughtfully that one day he might become like that too, but then he shook his head sharply and promised himself that it wouldn't happen. To distract him from these strange thoughts, Lin Fei tapped him on the forehead and reminded him that it was high time to save the Chen family, whom he had promised to take care of. At that moment, no less interesting events were unfolding in the Temple of Warriors, which deserved our attention. Su Mingyu entered one of the halls as one of her disciples had requested an audience and was very glad that his mentor had answered his call. Hong Xiaowei came to meet her and was now kneeling before his mistress. The woman asked if something interesting had happened in the world while she was in seclusion. The man, extremely distressed, declared that he had nearly missed the chance to meet his mentor, as he had encountered a very unpleasant situation. Pointing his finger into the distance, he explained that Yao Guang had refused to enter the Temple of Warriors, and that Lin Fei, who had been defending her, had knocked him down without fully understanding the situation. Frowning, the fair-haired mentor asked if this Lin Fei realized that standing before him was a man from the Temple of Warriors who meant no harm to anyone. Gritting his teeth to hold back his anger, the man explained that the boy not only knew, but had shouted for all to hear that he was beating a member of the Temple of Warriors. It was a blatant act of insolence, and the fair-haired mentor cried out, asking who this young man was to dare behave this way. Then her protege said that this man was ranked 9th, which confirmed his incredible strength, so perhaps they needed to endure this insult to avoid harm. Staring at her protege in shock, the woman asked if he really meant to say that, being ranked 7th, he couldn't handle this man. Without waiting for a response from her student, the fair-haired woman declared that whoever had insulted her protege would face severe punishment. After that, she asked about the situation regarding the arrival of the demon warrior Tan Zhu into the world, for they couldn't just stand by and watch as this monster destroyed society. They had to eradicate him. The man fell into thought. He had many questions about what would happen if he told the truth, for then his mentor might not go in search of Lin Fei, and he could not let her get away with what she had done. So he decided to say that the remnant of the demonic soul was in the girl's body, but the mirror of watery clouds could not find any information about Lin Xinyu. So things turned out exactly as Xiaowei had wanted. His mentor declared that in that case, she would visit this Lin Fei first. After channeling her magical energy, the silver-haired woman prepared to set out on a journey to meet a certain Lin Fei. She realized that the guy was incredibly brave, since he dared to injure her disciple and, despite everything, was still alive. She was curious to take a look at him. Smiling, the man thought about how high his IQ was, since he decided that, in the world of cultivation, one should only let others do the dirty work. He was distracted from these thoughts by a lower-ranking member of the temple, who was calling out to his mentor to report that trouble had come knocking at their door. Glaring at the boy, Xiaowei asked what was the reason for such behavior, since the young man was so alarmed that a multitude of questions had sprung to his mind. The boy knelt and began to explain that the sword sect had been destroyed, and everyone was dead, except for a few disciples who had left the organization yesterday. This information shocked Xiaowei to the core. He ordered the boy to immediately investigate everything and find out who had done this, for this person clearly possessed incredible power. After processing this information, the man realized that it was just some sect and he didn't care about it, because in the end, everyone would bow their heads to him anyway. Meanwhile, the tranquility that had always reigned on Mount Qingqing was also disrupted. Yekyo couldn't believe his eyes, for his young disciple, Zhang Xiaolin, had learned to channel his inner energy into objects, causing them to float, a technique typically mastered only by a grandmaster. The boy successfully made objects levitate and completely obey his will, which could not fail to impress the elderly master, who was seeing such a thing for the first time. Assessing the boy's immense power, the old man couldn't help but wonder if this child had truly been sent by the heavens. Wiping his hands, Xiaolin said that all these exercises had tired him out a bit, and he didn't want to play with his magic anymore. Stopping the child, the elderly man asked how he had made the objects levitate, since they hadn't yet worked on perfecting that skill. The boy was very moody, so he stuck his tongue out at his master and muttered that he wouldn't tell him the secret that helped him make objects move. While the master was scolding his pupil, he didn't notice at all that there was some movement behind him, caused by someone materializing. Not wanting to talk to the old man, Xiaolin decided to distract him by telling him to turn around, since Master Lin had arrived. The old man didn't react at first, thinking he was just being pranked. The boy said that Lin had indeed arrived, and if he was lying, he would turn into a dog. Grabbing him by the cheeks, the old man said that if he didn't see the master right now, he would indeed start teaching his ward to bark. Patting Monk E on the shoulder, our hero announced his presence and said they hadn't seen each other in a long time. The old man was genuinely frightened, for he hadn't expected the disciple to be telling the truth. It was always very peaceful on the mountain, so for a moment Lin marveled at a butterfly fluttering past him. Not only Lin noticed it, but also little Xiaolin, who was now chasing after it with all his might. Our hero explained that he was just passing by and decided to check in on the young disciple. Monkey understood perfectly well that if he didn't ask about the strange things happening to Xiaolin now, he didn't know when he'd get another chance. So the old man began to explain that Xiaolin hadn't been practicing for even half an hour, didn't possess any true power yet, but was already able to redirect his internal energy. Looking closely at the elderly master, our hero explained to him that this was not the redirection of internal energy, but telekinesis, a manifestation of spiritual power. For a second, the old man froze in place. He couldn't believe what he was hearing, for telekinesis was a special technique that existed at the level of absolute emptiness. Our hero explained that the boy was not at the level of absolute emptiness. He simply found himself in a special situation. The heavenly Tao had opened its doors to him, so he didn't need to start cultivation from scratch. He only needed to refine his spiritual power. He also added that once the boy reached a certain level, he would be able to leave his human form and become an immortal celestial being. Hearing this, Monkey's mouth dropped open. He couldn't wrap his head around the idea that his young disciple would be capable of such a thing. Smiling, Lin Fei said that it was a bit of a cheat and that ordinary people couldn't compare to Xiaolin since he was special. He was interrupted from this conversation by a phone call. Glancing at the screen, he saw a missed call from Yao Guang, and Lin Fei couldn't ignore her even when he was too busy. "Call me back," he said immediately, asking what had happened. The girl explained that the chief elder of the Temple of War had come to their mansion and declared that she wanted to fight Lin Fei. After thinking it over, our hero told her to get lost, since he was too busy and had no intention of returning home over such trivial matters. Snatching the phone from Yao Guang's hands, Su Mingyu asked how the insolent man dared to speak that way, since he had dared to knock down her disciple and had also refused to fight her. She threatened that if he didn't show up, she would have to take the girl with her. These words infuriated the young man, and he said that if the temple's mentor tried to do that, he would have to destroy the very temple itself, and doing so wouldn't be all that difficult. The woman was already seething with rage. She declared that she feared no one, so the young man need not threaten her, and she demanded an answer from him. Would he fight her or not? Our hero wanted to refuse right away, but then he suddenly froze because a memory popped into his head and he realized he could take advantage of this situation. Once Yao Guang had shared with him her thoughts about how great it would be to take a trip to the snowy Ziling Mountains, since she had wanted to visit there for a long time. So now he saw a wonderful opportunity to give the girl this trip. So he told Mingyu that at 3 in the afternoon, they could meet in the snowy Ziling Mountains. The woman shouted that she hoped the guy would show up on time, otherwise she definitely wouldn't spare him, even though she hadn't planned on giving in anyway. The curious old man E asked what had happened, since the women were so loud that he had heard them too. Shrugging, our hero said it was all nonsense. But one foolish person had decided to fight him, and he immediately realized that his own student was using her as a weapon. Even the young disciple took an interest in this conversation. He ran up to the table and asked who could be so foolish as to want to fight Lin Fei himself. Sipping his tea, he replied that the silly girl was Su Mingyue, and it was her disciple he had met earlier when he had come to see Yao Guang and suggested they go to their temple. His mouth agape in surprise, the old man couldn't believe that they were talking about the chief elder of the Temple of War, who ranked 7th on the celestial list. Noticing how much his mentor's expression had changed, the boy asked Lin Fei if this woman was really that strong. The latter could only nod in affirmation. The monk wouldn't let it go. He asked our hero if he understood just how strong his opponent would be. Yes, the boy himself was in 9th place, but that didn't make his task any easier. Glancing at the butterfly that had flown in, the young man declared that he wasn't afraid at all, since he had nearly killed Hong Xiaowei the day before, so he could easily handle this woman as well. Now the old man was even more shocked, for it was hard to believe that the man sitting before him had nearly killed the future head of the Temple of War, the future 4th mentor, and the strongest master. Realizing the full danger of the situation, the old man told our hero that he had to run away, and no matter what the cost, he needed to get as far away as possible. Falling silent, Lin Fei simply stared at Mr. E for a few seconds, then asked if he was serious and was really suggesting he run away. Falling awkwardly silent, Ye didn't know how to respond. He really didn't want to witness Lin Fei's death, but he didn't really believe he could win. Then he changed his mind and said that he would do his utmost to help Mr. Lin Fei detain Mingyu. But once he was gone, Shaolin would have no one to rely on, and the old man hoped that our hero would take care of him. Grabbing the young man by the arm, Master Ye said he couldn't abandon this boy, so he was entrusting his care to Lin Fei, since he trusted him as much as he trusted himself. Little Xiaolin stubbornly declared that his mentor should stop dramatizing things, since it was just some Su Minyu, and she was no match for Master Lin at all. Angered by this little boy, the old man said that he didn't understand anything, but the boy wasn't listening to him anymore, as he had already started walking away. Reaching out to the boy, Shaolin declared that he believed in his strength and abilities, which meant they shouldn't worry about victory, since it was already in the bag. Patting the boy on the head, our hero gently said that it was time for him to leave, and that he would stop by again if possible, but he didn't have time right now. After these words, he took flight, surprising the local birds, who didn't even have time to make way for him, so fast was his movement. Watching him go, the old man felt a sense of unease again, for although Master Lin had no equal in the world of ancient martial arts, he would still have to face Su Mingyu herself. Turning to his mentor, the boy suddenly remembered that she had mentioned she could teach him to bark like a dog. Now that offer seemed interesting to him. Pretending he hadn't said such a thing, the old man told his protege not to be such a daydreamer, since nothing of the sort had been agreed upon. Smiling, Shaolin said in a sly voice that he had learned to lie from his master, who did it like a true professional. Offended by these words, the already irritated master strode away. He had nothing to say, for he knew full well that the boy was right. Spinning around abruptly, he began to bark like a dog to prove he wasn't a liar. Shaolin could barely contain his laughter, for the old man was far too good at barking. Meanwhile, our hero had already made it to his mansion. It had happened faster than any normal person could have expected. However, he realized that flying back and forth across the sky wasn't right, and that he would need to buy some kind of vehicle. After all, technology had come a long way. So the young man began to think that it wouldn't be a bad idea to buy his own helicopter, since he was often traveling, and this mode of transport would be helpful to him. As soon as he returned, the maids immediately came out to meet him, bowing their heads in a respectful bow, and of course, Yao Guang was there with his girlfriend, Wu Malin. Rushing up to our hero, his beloved immediately began scolding him, asking why he had agreed to fight Mingyu, since it was all just a misunderstanding. Looking closely at the girl, Lin Fei asked if she was really so naive as to believe that simply talking to the mentor would help. Yao Guang was smart enough to realize the young man was right, so she stepped aside and clutched her head, fully aware of the risks involved. Besides, the young man reminded her that his opponent was the second most important person in the Temple of War. She was now in charge of the entire temple and must have a memento of Princess Longji. Confused, Yao Guang abruptly approached her friend and asked what he was up to now and how he planned to use this situation. Then the young man explained that if, with the help of the keepsake, they could see the princess, he would ask for the elixir of immortality from her mother, Shi Wangmu. Yao Guang couldn't believe her ears, for all these words seemed to her like a retelling of some legend, not something that could be real. Ignoring her surprise, the young man said that the elixir was necessary to purify the 9-cycle revival pill of the inner father, because without it, they wouldn't be able to revive a person who had lived thousands of years ago. All the newspapers were already reporting that Lin Fei and Su Mingyu would face off in a duel on the mountain. While our hero was thinking that he liked his hoodie much less than his t-shirt, Wu Malin wouldn't stop talking about how the Zilin Mountains had become incredibly popular because of this battle. Adjusting her hood, the girl told our hero that she knew perfectly well he couldn't go a single day without drawing attention to himself, so she had come up with a special design for him. While the girls were laughing, the young man walked over to the mirror and decided to see what was written on his back. There, the inscription, "The strongest king of the Southwest," stood out. He didn't have time to comment on it, because they were told that the car was already ready and they could leave. Activating his magical energy, Lin Fei said he wouldn't take off the hoodie if the girl liked it so much, but he in turn wanted to tweak his outfit a bit as well. He thought the design was too plain, so he decided to add some color and make the inscription look even more impressive. The inscription on the hoodie changed slightly, and now, in addition to the words "the strongest king," it boasted that the owner was the very first. Finally, they reached the picturesque, snow-capped mountains of Sealin, whose peaks beckoned with their beauty. They stayed at the cozy Zilin Hotel, which looked simple but was the kind of place you wanted to return to, since it felt just like home. It was their only option since all the hotels were fully booked due to the hype surrounding the upcoming battle, and Yao Guang hoped they would at least be able to get a room here. At the front desk, they apologized and said there was only one room left, with a double bed. The clerk asked if that would be a problem. Seeing how embarrassed Yao Guang looked, our hero said that this option was fine with them, but since they weren't a couple, one of them would sleep on the floor. After swiping their keycard at the door, our heroes were finally ready to rest, as the journey had been quite exhausting. Seeing that the room's design was rather unusual, the two realized why the staff had apologized and asked if they were a couple. Pushing aside the unnecessary decorative elements, the young man declared that his companion would sleep on the bed, while he would just sit there so as not to make her uncomfortable. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Yao Guang asked if, instead of sleeping, they could talk since she had made progress in her training and wanted to discuss it. Of course, our hero agreed, and while he poured wine into glasses, the girl looked sadly out the window and said it would be much more picturesque if it were snowing right now. Smiling, Lin Fei asked if that was really a problem worth getting upset over. After saying this, he snapped his fingers. Unable to believe her eyes, the girl jumped out of bed and ran to the window. It had indeed started snowing outside, all at her companion's command. This gesture impressed her so much that she relaxed next to our hero and offered him a drink herself to celebrate his arrival. Smiling, Lin Fei clinked glasses with her and realized that getting close to the girl didn't require any complicated maneuvers. He recalled the times when they were together. The young man would never forget the loving eyes with which Yao Guang had looked at him in her past incarnation. It seemed he had become so deeply lost in his memories that he didn't hear a thing, and the girl had to call out to him several times to bring him back to reality. With a sad sigh, our hero took a sip of wine from his glass and said he had simply been thinking of an old friend whom he missed dearly right now. However, the girl was too perceptive and immediately asked if, by looking at her, he had remembered a person from his past life. The pieces fell into place, and she realized that it was Empress Yao Guang. Pouring wine into her glass, the girl asked our hero for the first time in a long while to tell her their love story, since her memories from her past life still hadn't returned to her. Taking the bottle from her, the young man thoughtfully agreed. He didn't know where to begin so as not to impose his enthusiasm on her or reveal how much he wanted to rekindle their relationship. As snowflakes swirled outside the windows on that starry night, Lin Fei told Yao Guang their story with the Empress, who had once been the love of his life. When the story came to an end, the embarrassed and slightly tipsy girl declared that she now felt even sadder since she knew their love story. The alcohol had affected the girl too strongly, and she felt weak. She then dropped her glass and began to fall to one side. Glancing at her disapprovingly, the young man said she needed to sober up immediately since she would get drunk too quickly if she kept drinking like that. Noticing that she was no longer responding to his words, our hero laid her down in bed and covered her with a blanket so she could rest a bit and feel better. But just as he started to leave, the girl suddenly sat up and wrapped her arms around his neck, trying to hug him awkwardly, or so it seemed to the young man. When he stepped back slightly to figure out what was happening, he saw Yao Guang's sad face, her eyes wet with tears. Her condition clearly alarmed him. Then her tears intensified, and she could barely ask the question that was on her mind. If the person he loved wasn't Empress Yao Guang but an ordinary girl, would that be okay? For a second, the guy was at a loss for words because he was simply shocked by what she'd said. He wanted to tell her that he liked her personality, not who she had been in her past life. However, he never got the chance to say those words because the girl pressed herself against his shoulder and began to cry loudly, and he simply continued to hold her. Patting her back comfortingly, our hero said that she had simply had too much to drink and should get some sleep. Then her emotions would settle down and they could talk. Leaving her alone, the young man began to wonder for the first time whether he would love this girl if she weren't the reincarnated empress, and whether he could protect her and fight for their love no matter what. He couldn't find the answer within himself yet, for he didn't know what he would do if Yao Guang never wanted to become his empress. The emotions of both heroes were so intense that it seemed as though everything around them had frozen, and even the night itself was listening to their thoughts. When morning came, people had already begun to gather on one of the peaks, for today was the day of the battle between the strongest men on the celestial list, and it was worth watching. Some were betting on the ninth on the list, that is our hero, while others claimed there was a huge difference in strength between the 7th and the 9th, so one should bet on Mingyu. At first there was no one on the peak, and people thought the battle had been cancelled, but then they noticed someone approaching and began pointing their fingers at the sky. Using the magic of the Temple of Warriors, Su Mingyu decided to make a grand entrance so that no one would have any doubts about her strength and power. Our hero appeared as if he'd come on a field trip. He even told Yao Guang that he didn't see the point of traveling to places like this, since there was nothing here but snow. People began to whisper discontentedly, saying that if the guy hadn't even bothered to make a dramatic entrance, then he was definitely finished. Upon seeing her opponent, the woman immediately perked up and headed toward him, saying that Lin Fei had kept her word after all. This woman's power was so staggering that it caused a brief blizzard, which nearly knocked everyone present off their feet. The woman was quite impatient and got straight to the point. Taking the initiative to strike first, she directed magical energy at the guy and asked what he could teach her. Patting his companion on the head, our hero told her to wait for him there. He would quickly teach this woman a lesson and return to her. Mingyu wouldn't let it go. She kept asking why the guy was so bold, or if he really thought she would ask him to defeat her with his martial arts. Even though most people were certain her opponent would win, our hero didn't lose heart and asked the woman to show him her strongest strike. Nodding, she said she'd be happy to do so. But first the guy had to draw his weapon, because she wouldn't let him disgrace her name. Holding out his hand, our hero declared that this was his weapon, but also said that just 2 fingers would be enough to teach the woman the techniques of the Ice Soul Sword. People began to whisper and marvel at the young man's audacity, for they couldn't understand how he dared to say such things while fighting such a powerful opponent. Upon hearing that her opponent had called her a disciple of Princess Lunxi, the warrior grew even angrier, declaring that he had no right to utter the name of their sect's founder. The spectators were thrilled that the woman had used the ice armor technique. They knew that no one could break through it, for it was a unique technique of the war sect. True fiery rage flashed in her icy eyes as she told her opponent that she would give him the chance to show her how well he could defend himself. Her words didn't impress our hero at all. Scratching his ear, he told her to stop the empty talk and finally attack him. Rage overwhelmed her so much that she clenched her teeth to hold back a scream, for this guy, like no one else, managed to throw her off balance. Using her magical power to create icy arrows, she said that the enemy had asked for it, and now she would pierce him with her cold weapon. Now, a multitude of ice arrows with incredibly sharp tips were flying toward the guy. He realized they could easily pierce his body. However, as he had said before, his weapon was his own hand, so he thrust it forward and said that the woman would not be left without a surprise of her own. His magic worked brilliantly, for absolutely all the arrows easily turned around, changed direction, and began flying in the opposite direction. The woman hadn't expected at all that all her weapons would fly not at her opponent, but at herself, and now she would have to figure out how to deal with the problem she had literally created on her own. She held out her hand to block the attack, frantically trying to recall any technique that might stop her own attack. She couldn't think of anything better than to create an ice shield and simply wait until all the arrows fell to the ground without hurting her. Oh, it was extremely difficult for her, because her attack was truly powerful, so the woman regretted not having considered the possibility that her own power could be used against her. It was at that very moment that Mingyu suddenly realized that the guy was truly capable of something, though she didn't believe he could break through her defense. But despite her own convictions, the woman began to notice that it was becoming increasingly difficult to hold back the guy's attack. Deciding she needed to demonstrate her own power once more, Mingyu attacked again, and the icy spikes once more flew toward our hero. Activating his magical energy, the young man sighed heavily and asked why his opponent was so weak and had decided to use two nearly identical techniques in a row. His strike completely destroyed all the ice weapons his opponent had created, after which he told her not to use that move again, since it wouldn't help her at all. Clutching the icy blade in her hands, Minyu smiled, for she was already anticipating how easily it would pierce her opponent's body and render him unfit for life. The ice sword grew larger and larger, and at one point it hung directly above our hero's head. And then he realized that all the previous attacks had simply been preparation for this. Looking her enemy straight in the eye, the woman declared with a mad smile that now he would die and had not a single chance of survival. The force was so staggering that it's hard to describe. It resembled a flash, an unstoppable force of nature engulfing everything around it. People began to scatter, for they realized that this strike was destroying everything in its path and had triggered an avalanche. This was the true power of the master ranked 7th on the celestial list. Having erected a protective dome around himself, our hero calmly remarked that the strike was quite impressive and that he was even somewhat taken aback. However, this attack was not enough to destroy him, for he had blocked it with literally one hand, merely by touching it with a finger. That touch caused Minyu's entire attack to be repelled, its magical power shattered, and now it crumbled into tiny ice shards. The sight was so beautiful, impressive, and dangerous that people simply gaped in amazement, for they had never seen anything like it before. Even Minyu herself gaped, for she didn't understand how this was possible. The woman clearly hadn't expected her opponent to be so powerful. After looking closely at the woman, our hero declared that it was time for her to stop engaging in idle chatter and finally start taking action. Minyu was so enraged by her marriage that she could no longer contain her anger and shouted, cursing the one who behaved so arrogantly. She decided to unleash her next most powerful attack, so an incredible magical force, capable of knocking anyone off their feet, was already hurtling toward the hero. The shocked crowd began to scatter, not wanting the white ice sword to harm them, for this was the war sect's most powerful technique. Everyone claimed that such a strike could wipe even a Grandmaster level expert off the face of the earth. Yet Lin Fei managed to calmly dodge the attack. When people began to realize that they were facing a man capable of amazing feats, they decided they needed to find cover, for it was unclear how this battle would turn out. Staring in disbelief, Mingyu tried to figure out what she had done wrong, since she had mastered this strike a long time ago, and it had always worked perfectly. After demonstrating his magic, the young man said that the white ice sword was actually quite good. It was just that the woman had executed the strike incorrectly, and her mastery of the sword was mediocre at best. Seeing that the boy had activated divine ice elemental magic, the people began to back away, for they couldn't believe their eyes and didn't understand how the boy could possess such power. The master of the Temple of War suddenly realized that it was all true. The man standing before her possessed magic in the element of ice, and his wonders knew no bounds. Swinging his sword, Lin Fei declared that he would demonstrate this technique only once, and that the woman had better memorize his every movement so she could later reproduce it from memory. The young man's condescending tone infuriated the woman so much that she wanted to pierce him through with her icy arrows, but unfortunately he always dodged them. While she was pondering this, our hero's strike hit her body, and she felt its full force, which was quite substantial. The attack was so strong that the woman flew backward, fell straight into a snowdrift, and slid several more meters across the snow-covered ground. Coughing up her own blood, she tried to understand how she had ended up being defeated by some boy who was several ranks below her in the standings. Looking at the injured woman, the young man sighed heavily, for he had reduced his power to a minimum and had only wanted to break his opponent's fighting spirit, but unfortunately, she had proven too weak. Struggling to her feet, the battered Minyu asked how the young man had managed to make his ice sword so fast, since he couldn't possibly have achieved such speed. The attack was so powerful that it knocked the spectators off their feet. Some even began to scatter, unwilling to watch this nightmare. Looking at his opponent, our hero explained that it was all about the speed of the sword swing, and since she was only moderately skilled with it, their attacks were so different. Hearing that she had forgotten the technique of swinging a sword and hadn't followed it at all, Minyu remained silent, for she understood perfectly well that the young man was right. Bowing low to the one she had considered her worst enemy just a second ago, the woman said she accepted that he was stronger than her. No one had expected such a turn of events, for it was hard to believe that the 7th-ranked figure on the celestial list would admit defeat. However, the woman declared that they were not finished yet, for Master Lin had nearly killed a disciple of her war sect without discrimination, and she believed he owed her an explanation. Glaring at his opponent, our hero declared that her disciple was simply a hypocrite, so it made absolutely no difference whether he killed him or not. Mingyu returned his gaze with an equally angry look, then said that the young man couldn't think that just because he was at such a high level, he could disregard the disciples of her sect. Lifting his head, the young man looked up at the sky and said that he didn't need any of their wars because he didn't care about the whole world. These words sparked a new wave of rage within the warrior, causing her to activate her magical energy and declare that no matter what, she would not let her disciple be torn to pieces. Activating a mysterious and very powerful technique, the woman declared that Lin Fei had brought this trouble upon himself, so now he had no right to complain. Shooting an incredibly powerful beam of light upward, the woman declared that she, a master from the Temple of War, was asking the founder to descend upon them. The sky suddenly turned so black that people thought day and night had switched places. The witch was simply indescribable. All the spectators were frightened and didn't understand what was happening. And then someone guessed that the woman was summoning a spirit, and at those words, everyone got goosebumps. Smiling, our hero thought that he had finally achieved what he had come out into this cold for in the first place, and that only now would the purpose of his visit be justified. Feeling the earthquake, people began to scatter in fear, realizing that this was indeed the power of spirits, and that they needed to get as far away from here as possible. Now the mountain was filled not only with a surge of energy, but also with the screams of people trying to flee as quickly and as far away as possible. To prevent this unbridled power from harming them, Lin Fei created a protective dome. When his companion asked who the adversary was summoning, our hero said he hoped it would be Princess Longji, for he had no interest in the others. Piercing through the darkness and light, a young girl appeared, and in her delicate childish voice, she asked who dared to summon her. The people suddenly stopped and ceased running. They tried to understand who stood before them and why this spirit was so lovely. Kneeling on one knee as a sign of respect, Mingyu said that she was a master of the war sect and that she now greeted the esteemed Biyun. Those around her immediately realized that this was the 2nd-generation head of the sword sect, a disciple of Princess Longji who had ascended to the realm of the immortals far too soon. Staring directly at the temple master with her eerie white eyes, the spirit asked why the woman had summoned her and what she wanted. While Mingyu tried to speak with the spirit, people kept whispering and saying that no one had expected such a little girl to appear. Hearing these words, the spirit slowly turned her head and asked with a threat in her voice, which scoundrel had dared to call her such a disrespectful name, for she would hold him accountable. Stepping forward, our hero said that he was the one who had called her that, and then added that the little girl didn't remember him, since she hadn't understood anything yet when he met Xiao Honglun. Glaring maliciously at Lin Fei, the spirit declared that the boy had defiled her, but she simply would not allow him to mention her master's name, so now he must die. Raising her sword above her head, the girl declared that today she would teach this scoundrel a lesson in front of everyone, so that people wouldn't think they could treat spirits as their equals. Her sword unleashed such powerful energy that everyone nearby felt the heat from the magic filling the entire space around them. Those who hadn't heard anything about the battle didn't understand what was happening at all, why some strange glow had appeared and the sky had turned black again. One of the travelers pointed his finger at the sky and simply gaped in astonishment, for he couldn't even describe what he was seeing. All this incredible magical power was concentrated on a single person and directed specifically at him to destroy the races forever. However, our hero had no intention of running away. He stood perfectly still and completely calm, for he knew full well that he could withstand this blow. Dud didn't take her eyes off Lin Fei. She wanted to see all his emotions, especially the moment when the realization that he couldn't be saved finally hit him. Even Yao Guang was truly frightened. For the first time in a long while, she urged her friend to flee, for she wasn't sure he could handle this. Turning his back entirely on the force that was closing in on him at incredible speed, our hero declared that they had nothing to worry about, since such tricks wouldn't work on him. The girl was so frightened that she simply couldn't believe anyone, let alone a celestial being, could possibly withstand such incredible fortitude. Wanting to demonstrate his power to Yao Guang, the hero declared that he could handle this attack with just one finger, since it was a mere trifle to him. This statement sent the girl into an even greater state of shock. She was incredibly worried about the guy, because she didn't want to imagine that he might get hurt or, worse yet, die. The one who was most pleased of all was Mingyu, who asked our hero, "Do you really dare to spout such nonsense even in the face of death?" Just as he had said, he concentrated his magic in just 2 of his fingers, after which he declared that such a technique would indeed be fatal to an ordinary person. But he was no ordinary person, which is why he claimed he could handle this blow with just 1 hand. It was the absolute truth, and soon everyone would see for themselves. Clenching his fist, the young man declared that he felt as if he were in a circus. It was time to end this performance and deal with the spirit. When the little girl's magical power closed in on him to a critically close distance, he infused his own magic into that stream of energy. The ice block, which had been inexorably closing in on him all this time, suddenly froze in place and began to crack. Something clearly sinister was happening to it. Just a few seconds later, it shattered into tiny ice shards that quickly fell to the ground, since the magic was no longer holding them together. As they fled from the ice shards falling on them straight from the sky, the spectators were simply in shock and even speculated that Lin Fei was a true god. Founder Bi Yun was injured as she began coughing up blood. The frightened War Temple Master rushed over to her, not understanding what was happening at all or how a spirit could be wounded. Gritting her teeth in anger, the girl began to ask who was standing before her, for she found it hard to believe that an ordinary person could have managed to destroy her magic. Activating his magical power, our hero ordered the little spirit to come closer. Of course, she resisted, but his power forced her to do so against her will. Gripping the girl's throat, the young man declared that her tricks had forced him to decide that he would teach her a lesson instead of Xiaohongluan. Fighting a child would be extremely foolish, so our hero, like any adult, decided against it and resorted to an old and not entirely proper method of child rearing. Everyone around froze, for they hadn't expected to witness such a mediocre punishment from the spirit who had founded the war sect. The girl squealed and asked loudly what the guy was trying to do. Our hero coldly replied that if the master hadn't taught her proper behavior, then he would do it in his place. Now the spirit looked even more like an ordinary child who cried and screamed when adults punished her for some mischief. After the punishment was over, our hero threw the girl into a snowdrift, and despite her screaming that she would kill him, he said nothing. Trying to pull herself together so that her already tarnished reputation wouldn't suffer even more, the little girl couldn't hold back the tears that streamed wildly from her eyes. Beating her chest, she screamed, summoning the spirit of the war sect, the Phoenix, who was supposed to protect her and restore her reputation. No one understood why the little girl was beating herself. Some assumed she wanted to beat herself up so that Lin Fei would become famous for beating a child. Even the temple master didn't understand anything. It was bizarre for her to watch what was happening, since the girl was behaving in a completely inexplicable way. Concentrating magical energy within herself, the spirit cried out that the apprentice was summoning her master to appear immediately and help her in this difficult situation. Folding her hands in a strange gesture, the spirit tried to exhale her magical energy through her mouth, but due to internal injuries, she began to spit blood. Her magic, mixed with the crimson liquid, began to rise slowly, turning into a haze. And then, when the magic reached its peak, a huge beam of light appeared, reaching all the way to the heavens. From this beam, another spirit began to emerge, responding to the little girl's call and descending to earth to see who had disturbed it. The people instantly fell to their knees, for they sensed the presence of a true deity who was demonstrating its power to them right then and there. Rushing forward, Bi Yun bowed respectfully to greet her master, who had answered her call. The people immediately realized that it was Princess Longji herself standing before them, so they asked her to accept the bows of the mere mortals who had been granted the honor of seeing her. Bathed in light, the princess did not reveal her face. She asked her disciple why she had summoned her. Could it really be something so important? The girl stamped her little foot and, pointing her finger at our hero, declared that this man had disgraced her and she was asking her master to deal with him. While the little girl rejoiced at the thought that her mentor would now wipe the insolent man off the face of the earth, the divine spirit froze in place, staring intently at the young man. The girl was elated, for now the one who had decided he could spank her and walk away unscathed would be punished. However, her mentor was in no hurry to grant her whim. Clutching their heads, the spectators had already mentally buried Lin Fei, for they realized that no matter how strong this man was, he would be no match for divine power. Trying to make out the princess's face, our hero said that they hadn't seen each other in a very long time, since several thousand years had passed since the last time. Hearing these words, all the sect members were on edge. They ordered the young man to be more polite to the one who had founded the sword sect. To be honest, people were already getting a little tired of being surprised, since this guy was acting as if he wasn't afraid at all of dying at the hands of the divine representatives. Bowing respectfully, the little girl told her master that this guy had dared to show disrespect toward her, so she advised smashing him to smithereens right now and destroying his soul. After these words, the princess screamed loudly and ordered her ward to shut her mouth immediately. Her voice caused physical pain, and people felt as though their bodies were about to explode. Blood began to flow from the little girl's eyes, nose, and mouth. She clutched her head and asked the master what she had said wrong, since respect had always been a very important factor for their sect. However, instead of an answer, she felt another wave of pain that squeezed her temple so tightly she feared her head would explode. Now the princess's full attention was focused on our hero. She cheerfully remarked that she hadn't seen him in a very long time and would like to remedy that. With their mouths agape, the people tried to figure out who this guy was, since Princess Lunzi herself had greeted him and was acting as if they were old friends. Then everyone witnessed a dazzling, bright flash. The princess's magic was activated, and the goddess transformed into a beautiful phoenix, which was now heading toward Earth. The bird flew around Lin Fei, as if wanting to examine him from all angles, while the young man, meanwhile, admired her beautiful iridescent shimmer in the light. Everyone wondered why they were suddenly so close. When the goddess herself landed on his arm and chirped joyfully, Yao Guang couldn't find the words to describe the scene unfolding right before her eyes. Deciding to get straight to the point, Lin Fei asked the bird if the elixir of immortality belonging to the goddess Zhiwangmu was among mortals. Creating a protective dome around herself and the young man, one through which no sound could penetrate, the goddess explained that she had hidden the elixir on the hill of the emperor's beginning, as that place seemed the safest to her. Thanking her for the information, our hero said it was time for her to return to the war, since she had already been summoned 3 times to protect the teachings, so it was difficult for her to stay so long. Thanking Lin Fei for his understanding, the bird flew off his palm and soared upward, offering a parting glimpse of its magnificent iridescent feathers. Watching all this, the little girl couldn't believe her eyes, for if even the master behaved so courteously toward this young man, then he truly must be some kind of god. Glancing at the little spirit, the young man asked her to come closer. His voice betrayed no anger or disappointment. It was simply calm. Realizing that if there really was some kind of god standing before her, she wouldn't be able to hide even at the ends of the earth, the girl began to approach him very slowly and cautiously. She admitted that she really was a little girl, and now that nickname didn't offend her in the least. She also asked to be shown mercy and spared. The master of the Temple of War was just as shocked by what was happening as the ordinary onlookers, who couldn't help but notice how quickly the spirit's attitude toward the boy had changed. Concentrating the power in his palm, our hero said that Bi Yun must remember once and for all that if she angers adults, they can punish her. Closing her eyes and ears in fear, the little girl turned away and said she knew all this perfectly well. She begged for mercy and hoped the boy would spare her. Tears streamed from her eyes, for she understood that if this man struck her, a single blow could simply kill her and she would never ascend to heaven again. Meanwhile, the boy simply patted her on the shoulder, and the girl, who had been expecting a deadly blow, screamed as if she were being cut to pieces. When she realized she wasn't hurt at all, she quickly calmed down. Yao Guang couldn't understand why this drama queen had thrown such a fit. The little girl smiled, and then our hero patted her on the head and reminded her that she must always remember to respect her elders, for she was already on the path to rebirth. As soon as the girl made it clear that she had remembered all of this, our hero tossed her high into the air, for he wanted to throw her all the way to the heavens, and that is exactly what he did. Watching this casual attitude toward the spirit itself, Minyu opened her mouth and began to wonder how he would treat her, since he behaved in such a manner toward the celestial beings. Turning to the temple master, our hero didn't even bother to approach her. He merely said that she should study hard and think more, then told her she could get lost. Bowing low, the woman began to thank him for such kindness, for she hadn't expected to be so lucky today or to survive at all. She flew away so quickly that people could barely make out her silhouette, which receded faster and faster with every passing second. While Yao Guang stared intently at the sky, our hero reached out his hand to her and said it was time for them to leave too, since he was already pretty sick of this snow-covered mountain. Taking his hand, the girl said sadly that she didn't want to leave at all, especially since she had already booked bus tickets at the foot of the mountain. With a warm smile, Lin Fei declared that he would give her a much better tour, since they wouldn't be driving but flying, and she would be able to see all the scenery much better. Enjoying the flight in the warmth of the boy's hands who had arranged an unforgettable trip for her, Yao Guang could think of nothing but whether her companion remembered last night and her confession. Watching them, people realized what a perfectly happy couple looked like, for it turned out that two immortals had been reborn in this century to be together again. Meanwhile, our hero was picking up speed, which made Yao Guang scream in fear and beg him to let her go immediately, since she didn't like that kind of speed at all. However, when the guy actually let go of her hand, he looked into her frightened eyes and asked if she really wanted that, since the mountain peaks could suddenly get closer than she intended. Pressing closer to Lin Fei, she accused him of having absolutely no sense of humor, since she had been joking and didn't want to crash into the rocks. Our hero advised her to stop trembling with fear and look down, because she had never seen such a magnificent landscape before. Taking his advice, she realized she had never seen the world from this perspective before, and hadn't realized it was so beautiful. Touching her forehead, our hero said that flying with the wind was very simple, and now she knew how to do it herself. So soon she would see everything from a bird's-eye view on her own. After saying this, the boy moved away from her and flew back sharply a short distance so that the girl couldn't grab hold of him. She, out of inertia, began waving her arms and screaming. But then she realized that her own body was keeping her from falling, and she was truly flying, as if she were a beautiful bird that had always known how to do this. As she soared through the air, Yao Guang realized that she absolutely loved the sensation of flight, which filled her body with a lightness that was hard to imagine. The only thing she hadn't accounted for was one unpleasant detail. The gusts of wind were so strong that they were literally tearing her clothes off. To prevent her from losing the last bits of clothing she had left, our hero shielded her with his dome and told her that she should only fly with such protection. As she pressed herself against the boy, Yao Guang realized she didn't want to pull away like she used to. On the contrary, she now sought Lin Fei's closeness and enjoyed it. After landing in a picturesque forest, our hero declared that they'd had enough flying for now, since she'd only recently learned how to fly, and it could be quite exhausting. Smiling, Yao Guang called her companion very strange, since other guys took girls for rides in sports cars and on yachts to woo them, but he had taken her flying with the wind. Returning her smile with his own, our hero said he didn't intend to impress anyone. He just wanted to make sure Yao Guang was happy. These words touched the girl so deeply that she gave in to the impulse and hugged Lin Fei. It was the first time she had enjoyed the touch of a man, since she had simply been afraid of it before. Gathering her courage, she opened her eyes and looked at Lin Fei. After a few endless seconds, the young lady admitted that she liked him. After those words, a flood of doubts and resentment welled up inside her over the fact that she hadn't held back and had said something she hadn't planned to. However, all her anxieties subsided the very moment Lin Fei held her even tighter. It seemed she was the only anchor keeping him in this world. The guy whispered quietly in her ear that he had known this for a long time, and the girl blushed even more. But she didn't want to leave his embrace at all. Summoning her courage, the girl suddenly announced that she had decided to do something else amazing that they would both remember for a long time. Without loosening his embrace, Lin Fei asked curiously what exactly she had in mind, since right now his mental faculties left much to be desired. Looking the young man straight in the eyes, the heroine asked if Empress Yao Guang would be very angry if she took her man away from her. The meaning of her words didn't immediately sink in. For a moment, he simply stared at the girl in silence, unable to believe what he'd heard. And then she actually did what no one could have expected of her. Pressing herself even closer, she kissed Lin Fei, and it seemed as though the whole world had ceased to exist for the two of them. When this magical moment came to an end, Lin Fei said he was going to the Emperor's Hill and invited the girl to come along. She said she had always liked looking at tombs. Meanwhile, in the South China Sea, there were numerous ships of the American fleet, which were clearly not there just for the sake of it. On one of the ships was the leader of the so-called Shadow Death, a man named David Edwards. This imposing figure was there for an important purpose. He had arrived in this maritime region because reports had come in that strange phenomena were occurring right here, and his sailors had indeed found the remains of a dragon. This news seemed like an astonishing discovery, and it was very hard to believe since some people actually claimed that there were dragons at the bottom of the sea. The man wanted to see for himself that it was true, so he jumped from the ship straight into the water to leave no room for doubt. Using his magical powers, he created a special bubble that allowed him to descend to the bottom without getting his expensive suit wet. Once at the bottom, he gritted his teeth in anger, for he didn't see what he had expected, and this quickly caused a strong irritation within him. He could see only for one simple reason. It was so dark at the bottom that seeing anything beyond his hand was impossible. So he had to use a little more of his power to illuminate what lay nearby, but he couldn't make out the details. Even a powerful flash of light didn't help right away, because the sea was so dark that it was extremely difficult to illuminate it. But when the man finally managed to do so, he froze in his tracks, for everything the sailors had said was the absolute truth, and before him stood a real dragon. Meanwhile, our heroes had already reached the summit of Yuzhou, where the very tomb of the emperor, the one Lin Fei was rushing toward, was located. But one mustn't forget that such places were very popular with people who wanted to increase their strength, power, and might. Today, the leader of the sword sect, Li Huainan, had arrived there. He was already trying to decipher the code that was supposed to help him open the doors. His companions couldn't believe that they had now reached the final layer of the Emperor's tomb's magical barrier, since they had been working on this for nearly 3 months. But only now had someone managed to break through the first 2 barriers. The leader of the Bo sect, whose name was Gong Yue, declared that they would finally crack this code, then knocked an arrow and prepared to shoot. The head of the spear sect, Mo Daojun, also stepped forward for the joint attack, deciding that they couldn't do without his help. After all, it would indeed be easier to destroy the barrier through their combined efforts. The sounds of destruction were so loud that it seemed the entire forest thicket nearby could hear them. The swordmaster declared that it seemed they had managed to break through the final layer of the protective barrier, and that now they could finally enter and see what lay hidden within. The jubilant men shouted that there was no time to waste. They needed to enter the now open door as soon as possible, which might reveal to them the secrets that had been hidden for centuries. Their joyful shout stopped in an instant as soon as they heard an unfamiliar voice ask if they would take them along. Of course, it was our heroes. Waving cheerfully at these people, Lin Fei said that they loved tombs very much, and upon noticing that the men were about to enter, they wanted to keep them company. Looking at Yao Guang, all the members of the expedition froze, for they were utterly amazed by her beauty and now could think of nothing but how incredibly lucky her companion was. However, the master archer was not at all charmed. He aimed his weapon at the group and asked who they were and if they wanted to fight for the treasures of the emperor's tomb. The fair-haired man immediately determined that the girl's power was at the master level and that she would soon advance to the great master level, but he was unable to gauge the young man's power. The indignant fair-haired gentleman said that they had spent a great deal of time opening the tomb protected by a barrier, and the young man seemed to have decided to enjoy the fruits of others' labor. These words didn't interest our hero at all. He casually remarked that the men could go in, and he would wait here, since the barriers inside would kill them anyway. These words greatly angered the warriors, who immediately wanted to finish off this smart aleck, since they believed the guy had come to cause trouble and needed to be taught a lesson. Only the blonde man took an interest in these words. He asked how the young man knew what traps were hidden there, and whether he, too, had come for the 3 holy books of the Fairy of the 9 Heavens. After looking closely at the men, our hero told them that he had come for the elixir of immortality and that their books did not interest him. Stunned, the warriors asked if this elixir really existed, for it was a miraculous treasure from legends, an elixir left by the gods themselves. Hearing these words, the 3 leaders of the expedition fell silent, for it seemed this man was well aware of what lay inside this cave. They exchanged glances, as if silently consulting one another, for none of them knew the best course of action, yet they did not wish to die from the traps either. Finally, the silver-haired man declared that he didn't know the name of the man standing before him, but since he had also come to seek treasure, they could do so together and help one another. Smiling, our hero said that they could indeed be of use to each other, especially in such a remote place where evil abounds and it is necessary to look out for one another. Hearing that the guy had already started introducing himself to everyone and saying he needed their help, the girl just laughed, because she knew perfectly well that he could wipe them all out with a single blow. When the men learned that Lin Fei, the 9th on the celestial list, was standing beside them, they smiled even wider and said they were glad to welcome him. Our hero volunteered to go ahead to scout the path. As he and the girl looked at them, the men began whispering to one another, saying they knew what to do. The master's faces immediately lit up with cunning when one of them said that as soon as the young man died, they would immediately seize the opportunity The blonde man confirmed these words and said that afterward, they would divide the elixir of immortality among themselves. And while they might not become immortal, they would be able to extend their lives by a couple thousand years. His eyes nearly popping out of his head, our hero asked his companion how quietly she thought they needed to speak so they wouldn't be overheard, since their allies clearly had no control over their own volume. He admitted to the girl that he would be able to hear them even if the men started communicating through the power of thought. That was the extent of his abilities. Approaching the door, the young man gave Yao Guang a sly look and said that she should watch very closely now, because the real show was about to begin. The boy began pushing the doors. It took quite a bit of effort, since the doors were huge and heavy, and the old hinges refused to let them open. Gritting his teeth in tension, the young man turned to his friends to ask for their help, since everyone wanted to enter the tomb, but only one of them could open it. Surprisingly, the men responded very quickly. They rushed forward, fully aware that they now had a new goal, the elixir, and they had to do everything to get it. It wasn't even 5 minutes before the doors were open. The tomb reeked of dampness and age. Clearly, no one had set foot in this place for decades, if not centuries. Smiling, our hero said that now they could enter without worry, since it seemed there were no traps waiting for them right at the entrance, and they could safely go inside. Smirking, the men began to say that even though Lin Fei was 9th on the celestial list, he was still just an ordinary person who couldn't even open a heavy door on his own, so they were confident of their success. Waving to his friends, our hero urged them to come inside, and the emboldened warriors didn't even notice that some kind of dark aura was hovering over them. The blonde man entered last, and it was he who suspected that something was wrong. A putrid smell and a heavy feeling inside told him that trouble was approaching. Activating his magical energy, he tried to dispel this black mist, because he was practically 100% certain that it was poisonous. The strange fog parted as if it were woven from fabric, so the blonde kept wondering if these were the very traps the boy had mentioned. Suddenly, one of the group members screamed and reported that they had suffered their first casualty. One guy had died from inhaling the fog. Sniffing the air, our hero reported that the scent of corpses hung in the air, so it seemed the entire tomb was filled with zombies, which meant the group was in for a lot more trouble. Keeping Lin Fei in the crosshairs of his crossbow, the red-haired man began to threaten him, saying that he was a scoundrel for knowing it was dangerous here and letting them in anyway. Stopping his friend, the blonde man turned to our hero and said that he was wrong, because the aura of the corpses couldn't have started spreading like that. Gritting his teeth in anger, the red-haired warrior asked if Chief Li had also lost his mind, since he'd decided to press on, regardless of what had happened. Approaching his friend, Li said that the boy wasn't stupid and had recognized the aura of the corpses, and that students at their level could only serve as bait right now, so they might as well let him clear the way for them. Smiling at such a good idea, the redhead said that since his comrade had thought everything through, then they could let the boy go ahead. Moving on, the young man told his companion that the corpse's aura wasn't so simple. He surmised that the zombies had been infected with a demonic infection several thousand years ago. When our hero suggested that the students should wait outside so as not to become bait, their guides tensed up, for they couldn't let him leave. The guys immediately protested and said they weren't going anywhere, since the stranger just wanted to trick them and take their certificates for himself, so they were going ahead. Shrugging, Lin Fei said they could do whatever they wanted, but then they shouldn't complain if someone died again from some poisonous gas or unexpected monsters. These words made the guys think twice, and then they realized that, in principle, their lives were far more valuable than anything they might find in this tomb. The others didn't support the young man and started saying he was a coward, accusing him of being unworthy of the pursuit of immortality if he was afraid of a simple trip into the tomb. Walking through the dark corridors, Li turned his head toward his friends and whispered quietly that sooner or later something would happen to these young people, and they needed to stay on their guard. Approaching the young man, Yao Guang asked how long they would be wandering through this zombie lair, since she found it even scarier here than in a haunted house. Without turning his head, our hero said that one shouldn't fear the dead, but the living, because zombies or ghosts weren't as scary as people who had evil intentions. As they walked down the hallways, a faint sound suddenly reached their ears. It was barely audible and could only be felt physically, as if a shiver had run through their bodies. The men reached for their weapons. It was very strange, and they couldn't understand where such sounds could be coming from inside the tomb. Yao Guang pressed herself closer to her beloved, but he quickly reassured her, saying that she didn't need to worry yet, since the main boss wouldn't appear for quite some time. They faced a more complicated challenge. They had to make their way down this corridor without triggering the traps, which were set up like lasers. Our hero noticed this immediately, knowing full well that the tombs had been built so long to make it easier to set traps there. Taking his first step into the danger zone, the young man froze for a moment to make sure he was doing the right thing, and nothing happened. But the very next second, spears flew at them, causing the girl to scream loudly. Well, Lin Fei had expected this and simply wanted to demonstrate how the traps worked to his girlfriend. Everyone else noticed this too, so the blonde guy shouted that everyone needed to get ready and be as alert as possible, since the traps could be anywhere. Our hero had thought all this through and created a protective barrier around himself and Yao Guang, which shielded them from arrows, spears, and anything else that might fly into their bodies. Seeing his magical abilities, the friends, who were wolves in sheep's clothing, realized they hadn't expected this, but the red-haired man declared that he was still no match for the three of them. Removing the protective barrier, the guy said they needed to move a little faster, because these toys shouldn't scare them, since things would get much more interesting ahead. The other members of the expedition supported this idea. One of the guys declared that they really needed to keep moving, and if something scary lay ahead, they would all attack together. Buoyed by this enthusiasm, he began to walk faster, and as expected, his attention was lacking. So at some point, the guy stepped on a sharp spear. The poor guy couldn't have imagined that a simple lapse in attention would lead to him losing his leg, which vanished into thin air right before his eyes. The leg was just the tip of the iceberg, for within a couple of seconds, the unfortunate lad had turned into a bloodied heap of bones. Lin Fei felt sorry for him, but they had chosen this path themselves and wanted to press on. Yao Guang didn't want to witness yet another death, so she turned to her companions and asked them to be as careful as possible and to follow only Lin Fei. Looking at the girl, our hero couldn't help but think of the Empress. Even though Yao Guang had been reborn in this century, she remained just as kind and loving toward all living things. Surprisingly, the boys listened to her. After all, they had read that upsetting such a beautiful girl was practically a death sentence, so they promised to be more careful. Stepping closer to the boy, Yao Guang asked why these poor boys' mentors had so easily sent them to certain death, knowing that a dangerous unknown lay ahead of them. The selfish mentors quickly realized that the objects lying on the floor were poisonous, so they needed to calm down and follow Lin Fei closely. Finally, they approached a door, and everyone realized that the strange sounds and vibrations were coming from right there, because all the eerie sensations intensified several times over in that spot. Grabbing Lin Fei's hand in fear, his companion asked what was hiding behind the door, for judging by the sounds, it was something extremely terrifying and dangerous. Approaching the door calmly, our hero touched it with his hand. It felt very cold to the touch, almost too cold, as if it had cooled down unnaturally. Although the door was very heavy, it gave way easily and swung open quickly. When it creaked, the sounds and vibrations abruptly stopped, as if whatever was sitting inside had frozen in anticipation. Frightened, Yao Guang couldn't believe her own eyes. She had never seen such horror before, and wanted to leave the tomb as soon as possible so she could forget it all. There really were zombies here. Hundreds, maybe even thousands. Their half-rotted bodies wandering around, emitting that same dark, poisonous mist. The smell was so awful that everyone who caught a whiff of it immediately covered their noses, for it was simply unbearable to breathe. Those who didn't manage to protect their respiratory organs in time began to drop dead and convulse, screaming loudly in pain and terrifying everyone else. These screams attracted the zombies' attention. Their heads with glowing red eyes turned in one direction and now stared straight at the crowd of kids. Everyone was terrified. The mentors immediately reached for their weapons and ordered their charges to prepare, for a battle lay ahead. The snarling creatures, which now only vaguely resembled humans, began to move slowly toward the uninvited guests who had not perished in their midst. When the blonde man realized that among the corpses of the artisans were 4 master-level instructors, he froze in place, for he hadn't expected to face such a problem. His red-haired friend also froze in place, for he thought that if there were mentor-level masters among the artisans, what awaited them when they entered the place where the Emperor's warriors were buried? With a mysterious smile, our hero remarked that they had simply encountered an enemy of the mentor level and that there was no reason to worry just yet. Raising his hand, the young man activated his magic and commanded all the swords nearby to fly straight to him and protect him from the enemies. The weapons of every warrior present trembled. The young men tried to hold them back, but the swords were determined to fly off to the one who had summoned them. Even Yao Guang's weapon trembled and began to slip out of its sheath to fly and assist Lin Fei. The girl was all for it. When the young man demonstratively raised her sword above his head, she nearly rolled her eyes. She knew perfectly well that her companion could clear the area with a single glance, but preferred to play with swords, pretending to be a Grand Master level expert. Shouting that some so-called mentors were nothing but insects, the young man swung his sword and attacked, intending to clear a path for himself as quickly as possible. The zombies didn't expect to face such surprisingly powerful magical energy, so they were literally knocked down and knocked off their feet. The mentor stood there and simply watched as the boy they had considered a weakling dealt with these monsters they had deemed invincible. She sheathed Yao Guang's sword and said they needed to move on before monsters they'd be better off not encountering crawled out of various crevices. As she made her way through the mountain of half-decomposed corpses, the girl could think of nothing but the fact that these had once been ordinary living people who had found no peace even in death. The members of the expedition couldn't believe that the young man, who ranked 9th on the celestial list, could do such things, and that he also possessed an incredibly powerful sword. The fair-haired mentor ordered everyone to shut up, reminding them that he too was very strong and possessed a powerful weapon. However, everyone ignored his words, and the red-haired man drew all the attention to himself when he shouted loudly and ordered everyone to look ahead. After all, warriors who had been buried alongside the emperor were already charging toward them, shouting that they would kill everyone who had invaded their lord's tomb. Screaming in terror, the silver-haired warrior ordered everyone to prepare for battle, though he himself doubted they could win, which is why the sword in his hands trembled treacherously. The redhead proved to be quicker on his feet than all his other friends. Fearless of death, he stepped forward and took aim, telling everyone else to stay behind. His arrows were special, so they dealt maximum damage. When he fired, a greenish light illuminated the tomb, and everyone realized the arrow was flying straight at the central zombie. After Brother Gun cleared the way for them, the other mentors also took courage and rushed into battle so as not to be outdone by him. Looking at these fools, our hero wondered if they really thought attacking right in there like that was a good idea, since there were at least 3 corpses of great mentor-level kings. While the girl was distracted, she let her guard down and didn't even notice that one of the monsters had crept so close to her that it was already raising its sword above her head. But as long as Lin Fei was nearby, she had nothing to fear, for he would do everything in his power to protect his beloved and would not let some evil creature harm her. Pushing the enemy away, the young man declared that he would kill it first, and then they could continue their conversation with his beautiful girlfriend. But Yao Guang stopped him, saying that if he killed this monster right now in front of everyone, he would reveal his true power. Realizing that the girl was right, our hero began to put on quite a show. He jumped back from the zombie and pretended to be so terrified that the sword in his hands trembled uncontrollably. This emboldened the zombie, and it charged into battle even more fiercely, screaming that it would kill anyone who dared to enter this tomb. The young man parried the attack without even glancing at his opponent. Turning to Yao Guang, he asked if he looked like he was really scared. Saying that he was a terrible actor, the girl relaxed, but then got scared again, because the enemy had almost hit the guy on the head. Suddenly, the boy heard someone begging for mercy. This cry could not be ignored, for it was so desperate that our hero decided to help. A zombie was already finishing off the green-haired young man with a spear. He was barely holding back its onslaught, and its weapon was just a couple of centimeters from his eye. Without a moment's hesitation, our hero dispatched his opponent and dashed straight toward the poor soul who was screaming, a man whom no one could help. It took him only a couple of swings of his sword, and the zombie was finished once and for all, as its head was severed from its body and flew away. He tried to fight in such a way that his so-called allies wouldn't notice his skill level, so he tried to use the simplest techniques. Moreover, when zombies attacked him, he tried to react at the very last moment, feigning a certain clumsiness, and he repeated the same moves, pretending that he had mastered only a few martial arts. However, such a clumsy approach could not hide his true potential, for strength was evident in every movement he made, and even in the way he held his sword. Looking closely at her friend, Yao Guang asked where he had gone. The young man explained that he had just saved a man, but would explain everything later, once he had finished off the zombies approaching them. Our hero also noticed that the mentors were currently fighting the zombie general and didn't seem to be doing very well. Noticing his eagerness to fight, Yao Guang asked if he really wanted to help those scoundrels. Our hero replied that no one but him could win in this situation. After dispatching another zombie, our hero told the girl to stay put and wait for him while he played around on the battlefield for a bit. Meanwhile, the bloodied mentors didn't know what to do, for they realized that if they didn't retreat, they would have to die. As if to prove their point, another horseman charged at them, his spear already poised to pierce one of them, or perhaps several at once. Jumping right in front of the men, Lin Fei declared that they needed to pull themselves together immediately, because only by working together could they win. Pretending that it was very difficult for him to hold off the enemy's attacks, the young man began shouting that the men should hurry, or else he wouldn't be able to hold out and they would all die. Finally, the mentors came to their senses. Pointing their weapons at the enemies, they decided it was time to go on the offensive, and they had to do it all together. But they also didn't forget their plan. Seeing that Lin Fei was wounded, they smirked, realizing that it would now be much easier for them to take out the boy. But for now, they attacked the zombies alongside him, deciding that first they would use him as a weapon and then take for themselves what Lin Fei himself had wanted to get his hands on. The monsters were so enraged that killing them was truly difficult, as they were determined to protect their master's tomb. When all that energy collided in a combined attack, a massive explosion occurred, one so powerful that the tomb's walls shook. When the zombie finally fell to the ground, the blonde guy shouted that they needed to hurry and finish it off, because it might escape, and then it would be much harder for them to find it. Frozen in place, our hero began to wonder if he hadn't fought too well just now, since he didn't want to reveal his full potential so that the show that followed would be believable. Suddenly, the zombie rose from the ground and, grinding his teeth, declared that he could not die, for then his master's tomb would be in danger. Raising his hand, he activated his dark magical power and summoned the energy of death to come to him. A dark mist engulfed everything around him and began to seem to suck out what remained of the other zombies' souls. This dark mass merged into a single stream. The mentors were horrified when they realized that their opponent had gathered all the energy of the corpses and had now become many times stronger. Seeing the state his allies were in, Lin Fei realized that for them to have even the slightest chance of winning, the mentor needed to heal their wounds. Feeling this divine healing upon themselves, the men began to say that it was no coincidence the young man was ranked 10th on the heavenly list. No sooner had the young man done this than he began to feel his strength failing and coughed up blood, collapsing right in front of his allies. Coughing, he leaned against the wall and said that all he needed was a little rest, so he was leaving the last zombie to the men. Delighted that Lin Fei might die without their help, the men began to smile and say that they would definitely handle the zombie, and that he needed to conserve his strength. Watching all this, Yao Guang rolled her eyes with a sigh, but couldn't help but notice that the guy's acting skills were getting better and better with each passing time. When the enemy began to emerge from the dark mist, the mentors shouted that they needed to prepare and end this battle with a victory. But no one expected the demon to be so strong and massive. This creature could literally crush them with a single finger. The men attacked, employing a variety of techniques and skills to make their strikes as powerful as possible. Meanwhile, Lin Fei just sat in the corner resting, watching these mentors play the hero, hoping that by the time they were done, he could step back. Faced with this incredible zombie, the men realized that defeating it would be extremely difficult, even if they worked together and used all their skills. But it's worth noting that the monster wasn't having an easy time of it either. When those forces touched its body, it felt incredible pain and roared furiously. This powerful energy threw all the expedition members backward, and they were afraid of falling to the ground, for there were poisonous weapons everywhere. When a sudden silence fell, the menors froze and began to listen, unable to believe that it had all ended just like that. But when the fog cleared a little, they saw that despite the severe damage, the zombie was still alive and able to move. They were so fed up with all this that they began to think this creature was indestructible and could only be wounded. Just when they thought all was lost, the monster suddenly leaped to its feet and began running away, as if it had seen something even more terrifying than itself. At that moment, our hero sprang to his feet and sprinted after the monster, much to the surprise of his enemies, who were not happy to see that he was okay. Realizing he had given himself away, the guy wasn't too happy, but catching the zombie was much more important, so he didn't dwell on it. Still, to keep the charade going, he stumbled again and coughed up blood so his mentors would see he wasn't fully healed. Deciding to play along with her beloved, Yao Guang ran up to our hero and grabbed his hand. He dramatically said that if they tried to kill the zombie, they might die. Then the blonde man joined the conversation, cheering everyone else up and saying that they had to repay their debt to Lin Fei for the healing and wipe the zombies out completely.